All right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome back. Thank you for sticking around from the finals of the Modern Showdown. If you missed that, well, that's okay, because you're about to watch some Legacy action. I'm here in the booth with Julian, a big fan of Legacy, as we begin our Legacy 5K trial here in NRG Minneapolis as part of the NRG Series, sponsored by Ultimate Guard. Now, before we jump down into the match, I want to very quickly cover the prize pool for these trial events. Now, the Showdown events is the one that qualifies you directly for the NRG champs. But these trial events are still 5Ks, and you can see they are still also worth points. So these are very important for leaderboard considerations as well, because the point breakdowns actually still align with Showdowns. So if you're somebody on the leaderboard, you're somebody that cares about trying to qualify for the NRG championship through points, either being a season leader or an overall leader at the end. Remember, two from each season, the two points leaders from each season will qualify, and then the three additional at large at the end of the year for the whole season will qualify as well. So you see, we get $1,200 to first, 30 points as well, and then a breakdown from there, $600, 25 points, and it goes all the way down. Even if you get greater than 129th place, just entering the event, you get a point. So lots to play for these players in both the cash prize pool and in the points considerations, even without invites on the line. So there's quite a bit for these players. I know Dominic, Harvey, and Joey, both players in our finals of the Modern Showdown, are in this event as well. But we're not going to be watching them this round. Instead, we're going to be watching a little bit of a spicy matchup. So I'm going to lean on you here a little bit, Julie, to break down the Mono Blue Merfolk versus is it Reanimator? How does that go?
Yeah, Drake. So when I signed up for this, I did not expect to do commentary on Mono Blue Merfolk in the second round. But yeah, first of all, on the left side of the board, on Devin Slater side, we got Dimir Reanimator, usually also called like Reanimator in Legacy, which is kind of like a hybrid between an very old fan favorite from around 14 years ago. Used to be one of the best decks. And now that I think about it, both of those decks 14 years ago used to be the supreme decks in Legacy. Merfolk used to be a tier 1 deck. Blue-Black Reanimator used to be the most feared tier 1 deck. And yeah, it looks like we're going back to the future here. This is literally the kind of matchup we saw 14 years ago, but now we're super tuned with a lot of new cards that came out recently. The thing about why we don't call it Reanimator anymore and more like Reanimator is this deck, it can hang. This deck can play the mid-range very well. And if you commit too hard to trying to stop the Reanimator plan, which just has an animate that and reanimate, then you're going to be overrun by like a Grief, by Orcish Bowmasters, or even just like Troll of Khazad-dûn that can come to play, even Hardcast at some point. So it's really tricky. In the first game, expect this to be more about the graveyard, as Devin can be rather sure that Nikachu on the right side, Jonathon Zaczek, is not going to be able to contest that. But going into the second game, we talk about the possibility of sideboards. But I quickly want to talk about Merfolk here, because Merfolk, it technically still does what Merfolk always did. Get out a bunch of creatures, get down Etherwile, and then just run out the Lords while the opponent cannot block. And it looks like it's the beauty of it to me is, like, we had all these changes. Like, when I look at this, except for Force of Will, Etherwile, and Lord of Atlantis, and we don't talk about the lands right now, everything changed. But Lord of Atlantis, a card from Alpha, is still around in the year 2014. And it's
still able to hang. Love it. Tideshaper in turn 1. Notably confident that his opponent's going to have an island is Nikachu. Of course, the Merfolk master, who we got to see a little bit yesterday playing his modern take on Merfolk. And now here back playing the Legacy version. Get a few upgrades in the form of True Name Nemesis, Force of Will, and Wasteland. Some of those cards good in this matchup, others less so, as here comes a reanimation effect, it looks like, and I believe this hand is the leftovers are Cavernous Souls, Merfolk Trickster, and Tishana's Sidebinder as Lord of Atlantis. And it looks like the other one drop I can't get a great look at, taken as well by the Reanimator thing, right? This is exactly what you're talking about, the new developments for the Blue-Black Reanimator deck, able to pitch Archon of Cruelty to the Grief and then bring it back into play. Of course, cost 4 life points and a fetch Underground Sea does mean the Tideshaper is upgraded into a 2/2 and is able to attack into the Grief.
Yeah, it is. And I would guess, like, it's actually kind of hard for Devin to say whether you want to block. I would guess so you want to, because it's only ever gonna grow. And right now, Jonathon is like winning the race very much so.
Right.
When I looked at the deck list, it's kind of funny. Like, in a way, this Mono Blue Merfolk almost does everything you want to do against this kind of deck, because you as we mentioned this, you can try to fight over the reanimation plan, like you got some kind of counter magic, even early counter magic, and you also have a way to shut down like the big reanimate animation targets in Atraxa or in the Archon of Cruelty in Tishana's Tidebinder, which is like a card I haven't really seen used in Legacy before. It's the one that is still in Nikachi's hand here. Like you get to basically stifle to counter the triggered ability of Atraxa, and then remove all of its abilities, all of a sudden like reducing it to just quote-unquote a 7/7, which I guess at that point you can also jump block.
Sure, yeah, I mean, no lifelink, no vigilance, no flying, all that stuff. I mean, that's going to be a big downgrade, even outside of the very iconic and powerful triggered ability from it. So the Shadow's Tidebinder could line up here, and I guess Atraxa not really part of the plan if we're leaving that one around with a double grief. And Devin Slater, who pondered and missed second land. Trickster who tapped down the grief means an attack for 4 coming across down to 11. And you mentioned Nikachu here in the lead with the race. Clearly his plan at this point.
Yeah, very much so, and it's only going to get bigger, right? We already lost 4 life to the Reanimate. We lost some life to the Fetchland here, and Devin all of a sudden, like, finding himself with just 1 land in play, and basically at half his life total, staring down a ton of damage that's going to come his way anytime soon, especially if you find a Lord, right? So I'm even surprised that Devin, I guess, the Brainstorm gotta hit here. Like, if the Brainstorm doesn't hit here, the game is almost over. There's
yeah, I mean, 1 land is certainly not looking like it's getting it done. And the counter magic worth nothing with the Cavern of Souls in play. We're talking about Dazes, Force of Wills, present in this Dimir Re-Scaminator, whatever you want to call it. The Reanimator deck does have multiple copies of counter spells that just don't work thanks to the power of Cavern of Souls. And all 3 drops, as here comes another grief. No scam for this one, but looks at 2 Tishana's Tidebinders and a copy of True Name Nemesis, a card that normally I wouldn't call out as being very good. But in this particular matchup where, like you said, it's a little bit more mid-rangey, things slow down a little bit, the True Name starts to get a little bit better, and now is going to be the take over the redundant Tishana's Tidebinder.
Yeah, also kind of awkward for Devin, as long as what's it called, the Tide Shapers around, no access to black mana either. It's almost I usually try calling these matches too early, but oh my god, no.
Well, we got Rashad and Dockhand, and that one actually is going to do a pretty good Rashad and Port impression if Nikachu wants to, and tap down the only blue-black source. Now, Wasteland doesn't actually accomplish a lot. We see Devin Slater actually keeping the Wasteland back, interested more in the mana sources than turning off of the Cavern of Souls, even with, Nikachu kind of down on mana. Both players are actually down on mana, and this is kind of the tricky part with Wasteland. You're not really helping yourself that much, even though you don't really want Nikachu to be able to cast these Tishana Tidebinders and what have you. Like, if you just played a land, now the Wasteland actually doesn't really work because you go for it, it's Tidebinder, disaster.
The only thing that you really represent there is basically Brazen Borrower, as in Petty Theft, because that Underground Sea is just an island, right? The way I understand it, it's not tapping for black here. So there's nothing you can really do with that Wasteland other than maybe Petty Thefting, or I'm trying to come up with anything else. Maybe Hardcast Days, if that's what's going to be.
Bowmasters was on Nikachu's radar, as no attack with the Tide Shaper would suggest potentially not wanting to run that one into any kind of double blocking. And, fairly wise as well. Also could do some trickery with, the Wasteland and what have you. Clearly is interested in using the Rashad and Dockhand also as well, keeping the mana up for that one. That one has Island Walk. Don't need to worry about that one being blocked because the island's still in play. But is interested, I think, in tapping on this Underground Seas. Here comes Entomb for Atraxa. The window on that one closes.
You're right, by the way. I misspoke. I thought the Tide Shaper had turned the Underground Scene to just an island, but you're right. Like, Tide Shaper came down on the very first turn, didn't really do anything other than grow. So we actually do have access to the black mana here, as Devin is casting the Bowmasters. And this is a great call there from Nikachu. Sniffed out the Orcish Bowmasters with the no cracking of the Wasteland, and that leads to being able to keep his Tide Shaper around. And now an Orcish army and the Orcish Bowmasters itself versus 2 copies of the Tidebinder, the Aether Vial beginning to tick up. And the problem now is that if a reanimation comes down on the Atraxa, Devin Slater could theoretically lead on the Wasteland on the Cavern, so you actually can't respond with the Tidebinder. Now, Devin does have to actually sequence things correctly, but the Tide Shapers, the Tishana's Tidebinders are face up. They're right there. So he knows to play around them, and it's a long time before the Vial can cast them. That's assuming that Nikachu did draw an island, which I did think I saw in his hand. And we'll see exactly what he decides to do with this turn. Not great attacks. Devin Slater down to 9. It is an island, and here is an attack with both
Island Walk means that one's unblockable. 8 damage for sure. We'll see if Devin's interested in the double block.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you really want to do here. I guess, yeah, you throw them in front of that.
You saw he just pointed and said Island Walk. No thanks. That one just has Island Walk. Doesn't need a Lord. Has it already. And the double block on the Tide Shaper means that the Bowmasters will be cleared. Down to 8 goes Devin Slater. And Tashana's Tidebinders up for Jonathon means that he can stop the Wasteland, but then he can't really stop the Atraxa 2, assuming there's a Reanimation as one of the 2 cards in Devin Slater's hand. Now, if there's not, then it's very possible Devin's in a lot of trouble here versus these Tashana Tidebinders.
Thing is, even if he so we're gonna do as you mentioned, like we're first not gonna make sure that Nikachu is not gonna have 3 mana to counter potential to trigger on a Atraxa of a reanimation spell. But now we're gonna go to the second main phase, and I guess it's gonna be land animate that. And that's gonna put Devin into a driver's seat, like very much so. That's gonna make it so that Nikachu is gonna fight tooth and nail to even be able to come back. But is this gonna be animated? And it looks that it's not.
Oh, he just wanted to get his fetch off, so he actually wastelanded to force the shot aside better just so he can crack his Misty Rainforest. Does not actually have the reanimation. And back to Nikachu we go. Has to be happy not to see an Atraxa in play.
Yeah, he's basically got to fade 1 more reanimation spell. At that point, he's going to have his while up to 3, so he's going to be able to counter the triggered ability of any big creature that might come into play. And here, he's happy to, just get in.
Bowmasters number 2. All right, running the Tidebinder into Bowmasters number 2. Ping plus a block.
She's in the Tidebinder, yeah, it's 3-2. Okay, yeah, we're going to take it out, sure.
Yeah. Oh, before damage. It's Voldalian Hexcatcher. That's going to grow the Tidebinder, save it, and push an extra point of damage. That means the Shad Dockhand worth 2 points of damage now. Down to 5 goes Devin Slater. And with this Hexcatcher also representing some counter magic. You look at that one. Counter non-creature spellless control base 1. That can stop any reanimation effects on Atraxa, which means Devin Slater picks it up. And Nikachu, game number 1 in his favor against this Dimir Rescaminator with his iconic Merfolk deck. Kind of surprised at the result, not gonna lie to you.
I'm gonna tell you, like, Island Walk secretly the all-star of Legacy. It used to be a really big thing more than a decade ago, but right now, just like getting in for the chip damage here and there to just get the opponent who's already like using their life total as a resource quite a lot down to a point where even if they were to get a creature, you can just like Island Walk past it and win the game before anything even matters. Even if you had like True Name Nemesis, right? That's something the deck is also capable of.
Being able to be unblockable. Well, let's go look at the sideboard here. We got 3 copies of Daunting Voidwalker, 2 copies of Force Negation, 2 Hydroblast, 2 Murktide Regent. Oh, no, sorry. This is, yeah, here we go. 2 Murktide Regent. I was shocked to see that in the Reanimator sideboard. 2 Dismember, 1 Brazen Borrower, 1 Null Rod, 1 Powder Keg, and 1 Unlicensed. Like I said, very surprised to see Murktide Regents, but what do you like in this matchup? How are we adjusting for Merfolk?
So definitely Powder Keg. That's one that's going to come in, considering that a lot of the Merfolk cards are just scatter around the 2 mana cost. It's funny you called it a Reanimator deck. It's and that's why it's surprising for you to see the Murktide region there. I think the number 1 step to the deck, even though we labeled it Dimir Reanimator, it really is a mid-range deck that happens to have a Reanimator plan. And that's why Murktide region is there. It's if you want to emphasize the mid-range plan even more, maybe go entirely without any kind of reanimation and take out a couple of those cards. In which case you would bring in like Voidwalkers, you would bring in Murktide Regent, you could bring in like an additional copy of Brazen Borrower or something. So that's a way to do it, and that's why Murktide Regent is there. I don't think this is the matchup for Murktide Regent. It's too easily like basically tapped down by Merfolk Trickster or something. And probably can't race quickly enough. But other than that, yeah, Powder Keg is a card I want to have. And then really not all that much. It's kind of rough, honestly. I'm not sure where you want to go here.
Plan, huh? Not trying to convert to any kind of mid-range stuff.
Like the thing is, mid-range is decent, but if you can't destroy a lot of your opponent's creatures, and I think this list doesn't even play any kind of like fatal push or something. I think there's nothing really
in the main deck, or sorry,
but this member is going to cost you dearly, right? So,
right. It's kind of black. We're Temur. We can pay black mana for it. It's just not that good.
I guess we could also play like 3 mana to get our Dark Banishing in. But I think Merfolk, as weird as it sounds, might actually be favored in the matchup. Actually, let's check out what Merfolk has in the sideboard.
Yeah, let's see what Nikachu has to work with in his sideboard. So we got 2 copies of Merfolk Trickster, 2 copies of Force of Negation, 2 Dismember, 2 Surgical Extraction, 2 Chalice of the Void, 2 Null Rod, 1 Wasteland, that completes the set, 1 Blue Elemental Blast, and 1 Hydro Blast. What do you like in the Rescaminator matchup?
Honestly, not really all that much. There's nothing that jumps out at me as like, oh yes, I definitely want this card. Like one of the traps is to board in too many graveyard hate cards. Like you could bring in surgicals, they are never exciting. The thing you want against this kind of mid-range reanimator deck is something that has like incidental graveyard hate. Like my prime example that nobody plays right now for a reason, I guess, because it's underpowered, is Scavenging Use, but also Unlicensed Hearse or anything that also works when you don't need to attack the graveyard in the first place. Pikachu doesn't really have anything like that. Of course, being mono blue, it's also kind of hard. So maybe just additional copies of Merfolk Trickster, so you can stop, let's say, the lifelink or the attack on Atraxa or the attack on Archon of Cruelty. If there's anything you want to take out in the first place, like I'm looking at the deck list right now, it's pretty straightforward. Maybe sometimes you take out Lords. I don't think this is the matchup where you take out Lords.
You like
could take out some Dismembers.
Yeah, they seem like fine. I mean, you have good ways to get past that. I don't know. I do like your call out of only making slight changes. Like maybe you want a few of the surgicals. Maybe instead of surgicals, you want forces in case that matters. But, with the mid-range plan, the ability to pivot a little bit, that kind of stuff might not be necessarily, you want to go super hard on it and load up on your combo hate, talking about Chalice, talking about force, talking about surgical, all that kind of stuff. You might actually just want to reach more for the tricksters and try to do this tempo thing where you just kill them instead. So that would actually make a lot of sense to me, shoring up the sideboarding a little bit. I do think there are a few cards you can trim on, and maybe the Dismembers are something you're not necessarily as interested in. But I can tell you what, Nikachu, the Merfolk master himself, he's going to have a plan. This is, this Reanimator deck's one of the more popular decks in the metagame, I assume. So I assume that whatever his plan for the matchup is, he's very familiar with it. And he has some intentional sideboarding going on with that. We'll see exactly how he decides to approach this matchup here in game number 2, having won game number 1 pretty decisively. Missing some reanimation effects was the Dimir Reanimator deck. And we'll see if he can get it done again.
It's kind of funny. A couple of weeks ago, I played in a paper tournament. I didn't do too hot. I was at the lower tables, and then I snatched a picture of the person playing next to me playing Merfolk, which I hadn't seen in so many years. And I sent it to my friend and was like, dude, this is how far down the table I am. Some people around me are playing Merfolk. And I look at Pikachu, making Merfolk like one of the, well, maybe not top tiers decks in the format. We're not there yet, but not only making it playable, but making it look very much playable. And I love
making it look effective against the best deck in the format, or at least one of the best decks in the format. I don't want to make any claims. We have new set. We have Outlaws of Thunder Junction. This is, I believe, one of the first legacy events with Outlaws of Thunder Junction. Certainly one of the paper legacy events with Outlaws of Thunder Junction legal. So things can always change, as we've seen with Legacy. new sets can cause some really big waves, and especially as the Magic Online starts to catch up with the paper meta game with cards being printed, like the Warhammer stuff that was missing for years, and we had 2 different meta games and stuff like that. Things took a minute to align. So I don't want to make any claims necessarily about best decks, but certainly one of the top contenders in the meta game. And Merfolk looks very convincing there in game number 1, even having a few things kind of go wrong.
You know what I never expected about Merfolk? Like, we're not playing Silver Gill Adept anymore. That card used to be the best deck in the entire, well, at least mono blue Merfolk version. And now it's not even there anymore. And I guess it makes a lot of sense, even though we do have a lot of Lords. Silver Gill Adept would probably get Bowmastered quite a bit, especially with the
just gets gone down. Out of it. Get a look at Silver Gill Adept. The exclusion not present in this Merfolk deck for Nikachu. In really either format. I do not think they were even in his modern deck. And yeah, again, Bowmaster is really probably the big one here, because the big thing with Silver Gill Adept is you could play it, you could copy it with Phantasmal Image, you could do stuff like that, get a bunch of extra cards, and most importantly, get a bunch of Merfolk material in play that you can pop up with your Lords. If all that's just getting picked off with Bowmasters immediately from the trigger, then that's a disaster, and the card no longer does what it is there to do, and is no longer worth including in your deck. And that's a really smart exclusion for Nikachu, the Merfolk Master himself, starting with Aether Vial, one of the best starts you can have. As here is an end of turn fetch for the Undercity Sewers. Going surveilling is Devin Slater.
Yeah, the other one in the long run is going to cause so many headaches for Devin. Like, all of a sudden, you have to constantly account for Hexcatcher, for additional Lords, even just like another creature coming down at the end of turn, Merfolk triggering your creature down. It's so much, and when you basically add it up, how much mana it adds over the course of like the first 5 turns or something, it's worth, like, I don't know, like, forget about Misha's Workshop, we got Etherwild in here. And that's exactly what you want to see on the first turn.
Forget about Mishra's Workshop. I think there's a lot of people that like to forget about Mishra's Workshop as either file number 2 entering the fray. And no second land. This is something we've seen pretty commonly with Nikachu's style setups, is just relying on Aether Vial to produce the mana. And like you said, can compete with some of the most powerful turn-over turn mana producers in the game's history. And part of what makes the powerful uncommon from Darksteel, I believe, originally printed, such an effective tool for Merfolk specifically, and really any of these decks that are very heavy on creatures that align at a specific spot on the curve. Talking about 2 mana, of course, able to just really double your mana production turn over turn. And also, grant a lot of your creatures flash and uncounterable, which matters in this format quite a bit.
Yeah, you know which card Devin wants to see here? He probably wants to see Powder Keg taking out both of the wilds.
Oh yeah, just get them both. That's pretty good. Second Undercity Sewers, that's both copies. So we mentioned, the Surveil lands being very strong presence in Modern there as we were covering the finals of the showdown that you just witnessed last round. Here, already getting it done in Legacy. This is round 1, and we're seeing 2 copies of tap lands in Legacy. You can even pick them up with days. So many tricks with these lands. Powerful.
Especially in a deck that already has like a Reanimator theme that also allows you to like clean a little bit more of your brainstorm. And even like in the mid to late game, you've been in those spots, right, where you both are in a top deck war and you top deck a fetch land. You're like, okay, the best I can do is like commit to thinning, I guess, if people want to even like ascribe some value to that. But now all of a sudden, like, okay, we can get some extra value. And getting some extra value here is Devin as he gets down his Troll of Khazad-dûn, animate dadding it into a 5/5.
Yeah, 5/5 can't be blocked except by 3 or more creatures. So I would argue mostly unblockable. I mean, if there's a deck that can block it, it's going to be this one. But at the same time, I'm not sure you really want to be blocking this one. We might just be entering full race mode, is Nikachu, as he has a handful of lords facing down the powerful 6 mana Swamp Cycler from Tales of Middle-earth. No second land still for Nikachu. Is that a Dismember in his hand? Oh my god, if this is Dismember, that's kind of disastrous.
Yeah, Dismember is going to give him a lot of value, and also like he's going to be able to explode onto the board, like even starting this turn, and especially on the next turn. It's kind of funny, like we talk about how great it is that these survey lands actually have the basic land type. Well, here it means that you also will enable Island Walk very soon for Nikachu. So the rare occasion where it actually
lords in the deck granting Island Walk mean all of his creatures are going to be unblockable, and it's going to be a pure race. And I'll tell you what, a pure race is exactly what Nikachu wants.
And that's already what he got. Like, he's going to get down probably like Lord of Atlantis that I saw on his hand at the end of turn. Then both wilds are going to be either on 2. Maybe one is going to take up to 3, which basically represents the Tidebinder. And yeah, what do we have here?
Oh, we're trickstering it. Vile on the beginning of combat. Trickster down the troll. Honestly, could do some cute stuff too with removing the need to block with 3 creatures if he wanted. Does not choose to do so. And in fact, Vile's in another Tide Shaper. So already up to 6 power of damage face up on the board right now. Now, of course, with 2 Viles, more of that can be represented. Get a look at the powerful Tremana Uncommon from the Dominaris that Flash.
Tap. Dude, he's got 2 lords in hand. That's so much damage next turn. You said 6? Yeah, make that more like 12 basically next turn.
It just doubles it. Yeah, it just doubles it. Right, face up doubles it if we choose to deploy both lords on our main phase, which I don't know if there's a reason to wait. Maybe Powder Keg is something you need to start to worry about.
Got 3 lands.
Like, so we drew another Lord of Atlantis. Oh, no.
He's got 4 lords. Like, he's gonna rain damage up on Devin like no tomorrow here. Like, the only thing, like, I'm not even sure if there's anything Devin can do other than Powder Keg. Like, Powder Keg would be the dream draw here, but even then we got a couple of one drops. Dude, this is an absolute nightmare for the Dimir Reanimator deck. Like, even if you were good to get a Traxa, it's probably gonna be too slow.
Yeah, here's the Orcish Bowmasters trying to do some blocking, and I think we're gonna wait till after blocks and go ahead and get the Orcish army to that way. It helps the backswing a little bit. You're now no longer under the pressure to get maybe this is before blocks. Not clear what the communication there was. We'll see as the life totals are updated just now, but did pick one of the lords and of course went to block, and it looks like before blocks we filed in our first copy of the Lord of Atlantis. Not interested in filing another one. Has a copy of Merfolk Trickster in hand. I think saving that one in case something like a Traxa comes down. We're going to be able to potentially just power straight through any kind of tricks that may exist. That way Nikachu doesn't open himself up to just dying.
The biggest trick that exists is just like deploying more lords and more lords. Like this is part of why people sometimes call it like the blue burn deck. You literally just get down a bunch of creatures and then you like throw as much damage at your opponent's face as you can, which Nikachu is very much doing this game. And it looks like, especially next turn with the Dismember in hand as well, it's just going to be lights out for Devin very soon.
Yeah, at this point, this is how you know he's ahead on life total. Lets the troll attack, lets Bowmasters and the Orcish army attack as well. Just takes it on the nose. I'll take all 7 points. What else you got? If it's nothing else, I think I got you checked. Here's a bunch of lords, and then we might be seeing that reign of lords that you mentioned start to come down as we have a vial activation on Instep. We'll see if Nikachu's interested in activating it. He's done a good job playing around the various tricks available in the Dimir Reanimator deck so far. Now is activating Vial, awaiting a response. Looks like there will be a response. Second copy of Orcish Bowmasters. Okay. Ping the Lord. We have a third copy of Orcish Bowmasters to pick off the Lord entirely. So played around triple Bowmasters has Nikachu. Well, here's another Lord. And it's Devin's dead. He picks him up.
Oh my god, dude, that was quite something. Like Devin thought like he could maybe string something together there, and Nikachu was just like, you know what, I could just get another Lord. Like I can type it.
I mean, when
Lords
you think about
all the
cards
way.
like Orcish Bowmasters, you think about how they should be very effective against these creature decks, right? Not only can you produce 2 blockers, you're doing some damage to these small creatures that have the potential to grow, but in general, you're trying to stymie that before it can get out of control, and just none of that happened. We drew 3 copies of Orcish Bowmasters, and we're just still immediately overwhelmed with the Merfolk army that Nikachu had assembled, and a convincing 2-0 victory for Nikachu, the Merfolk Master, now 2-0 in our Legacy trial. You mentioned, a Master can make the deck look top tier, and looking top tier it did there.
Dude, I got serious flashbacks to GP Columbus 2010. Let's hear in chat, like, anybody remember Coralhelm Commander tearing it up in Legacy? Coralhelm Commander, that used to be the card that I loved in the deck. But we're going to ask Nikachu about that. Apparently, he's coming to the booth like any moment now.
I mean, he's the Merfolk Master. I mentioned his thoughts on what you said, Coralhelm Commander. That's the level up one, right? How many years has it been?
Yeah, exactly. Also, Marrow Reachery, that's the one I love so much. Like, you can like, the thing is, like, a lot of tricks you can now pull for 1 less mana. And that's just like how it works in these decks now.
Well, we're going to be getting Nikachu, the Merfolk Master himself, into the booth so we can ask him kind of about not just his like match. We're going to ask about that certainly, but also the development of Merfolk over the years. If there's anybody that I'm sure has a long history of the Merfolk deck that has, I'll say, somewhat of a cult following in Magic's history. Lord of Atlantis, as you mentioned, a card in Alpha, something that people have been entranced by since Alpha, the ability to make these Merfolk unblockable and, kind of get through any blue blockers that could exist. I'd argue has had a cult following really since Alpha, and Nikachu been present for many, many of those years. Very interested in hearing his thoughts, not just on Merfolk, right now, but also at large as soon as we get him in the booth. Now that was round number 2 of our Legacy trial. I believe we have 8 rounds total. And then we have rounds. And then our semifinals, or quarterfinals, semifinals, finals. So we have quite a few more rounds of Legacy left to play today. So there's a lot more winning that needs to be done. We'll be bringing that a little bit after we get a chance to talk to Nikachu himself as we get things set up here shortly. But while we do that, make sure that if you are watching here and you like Legacy, you want to see more Legacy, you are following here on Twitch. Supporting paper coverage is very important. Having you here watching, having you here with us is very important to us, and it is important to paper coverage as we bring you some every single weekend that we can. And if you want to remove ads, as always, support us a little bit further. Do subscribe. This entire stream, this entire event is also brought to you by Ultimate Guard. Support Ultimate Guard and their products. You can find them in LGS near you, and their katana sleeves, when you can find them, sometimes they can be tough to find because they sell out quick, are some of the best sleeves in the market, and they're some of my favorites. I don't know how much where you're at, Julian. I don't know the presence of Ultimate Guard products, but they can be kind of hard for us to find because they just sell out so quick.
Oh, really? Is that a problem? I think Ultimate Guard is based in Europe, right? In Germany, even.
Oh my God! So you just have it easy. It's just
we have like
right
easy
there.
access, right? I go to the
they get on a
supermarket
train and it's right there. That's probably the problem.
Let's go to the Ultimate Guard aisle. Easy, take it.
Well, that's I'm jealous. I'll say that. Like I said, when Katanas debuted, I think it was like 2019. They're sleeves that I immediately tried to switch to as much as possible. Then, as they come in, I've like calling LGS is like, please, as soon as you get more Katanas, call me. Like, well, look, we can, man, but they sell out so quick. So that's been something that we've been dealing with. But they have provided us here at the NRG Series with product, and the top 16 for the showdown, and I believe for this Legacy trial as well, is going to get some products from NRG Series themselves on the house, as we have Nikachu, I believe, seated and set up. We can cut down to him. And Nikachu, congratulations! Able to take down Riskaminator in a convincing 2-0. Talk to me about your experience with Legacy Merfolk. I know you're the Merfolk master. Your decision to bring it today. Talk to me about the adjustments.
Yeah, so I played the deck pretty ritually last year because I was motivated to play some Legacy. I saw there was some potential there, but the problem was then they printed Bowmasters. That was just like absolute game changer. I'm telling you, like Mistcaller, Silver Gilladept, they're gold in this format. But then when 1 toughness creatures are soft banned, then I have to make major adjustments. Like I didn't play Legacy since last year, and it just so happens there's a Legacy open, so my adjustments, I have to gut all the toughness, 1 toughness creatures from the deck except Hexcatcher. And I want to add Tashanda's Tidebinder, because a lot of there's fetch lands, ETBs, activated abilities that you can get people with.
Yeah, I've already talked about, right, how much he broke my heart by like not playing Silver Gilladept anymore. I used to be a Merfolk player like 14 years ago. That was like my deck back then. I can't believe it's been this long. And like seeing you, who's basically the face of Merfolk, that's an awkward thing to say, I guess, cutting Silver Gilladept. That's just like, it felt so bad. Like, is it just like not doing it anymore, I guess? Drake even told me you're not even playing it in Modern anymore.
Yeah, it's just a huge tempo loss. You play for 2 mana, you draw a card, it dies to Bowmasters or some other like Lava Dart or anything. 1 toughness creatures are soft banned from Renin 6 and so on. And you can't come back. I'm dying in Modern with tons of cards in my hand. Same thing in Legacy. And what's interesting thing, though, I take out all the 1 toughness creatures, and all of a sudden, Orcish Bowmasters sometimes is really clunky. Like, they can't exchange with any creatures. Like, in that last match, my opponent has to play 2 Orcish Bowmasters to kill 1 Lord. And sometimes it might not be able to do it.
Game 2 ended with 3 Orcish Bowmasters in play, and I don't think they actually killed a single creature. So you're talking about these adjustments you made for these formats overrun with Orcish Bowmasters, and they certainly were. We saw that live in your last match, and you looked like your adjustments were incredible. Not only did they, really stop them from killing anything, but they weren't blocking, all the Island Walkers, Rashad and Dockhand having Island Walk, all that kind of stuff, able to still get through. So they weren't even able to line up blocks, much less pick off anything with the ETB. Looks like your adjustments are coming out big and looks really well set up to battle in an Orcish Bowmasters heavy Legacy metagame.
Yeah, I hope it works out like that. But still, I really like Silver Gilladept to help hedge the times I'm down a lot of cards with Force of Will. Force of Will, great card, of course, in this format, but not so good if I have no more cards left in my hand.
I guess it makes sense if you force a True Nemesis into play and you can ride it to victory, right? But I'm wondering, are you going to bring back the fan favorite? Are you going to bring back Coralhelm Commander at some point?
What?
Coralhelm Commander. So Julian's just going on. He has his cane. He's talking about Coralhelm Commander from like 2010 or something. He's just like, I want it back. I want to see it back. He's so old. And talk to me. I guess
we used to stream in black and white back then, but yeah.
It's not terrible. It's like a decent mana sink.
You can lie to him. It's okay.
You can be honest with the card. It's that anyway.
Yeah, if the games can go long, the card is pretty good. Unfortunately, not enough games go long in any of these formats that it's useful.
Yeah, unfortunately. I've heard that many times, and it's true. It's just I love the card so much. And yeah, we will see.
Thank you. Congratulations. You have plenty more Magic to play. Any final shout outs you want to make before you go and finish your battling the hero of Lord of Atlantis, I'd argue, Nikachu himself?
Yeah, shout out to the Merfolk community. Always taking some ideas. They're playing some of these formats ritually and like, okay, what's good here? What's bad? What do you feel is good? What do I have to be prepared for? Also, shout out to NRG Series. I'm here because of the coverage. Love the coverage. It's the reason to be
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We appreciate the praise. It's very much what we want to bring, and it is a love letter to the Magic community and the paper Magic community as well. Very happy to have you be a part of that and be a part of our event. Thank you very much. With that, I believe we actually can come back to the booth, and I think we have a game 3 for our backup match. So a little bit of a fair grind, unlike what we saw there with Nikachu and his Merfolk deck versus Rescaminator, where it was just a race to get the game over with as quickly as possible. And he mentioned games are over with very quickly. I think here in our backup, we have a little bit of a fair slog in Grixis Delver when Phillips wins side there on the left versus Connor Mullaly and his take on 5-color control, starting off with Carpet of Flowers, one of the better cards against Delver, right?
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Kana's actually playing a main deck Carpet of Flowers here. Like, that tells you everything you need to know about the Legacy meta game right now. The card is just like so good, especially against Devin, if you can get it on the first turn, that it gets Force of Will turn 1 quite regularly. And as we see here, it even enables a turn 2, basically a cycled Uro. And I don't hate the days on that. Basically, it's countering the ability to draw an extra card, to get the land down, to even get the life total. So it makes a lot of sense. You also get the surveil on that on. And I think in the long run, you're not going to be able to daze all that much anyway, considering that there's a Carpet of Flowers in play. So I think that's a quite solid play that people don't make often enough, which is dazing just like an Uro from hand.
Getting any value of days at all. And of course, with no islands, you're picking up an island. So theoretically, the carpet is somewhat mitigated by the fact you're just picking up your own island, assuming the game is going to progress and you're going to play more lands and things of that nature.
Probably going to be a wasteland.
Literally has a wasteland in hand. Could play that if he wants to mitigate it further, do some wastelanding of his own, leave him with no islands, keep attacking with Dragon's Rage Channeler, but which is not yet upgraded. I think we're going to try to make that happen with this Ponder. Have that pulled forward, and it is going to be Ponder. Surveil Trigger coming.
Okay. Yeah, makes also sense. Like, you're basically deciding between you want to gamble on like kind of maybe being like mana screwed, which doesn't really happen all that often. Like, I've fallen into the trap plenty of times where I handicapped my own development early on because I felt like, oh, that's how you get these like big mana 5-color decks, right? The thing is, they play so many lands. Like, oh, whoa, this is 29 lands, but it's a Yorion deck, but that's still quite a lot. So it doesn't really happen all that often. Like, if you had some more pressure, then I'd like the Wasteland more, but just getting the Ponder down to grow your Dragon Rage Channeler into a 3/3, that's great. And there comes the Hydro. One of the most beautiful artworks, by the way, in all of Magic. Love that one so much.
Foglio artwork taking down the Dragon's Rage Channeler. Very much an old versus new, as Garfield intended. That blue mana made off Carpet of Flowers. You see Connor pointing that out as Phillips looked at Connor's mana. None was tapped. Carpet of Flowers doing some work, able to get that done. And we're going to buy Yorion as a special action. Can't daze that one. Will Connor, and back to Phillips we go.
But there's also a Hydroblast in the main deck. Like, this could technically be a game 1.
Well, we're in game 3, so we have sideboard. I assume there's some Hydroblasts in the sideboard. There is an extra one. So we just got some of the main deck. I mean, you have 40 cards or whatever you get. Sorry, you have 80 cards? Yeah, 80 cards. That's math. You have 80 cards with your Yorion. You can include some sideboard cards in your main deck. You have cantrips to find them. And honestly, that's something that when I've been watching Legacy recently, it doesn't seem like there's a consensus among these up the beanstalk decks. They're kind of all lumped under these 4-color control, 4-color beanstalk control, whatever you want to call it. But it looks like there's a big divergence on the archetypes. Talk to me about the pros and cons, especially in like matchups like this, of being the Yorion deck or not.
So here's the thing to go very quickly over it. That's some kind of consensus, which is basically you should not play Yorion. And you should play basically the 4-color version that doesn't play red. I don't know which kind of like shard, dragon, whatever. We have names for the 4-color version.
Nephilims? I think we're going.
Yeah, exactly. After Nephilims, I don't know, but that's kind of like the consensus. You basically play like Buck White, as I would call it, and you don't play red because Red Blast is not very good in a format that dominated so heavily by Black, by Grief, by Bowmaster, and all that stuff. You will often find yourself not being able to do anything with your Red Blast. Of course, that comes at the cost of not being able to play 4th Erlingas. And now here we got Connor, who is like saying, all of you guys are wrong. We do play red. And not only do we play red, we play 5-color altogether, and we play Yorion. So Connor is out here to like completely destroy the received wisdom of the time. And maybe he's going to prove us all wrong. We will see. I'm always open to play us playing something different from what's the established standard. And of course, he's gonna get the 4th Erlingas, and he's gonna get, I would guess, some Red Blast. The thing is, he's only got 2 Red Blasts aside.
We got Fable the Mirror Breaker. Yeah, we got Fable.
Okay, that's quite greedy. He's playing.
That's greedy. He's got Carpet. It solves all the problems.
He plays Fable of the Mirror Breaker in this deck? No way.
He's got 2 of them.
No, that's impossible.
That's impossible.
Oh, you're right. He's playing 2 copies of Fable. Okay, yeah, that's greed to look. Okay, dude, I'm all for that. Like, I hate playing against these super greedy decks, but I love seeing like people going way over the top and being like, no, and I also want 2 Fable of the Mirror Breaker and a large Up the Beanstalk and yada yada, all that kind of stuff. This is some like Up the Beanstalk. We haven't even talked about that card because the card is so good that people made a meme deck that cascades into Up the Beanstalk in Legacy, and then it turned out to be actually playable. So that tells you everything you need to know about that card.
A powerful turn here from Phillips. Deployed a Murktide Regent, a 6/6 off the bat. Also deployed a Tormod's Crypt alongside, his Murktide Regent. Can actually do some tricks with that to exile some instant sorceries, grow Murktide Regent if he wants. Kind of greedy. I assume he's going to want to pick off this Uro that is in Connor Mullaly's graveyard and is going to wait on that. Doesn't have to worry about it being escaped quite yet. And did have a little judge call there. Not clear what he was asking about. A lot of little micro interactions that come up with Tormod's Crypt. So it could be anything. As here comes Lorraine revealed hard cast thanks to the mana from Carpet of Flowers.
You know what Connor's also playing? He's playing, I think, a copy of Eagles of the North. Like, dude, at this point, I'm not convinced that this is just the cards I own deck. That happens to be like a proper
There's
archetype.
2 solitudes. He's just making the numbers up. Just rolling some dice, seeing what the numbers make sense. As here comes Swords to Plowshares, the very powerful 1-mana spell, iconic also from Alpha, coming down to answer the Modern Horizons 2 Blue Dragon. Exile it goes. 6 life points coming Phillips' way. He cracks Tormod's Crypt. That takes care of Uro. And a great turn for Connor. 3 cards from the Lord Revealed. Cast the Swords to Plowshares. Did not get dazed or anything. Resolved right away. And back to Phillips' empty board. Connor reloaded on cards. Phillips needs some help here.
Yeah, and a lot of help he actually does need, because Connor has got so many ways to just pull ahead in the game, right? He's going to find some kind of Uro, maybe even just like Triumph of St. Catherine. He's got Yorion in hand to even just like get a big creature out there at some point. And as soon as he finds Up the Beanstalk, Phillips is fighting such an uphill battle that I'm not sure he's going to be able to like come back against it unless he finds some kind of pressure that he needs to get down. I mean, that's the age-old game, right, of tempo against control. If you can kill them while they have 7 cards in hand, it doesn't really matter how many cards they could have their entire deck in hand. But if you don't, then they're slowly but surely going to grind you out of their additional value as you end up drawing just like a couple of creatures that at best trade 1 for 1 and usually don't when Up the Beanstalk is involved. We're going to try to Wasteland Connor out, might as well. Not really casting all that much other than that. But
Carpet of Flowers solving a lot of Connor's primary gameplay. You see him point to that, making 2 mana. Lots of cards to work with. Is number 6 on our leaderboard, Connor Mullaly, somebody well known here on the NRG series, part of the RIW crew. You can see him in a nice little RIW polo there. A lot of their crew does come out to our events, and Connor, an ex-player of the year, I believe 2022, but I could be wrong. Is there is Triumph of St. Catherine cast once again using some of the mana off Carpet of Flowers. That makes 5 mana, 1 mana left to pay for days. And there's a very powerful 5/5 life linking creature from the Warhammer 40k set. Relatively new to Magic Online. A lot of stink about that one not being there.
Yeah, and that's basically a win condition in itself. Even if it doesn't like kill Phillips right away, even just the life gain and the inability of Phillips to race it makes it so that, once again, unless you already have some kind of established board presence, it doesn't even matter if you're able to, throw 2 burn spells at Triumph of St. Catherine to maybe get it temporarily off the board. So I think the only way for Phillips to still take this is to maybe get another big Murktide and hope that Connor... I can't even tell you like which kind of hand you could construct that Connor would be holding here that Phillips can beat, which is always like the roughest position, because even if like when you're behind, you try to construct the opponent's hand in a way that you can still win and then play accordingly. But right now, I even struggle for like come up with any kind of sequence of cards that Connor could have drawn over the last couple of turns that allow Phillips to win the game. And Phillips was just like digging deeper and deeper and not finding anything. I would guess he's gonna find like a lot of like dazes, maybe more wastelands, apparently also more cantrips.
And cantrips not so good. I mean, thankfully no bowmasters or anything present in the game right now. That would be pretty problematic, resolving all these cantrips. I believe 3rd brainstorm of the game. But we see, I mean, the 5/5 white life-linking creature, actually a pretty big problem for the Delver deck. I think we see Pyroblast and Lightning Bolt, 2 very traditional removal spells present in the red decks in Legacy. Neither of them answer Triumph of St. Catherine.
Both of those decks, cards like an all-time low when it comes to like the value that you're going to get out of them in Legacy right now. So not surprised that Phillips just like passing here. It's basically killing you on the inside, right? You have 2 cards that don't really do anything. You just play the brainstorm. Yes, you're going to get the fetch line off, but you need something. And right now, you better need like 2 or 3 copies of that, something that you're going to draw. I'm not sure that's going to happen here. So Connor in a great position.
Yeah, and then he can continue. Remember, we picked up Yori, and so like that could be a big, large flying blocker. Now that one does get answered by Pyroblast, but if we spend all of our resources trying to get this Triumph St. Catherine into play, just for it to trigger, go back into your deck, that's a pretty brutal sequence. You ideally like to find a way to get it gone for good, or just have it checked with something like a Murktide Regent, where it can no longer attack. But Murktide Regent, very susceptible to counter source plowshares, really looks like he's surgically developed his game plan to answer everything Philip's got going on, from the Carpet of Flowers to the Triumph of St. Catherine to having the Swords of Plowshares and stuff for the Murktide Regents. This looks to be a pretty good setup for Connor here in game 3, as these players are still battling it out for who will win round number 2 between the Legacy Classic of Grixis Delver and the relative newcomer, I'd say, of the Beanstalk Control, 5-color control type archetype. Like you said, Connor the Greed Master, diverging from all the control decks. So I don't want to say it's like an established. I think it's a newcomer, I'd say.
But the thing is, like, if you can escape from the first, like, let's say 4 turns without any kind of real damage, like, I mean, look at Connor, he's sitting at 22 after 4 turns. Like, what is this? And you're going to make it so hard for the Grixis Delver to ever come back. Like, people sometimes try, like, funny stuff. It doesn't really work, like having Blood Moons in the sideboard or something. That's not really a thing. And that's part of why these 4 or 5 color decks are somewhat frustrating at times, because even if you want to beat them, there's nothing you can really like put in your sideboard in Legacy that's at least somewhat reasonable that makes you a lot better against them. I mean, that's how it often works against control decks. Like sometimes people play like Winter Orb or stuff, or try to get there with like creatures that like True Name Nemesis. But all of that, not that great in Legacy in the first place, and also not that great against 4-color control decks, especially not against the deck playing Carpet of Flowers, I would guess. But
yeah, yep. I would certainly imagine the Carpet of Flowers solving a lot of Connor's problems, as Phillips does cast Orcish Bowmasters, maybe a little late to the party, as Connor has already resolved Lorraine Revealed and Earl, all these kinds of things. And an Orcish Bowmasters still on end step after Phillips cast his is just about the disaster scenario, right? One of the best answers, as the adage goes, to Orcish Bowmasters is your own Orcish Bowmasters. And that clearly seems to be what Connor is going for here. We'll see if Phillips has any response.
Yeah, I guess that was one of the ways for Phillips to try and still get back into the game, is to catch Connor like on a brainstorm, to grow your own orc army and eventually grow it bigger than the Triumph of St. Catherine. But that's rather wishful thinking. I guess that actually was one of the lines that he could have hoped for developing. Of course, it didn't. And now we
have to stifle the Bowmaster's trigger to keep your own around. That does stop the Orc army from coming around, but now any additional drawing that you do will come at a tax of losing your Bowmasters, and that's still a tough spot to be in. I mean, we can bolt it down, but then we've traded Stifle and the Bolt just to keep our own cards around. Still a good exchange for Connor, who's very ahead in cards right now. We'll see how Phillips is going to progress. It's going to be Dragon's Rage Channeler. I see Artifact Creature, Instant Land. That's Delirium. That is a 3/3 flying Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Yeah, if we can get 4 more copies of those, maybe we can start trying to race the
he needs red mana for the 4 copies of those. Racing Triumph of St. Catherine, notably very difficult, as it is a 10-point life swing between the 5 damage it deals and the 5 life linking points it gives you back. Very difficult card to race, as here comes a Lightning Bolt on Orcish Bowmasters. To the graveyard from the Surveil goes Scalding Tarn. An attack for 2, down to 23. Goes Connor, still not even back at the starting life total as we move back to Connor's turn.
No, I actually figured it out. So these Grixis Delver decks, actually, they need to splash white so they can play Pacifism on this Triumph of St. Catherine. That's how you deal with it.
Pacifism. Wow, yeah. The new hot Legacy deck. There has to be like a 1-mana Pacifism that works. There's no way actual Pacifism is the best thing you have going on.
I'm actually trying to think about something. Is that like something Chained to the Rock or that?
Yeah, there you go. Chained to the Rocks, Enchant a Mountain. Wait, that exiles. That's not a Pacifism.
we're slowly going
to Source of Plowshares. What are we talking about?
Okay. So, dude, Hardcast, Solitude, another lifelinker. This is the lifelink deck, and that's definitely not where you want to be when you're up against when you're playing against a tempo deck against this. I even was going to talk about
like how pretty good against Delver across history. Adding more, strong.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think Phillips has seen enough days with the Carpet of Flowers in play, Wasteland with Carpet of Flowers in play, and Pyroblast doesn't answer any of these white creatures. Really showcases Connor's plan for the Grixis Delver matchup being very effective. These white creatures, these enchantments that solve your mana problem, very difficult for Grixis Delver to get off the board. And Connor, took a little while, but was able to execute a very convincing victory over Grixis Delver there in game number 3.
I wonder how much we're going to see of the deck going forward. Like it's somewhat taxing to play at times because you usually play very long games, and even though you won at some point, you still have to like convert it into a win, which sometimes is a bit mentally draining. But I definitely want to say these kinds of usually 4-color decks are a fan favorite. Now seeing Connor like play 5 colors, I'm not surprised. That's just like the natural progression of Greed and Legacy. If we could play a 6th colors, people would sometimes do that. So we will see how I guess Modern Horizons 3 hasn't been fully spoiled yet, right? Or at all. So maybe there's going to be a 6th color.
Just a few leaks, I think.
Yeah.
Well, either way, that will do it for round number 2 of our Legacy trial. We will be back here very shortly with round number 3 in our Legacy 5K trial. These players and Connor, number 6 on our leaderboard, now advancing to 2-0, is going to be looking to pick up some extra points. Of course, looking for his qualification to the NRG Champs. And if you want to qualify for the NRG Champs and you're not at this event, well, it's already too late. But you can find yourself in Indianapolis in May, where we will be as well for another 10K Modern Showdown. We had one of those just earlier this morning, won by Dominic Harvey. If you want to be interviewed, you want all of the glory and the goodies that come with winning a showdown, find yourself in Indy that Saturday 10K Showdown. It's a double showdown weekend, though. Sunday, grab your friends, and you can play Standard, Modern, Pioneer for a 10K team showdown where the entire finals will qualify for the NRG Champs. And of course, all the winners will qualify for the champs. The entire finals will qualify for the regional championship. So a lot of invites on the line for that weekend. And then if you can't make that event, and there's still one more in season 1, you can find yourself in St. Louis in June for a 10K Pioneer Showdown. Going to get to play some high stakes Pioneer. Again, the winner will go to the NRG Champs. The entire top 4 of these showdown events does qualify for the regional championship, along with many other points and money and goodies that come with that. And then on Sunday is a Modern trial. If you can't get enough of the Modern action, there will be a 5K Modern trial akin to this Legacy one we are covering now. So plenty of season 1 left to play. If you want to punch your ticket to the NRG Champs, it's not too late. And these events are going to be great events. And I expect to see Connor among many other people at those events as well. So make some plans, make it out Indianapolis into St. Louis, May and June, respectfully. And like I said, that'll do it for round number 3. We're going to take a quick break, and then we will be back for round number 2. We'll be back for round number 3 very shortly. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Good morning, wherever you're coming from. We're here with round number 3 of the Legacy 5K trial, brought to you by the NRG Series, which is sponsored by Ultimate Guard. Our top 16 competitors, along with the listed prizes that we showed you last round, we'll be getting some awesome Ultimate Guard swag as well. And obviously, we have much more Legacy left to play, including this round, where we're going to be featuring something old, something new, and definitely something blue as far as Legacy is concerned. Some Rakdos combo versus Grixis Delver. I'm joined here with the expert, Julian. Talk to me about these decks and what we're going to be seeing here very shortly.
Dude, we're going through the deck list, and I remember before the tournament, you told me, Caleb Durwood actually recently played the Welder deck. And I was like, no, the Welder deck, that's Painter, right? And I was like, I'm not too sure. I think he only played Welder. And now we arrive here at round 3, and we see the deck that Daniel Root is playing, and whoa. This is basically Painter. We removed all the bad cards, like Painters and Grindstones, and we fully commit to the Welder. You fully commit to the Welder plan. I think once we're going to have that on screen, people will have a lot of cards to read. There's even like some new cards that I had to read. I've seen the Pip-Boy 3000. Hands up in chat if you know what that one does. I guess I do now. This deck list, I would say, it's all over the place, and I mean that in the most positive way possible. And I mean, that's also why we're putting it on stream right here, right?
So Daniel Rude, yeah, his take of Rakdos combo, which I think you called it out correctly, is more or less a welder deck. You're playing all 8 welders. You're playing 4 Goblin Welder, 4 Goblin Engineer, the kind of welder riff that existed in Modern Horizons, as well as a bunch of Agatha's Soul Cauldron. So that works with the Phyrexian Devourer, a card we talked about a little bit before the broadcast. Haven't really gotten a chance to talk about too much. We can bring that one on screen when it becomes relevant, but does kind of a combo with Agatha's Soul Cauldron and your welders and things like that for some combo kills out of nowhere. And so you have this ability to grind with Urza's Sagas and Welders, or you have the ability for a combo kill with the Agatha's Soul Cauldron stuff and the Phyrexian Devourer stuff. So a relative newcomer to Legacy, featuring some new cards, and in the case of Pip-Boy 3000, some cards that aren't even on Magic Online. So this might be something you could really only see in action here on Paper Magic coverage. And of course, we'll be playing against John Bender and his take on Grixis Delvers. These players are getting shuffled up and actually are already ready to go. John Bender starting out the iconic Underground Sea into Delver of Secrets. Danny Rude there on your left with the new take of Welder and Painter, whatever the evolution is. Going to start off with Bloodstained Mire and Lotus Petal. Very pretty Lotus Petal.
No, at this point, if I'm Daniel, I'm putting down the Storm counter to put the fear into John.
It's already announcing Storm count. All right, yeah, I'm dead. Grab your Underground Sea. Here comes Dark Ritual, Tendrils of Agony. Not quite, as here is Basic Mountain and a nod of the head from John Bender.
Yeah, I have no idea which kind of wild ride Danny is going to take us on. I'm all for that. I want to explore that. There's even like stuff like the random 3 copies of Broadside Bombardiers in here, which kind of like feels like a card that's, well, if anything goes wrong and all of our synergies break down, we can still go to the face and like hit for a ton of damage, which is even funnier when you involve like super expensive cards like Phyrexian Devourer. I hope we're going to see that one in action. But for now, it's only going to be Bowmasters taking out Java and asking John, do you have days? You don't? Okay, then we I guess made up for the card disadvantage of
brutal. Yeah, you want to talk about a days check? That's quite the days check. Turn 1 Lotus Petal into Orcish Bowmasters, has to use the pedal to power it out, but what a way to start the game off. Able to pick off Delver of Secrets before it can flip into Insectile Aberration with the ETB trigger. Now has 2 power in play, and Brainstorms come at a massive cost for the Grixis Delver deck, who is just going to deploy a Underground Sea and pass back to Daniel Rude. Has to be excited to see that. And of course, a little bit Wasteland resilient is Daniel Rude with his Mountain.
Yeah, and from John's side, just dropping down another Underground Sea. Looks like he doesn't have access to red mana. So at this point, I'm feeling really good on Daniel's side of the board. If I can find more lands, I got the Urza Saga. That's gonna like definitely facilitate my game plan. Could be a Goblin Engineer coming down, and then I have no idea what you put in the graveyard from there. But I think Daniel, considering that he's got a stack in. No, I thought. Okay, sorry. I thought he had a stack in hand. So, as in searching with a.
Right. I was saying, when you play just Underground Sea Go, I feel like on your radar has to immediately be Orcish Bowmasters. This is what the format's about after all, and able to flash in his own and then trade off Orcish Army tokens with a Goblin Welder follow up. So this actually might have been a little bit of a bait from Daniel Rude.
Great choice here. Like you trade off your card that already did a lot of damage to the opponent, and then you get the most important centerpiece of your deck down, which otherwise would be very, very vulnerable to the Bowmasters here. But then you're ready to untap, and now you could, deploy. You've got everything in the world open to you. You can just like go down the construct route, try to race in a fair game. If you end up happening like another artifact, you could try to get some big Chaos Defiler into play if you happen to have Goblin Engineer, but John still has to pass the turn, and it looks like John actually found some red mana. Probably deploying, I would guess, either like a removal spell on the Welder or his own copy of Dragon Rage. Yeah, makes sense.
All right, so a little bit extra of pressure coming down, as here the Urza Saga will roll up to 2. This deck, more so than others, looks to be primarily an Urza Saga deck. I mean, looking to win with the constructs alongside the potential for Goblin Welder shenanigans. Now, we do need another land if we want to start making constructs right away. It is going to be a swamp. So we have the basic swamp to pair with our mountain, and here comes Fable of the Mirror Breaker. No days for turn 1 Bowmasters, no days now either. Thumbs up from John Bender, and we have Fable of the Mirror Breaker first chapter resolving.
Okay, that's going to be something. Next turn, we're going to get the ultimate of the Saga going, which from what we've seen could either find like additional mana sources or it could find Pip-Boy 3000, which is a card I couldn't have named better. I guess that's from Fallout anyway. And we already talked about this right before the game, Drake, right? Because I feel like Pip-Boy is not there yet with regards to legacy power levels, but you made a good point that it can also untap your Saga if you happen to find a second one and then like make additional copies of constructs. But I mean, I feel like that's a lot to ask for. I don't think that's the line that we can afford to go for here, considering that we are under some pressure at least. So I'm
maybe not so good
excited
in this matchup. Probably a little bit, more focused on either, the draw discard to power up your welders, or, obviously multiple saga draws, which we're certainly not at yet. No Shadow Spear is certainly an interesting choice. I believe the targets for third chapter include Lotus Petal, Mox Opal, and of course the Pip-Boy 3000. I'm not sure what. Oh, Haywire might as well. That one's in the creature section, so easy to miss there. But a few options, and overall, it looks like Mox Opal more often than not probably the card you want to grab, just to set your mana up a little bit better in order to continue to weld things in and out of the graveyard. But Dragon Ridge Channeler alongside Lightning Bolts does mean that Daniel Rude's board more or less gone. Still has that Goblin Shaman token available. Of course, from the Showdown winners last year. Got to see them at last year's NRG Championship. Their tokens still getting plenty of use thanks to the Fable of the Mirror Breaker showing up now in both rounds we've commentated of Legacy action here as fourth land fetched for John Bender, access to a second red mana. Only 2 cards left in hand. Murktide looks to be among them. Is it Murktide
It's
time?
definitely going to be Murktide here.
Okay.
We were missing Delirium, so there was no point in attacking with Dragon Rage Channeler first. I think we were still missing something like a Ponder to try to get some extra damage here. We're going to make the Murktide here big enough to close the game quickly-ish, if that's a word. And Daniel, not too happy. Like, I think the card that Daniel definitely wants here is the one of Ensnaring Bridge that he's got in the deck. It's going to be tough to find that one. We're probably going to need a Goblin Engineer to put in the graveyard. I mean, you can always naturally draw it, but these are not the powers that are ever present, I guess. Daniel trying to figure out whether he wants to make a construct.
I think we're resolving the second chapter of Fable first. So we actually have 2 triggers here from our various sagas. So we have second chapter of Fable the Mirror Breaker, an option to discard some cards and draw some cards. And then, of course, the third chapter from Urza's Saga. Looks like we chose the float mana. No constructs made through this entire process. And searching we go with Urza's Saga. Few targets available, like I mentioned. We'll see exactly where Daniel wants to go.
Might even be a Lotus Petal. Yeah, and actually ends up being a Lotus Petal because we are pretty, like, if you don't make a construct, then the Mox Opal is not going to be turned on for a very long time. And, like, when you look at this, what you're facing down, yes, John doesn't have Delirium yet, and it's just a 1/1 Bowmaster that you could technically block, I guess. But this looks to spiral out of control really quickly. Like, even just a Ponder could send the Dragon Ridge Channeler to the air very quickly. And I think on Daniel's side of the board, we can't really see what he's got in hand. He obviously didn't really want to use the second chapter here. I think he's got the Might. Is that a Might? I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's got... I mean, clearly has something, right? He didn't want to discard any cards to the Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Has some cards he wants to cast. And we will see what we're doing here. I believe okay. So we resolved them in the other order. They both tick up to get the counter, and then I think the triggers go on the stack, and you order them at that time. And obviously, Daniel's going to know how that works. Having more sagas in his deck than probably any other Legacy deck has that figured out. Chaos Defiler going to hit the bin, and there is Ensnaring Bridge, like you called out, from the floating mana from Urza's Saga. 2 lands tapped, doesn't have to use his Lotus Petals, which is a very big bonus as well. Now his hand mostly cleared, that Murktide locked down, and there is Ensnaring Bridge. Creatures with power greater than the number of cards in your hand can't attack. And of course, the Poemasters did get a trigger thanks to the Saga. So now the Orcish army is back. Here comes a Ponder and a Surveil from Dragon's Ridge Channeler.
You know what I love? Actually, I love that Danny decided to discard for the second chapter here, knowing that that's going to give a token to John and also a ping of damage, which, by the looks of it, I think went on the Shaman there. Maybe he expected something. I don't know. And Daniel already knew if this bridge is going to resolve, then it doesn't really matter. And then I'd rather draw an extra card. Or maybe he actually ended up drawing the Ensnaring Bridge off the extra card he drew off the Fable. We can't really say. But right now, this is the perfect spot. And let me actually take a look at the deck list of John, because they don't always play. Looks like there's no Bounce Spell in here.
Yeah, no bounce spell. Molten Collapse, kind of the card you would use, but Ensnaring Bridge, a 3-mana card, and Force of Will drawn off of, I think, the Blind Ponder. A little late to the party, as here is Reflection of Kiki Jiki, who can be added to the mix here. And now this Ensnaring Bridge, a really big problem for the Grixis Delver deck. Usually when you're under Ensnaring Bridge or something alike, if you can't Force of Will it, you got to hope that you've gotten enough damage through the beginning of the game in order to use bolts and things of that nature to kind of burn out your opponent. Going to be kind of hard to do here.
Yeah, I think John's best bet here is for Daniel not to be able to resolve all of his spells and eventually like being stuck with cards in hand, which is so unlikely. So I'm not sure. Yeah, he's like, do you even want to attack here? You got 2/2s.
Yeah, you have to like attack with the 1/1 and then upgrade it. As here's an Entomb, I believe, on end step. So this one, two copies of Entomb complement the Goblin Engineers for ways to get artifacts in your graveyard. And I believe additionally there's a Phyrexian Dragon Engine as a thing you can just get to unearth. As like if you just want to get something started. And that may be the direction that Daniel wants to go. We'll see exactly what his intent is there.
I would guess. I mean, if you have to sacrifice your Lotus Petals to get the Phyrexian Dragon Engine down, you might end up in a spot where you actually have to pass where the opponent's able to attack. Might not be the end of the world considering that we're still at 18, but maybe we're just going to do it anyway we're going to do it anyway because we want to get rid of the Entomb in our hand. So, there's actually a combo in here. We talked about this, that usually the deck plays Painter and Grindstone, but Daniel's like, no, we don't play these bad cards. We play the good cards in Legacy, which apparently are Phyrexian Devourer and Walking Ballista. So what you can do here is you can put Phyrexian Devourer and Walking Ballista in your graveyard. Then eventually you need to find Agatha's Soul Cauldron. So you remove both of those cards and put like +1/+1 counters in any creatures. Doesn't really matter. I guess you could even like hardcast the Walking Ballista, then you only need to use the Soul Cauldron once. What you need is you need a creature that has the ability of Walking Ballista to ping the opponent, and you need a creature that has the Phyrexian Devourer ability, which is a little bit more complicated, but basically comes down to you get to put tons of +1/+1 counters on it as you exile the top of your library. And since you don't copy the clause of having to sacrifice the creature once it reaches a certain power, you can just like grow a really big Walking Ballista and shoot at your opponent's face. And depending on how
it looks like we're stopping that from happening. John Bender, Force of Willing. He has Agatha's Soul Cauldron, which does enable the combo you just mentioned, Phyrexian Devourer, and then a Walking Ballista if you need it. Of course, the Phyrexian Devourer can just make a pretty large creature an attack if you want to just do it that way, although it does come at the cost of a chunk of your deck. So a little bit of a weird card, like you said. But John Bender not messing with it, has his Force of Will with his 5th mana thanks to the Wasteland that is left uncracked. And now rumbling across the red zone with a delirious Dragon's Rage Channel. No, he's not. Too many cards in hand for Daniel Rude. And back over to Daniel we go. And John Bender, I mean, doing a good job stopping himself from getting comboed out. With the trigger on the stack for Saga, he's going to Wasteland it. There is an opportunity to do that before it can even be tapped for mana, because it does not yet have the ability to tap for mana, as there's a trigger when it enters the battlefield. So second copy of Saga gone for Daniel, but no rush, as Ensnaring Bridge keeping him safe over these many turns. And now
this is going to be rough.
A lot of trouble.
So basically, John already spent a Lightning Bolt, so there's like 3 extra copies of Lightning Bolt. Let's say that's like 3 damage, and then you got 9 damage, so you got 3 more copies of Bowmaster, so that's 12 damage. So theoretically, your deck can produce 12 points of reach, which is like far from enough, and you're probably also not going to draw all of these cards anyway. But that's what you're on. You try to like stifle Daniel's mana development, and maybe you're going to get a hit in here and there. You already need that anyway, right? Because you don't have to reach. But you're at a point where I could see John conceding just because he needs to win 2 more games after this. But I also don't fault him for playing it out, because also Daniel's deck looks really weird, and you'd rather get a little bit more information about it.
Yeah, a little smile from John as Phyrexian Devourer is the card put in the graveyard, as you mentioned, a card that is strange and really only shows up when your opponent's up to no good. And up to no good is Daniel indeed. Did choose to make a copy of the Goblin Shaman token on end step, and then cast Entomb, which did get a Daze from John, paid with the Lotus Petal in order to grab this Phyrexian Devourer. And now that token that was made on end step does not get exiled until the beginning of the next end step, so it can attack with it. Gonna get blocked by Murktide, but does make a treasure for its trouble. So basically got his Lotus Petal back.
It's actually kind of, I was going to say, like, yeah, I guess you trade for the Lotus Petal. Actually, you don't really.
Yeah, get it back.
This is like the chess equivalent, where you feel like you get to grab a pawn, but like 4 moves down, you get to regain the pawn, and it didn't really win anything.
and not winning anything. It seems to be John's board state here as he goes into the tank post-draw step. Molten Collapse not solving a ton of problems. Second copy of Dragon's Rage Channeler and second copy of Murktide Regent among the mix. And I think we might be just thinking about ways out of this Ensnaring Bridge in his deck. Not a ton that we see on the deck list now. We'll see if he can come up with some kind of plan.
In the main deck, there's literally nothing. There's nothing we can do about that.
Well, if we can find a way to get Daniel to have 2 cards. So John Bitter does have a single copy of Broadside Bombardiers, and he can attack with it and fling a Murktide at his opponent. And then we're talking about a big damage chunk, and then maybe the remaining lightning bolts do make up. But you need to find a way to attack with some 2-power creatures. There's some problems involved, and it would involve Daniel, like if he does the Phyrexian Dragon Engine thing, drawing a bunch of lands that he can't get rid of. Right? Like there's some things that need to go right, I think, for you to make this happen, and you do need to find the copy of Broadside Bombardiers, now present in both of those decks, before you die. Not a lot going on for Daniel, but we'll see what John does come up with. As here's a copy of Orcish Bowmasters. That will ping the Goblin Shaman, the original Goblin Shaman. Use Molten Collapse to take care of the Reflection of Kiki Jiki. Too much shenanigans going on there. And here comes a copy of Dead Gone, going after the Bowmasters.
I love that Daniel just looked at this deck and he decided, you know what this deck needs? 3 copies of Dead Gun. Which, first of all, you think, what's the synergy here? I don't even get it. It's just it
has a high CMC for Devourer. Is that something that you are ever sensitive to?
Okay, once we start looking into that,
I don't know. I'm just saying, there's some merit when we're talking about the split card nature of it. It does pick up Murktide Regent. That could be a pretty hard card for a mono red, or even just like a red black. It's very light on black to answer.
Basically, I guess the idea is that it's an auto Lage. If that ever happens to be the deck you're sitting across from, so I can see it. You traditionally in these spots, the painter decks would play Lightning Bolt, but I very much see that. I mean, what Daniel is trying to do there with the Dead Gun. I just it feels like such a random card to include and then go really hard on it, but it makes sense when you think about that. Merit Lage, all these decks are reasonable legacy decks, so you happen to have some main deck insurance against those.
Second copy of Murktide Regent does come down, and that one's going to be a 4/4. Notably, I believe we have missed the triggers on the other Murktide Regent to grow it even bigger, which doesn't matter. Obviously, neither of them are attacking underneath Ensnaring Bridge. Completely moot at this point, as Broadside Bombardiers is added to the mix for Daniel Rude. And back to John Bender we go with his massive army ready to kill Daniel, but can't because this Ensnaring Bridge is just in the way. And now Goblin Welder, no longer summoning sick, able to start going to work. And I know there's a Chaos Defiler from earlier. He's going to get instead the Agatha's Soul Cauldron that was Force of Willed. And that one, now that Devourer in the yard, things start to look somewhat problematic. John Bender getting a look at the graveyard. And we're going to activate right away. There's Agatha's Soul Cauldron. So, okay, a lot of text in this card, and it is a weird one. You may spend manas that were mana of any color to activate abilities of creatures you control. Creatures you control have +1/+1 counters on them, have all activated abilities of all cards exiled with Agatha's Soul Cauldron. And you can tap it, exile target card from a graveyard. When a creature is exiled this way, you get to put a counter on a creature you control. So, we're going to do that right away, and underneath it goes Phyrexian Devourer. So now creatures that have a +1/+1 counter on them have the ability to exile a top card of your library and grow according to the converted mana cost. Now, theoretically, you could make creatures arbitrarily large with this ability, as Goblin Engineer is attempted to be cast, and as Force of Willed, as John Bender sniffed out, Walking Ballista, the missing piece, because then you don't even need to attack. And underneath the Ensnaring Bridge, that can potentially be challenging. And is able to Force of Will the Goblin Engineer.
I think at this point, John should seriously consider just scooping it up here. There's probably not much. You talked about how there's a way, right, for Goblin Bombardier to Broadside Bombardiers. Maybe we can create an opportunity there. But now that Daniel actually has a reasonable amount of mana, I guess we're saying if we continuously force Daniel to use the Ancient Tomb, eventually he won't be able to. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't. That feels optimistic to me. I mean, at this point, though, I do believe Daniel Root is very close to winning the game. As here comes Chaos Defiler. That one worded strangely from the Warhammer set. This one, the big one that started this deck being played on Magic Online, do need it as one of your artifact targets in order to really set this deck off. The ability to answer permanents and pick off these Dragon's Rage channelers, worded in such a way that in 1v1, it's kind of like Council's Judgment, right? Where in 1v1, you just pick a thing and blow it up. And yeah, John Bender sees the writing on the wall. We're going to start to loop this Chaos Defiler until everything's out of the way. And then you can attack with one of your creatures and are able to make your creature arbitrarily large with the Phyrexian Devour ability and end the game. And that's enough for John Bender to pick it up. And, you know, the Rakdos combo deck, this Welder deck, able to win game number one. Grixis Delver, traditionally one of the better decks in the format.
Yeah, it's just, that was quite something. I think we actually saw this deck in action in the way that we wanted to. It got to abuse like a Sour Cauldron. It was able to actually really stabilize the game with the one-off Ensnaring Bridge. I'm actually curious whether there's going to be additional copies in the sideboard. By the looks of it, no. I guess we can never just like naturally find it.
Well, let's take a look at the Grixis Delver sideboard here. See if we can improve on the matchup here a little bit. We got 2 copies of Brazen Borrower, 2 copies of Hydroblast, 2 Price of Progress, 2 Pyroblast, 2 Surgical Extraction, 1 Counterbalance, 1 Grafdigger's Cage, 1 Meltdown, 1 Unholy Heat, and 1 Unlicensed Hearse. Yeah, what adjustments can we make in order to answer the artifact decks?
I'm still reading the Tithing Blade. I've never seen that card in action before. I hope we're going to see it in action next time. But usually, these cards that require a lot of things to go right don't really slot well into Delver matchups. I guess we could bring in Pyroblasts because in a scrappy game, Murktide Region is one of the ways that we could actually lose the game. Other than that, not too much I want to bring in here. Like the Scarab Swarm is kind of cool, but we're probably not going to get enough value out of it, considering it's a 4-mana thing.
You're looking at the Rakdos.
Oh, sorry.
I was like, I don't see any of these cards in the Grixis Delver sideboard.
From Grixis Delver side, it's usually like pretty straightforward. They want all the meltdowns they have. They got a one-off meltdown that looks good. Unlicensed Hearse, you definitely want. You Grafdigger's Cage, don't. It's awkward. Like depending. We leave that up to John. I probably wouldn't bring in Grafdigger's Cage. I want to preserve some kind of offense still. I would bring in the 2 copies of Brazen Borrower for sure. The Hydroblasts look good. Maybe, I think the Price of Progress that's already reaching. Right. But yeah, Brazen Borrowers, Meltdowns, Unlicensed Hearse, and you take out. Like, it's kind of awkward. Like, Stifle has the potential to really blow out the game. So maybe I'm actually going to keep the one of Stifle. What do you take out here? Like Molten Collapse, maybe?
Yeah, Molten Collapse didn't look that good in the game. They was just picking off some random bozos. I obviously we're gonna leave this up to John Bender. This is a relatively new deck, so he may not even be totally sure of himself. As like I said, this deck is a relative newcomer to the format, but certainly needs to find some answers to Ensnaring Bridge. Obviously, Meltdown, a big piece of the puzzle. Brazen Borrowers are as well. And those are some additional threats. Brazen Borrower being a doubling as a bounce spawn threat means that you can actually trim on your threats a little bit. And then now let's take a look at the Rakdos combo deck from Daniel Root. Now you already were looking at the sideboard a little bit, reading some of the cards. I'm going to read off the cards that are present in the sideboard here. We got 3 Opposition Agent, 3 Pyroblast, 2 Surgical Extraction, 1 Tithing Blade, 1 Pyrokinesis, 1 Pithing Needle, 1 Aethersworn Canonus, 1 Canoptech Scarab Swarm, 1 Shenanigans, and 1 Fury. A lot of one-ofs here, a lot of artifact targets. What do we like in the Delver matchup?
Yeah, so as I already preemptively mentioned, you do want to bring in the Pyroblast. There's a chance that they will be stranded in your hand, but I mean that's the price you have to pay for such a powerful card. And then other than that, not really all that much. Like I guess there's a world where you could bring in Fury, especially if you want to like deal with some kind of like Bowmasters and stuff. But I think it also heavily depends on how much of your stuff you want to set out. I already mentioned that I don't think this is the matchup for Pip-Boy. Breast Tunnel Grinder is also usually like more for controllers matchups, so you can take that one out. Sometimes we take out, okay, we got 4 copies of Lotus Petals. Maybe even Mox Opal, but usually end up regretting it. So there's not Haywire Might. I guess that's an easy one to take out there.
Haywire Might looks pretty bad. I'd say not a lot of artifacts and enchantments in the Delver deck.
Maybe Entomb. It depends on how ready you feel to play a fair match. If you feel like you can go toe-to-toe in a fair matchup, you could take out the Entomb. And the more I think about it, I don't hate the dead guns all that much. Like you can even bounce like a Murktide Regent and reset it that way. So yeah,
every threat, kills all the creatures and bounces the Murktides. Love it.
Yeah, I can see it, I guess. What's going to be interesting is Daniel gonna be able to once again set up the game in a way that his wilders get to live? Because we already saw in the first game, right? Daniel set it up in a way that I guess you can say the game played out in a way that Daniel was able to kill the Delver of John with the Bowmaster and then lost his own Bowmaster to John's Bowmaster. Oh, dude, I'll never grow tired of that play pattern. It's so amazing.
Oh yeah, you love it so much.
all the fans of that play pattern in chat, hands up in chat. And then, but at the end of that all, he was able to stick the Welder around and keep it around and do all the broken stuff. And that's what his deck wants to do. And traditionally, we would sometimes even side out Jarvis against these Bowmaster decks. But with how dependent this deck is on like Welders and Engineers doing their thing, I don't think you can do that. So you want to run out the Welders and hope you can keep them around.
Well, we'll see exactly what Daniel can do that. I believe Daniel's still in the process of mulliganing, selecting some cards. I see a lot of red cards in John's hand, and so any potential of Welders sticking around feels somewhat mitigated by the potential of them just getting bolted down. And we'll see how Daniel can slog through that as we, have the potential to have a little bit more of a competitive game. And Snaring Bridge, more or less, just locking out Grixis Delver in game one can be pretty brutal as a turn one Dragon's Rage Channeler, followed up by Ancient Tomb into Agatha's Soul Cauldron on turn one, jammed directly into Daze. No fear for Daniel Rood, and it is in play.
That's so good. That's so good. It's so hard to get Delirium with Agatha's Soul Cauldron on the other side of the board. I think we've seen Jan having a second copy of Dragon Rage Channeler, but by the way he sequences spells, I would think he doesn't have a second land yet, so he wants to make sure he gets that land and then runs out the Dragon Rage Channeler. If he doesn't find one here, that's almost like a time walk for Daniel, but good chance that he just found one.
The secret mode of Agatha's Soul Cauldron is like, obviously there's all these powerful Phyrexian Devour combos, all those kinds of things you can do. It also just works as graveyard hate. You can just exile a card every turn or whatever, it's like all this text on the card, it could also just be a Relic of Progenitus.
Yeah, very much is. I mean, that's part of the reason why it's played so much. When I recently played in a tournament, people afterwards asked, so what is the reason you play this? And it really doesn't come down to one thing. It basically does like 3 different things. And it does them all reasonably well, and they all contribute in kind of like even terms to why the card is good. It's not just like the combo. Like a lot of times you might even side out the Phyrexian Devourer because you feel it's just like too shaky. And I mean, it's a great way to win, to close out games quickly against combo decks. But even here, I could see a world where you side out the Devourer. But then he will show us what he's up to. For now, he's just going to deny Delirium for a long time, relegating the Dragon Rage Channeler to being basically a surveil machine that every once in a while deals a bit of damage.
Yeah, and that seems to be very much kind of where both players are at as they develop mana. The Scalding Tarn and Lotus Petal for Daniel Rood, and then just 2 uncracked fetch lands from John Bender. He looks a little bit like he's having fun. He's like, what's the point of putting the cards in graveyard? They just get exiled. So, maybe you can assemble a turn where there's like a burst of cards, and you can overpower the 1 card a turn cadence of Agatha's Soul Cauldron as a graveyard hate piece. But for the time being, looks like he's content to just beat down for 1 with the Dragon's Rage Channeler, and as we saw previously, gonna need a little bit more of a clock if you're going to be able to kill Daniel Rood before you can really get his talons in on this game as far as the prison aspects of this Goblin Welder, Goblin Engineer Welder combo deck goes.
Yeah, and John is sitting on a Broadside Bombardier that he actually didn't deploy on the last turn, instead opting to keep, I think it was Bowmaster available. I mean, at this stage in Legacy, you basically, whenever you see enough mana to cast Bowmaster early on in the game, you feel like, yeah, that's probably what's going to be.
And that's what it is. Here's Bowmaster from Daniel Rood. Has to tap Ancient Tomb for that. Down to 14 already is Daniel Rood. And enters the battlefield. We're going to go ahead and pick off the Dragon's Rage Channeler, which, hard to stop with Agatha's Soul Cauldron still in play, ready to disrupt Delirium at any time. But, as you mentioned, holding up bolts, Bowmasters, and all of the like. So John ready to respond to Bowmaster in turn, but does not. No rush as Daniel Rood develops an Urza's Saga.
Interesting. I guess he's gonna try to just like then kill it on the attack step. Yeah. Where have I seen that play pattern before?
This is the play pattern, I guess, where you want to really leave no material for Daniel Rood. So here we're going to flash in the Bowmasters, pick off the Bowmasters, and then trade armies so that all that is left is your Bowmasters, and you're the only one with a piece of material left in play. Allows you to attack, maybe a little bit more beneficial for decks looking to actually attack with their Bowmasters, not just have it sticking around. But we do get to exile the Dragon's Rage Channeler and grow the Bowmasters with a +1/+1 counter, and then we can establish the block here with the army. So this waiting for attacks here plays out very nicely, enforcing the Agatha's Soul Cauldron activation, still being able to trade the Bowmasters off. You do end up taking a point from the army either way, but you have a Bowmasters. All Daniel has is the army.
And Daniel is happy, right? Daniel is sitting on North Saga, which is about to start producing constructs. Maybe even get the Pip-Boy 3000 we talked about earlier.
Yeah, get some more counters going, some draw discard. I mean, Daniel's low on resources, but has a lot of what he wants developed already developed. I got the Soul Cauldron in play, Saga in play, ready to start making constructs next turn. There's already a lot kind of going in Daniel's favor, and still at a fairly high life total. Ancient Tomb really the only thing pressuring his life total too much right now, but as we mentioned, Broadside Bombardier can change that very quickly.
Yeah. Something I mentioned on my last podcast episode with my friends, we talked about how it felt like Urza Saga has fallen off a little bit. Actually, I didn't mention it in the podcast. I wanted to say it. I gotta make a note here. Okay.
Theoretical podcast.
Yeah. No,
for next a future podcast.
The thing is, you lose a lot of life with the Ancient Tomb, and also like making constructs isn't the fastest thing in the world. And if you look at what Sean is doing, that's actually pretty fast. And that's threatening a kill rather quickly. And if you end up like losing another 2 life to make a construct and then another 2 life to make another one, and you don't have, let's say, Shadow Spear to try to race, John might actually like run all over you before you even get to attack with your first construct. And I think that's what might happen to Dania. So I'm not even sure. Like, I guess you make a construct here if you've got nothing else to do, but I think Daniel would be a lot happier if he had something else to do.
Oh yeah, I think that's definitely true. Or at least another land and not have to use Ancient Tomb to make constructs as well would be a big upgrade for Daniel as well. But he doesn't care. No fear. Tapping Ancient Tomb down to 90 goes, and it's his own copy of Broadside Bombardiers. Very powerful card from the Lost Caverns of Ixalan Commander. Has already shown up in Vintage Cube, now really making its waves here in Legacy, attacking with its Menace Haste ability, and then of course has the Boast ability, which it can use to more or less the flavors you're cannoning this thing. In this case, an entire army of orcs over at the other Broadside Bombardiers, and that's a great way to push damage. Things like Murktide Regent and John's deck's a great way to get things started, and there's plenty of high casting artifacts and creatures for Daniel Rude as well. So this card has the potential to represent a lot of non-combat damage, as well as just being a menacing attacker.
You know, Sauron should have tried that at Helm's Deep. Just fire the Goblin army into it.
Just hire some goblins from Ixalan to blast everybody. Just shoot your orcs out of cannons. It works way better. Can't you see? Here's an attack with the Orcish Bowmasters. Oh. Yeah. Brainstorm able to get off unimpeded, thanks to the Orcish Bowmasters being killed by John Bender. Daniel Rude down on Orcish Bowmaster count. And now we're looking at graveyards to see what we want to do with this Agatha's Soul Cauldron. Going to go ahead and exile the creature, get a counter on the on the Bombardiers. We have Bowmasters and Bombardiers. So many B rolls that I have to keep straight.
So much bombardiering. Yeah. And right now, like, Daniel has completely turned around the game. Like, we just a turn ago, we talked about how John might just like outrace him super quickly. But now, I mean, that's part of like how Legacy has changed in some ways. Like, the swings got even bigger. And I guess we got a church cow over there as Daniel is figuring something out there. I guess we removed something and put a counter.
I think we're asking about the Boast ability being an activated ability with Agatha's Soul Cauldron. Do you get, and this is something I do not know, is there ever a time where creatures with +1/+1 counters can use the Bombardier's ability if they are not Broadside Bombardiers?
The thing is, I think if you, at the very least, you should be able to boast and throw something. I think the thing I was wondering about before the match is whether you can actually throw something at any time. Actually, let me read the ability. If it says,
I assume that the boast word is just a shortcut for saying activate only if you've attacked this turn. So I would assume you do get to activate it, but only if you have attacked. Yeah. Now, obviously, the judges are going to handle this. I don't know how these words and stuff work. And when you start, patchworking creatures together with cards like Agatha's Soul Cauldron, really weird stuff happens, as we've already learned with Phyrexian Devourer. I don't really want to make any assumption, but hopefully we can get some clarity on that, as both players seem to have gotten an answer. And I don't think 2 instances of the ability matters just this moment, because Bombardiers already has the ability. But it wouldn't matter if you can activate it outside of combat, like you said.
Can you shoot like twice?
Yeah, because Boast is only once per turn, so maybe you actually can shoot twice. Ooh. Activate one, then activate the other. I bet you can. That's my guess. If I'm right about my assessment of things, then I'm correct. And now you at home, I would recommend Googling this. This is probably available on Google. That's not something we're going to do. We're going to see what the exact ruling would be from our judges that we employ and do a very good job. We'll also see, I guess, a live update. Hopefully we can hear from the back tables or something about what the exact ruling is, because I'm interested to hear, and changes the context of the game quite a bit if we can both once or twice.
Yeah, I think at this point, Daniel is already ready to just like completely take out John with the next attack. Maybe even this one. Like this is like 4, and then you get to throw itself for like 5. That's like 9. And not quite there. I guess you can grow it
we're
one
short
market.
with 2 boasts. I think we're short. Now the Orcish army being able to attack next turn gives you 3 boasts, and we might be talking about lethal damage then. As here, Orcish Bowmaster is able to contribute a point of damage by itself and present 2 objects that can be shot out of cannons once again by the Bombardiers and do some damage to John. Now, kind of Daniel more or less flipping the script now in the aggro mode. Has a lot of damage to make up, a lot of ground to make up. Ancient Tomb did a lot of the work for John already. If John finds a good blocker, maybe things can start to change. A lot of bolts in John's hand.
I mean, if he only needs 3 bolts to win the game.
Sure, if he has 3 bolts, it's in. I think he has 2.
2 and a meltdown.
2, a meltdown, and a Dragon's Rage Channeler. We're rereading this the Agatha's Soul Cauldron card has so many words, and as you see, even an expert in the card like Daniel Rude, not necessarily sure where some of the corner cases come up with Broadside Bombardiers and cards of that nature. John definitely needs some help. If he has 3 bolts, it could be over right now. No counter spells really for them in Daniel Rude's deck.
If I'm John, I'm trying to create a scenario where Daniel taps this Ancient Tomb, but that's probably not going to happen.
Okay, so we're going Meltdown X equals 2. So this will clear Agatha's Soul Cauldron and the Lotus Petal, and then we can follow up afterwards with Dragon's Rage Channeler.
I think you'd rather take out the Bombardiers, right? Because they represent so much damage.
Maybe. I mean, we're only 1 bolt away from victory.
True.
Is that worth anything to you?
So if you're saying like you want to survive 1 more turn, and then if you get to attack with the Dragon Rage Channeler and have the 3 bolts, then you get the surprise victory.
You still have a high life total, right? You're at 15. Can you take another hit or 2? And if you find a cantrip, maybe you find a bolt or something. I don't know. I'm saying it's a line we could take.
The thing is, basically, I haven't done the math yet, but the way I know Legacy is that if Daniel untaps, he gets to deal 15 points of damage easily.
I think what we did here is we put the counter on the Bowmasters, and there goes
everything gets melted down.
Yeah, everything got melted down. No delirium for John. So we did use a bolt. So no longer on the triple bolt dream, but that's okay. Ancient Doom's getting tapped, and now it's the double bolt dream.
Oh, and looks like we're headed for a 3rd game. Unless Daniel can actually create a scenario where he's able to deal 13 damage, but
well, no, he used one of the bolts to clear the Broadside Bombardiers, and here's another copy of Agatha's Soul Cauldron. So John actually only has 1 bolt left in hand. Does need to find another one. There's the Pip-Boy 3000, I believe. Get a look at this card from the new Fallout set. This one's not even on Magic Online. Here's some content you can only get in paper. Pip-Boy 3000. 1-mana artifact you can find off Urza's Saga equipment. Whenever equipped creature attacks, choose 1. You can either draw a card, discard a card, put a counter on that creature, or untap 2 target lands with an equip cost of 2. It's giving Umezawa's Jite a little bit.
Kinda, I guess. I mean, at this kind of board side, you'll take any kind of advantage you can get. You don't really need all that much more to push across the finish line. With Daniel sitting in a pretty good spot, but on the other hand, I mean, we've all been there, right? We feel like, life total 6, then the opponent rips the bolt from the top and the game ends.
Yeah, I believe we just... Wait, do we have lethal here? We don't, right? We have Agatha's Soul Cauldron with the Bombardiers underneath it. So assuming they have the boast ability, let's assume they do because Daniel's doing counting. We take 4 damage here, down to 8. And then if you throw both the Pip-Boy and the Cauldron,
you take them down to 2,
4
right?
plus 3. That's not enough.
Plus 3? So, plus 2, right?
Yeah, you're right. Plus 2. You're right.
So you take him down to 2, but he's got it on the next turn. John, awkward spot, can't really use any cantrips. I guess he doesn't also have any. This might be Delirious.
Yeah, it looks like we're missing creatures. So the Agatha Soul Cauldron exiling the creature last turn was important, and now definitely going to be very far away. Soul Cauldron's untapped once more. Does have a blocker in play, which I think currently lets him live, but I think really any object at all ends this game. I might even just be lethal right now, even with a blocking on the Bowmasters. Take 1 to 7 And then if the boast thing works, which I assume it does, again, we're assuming it does. We've not gotten confirmation on that ruling, but assuming you can activate the boast with these countered creatures,
I would think so,
counters
yes.
on them, then the game should be over.
Yeah.
Now,
last turn he could have taken John down to 2 life, and this turn he's. I guess the only real question for him is here is, do I attach the Pit Boy, and which kind of ability am I even using? Maybe just like growing the creature. I think that's the most sensible way to play this.
okay, so we're at the beginning of combat, and now here comes a lightning bolt. That one, so this is the last copy of lightning bolt that John has in hand. His last card in hand is Hydroblast. Not looking very good against the current board, but this bolt is strong. You can't go after the Bowmasters. If you do, there's another creature to exile, and you can just make it 4 power. So we have to actually go after the army, which does not feel good. And we leave the card on top, so no Delirium for Dragon's Rage Channeler.
By the way, that's a good line. Chat mentioned that. We could have also just like sacrificed the Cauldron, which deals 4 damage. You don't need to sacrifice a creature. You can also sacrifice an artifact.
Right.
So we actually had lethal next turn, but I guess Daniel didn't see it. Neither did we.
Yeah, if you sack the Cauldron as the last ability, does that work? Is there any weirdness with that?
We just like you sack Cauldron for 4 damage. And right. Previously you sacked the Orcish Bowmaster for another 4 damage. But yeah, that's not what happened. Played out this way. So I'm wondering.
We blocked with Dragon's Rage Channeler on the Orcish Bowmasters. Now we're in the second main phase, fetching with Bloodstained Mire. Didn't equip Pip-Boy 3000. Have to imagine he's got some other plans with his mana.
I'm glad he does. Not a big fan of that card, but
you just hate on the Pip-Boy. Would have been good. It pays for itself. It untaps 2 lands.
I just want to see Shadowspear. I think Shadowspear would be a much better card.
All right. Well, you should have a talk with Daniel Rude. You know what? If he wins this match, maybe you can have a talk with him. You can hash it out, duke it out with him.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of Fallout. Like, I absolutely love Fallout. I'm just like not a big fan of Pip-Boy 3000. But I can be swayed either way. I can see the card becoming a thing.
Ooh, it's Ponder into the face of Orcish Bowmaster. So that's actually going to create another Orc army and another attacker once this resolves and draws a card. Hydroblast among the decks. Looks like an Unholy Heat, Daze, and Fetch land. You can Unholy Heat the Bowmasters. You do have Delirium for the moment, but Agatha's Soul Cauldron can disrupt that. These cards don't look super great. Oh, it looks like
I love these scrappy games, by the way. Absolutely love this.
Yeah. This is tough. A tight spot for John Bender, and these Bowmasters really showing its power and its versatility present in both these decks. This Rakdos combo deck all about artifacts, and of course Delver about more of a tempo game plan. Both decks supporting Orcish Bowmasters in high numbers. Also both decks supporting Broadside Bombardiers. So these new cards that are making their impact on Legacy, these new creatures that are kind of can do both. They can really put pressure on your opponent, get the game over with very quickly, and they also have a little bit of extra versatility for picking off opposing creatures. As we're reading Agatha's Soul Cauldron. Yeah, I feel so bad for John. When I first read the card, I literally had this visceral reaction. I was like, I'm like 4 lines into this card, and I do not understand what's going on. I just don't know what it does.
So the easy step to understanding Soul Cauldron is you initially just ignore the very first 2 lines, which are about like using mana of basically as mana of any color to activate abilities, and then you just treat it as a like Radical Progenitors plus the ability thing. Okay, so we use Unholy Heat to try and take out the Bowmasters to basically reset the game. And now Daniel is trying to see whether there's a way to steal Delirium so that the Bowmasters actually get to survive.
Yeah, he's asking, do you have Delirium? And now the question is, can I disrupt Delirium with the Agatha's Soul Cauldron? And I believe the answer to that question is yes. And assuming we do find that, we get to grow the Bowmasters by a point, as well as, and I think we're now checking to see if the Delirium checks on resolution is my guess, based on the fact we're calling a judge over. But assuming I'm correct about everything that is present, and that is a big assumption, we can put a counter on Bowmasters here in combat by exiling the Dragon's Rage Channel in the graveyard. That disrupts Delirium, keeps your Bowmasters alive, and then John is going to end up taking 4 points of damage off the bat, which puts him to 4, and then we can sacrifice the Soul Cauldron, like you mentioned, and actually just end the game right there on the spot, assuming no other trickery. But we are going to find out exactly what Daniel Rude does plan to do. No rush, as we've seen for Daniel Rude. All the bolts, I mean, we've seen 2 bolts already from John Bender. He would have to have the final 2 bolts in his deck in order to actually kill Daniel. So right now, no rush on that. And here it goes. And yeah, John Bender sees the writing on the wall. And with the exiling of the Dragon Trade Channeler using the Agatha Soul Cauldron, going to concede the game. And Daniel Rude going to win this game and match 2-0 over John Bender with his take on this Rakdos Welder combo deck.
This deck actually needs to have a proper name. This deck is way too good and way too
what do I
fun
call this?
for it not to have a name. Yeah, we're going to actually ask Daniel. Daniel is going to be the one to name the deck. Hopefully it's going to be something.
While we get Daniel set up to ask him about the name of this deck, among other things. Also apparently about Shadow Spear, which didn't need it. And was able to beat Grixis Delver without the use of Shadow Spear. Pip-Boy 3000 did get a little involved briefly, but for the most part, I mean, that game and match seemed very much about Agatha's Soul Cauldron. Both games seem really, really decided by that card in various ways, sometimes as a graveyard hate, sometimes as a combo piece. And really with 4 copies in this Welder deck, kind of showcasing more or less maybe the best Agatha Soul Cauldron in Legacy?
Probably. Honestly, probably. I've been somewhat vocal about that. I don't think Painter is very good in Legacy right now, but it has a lot of cool cards, right? And a lot of cards. I think the one card that can make it still playable is Soul Cauldron. And now this deck approaches it from the other side. This deck is saying, yeah, Soul Cauldron is a good card in Legacy, so let's remove all the Painter stuff and keep the Soul Cauldron around. Not as the way I was thinking previously, let's keep the Painter stuff and make that good. It's like, no, we make the thing that makes it good and put the bad stuff away. And I love that. I have no idea. Like, this deck feels like it's a work in progress, or maybe it has been like completely hashed out and NASA ran the numbers and decided this is how you play the game. And that's also where Pip-Boy 3000 comes in. But Danny is going to tell us in a moment, I would think. And I'm super excited for that because, like, scrappy games, and then you throw in those 2 random 2 entombs. Like, the thing is, Entomb can actually win you the game there. In a lot of spots when the opponent doesn't see it come. Like, you entombed that Phyrexian Devourer on attack after your opponent didn't block, and you have Soul Cauldron, GG, it's over. And I do not expect Soul Cauldron. I do not expect Entomb during combat against this kind of deck. Now I do, because I watch energy.
A trick.
Yeah.
So sick. Well, we'll hear exactly what the process was for Daniel Rude. I believe we have him waiting in the wings here. Now 3-0. Daniel, let's get down to you. How's it going? How you feeling? Congratulations.
Good, yeah. Yeah, fun.
So talk to me a little bit about your deck choice. So this is something that I know Julian is someone, he's very vocal about Painter. So I want to talk about, where you kind of found this deck. Did you develop it? Did you build on somebody else's idea, and kind of the decision to play at this event?
I've also been a Painter player forever. So it was 3 days ago that I actually took the Painter combo out of this deck as well. So I've been playing Painter a long time. I add the Cauldrons because I just think they're really good right now, given all the Reanimator, Rescaminator, all that kind of stuff. So it just has a lot of splash damage against the field. And gradually, it just kept pulling away Painter pieces and adding more Cauldron pieces. And so it was a toss-up 2 days ago if I was going to play Painter in the list or not, and I ended up not doing it.
Okay, so it was a close decision between Painter and this build of just like this Welder combo deck. Do you have a name for it? We keep calling it Rakdos combo.
That's one thing. Like you are bestowed the right to name this deck because this deck is way too cool to only be called Rakdos combo.
Yeah, I call it. Well, so I have on MTGO, I have like 7 versions of this list. This one I call Chaos Cauldron. So.
Chaos Cauldron. Okay, that's a cool name. All right, you win. Okay. That name's awesome. Chaos Cauldron.
Wizards is gonna copyright that thing. We're gonna get like at least a set, if not a card, that has that name. Chaos Cauldron. It is.
There you go. I like it.
Talk to us about Pip-Boy 3000 because that's the card people like. When I still play Painter, people are like, "Can we make this work in Painter?" And I don't think we make it work in Painter. You make it work here. Do you like this better than Shadow Spear?
It's close. So the reason I like it is because a lot of times you don't have enough creatures attacking that have a +1 counter on it, like when you have the combo out, and so they're just kind of like throwing one blocker out to kind of foil your plan. So I like Pip-Boy because it lets you drop any of the combo pieces that you don't want in your hand into your graveyard. It also puts a +1 counter, also untaps obviously a couple lands, especially if you have a Saga out, like make an extra construct with that. So it's been good.
Okay.
If there was a lot of burn in the field, I probably would be playing Shadow Spear, but as is, I'm playing this.
Awesome. One more thing we were wondering, maybe that was what the judge call was about as well. If a single creature has 2 instances of the broadside bombardier ability, the boast ability, can it sacrifice something twice or still only once?
The judgment call was it can sacrifice something twice.
Wow. Okay.
Wow, that's powerful. And that's a huge power upgrade to your deck too. I mean, you have 3 copies of Broadside Bombardiers, 4 copies of Agatha's Soul Cauldron. This is something that's probably going to come up throughout the day, is the ability to get the Broadside Bombardiers under your cauldron and make your creatures be able to boast up to once, maybe even twice. I mean, that's really powerful.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'll be honest, I it wasn't even on my radar until my opponent got it. It's like, oh, yeah,
I didn't know either. Broadside Bombardier is so powerful. Worth include. Yeah, that's so sick.
Awesome.
Well, all right. Congratulations. You are 3-0 now with your take on this deck. I hope to see a little bit more of you and this deck throughout the day, and maybe even to the top 8 if things go your way. You had an impressive performance there against Grixis Delver, one of the best decks in the format. Any final shout outs before you move on to your next round?
Discord. Painter Discord. Love you guys.
Great Discord.
Yeah.
Very much recommended.
All right, Daniel Root. Thank you very much.
Deal, man. Good luck for the rest.
Thanks a lot.
Good luck in the rest. And so that was awesome. Chaos Cauldron, huh? His take on Chaos Cauldron. Love it a lot. Very cool deck. And maybe even some things to learn about. You said the deck may be figured out. I think if we're learning little niche interactions like that, as is kind of iconic about Legacy, a lot of small micro interactions like that come up constantly, then I think there's still plenty to figure out about this Chaos Cauldron deck that Daniel Root has brought his take on. So we are going to, it looks like that's going to actually be it for our rounds of Legacy. And before we move on to a break, I want to talk briefly about our upcoming events. So next in line for season 1 is going to be our NRG Indianapolis. We're going to find our way there in May 11th, May 12th, where we will have more modern action for you. We had quite a bit of modern this weekend already with a showdown won by Dominic Harvey and his take on Amulet Titan. If you want to find yourself in that seat as well, find yourself in Indianapolis on Saturday to play in our modern 10K showdown. The top 4 will qualify for the regional championship, and of course the winner will find their way to the NRG Championship at the end of the year as well. But that's not all, as there is a 10K team showdown on Sunday as well, where you can play Modern alongside Standard Pioneer with your friends and qualify for the NRG Championship by winning. And of course, the 2 finalist teams, that'll be 6 players total, will qualify for the Regional Championship through that event as well. And then for the final event for season 1, to cap things off, we're going to find our way in St. Louis for NRG St. Louis. That'll be there in June 22nd and 23rd for a Pioneer showdown, some high stakes Pioneer on Saturday, where you can, again, qualify for the regional championship or even for the NRG championship by winning it all, as long as many, many other goodies. And then on Sunday, if you just can't get enough of Modern, there's a little bit more Modern action for you for a 5K Modern trial that is akin to the event we're playing right now in Legacy. With that mouthful out of the way, that will wrap up round number 3. Julian and I will be back very shortly to bring you more Legacy action from round number 4. Do not go anywhere. And of course, as always, if you want to stick around, you want to support us, please follow, please subscribe if you want to remove ads. But no matter what, don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly. All right, everyone. Welcome back. We're here for round number 4 of the Legacy Trial. Of course, it's a 5K brought to you by the NRG Series, which is sponsored by Ultimate Guard. A lot of players going to be getting some sweet Ultimate Guard swag throughout the day. Make sure to support them wherever you can. So we are 4 rounds deep into Legacy and a lot of different spicy decks and new interactions we've seen come up through time. And now we're going to get a little bit of a blast from the past. I'd say I'm here in the booth with Julian. I think is this Tira Delver's Lands? What year is it?
Yeah, it could have been something like 2009, 2010, when those decks had one of their biggest heydays ever. But we've come a long way from, like, you know, getting, I don't know, Chamogoyf and Treetop Village into play. Even Treetop Village, that was more like 2006 tech. But I'm always excited to see Temur Diver. It's by far my favorite Diver deck. And before the round, like when you told me that we might even see this one twice, I got pretty excited for it. Lands, probably one of the best decks in the format right now. It is very well adjusted to all the free stuff that's going on in the format right now. It used to be like questionable whether you play Sphere of Resistance in the main or not. Now we always basically play 4 copies of that. So the deck is pretty straightforward. Temur Diver also knows what it's supposed to do in the matchup, as Diver decks usually do, especially in the first game. So I'm excited to see both Ross Krueger and Sean Gallagher going to battle here. And which deck do you like better? Like, if you were to choose one of these decks for the tournament, Like, which one would you sit down with?
I'm no lands expert, unlike my good friend Tom, who you, of course, won with Amulet Titan. He loves his land strategies. I am not one of those, but Sean Gallagher, number 3 on our leaderboard, chose to play some Delver and is looking like he might have some regrets in this moment as Ross Krueger, the lands player here at 3-0, going to kick things off with Exploration of Yavimaya into Sphere of Resistance off of the extra land drop from Ancient Tomb. And 4 permanents on turn 1. You would not think that this is a control deck. You would think you're about to get the doors blown off, but no, strap in. We are going to be here a while.
The thing is, if you sit down across from your opponent and they get out a turn 1 whiteboarded exploration, you know they're game to game. Like, this is not somebody who randomly borrowed the deck or something. This is somebody who knows what they're doing. And it looks like Ross is here to do exactly that. Like, turn 1 Sphere of Resistance off, like, the exploration, negating all of the passive negative effects. Like, symmetrical, never heard of it. This is quite
symmetrical,
something.
never heard of it. Well, in step, Sean actually does get to use his mana a little bit in a certain way, getting to fetch the Thundering Falls, the Surveil land from the Murders at Karlov Manor, something we've seen a ton of across every single match. In fact, I'm not sure we've seen a match without them so far this weekend, as he's going to get a Surveil on instep, going to get to do a little bit of card selection, even without having to be taxed by the Sphere of Resistance.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough one for Sean, but of course, in the end, a lot of it's going to depend on what Ross is up to doing here. Ross already declining to play a second land, or rather fourth land in this case, on a second turn. That already tells you a little bit about what's going on. But
what a hand from Ross. I mean, you get a look here. This is a land's classic. 2 crop rotations and a Tabernacle. Just a land doesn't even tap for mana. There's so many weird lands.
Like, not scared of running out the Tabernacle, sitting on the crop rotation. You basically want Sean to use your Wasteland, right? But Sean, all the wiser, is just going to run out, brainstorm there, trying to get a little bit more of... you know, Greg, when you're sitting in the Delver spot here, like, you know what you're supposed to do, but all of a sudden you know, oh, but actually I can't. Like, I'm probably going to get my first creature, like, on turn 3 or 4. If I'm lucky, and then I have to keep paying. Like, nothing really works when lands gets this kind of start, and that's part of the draw that people have to lands, I would very much think, because you know that, like, you're gonna get these completely busted openings. And very heads up play, by the way, from Ross. So as Sean taps out for the brainstorm, Ross runs out the crop rotation, knowing that because of the Sphere of Resistance, they can't be dazed, they can't be Force of Will. So he's safe to make the token, and now at this point, it's basically over. There's nothing Sean can draw here.
From the Ancient Tomb, as well as tap the Tabernacle for mana thanks to Yavimata Creative Growth. So as soon as Sean goes to use the brainstorm, not wanting to run into crop rotation, actually with the Thespian stage already in play, Ross is able to just go ahead and grab Merit Lage, and with no answer in hand, no way to answer it underneath the Sphere of Resistance, that's going to do it. And lands, a deck known for being a slow control deck, is going to just blow the doors off this Izzet Delver deck and very quickly win a game, then move to the sideboards. I feel that's not normally how this goes.
Exploration is addictive, dude. Exploration is an absolute addictive thing to do in Legacy, and I think that's part of the big draw to the deck. We already talked about the busted openings that it can have. And if Delver lets you get away with your openings and doesn't deploy quick threats, it's, at least in the first game where it doesn't have tools like Price of Progress or what have you, it's such an uphill battle, and this proved to be basically the Mount Everest of uphill battles, and we just couldn't get there. So it's going to be interesting what Sean is going to bring from the sideboard. Actually, let's see which deck we're going to see here first.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Izzet Delver first and see exactly what we have to improve. So going to read off the sideboard here real quick. We got 3 Pyroblasts, 2 Hydroblasts, 2 copies of Force Negation, 2 copies of Counterbounce, 2 Price of Progress, 2 Meltdown, 1 Soul God Lantern, and 1 Grafdigger's Cage. What are the adjustments we're making here?
Yeah, definitely 2 Price of Progress. Like, this is exactly the kind of matchup where the Price of Progress are there. It's probably the most common sideboard games win condition other than random beats. And those ones are going to come in. Now, Meltdown, usually they don't bring it in. Soul Guide Lantern, you could if you want to fight the fair game, but a lot of times you probably not. The thing is, like, you got your Unholy Heats to take out. You got your, how many Lightning Bolts? 4, of course. You got 5 cards you want to take out. And then, depending on what you bring in. So we bring in 2 Price of Progress, we bring in 2 Force of Negation, maybe. Actually, probably you also can take out the early Exploration. And then, I can't tell you whether we bring in the counterbalances. I don't think so. Sometimes they did it to try and, like, continuously fight low, but I'm not a big fan of that, and I don't think that's what's going to happen. But 2 Force of Negations, 2 Price of Progress, And then maybe Soul Guide Lantern, maybe a Meltdown, and that's what I think Delva is going to do.
Well, some reasonable upgrades, about 8 cards worth considering. Let's have a look at the lands deck and the current kind of builds of those and take a look at what we want for the Delver matchup. So in the sideboard, we got 4 copies of Swords of Plowshares, 2 Surgical Extraction, 2 copies of Choke, 2 Force of Vigor, 2 Torpor Orb, 1 Haywire Might, 1 Pithing Needle, and 1 Endurance. What adjustments are we making from the land side of things?
So we're going to bring in the Chokes. We're probably going to bring in the one of Endurance. And then probably this is also the matchup. It's actually, it's a little bit more grindy than Grixis, I want to say, but I think you still bring in the 4 Swords of Plowshares, but it's going to depend on what you take out. So Crucible of Worlds is like a makeshift extra loam in case they extract your loam. Maybe we're going to keep that, but I can see it going out. Other than that, there's not too, like, sometimes you take out some of your lands, like...
Do you like Reclaimers in this matchup? That's a card that I'm looking at. If you cut those, then any and all creature removal, like especially bolts that you might want to leave in just to go face, don't get any targets. Is that something ever worth considering, or Reclaimers just always good against Delver?
Delver doesn't really have too many things to really take out the Reclaimer, right? Once it's grown to 3/4. So I think it's probably gonna stay in there, also because like it creates these awkward incentives for the Delver player once they try to go after your lands. If you have an untapped Reclaimer, they don't really want to make that happen. Reclaimer also like enables all these lines. I would guess there's Flagstones of Choker in here, or maybe this one doesn't have them. Actually, I don't see them. Okay, so usually like when nothing happens on the board, you can go like Flagstones, track the Flagstones, and like pull ahead that way. Since we don't have them, we will see. I think they stay in. There's not too much we want to bring in, so maybe it's definitely the Chokes. And then Swords of Plowshares. It depends on which lands Ross decides to take out, if he wants to take out some of them.
Lush Portico. So both players actually reaching for the Surveil lands from Murders of Karlov Manor on end steps here. Sean, of course, on the play, able to deploy his Wasteland off his Thundering Falls on turn 2 and follow up on the Wasteland. Does not choose to Wasteland the Lush Portico. Oh my goodness. Wow, that's so difficult. Lush Portico, and is now choosing to do that on upkeep here and potentially trying to bait out any kind of crop rotation nonsense and then maybe get a days off. Goes for Swords to Plowshares in the Delver anyway, and then it's going to be Thespian Stage pass. Back over to Sean Gallagher we go. No creatures left in play, just 1 land each. Very much a traditional kind of Delver start. Here's Ponder.
Yeah, and every time like Sean doesn't deploy a creature or Wasteland, you're happy. The game kind of restarted, and basically on the restart, Sean doesn't have a turn 1 creature, which like from Ross' side of the board, that's perfect, right? You're sitting on 2 more copies of Swords to Plowshares, so you wouldn't mind if Sean had those. But right now, all you want is like a stable mana base and Sean slowly running out of creatures, because that's the game plan that your hand dictates. Would have loved to have a turn 1 exploration, of course, but you can't always get what you want.
You can't always get what you want, indeed. No second land for Sean Gallagher, maybe something worth considering. Here is Elvish Reclaimer, card clearly worth keeping in as we go back to Sean Gallagher, hoping to find another land. I think we had a Bauble we chose not to deploy. Here comes Lightning Bolt on, maybe didn't get a great look. A lot of cards in Sean Gallagher's hand, but yeah, Elvish Reclaimer gets bolted. Back over to Ross we go, who deploys Maze of Ithn, just passing the turn back. So set up for the first few threats. I'm sure would love a Wasteland to pick off this Thundering Falls. Does not have one. And here is the Dragon's Rage Channeler and Mishra's Bauble. Gonna get a look at the top card of Ross's library.
Ross right now looking to find a white source. Also, by the way, in Sean's hand, we see a Price of Progress. So it's not really relevant right now. It's probably going to be something that's going to deploy a couple of turns from now. But already it's dealing potentially 8 points of damage.
Well, here's Dark Depths, and that can change how much damage it's going to do very quickly as both lands can go away. And he can actually make it right now thanks to the Yavimaya, allowing both Maze of Ith and Dark Depths to tap for mana. So we have the combo dialed up right now. No Wastelands to play for Sean Gallagher. And, you know, in the absence of something like Stifle, this is not counterable. We see Force of Will and Hand among the mix for Sean.
It's interesting that Ross didn't go for it on his turn, because now Sean has the possibility to run out of Wasteland and stop the combo. So that makes me think that Ross was maybe respecting something that Sean could do in the main phase, which really there isn't all that much. But we will see. We will see. He's probably like, you didn't come here to not make the token here, I would guess, unless he thinks the rest of his hand is powerful enough that he can afford to play around Stifle as hard as he can. Like usually it's not a 0 off. Sometimes it's a 2 off in these kinds of decks. Let's actually see how many. Yeah, there are no Stifles in this version, and I'm not surprised. So I think unless you want to play around Brazen Borrow, you just go for it. And now with Sean having tapped his mana for Delver, you just make the token here at end of turn. And put Sean into what we call the Abyss mode.
Right?
You were saying?
No, I feel like that is probably the petty theft that we're playing around from Brazen Borrower, that we were playing around by not making it main phase, trying to see if Sean will tap some additional mana, and he did. Do you go for it here then?
You definitely go for it here, yeah.
Okay, well, Ross agrees, as here comes a 2020, and we'll see if Sean has any 1-mana answers to that. The Delver not yet flipped, can't block, going to draw a card off of the bauble. It's Volcanic Island. Here's an attack for 20, and thanks to Swords to Plowshares, actually Sean is higher than 20. So we are going to be able to take that hit. And then Choke is the follow-up. That one has to get Force of Willed.
You got Choke out there, you got Tabernacle out there. Dude, that's a win condition in its own.
Oh, I believe he's at 21. So this Force of Will actually put him to 0, and that's game. So we are done here. Sean Gallagher is going to lose this match. Ross, with his take on lands, going to win maybe the fastest match of lands I think I've ever seen. 2 games to 0 over number 3 on our leaderboard, Sean Gallagher. And Ross will advance to 4-0. What an absurd round of lands versus Delver.
Drake, on days like this, another Lance player is born. Somebody out there is going to be like, I want to be that. I want to make those plays. And then they're going to go online and buy a Tabernacle. And we're going to have another Lance. Dude, I've been to a tournament in Italy. I always remember that, like 200 plus players. We got the metagame report afterwards. Most played deck, Lance.
How do these people find Tabernacles? They're so expensive.
Italy, they love, I mean, Italian Tabernacles, I would guess. People in Italy, they love Lance. They're usually like that. They are known for being control players, but at that tournament in Rome, 200 people showed up. I want to say like 30 played Lance. Just like,
yeah. Well, Ross Krueger showed up today, played Lance, rewarded with an undefeated record. And we'll see. I believe that with that match ending so quickly, we might have some time to move to a backup. And we got another kind of classic matchup on our backup as well. Got the Death and Taxes deck in the hands of Nicole Dubin. This one, the new kind of variant, the Yorian Death and Taxes, versus, again, a Temur Delver deck piloted by Justin Brickman. Has a lot of the same shape that we saw from Sean Gallagher in the previous round with the Questing Druid style setups. As here we are, and it looks like to be game number 1 for Nicole Dubin. Got the turn 1 Aether Force of Willed pitching a Portent, and then the Caracas Wastelanded and Prismatic Vista, the follow-up for her. We'll see exactly what she wants to do. Now, this matchup has evolved a lot over the years. Julian, who do you generally like now in today's Death and Taxes versus Temur Delver kind of setup?
This is so interesting when I look at this. This is actually a 3-color Death and Taxes list. This is like, we're going back to the roots. This is kind of like morphing into Maverick at this point. I think we're splashing green in the sideboard for Gadoktik at the very least. Overall, in Legacy, it's really hard not to consider the Delver deck to be favored. But Death and Taxes is known for being able to go toe-to-toe with Delver decks everywhere. Now, what Death and Taxes that you already mentioned, right? This is like the new version. This is the version splashing black, at least in the main deck, for Bowmasters and Thoughtseize. And I feel like this is what people are playing right now. You don't see a lot of Death and Taxes, but when you do see it, it's usually with that splash. And it's certainly going to help in that matchup. It's going to take out like early, like undeliriate Dragon Rage channels and stuff. It's also going to make the extra card advantage engine a little bit more awkward. On the other hand, like the Druid doesn't really care about Bowmasters. So we'll see how it develops. I think overall, this usually leads to some really good, honest magic, and I'm all for that.
And good, honest magic, I think we're going to see is here we go. We got the Dragon Trade Chandler Swords to Plowshares by Nicole Dubin. So that went to exile. And now a Thoughtseize coming down off of the fetched basic swamp from Prismatic Vista. So that's a Thoughtseize going to reveal a hand of Bolt, Questing Druid, Murktide Region, and a basic island from Justin Brickman.
Yeah. I think Nicole is just going to sit tight here and eventually try to leverage the advantage that by getting Yorian. In the absence of pressure, and that's just like the biggest Achilles heel for any kind of Delver deck in the first game. If you got no pressure, you got nothing. Like your Dazes don't matter, your Wastelands don't matter, even your removal spells don't really matter all that much because eventually the bigger card quality will prevail. So from Justin's side of the board, you can try and hang a little bit by, leveraging your Druid, which wasn't discarded, but you want to make something happen, let's say over the next 2 turns. If we're still sitting here 2 turns from now and Justin doesn't have a creature in play, that's a problem. And I think here we're gonna get what's it called? Seek the Beast in response to Thalia.
Yeah, we
Well,
could.
let's
Yeah,
see.
I believe Seek the Beast actually is correct. Look at you having that one dialed up. I don't even know. Yeah, Seek the Beast indeed is the adventure mode of Questing Druid. Is an instant, of course, if we do want to go that angle. Now, I do believe Justin Brickman does still have a bolt if he wants to go that way instead. It is going to be Seek the Beast, though, in response. So maybe we can find a little bit easier answer to Thalia, Guardian of Thraben. As, of course, the Merchant Regent was discarded to Thoughtseize, left him with Bolt and the Druid. And we found Daze, so we can
Sweet.
Daze the Thalia. A little lean back from Nicole there certainly shows her a little bit of exasperation with that reveal. What a powerful reveal indeed.
Yeah, this is the kind of value you're looking to get when you Seek the Beast. Now, awkwardly for Justin, he probably wants to run out the Diver, the Ponder, just so it doesn't go to waste, even though you'd much rather play that with the creature here. But what can you do? You still can play the Druid later on, and it doesn't really matter all that much how big the Druid is in this matchup, but you'll take it. You'll take it eventually. But right now we're back to square one. Justin wants to make something happen, and he wants to have a creature. Nicole, by the way, did she not play a land here?
No, Nicole did not play her third land drop, so did miss a land there. And Justin, we know, does get to replay his land from Days, and then it is actually Volcanic Island, so we can hold up Bolt for his consolation prize for casting Ponder instead of Questing Druid. So there's a little bit, maybe a little bit of value to doing that outside of just trying not to let the Ponder go, which Justin's doing quite a bit of thinking on this particular Ponder, has chosen to keep the cards and draw. And we'll see if he has a follow-up. It's the Volcanic Island, no creature, and it looks like back to Nicole we're gonna go. Yep, back to Nicole we go. We'll see what she can find. She has managed to establish 2 basics, so Wasteland proof for the moment, but again, lost her Caracas from Wasteland from turn 1 after getting the 8th of Wild Forest, and now kind of stuck on mana a little bit as here's Questing Druid coming into play. The riff on Quirion Dryad, I believe, even has the same initials.
So, since Nicole didn't Swords of Plowshares yet end step, we can probably conclude that she's sitting on a lot of 3-drops, like a lot of 3-drops. And Justin is probably not going to be happy to make that Druid really big and go to town as soon as possible, as long as like Nicole is struggling with her mana.
Well, indeed, here is another threat in the form of Dragon's Rage Channeler. I believe this one is Delirious. I think we have the full traditional 4. Yeah, there we go. Justin separated things for us, and it's going to be Bowmasters in response to the Questing Druid triggers. This is actually huge.
Well, it depends. It depends. Like if Justin's got another instant here, let's say Brainstorm, I think he can, like, especially the Brainstorm, right, would be really good here. Even Daze.
Oh my God, it's another Daze. That one's so powerful when Nicole's stuck on lands like this, is going to grow the Questing Druid another point as well, which will then grow to a 3rd point. Thanks to this Dragon's Rage Channeler. No Surveil, as that Dragon's Rage Channeler was on the stack, and it's Murktide too. Justin has all the threats. And
remember when I said, like, 2 turns from now, Justin needs to put some creatures into play? Yeah, he was probably listening to the stream, and he figured, yeah, that sounds good, Julian, let's do it.
Yeah, Joel, you got it all dialed up. You're right. You're so right, King. Let's establish this. Now, it does shrink the Dragon's Rage Channeler, I believe, no matter how you choose to slice this. So, growing the Murktide Regent, now the Dragon's Rage Channeler a little bit more susceptible to Orcish Bowmasters, but having just dazed a copy of Orcish Bowmasters, it's not even guaranteed Nicole has that. And there's plenty of other problems in play right now beyond just this Dragon's Rage Channeler, who's kind of the weakest card in play right now.
This is rough. Basically, Nicole needs to draw like running Swords of Plowshares. Because even getting to 3, that's just like probably not going to do it. I think that's just too slow. I mean, obviously you go for it because it looks like we ripped that one from the... Actually, we might not have ripped one from the top. We were holding Bowmasters. But is that the formal wear?
Formal wear,
okay.
Yeah. We have it up on screen. Another new addition. We've seen quite a few Fallout cards kind of making their debut in Legacy paper coverage here with pre-war formal wear. This one is an equipment that can be found with Stoneforge Mystic, as you see here. Costs 2 and a white, enters the battlefield, returns a creature with mana value 3 or less from the graveyard to the battlefield, and attaches itself to that creature. And then, of course, a creature gets +2/+2 and vigilance with an equip cost of 3. So that can bring the Bowmasters that was countered, or the Thalia, back into play and grow it up quite a bit, in whatever direction Nicole wants to do, assuming she lives through this turn, which is certainly not a guarantee, as here comes Brainstorm, as we pass back. Still no 3rd land for Nicole Dubin, as Justin Brickman's going to Brainstorming, growing the Questing Druid. It may just be that the Stoneforge Mystic might be on blocking duty here.
Yeah, you might even have to already down to 12 life. Delirium already enabled by the instant there. And even the pre-war formal wear, right? We're not even making any kind of reasonable jump blockers at this point. You know what Nicole needs? Nicole needs a brainstorm and needs to draw all sorts of plowshares. Not gonna happen, I
well,
guess.
the bulk clearing things out the way, I think we might just be done. Yeah, here's a Ponder as well. This Questing Druid up to 7, plus 10, plus the Murktide. I think Questing Druid and Murktide alone are lethal, so Nicole would have to have something like a Solitude to really break up lethal right now. We'll see if she does.
I mean, there's a chance, right? Because Nicole is playing 4 copies of Solitude, but no, not happening. And off to game 2. Like, this game was heavily dominated by Nicole, unfortunately not being able to find a third land to fully unlock the power of the Death and Taxes deck.
Yeah, I mean, she had that early Caracas into Aether Vial. If Aether Vial resolved her mana problems are solved for most of the game, Justin Brickman having the Force Will dialed up into the Wasteland was so backbreaking for Nicole's mana development, was never really able to recover from there. So with that, let's actually have a look at Nicole's deck list and sideboard. Now, of course, this is an 80-card deck, so I believe it will fall off the screen a little bit, but I think it's just 4 lands off the bottom. You can still read the names, so whatever. Big deck problems. Let's have a look at the sideboard. We got 4 copies of Leyline of the Void, 3 copies of Cabal Therapy, 2 Gaddock Teague, 2 The Battle of Bywater, 1 Lauren of the Third Path, 1 Containment Priest, 1 Rest in Peace, and of course the Yorion Sky Nomad that is the companion for the deck. What kind of adjustments are we making for this Temur Delver setup?
Dude, the Battle of Bywater, that's exactly the kind of card I want against Delver. Like, every day, every night, everywhere. This is definitely going to be one of the biggest game changers if we can ever. Like, imagine on a board like this, you resolve this, all of a sudden everything turns around. So that one's going to come in. Rest in Peace is going to come in. And then I really can't tell you whether you bring in Leyline of the Void. It's basically a discussion for the last 5 years. Do you bring these in against the Murktide decks and DRC decks or not? I think this deck, the Temur Delver deck, a little less susceptible to basically Leyline of the Void. And also, Nicole not, like, definitely on less of a chance of opening the Leyline in the first place. But then, of course, on the upside, also less of a chance of drawing into it later on. So I can't tell you whether she's going to bring it in. These Death and Taxes players, especially the very enfranchised ones, they usually like stick together and work it out what's the best way to do it. So I'm going to be very confident that whichever way Nicole goes about it, that's probably like the way they are supposed to do it. But very easily, Battle of Bywater, Rest in Peace going to come in, and then we're probably going to take out like Scarab Swarm, maybe. Like, I always see this card doing completely broken things against the control decks. Against the Delver decks, even though this is a little bit of a slower Delver deck, maybe.
It's a lot of blockers.
It's a lot of blockers if it ever goes off, but a lot of times you also won't be able to make it happen. So I can tell you, I'm super excited to see it in action. Maybe the Thought Seizes. Like, the Thought Seizes don't strike me as too exciting.
I can see that. And Nicole definitely will make, I believe, the decision that makes the most sense for her and her game plan. But some reasonable ends, some good options for her. Let's have a look over at Justin Brickman and his take on the Temur Delver deck. We got 3 Price of Progress, 3 Power Blast, 2 Force of Negation, 2 Meltdown, a Counterbalance, Grafter's Cage, a Hydro Blast, a Soul Guide Lantern, and a Brazen Borrower. What are we doing here?
We're probably going to look at the main deck first, because none of those cards jump out at me as being like, oh yes, I want that in the matchup. So at that point, you look at the main deck and you're trying to figure out, okay, is there anything I don't want that I can upgrade? And like, something that sticks out to me is Counterbalance. Not the most exciting card for the matchup, a little bit harder to make work, especially in the face of like Etherwile and also like various mana costs. So maybe that one's going to come out, and then we could bring maybe Meltdown. Maybe, Brazen Borrower is always something to break up the tempo, and that's something that's sometimes your main win condition. Other than that, I know some Delver players like taking out Dazes on the draw. I sometimes do it. I'm not too big a fan of it. I often don't, so not seeing that happening. I also don't see anything in the sideboard that's better than Daze for sure. So I don't think there's going to be much sideboarding happening on Justin's side here.
Yeah, I also, when I played Delver a lot, against Death and Taxes, again, in a classic Magic and Legacy, I did trim on some Forces and some Dazes for some stuff. And I did play around with the numbers a lot. You never really, I think, want to cut out all of it, but trimming down a little bit sometimes makes some sense. Force much better now than it was before, especially for tagging Aether Vials and things of that nature. And Brazen Borrower may be worth grabbing for the ley lines and stuff. But yeah, I agree with you. I think Counterbalance is the easy cut. Beyond there, it gets a little bit harder, but a lot more modest changes, I'd say, than the kind of changes that Nicole Dubin is going to have access to. So some reasonable adjustments to make. Nicole Dubin may be improving a little bit more than Justin Brickman in the sideboard games. And certainly she's going to need to, being down a game already in this match, as these players get shuffled up for game number 2, where Nicole Dubin will be on the play. Nicole Dubin, of course, someone that was present in our 2023 NRG Championship, number 42 on our leaderboard right now. A little bit slower start on the leaderboard, but plenty more events left to play. It was actually her birthday yesterday, so happy birthday to her, and hopefully,
Hey, happy birthday.
yeah, she continues to win here on the day after her birthday to make it a nice little birthday weekend.
Okay, Nicole disagreeing with me. Nicole saying, no, at least on the play, I definitely want my Thoughtseizes and finding the very best spot in the entire game for a turn 1 of a basic land. Looks like at least one meltdown came in. Do you take the Brainstorm here? I often dislike taking cards that don't really do something, as in like interacting with the board, but here it's by far the best card, right? I mean, it's definitely going to be heavily dictated by what Nicole has in hand, and maybe we can deduce something by what she takes here.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I think when you're talking about looking at hands like this with a lot of red removal spells, you kind of need to decide, we're looking at the Canoptic Swarm and there's a Thalian among the bunch. You really want to decide, okay, if I take a removal spell now, that's one less creature that doesn't die later on. So that's something worth considering. And if I have an Orcish Bowmasters in hand, taking the Brainstorm certainly seems a little less appealing, but I didn't see a Bowmasters in hand, and I didn't really also see Nicole's hand being that susceptible to just a pile of removal spells. So yeah, going to agree with you. Take the Brainstorm as the by far most powerful card in Justin Brickman's hand, and leave him with just some red cards and some lands as we pass back to Justin Brickman. Able to fetch a basic on turn 1 is Nicole.
So this reminds me of something like that Thomas Innerwaldsen told me. A lot of people might know him as like the godfather of Death in Texas. And that is, when he played against a deck that had True Name Nemesis, like goes way back, like Patriot Java, he eventually ended up siding out his own Swords to Plowshares because he said, you know what, that deck actually kind of wants to trade 1-for-1 all the time and then eventually get down to True Name Nemesis that I can't interact with and then win the game that way. I feel like kind of like the reverse thing happening is going on in this game. Like, Nicole would actually be happy to just like randomly 1-for-1 trade against Justin's removal spells, knowing that her deck has a lot of card advantage in it. Eventually one of your creatures is gonna stick, and even stuff like, Stoneforge Mystic, even if you remove it, it still produces some kind of value. So leaving Justin with just the removal spells and lands, strategically, you already know, okay, this could be that kind of game, right? I just run out creatures, Justin destroys it, we all go down to like a very low life total, a very low number of cards in hand, and then my superior card quality is going to take the game. And we will see. I have no idea what that kind of artwork is. Drake, you will have to tell me.
I will have to tell you. It looks like...
Rest in peace.
Yeah, that looks like a rest in peace. It's one of the new old border cards, so it has to be from the Ravnica remastered. So that's, it looks like it's going to be a rest in peace, and it's going to annihilate the graveyards after a little exchange where Thalia did bite the Unholy Heat from Justin Brickman, and it's Counterbalance, a card that we call out as, I don't think it's that good, you didn't think it's that good. Well, Justin disagrees. This card, apparently the converted mana costs on the Death and Taxes deck as it exists today, maybe you have converged to such a point where you have enough things to counter it. So look at the uncommon from Cold Snap. This one, a card I have played quite a bit in the old Miracles decks. Whenever opponent plays a spell, can reveal the top card of your library. If you do, counter that spell if it has the same converted mana cost. A lot of tricks you can do with the fetch lands and brainstorms. And against Death and Taxes, though, interesting.
You used to play like Miracles with Counterbalance?
Oh yeah, top Counterbalance, talk to me.
They let you commentate these tournaments from prison?
Look, Joe Lisette was once in the booth with me, man. It was all Sensei's Dividing Talk all the time.
Rightfully so, right? Dude, watch us like talk about like how Counterbalance is not good. Watch us talk about how Counterbalance is not good in the matchup, only for it to maybe like completely take over the game.
Oh yeah, watch. We're about to just look so foolish. As here comes the Counterbalance trigger on Flicker Wisp. We're gonna flip. It's Delver of Secrets. That one's not gonna counter Flicker Wisp. Shadowy Backstreet, notably fetched on end step for Nicole Dubin. As we got that handled. We're gonna flick the shadowy. We're gonna flicker with the Flicker Wisp, the Shadowy Backstreet. Get another Surveil. Nicole chooses to leave on top. So a little bit of card selection happening here. The Death and Taxes deck, and there's Wasteland on the Shadowy Backstreet. Gonna hit the Exile Zone. And Delver of Secrets, the card that was on top, revealed from Counterbalance, going to be the follow-up.
And taking off the
too. Nothing for you, Nicole. All of it in the graveyard. Get it all out of here.
And Nicole's probably like feeling pretty good about all of this that's happening. Of course, the worst case scenario would be like she left something on top that's not a land and doesn't have an extra land, like basically kind of like a repeat of the first game. We see Smother of Runes in hand. We see another Thoughtseize. I like there's a Meltdown that we already know probably won't do anything.
Okay, so we revealed for counterbalance for Thoughtseize, and it was a land. That's going to eat the meltdown that Nicole knew about from the turn 1 Thoughtseize. So really the last turn for Thoughtseizes to be good, and it was. And the follow-up here is going to be Mother of Runes, and with no removal spell in sight, this counterbalance flip actually kind of needs to be a 1 here. This Mother of Runes can start to be a real problem.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be annoying. One of the best ways to beat the Rest in Peace here is to, of course, flip the Diver and then just like go to town with it. As Nicole is sitting on, ideally from just inside, like just a bunch of cute cards that you won't be able to cast. But that's already asking for a lot, right? We will see.
Well, yeah, I don't think Nicole has very many cards left in hand from this point, if any. I can't get a great look from where I'm at, but I mean, Mother of Runes does make it the removal spells in the future hard to answer. Now, Delver does have a lot of 1-drops, and if it's a 1-drop spell, then we're cooking. We get to counter Mother of Runes, we get to flip Delver Secrets, it's everything, and it's Portent! Oh my goodness, and Nicole leans back. That is brutal. Counterbounce looking incredible. Us, egg on our face. Counterbounce looking awesome. Delver,
oh my God,
Portent in hand. Everybody is foolish except Justin Brickman as he casts his Portent. An incredibly important card to have.
Portent is great in so many ways. Not only does it counter the Mother of Runes, it also flips the Diver and sets up a potential 1 or 2 on top for the next turn. So if Justin wants to protect his Diver from removal, he can like put a 1 on top. He could also put a 2 on top if he thinks there's going to be like a Stoneforge Mystic. And like, Drake, I'm going to put you in a spot. If you had a 1 and 2 on top, which one do you float here?
I think the ones, because Swords to Plowshares, Aether Vial, like all those cards are actually pretty scary from this spot. Where you end up where Nicole maybe can get out of it. Now the 2s can be scary. Things like Stoneforge Mystic and what have you are really slow. So I would probably put 1 on top. But honestly, if I'm casting that Portent, I kind of probably would have targeted my opponent. I'm just looking for a moment to do that. Just see. Like I want to look for myself, and then I'll draw a
hidden
card,
answer number C.
yeah. I like a C, answer C. I want to target my opponent, but that's probably wrong. Justin Brickman's almost certainly right. When you have counterbalance in play, you should be targeting yourself. But I'm just an addict. I really want to just target my opponent and Fate Seal them and do all that stuff. I'm telling you, it's that miracles intuition showing. I just want to look at my opponent's deck and make sure I'm not drawing anything good.
And it looks like
drawing anything good. I think that's Dragon's Rage Channeler, Force of Will, and maybe even another threat off this ponder.
You know what Nicole needs? A 3rd land and a Battle of Bywater. There's just like no way around it. That card is so
you're talking.
Good.
I mean, Battle of Bywater would be awesome here. Hard
Assuming
to counter.
Diver flips, right?
Correct.
So we're going to take a 3 here, and then we probably want to find something, and then Battle of Bywater tested out. I wonder, is Justin going to play around the Battle of Bywater by like not playing another creature? I don't think so. But on the other hand, he also doesn't need to play another creature.
Does he even know about the Battle of Bywater? This is an open deck list. I mean, he might just not even know. That's a kind of card I think that what I would have on my radar. But now, of course, Justin Brickman, much more proficient with the current state of Legacy than I am, and he's going to deploy the Dragon's Rage Channeler. Yeah, I just want to get the game over with. And, Battle by Water happens, it happens. Look, Nicole has an 80-card deck. She's never going to draw it. She's not going to draw it.
On the other hand, also, like, the Dragon Channel wouldn't die to Battle of Bywater anyway, since it's basically being relegated to be a 1-1 all the time. So that makes a lot of sense to run that one out. And with Nicole exactly at 7 points of damage, potentially 7 points of damage, assuming that Eva is going to flip on the other side of the board, Nicole needs to, like, double spell here, probably. Like, she needs to take out 2 things, and that's going to be pretty rough.
Yeah, and this counterbalance already earning its stripes, able to counter a Mother of Runes in a very important spot. And we'll see if it can get a little bit of better values. Here comes Lion's Sash. Now, Justin Brickman does know what's on top. And if it is a 2, I'm sure he will reveal it. It's not a 2. He shrugs, says, sure, extra graveyard hate under Rest in Peace. Don't care. It's Lightning Bolt. And that's enough. Nicole Dubin is going to offer the fist bump. And Justin Brickman going to win 2-0 over Nicole Dubin and her take on Death and Taxes. A little bit more work to do. Not out of it yet, but I mean, a convincing victory for Justin Brickman and his Temur Delver deck, and counterbalance looking pretty good.
I miss playing Delver. Dude, I miss playing Delver so much. I haven't played a lot of Delver in the last couple of years. I used to play it a ton. And whenever I see like a Rock Delver deck, like Temur Delver versions, that's just like, that's my jam. I want to get back into that.
This is what happens when you get old people like us in the booth. You just reminisce. You see, I'm serious because I'm sitting there like, I miss the days of Death Right Shaman. I've got my cane out. I'm yelling at the clouds. Like, I just want to Gitaxian Probe Cabal Therapy people and Trinity Nemesis and all that good stuff. And there's just none of those cards even anymore. We got better stuff to be doing.
Like, who are you to talk? Like, you're like, what, 20 something still?
I'm 28, I think.
See?
28.
28. See,
That's like 50 in esports years.
Okay. Add 10 more years to your. Like my colleague at work the other day, she was like, "Oh, I'm turning 30 like soon." I'm like, "Yeah, good luck. I'm turning 40 in 1.5 years." But yeah.
Well, that's going to do it for round number 4. That was, of course, our backup match. So we got to see a little bit of extra legacy action. We got to see Lands blow the doors off of Delverdeck. And then we get to see Delverdeck emerge victorious, blowing the doors off of Devin. Some convincing victories that round on both sides. And that is going to conclude round number 4 of our 5K legacy trial here at the NRG series. Now, remember, we are halfway through Swiss at this point. We have 4 more rounds, and Julie and I will be in the booth for the final round of our shift here in the coverage booth next round, and then we will be passing things off. Do not go anywhere. Thank you for following. And if I remember correctly, Norm has informed me about a follower subscriber goal. I want to touch on that briefly. Julie, take me away on that.
Okay, so here's the thing. I don't know how it came to be, but you have the power to change the color of the hair of Norm. So last time we checked, we needed 200 more followers and 7 more subscribers. I think that number should be even lower right now. So if you want to see Norm with, I believe, orange hair for the next event, you have the power. Not only can you sub, get emotes, like support everything you see here, including us, you can also change the color of the hair of the guy who makes all of this happen. Like, you have that power, but only for a limited time. Like, I think for this event, the bet is on. So 200 more followers.
He's going to show up to with it, right?
Yeah. You want to make it happen.
Please, if you want to support us, if you want to support Norm having orange hair, if you want to support paper coverage, please follow and make sure to subscribe. If you want to remove ads and give us a little bit of extra support, and of course, as always, improve your viewing experience, whether it's the stream or Norm's hair. Like I said, that'll do it for round number 4. We will have round number 5 coming at you very shortly as these players start to battle it out and start looking at their top 8 perspectives. We will be bringing you that very shortly. Do not go anywhere. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're here for round number 5 of our 5K legacy trial here at NRG Minneapolis, brought to you by the NRG series and sponsored, of course, by Ultimate Guard. Lots of Ultimate Guard swag being given out all weekend long in the side events and to the top 16 of our players. Been some awesome legacy action we've seen across the board. We've gotten to see quite a bit of fast kills, slow kills, and decks of all different kinds. And of course, many players you've known and seen before. I'm in here at the booth with Julian. But before we dive into all that conversation about this round, what we're going to see this round, I do want to go ahead and pull up our updated leaderboard. Remember, players playing for quite a few points on the NRG series this weekend. And this is actually updated with the showdown that ended this morning. So now you see Dominic Harvey with his win in Modern with Amulet Titan already rockets to number 1 on the leaderboard because we are very early in season 1 still, and now is highlighted as he is qualified for the end of year NRG championship. So you see quite a bit of movement here among the players who are trying to jockey for position on this leaderboard and find their way as either the point leaders at the end of the season or just secure their spot for the long haul. And the top 3, of course, at the end of the year will qualify for the championship. So now with Dominic qualified, let's have a little look at the updated qualified players here for the championship. So we have 4 players here qualified. Steven Dykman, of course, your 2023 champion. And then the 3 showdown winners we've had so far, 1 in each format of Pioneer, Standard, and Modern. Sean Gallagher, of course, battling here today, so we may see some even additional points moving around for him. Dom also battling in this event. Matthew Hoey not present this weekend. He is our 2017 and 2018 NRG champion, but we will see him at the end of the year as well. 20 seats left to find and lots of points on the line for these players. So with all of that mouthful out of the way, we have, I'd say, some unorthodox decks this round. We've seen quite a bit of legacy classics. Here we're going to see Temur Rhinos versus Mono Red Goblins. There's stickers on my screen, Julian. Help me.
Dude, and I can't even tell you what exactly the words on those are gonna be, but yeah, this is how you play Legacy in the year of 2024. You bring some stickers, and the opponent either puts you on a bluff or they know that you're the sticker goblin deck, right? So, Drake, what do you think? If you see somebody here sitting across from you, presenting the stickers, making, like, I think you have to randomize them and like pick 3 or something.
Oh yeah, I was about to put you on the spot. Do you know the sticker rules?
I kinda do. Like, I know that if you kill the sticker goblin in response to a triggered ability, you don't get any mana, and that's as far as I know.
All right, so you end up with 10 sticker sheets. You cannot have repeats, and you have to have at least 10. There are more than 10 that you can have. And you shuffle your sticker deck and present it to your opponent alongside your regular deck, and you get the top 3 of your sticker deck to be your stickers for the game for your name sticker goblin, which is very different from how it works on Magic Online, as these players well underway. Just a Wooded Foothills for Michael Bearmon and his take on Temur Rhinos, and for Mike Jarvis starting things out a little bit more explosively. Cavern, you have to imagine naming goblins. Chromox pitching a card. It's Sydney Spirit Guide being pitched as well, and it's the name sticker goblin himself. We're reaching.
And Mike is already entering the combo. Mike is going straight for the combo on the first turn. Like we talked about how this used to be kind of like a mid-range or aggressive deck, or even like some people would sometimes call a control deck. But honestly, if you ask me, Goblins is a combo deck in Legacy, and we will probably see why it is right now.
And here we see the name sticker goblin. So what is brought up on your screen right now is actually the Magic Online implementation. For the in-paper implementation, it's just this blank goblin idea. Still a 2/2, and it says when it enters the battlefield, you can put a sticker on it, and then you get a red mana for each vowel you have in that name. So I believe we saw, I can't get a great look at the stickers, but we did see Mike Jarvis hold up a 4 for us. So I believe it made 4 mana, allowed him to deploy Broadside Bombardiers and get to attacking right away. Did the name sticker goblin. Here's another copy of Broadside Bombardiers, a card we've seen quite a bit of action, and this is a lot of pressure already.
This is already lethal on the second. Yeah, close and almost, I want to say. I mean, people have, if you haven't played against this is not the old Gold Goblins deck of, I don't know, 2005. This deck is going to run you over, and it's going to run you over as soon as turn 2. Like, even if it doesn't kill you on the second turn, it's going to put you in an impossible position on the second turn. So, I don't know what Michael can still do. I guess the idea is to use a Spirit Guides, or maybe bounce one of the Goblins with Brazen Borrower, Petty Theft. No, I think we're going to make 2 Goblins. Two Goblins.
Is it Rhinos time? The now banned Violent Outburst from the Modern format, finding its way to Legacy. Here's Violent Outburst. After attacks, we're going to make some Rhinos to block.
Okay, that sounds pretty good, honestly. Is there like a way where we like shoot down one of the Rhinos? I guess that doesn't really do all that much.
I think that's like it's not the same thing, right? Because you can make them trade. I think we do want to do some amount of boasting action. Not sure if we want to do that before blocks or not. Remember, Broadside Bombardiers does have Menace. So that can complicate this block a little bit. And yeah, here we go. We're going to double block one of the Broadside Bombardiers. So now we can cannon that using the other Bombardiers, which we're going to do right now. So there goes the boast ability from Broadside Bombardiers. Cannoning that Broadside Bombardiers. There we go. Deals mana value +2. So that's 5 damage to the face. And 4 more damage comes through. And that's going to leave Michael Bearmon at... Where are we at? Are we at 8 right now? Yes.
No
okay, so I think we're at 8 right now. No additional boast.
Okay, so there's Unlicensed Thirst in hand for Mike, which doesn't really do anything here. And Michael is gonna try to figure this out. Like, how aggressive can Michael really be with the 2 Rhinos? Because next turn, I think, whoa, we are attacking. Okay, I guess that makes me really that makes me really feel
no blocking necessary. We're making some attacks. Let's go. So what does that mean if we're attacking with the Rhinos, trying to win the race against the Broadside Bombardiers and the Goblins accompanying it?
I mean, even if we make 2 more Rhinos and double block the boast guy, then we take like 2 damage and then we shoot 5. Yeah, I think that's barely not enough.
First, I see Brazen Borrower, yeah, and Petty Theft on Broadside Bombardiers, and Mike Jarvis is actually tapped out of mana there, so only this name sticker goblin can get in the red zone, and it is 2 damage coming through for Michael Bearmon. That's going to put him down to 6. Blank Goblin doing the work outside of just making mana, doing its Seething Song impression, and still able to attack. And back to Bearmon we go, who has some Rhinos left. We'll see if he wants to attack again.
What? This is tough, man. This is like tough decisions from the very first turn on, and like this is no fetch land, go, okay, trying to figure out which way I want to go the game. No, we go into it straight from the very first turn, and Mike doesn't really have a lot of options, I would guess. Like, you probably run out the Broadside Bombardiers again, and from there you'll figure out whether you want to attack and boast. Dude, this has me on the edge of my seat.
The plan right now. I don't think that helps.
I don't know what the third card in hand is. We already know about 2 of those cards. Curious what the third card is. But
2 mana. 3 mana. It's Broadside Bombardiers. Okay, so that's redeployed. No crewing or exiling with the hearse, but we can cannon the hearse. So if some blocking action in a certain way happens, maybe that's a consideration. Is this just lethal no matter what?
No, it's like 3, it's 5, 7. Yeah, actually, it. Oh no, we can't do it. Ha! I think
this might be
we got
lethal.
it. Yeah, we got it. You're right.
Yeah. Oh,
technically we got
have Elvish Spirit Guide going to exile. Is it another outburst? It's Endurance. Okay, that's another blocker, and that actually saves Michael Bearmon here right now. We'll see how Mike Jarvis wants to respond, if at all. But the battle of the mics. This is getting heated up.
Is there a world where you sacrifice the hearse to shoot down one of the creatures early on, so you can stop one of the blockers?
Early on, I mean, it was representing lethal here. You might want to do it now. Maybe you just want to go. Ooh, this is tough. These are some good blockers for Michael Bearmon. I mean, I'm certain you want to activate the boast here, right? And now the question is, do you want to like sacrifice name sticker and try to get somewhere with that?
Couldn't you boast before Michael actually declares blockers? So you'd rather keep the name sticker goblin instead of the hearse?
Sure.
I think I would have preferred that.
Not clear. We have some tokens that look like they're untapping. City of Traders deployed. And Michael Bearmon, with that endurance, now went from being dead to looks like he might actually have almost lethal here.
Okay, this is something. These are the 2 most explosive creature. Creature decks in Legacy right now, and Michael Bearmon's stabilizing at exactly 1 point of life. Of course, Mike could draw anything from the top right, any kind of like haste creature to try. Like the easiest way to win this is just to draw another Bombardiers and end the game that way, and that's how it usually happens to me. Even I want to say maybe there's a world where you draw Goblin Matron and it's gonna be good enough.
Is that Muxus in hand? I think I can't get a great
Dude,
look.
That would be something.
Yeah. So before damage, we went ahead and threw the Namesticker Goblin at face. That's 5 damage, not 6. And it's going to be Goblin Ringleader is actually the play. Flipping
so
quite
close.
a few goblins. That's the Shadow Skull smashing. It's Rabblemaster, Simeon Spirit Guide, and I believe Battle Cry Goblin.
So if you got another land, we can actually run out the Battle Cry Goblin, right? And that but it doesn't have haste by itself. It needs to activate, so that wouldn't do it.
And yeah, that's actually going to do it. Mike Jarvis sees no outs, is going to go ahead and concede. Michael Bearmon at 1 point of life, able to stabilize with his take on Legacy Rhinos. The deck now banned from the modern format, showing its stripes here in Legacy. Up a game against Mono Red Goblins. Let's see how Goblins can adjust. We have in the sideboard 4 copies of Leyline of the Void, 3 copies of Pyrokinesis, 2 Dead Gone, 1 Pithing Needle, 1 Thorn of Amethyst, 1 Null Rod, 1 Blood Moon, 1 Negus of the Moon, and 1 Goblin Trash Master. Julian, how do we adjust with our explosive Goblins deck?
Probably not all that much, I would say. Like, I guess if you have something you want to take out, you could. Like, Pyrokinesis is always like such an awkward trade, right? Maybe you do it as a tempo play, especially since you have menace creatures. So it could make all the difference. The more I talk about it, the more I can maybe see Pyrokinesis, especially on the play. But I'm not a big fan of it. Is there anything in the main deck we want to take out? Also, not too much. Like, this is a very, very old machine. Like, you definitely take out the 2 unlicensed Hearths. They don't really do anything for the matchup. So I can see those becoming Pyrokinesis. I like them better than Dead Gun, I would say.
Okay.
Is there Trashmaster? No. Magus? No. Blood Moon? Like, I guess some people would bring in Thorn of Amethyst as a one-off just to make everything a little bit more awkward for the Rhinos deck. I don't hate it. So maybe that's a thing. Actually, the more that I think about it, it could be a thing. But then again, you don't really stop the Shardless Agent. You can only stop the Violent Outburst. Not stop, but tax the Violent Outburst. That's what I'm looking at. I mean, the Trellis already is like pretty good. You get the Trellis down on 0, so you can stop all the Rhinos. So yeah, I think that's what I would do.
Yeah, the Chalice is, I think, great main deck additions in this particular Goblins deck for the Rhinos deck. We'll see. Actually, I mean, those could come up huge now that we know the matchup. Remember, not open deck list. So let's have a look, actually, at Michael Bearmon's deck. He may or may not know about these Chalices. I do think Chalice is pretty common. We'll see how he wants to adjust in the sideboard, if at all. We have 3 copies of Force of Vigor, 3 Pyrokinesis, 2 Force of Negation, 2 Inevitable Betrayal, 2 Magus of the Moon, 1 Blood Moon, 1 Collector Roof, and 1 Emrakul, the Aeon's Torn. What are we adjusting here for the Goblins matchup?
Yeah, easily you bring in Emrakul, you cast it for 15 mana, and then you get out.
Yeah, that's where we're at, huh?
I want to say the Pyrokinesis is specifically there because of this matchup, because it's one of the few ways that you can actually stop the combo. And like I know it's weird to call it a combo, but you've seen what this deck did in the first turn. So Pyrokinesis is basically there, so you can take out the sticker goblin before it actually adds mana. So I would guess if we have those in the sideboard, 3 copies of those might actually come in. And then other than that, not too much really. Is there anything that sticks out to you that you might want to have? I don't think so, right?
No, yeah, I mean I think that assessment's pretty good. Even going for things like Inevitable Betrayal, grabbing creatures out of their deck does not seem where you want to be at all. And Collector Roof maybe a little slow to the party as far as shutting down any like Chrome Mox stuff or anything like that. I don't think that's good enough either. So again, if you might want some Force of Vigors to cover for Chalice, if that's on your radar, but outside of trying to cover for Chalice in that way, you do have Forces, you have Brazen Borrowers to cover it in your main deck. So how hard you want to go on the Chalice hate, not clear, but definitely Pyrokinesis seems like the easiest add. Getting some pitch cards in your deck, that's kind of the hallmark of these Rhinos decks that existed both in Modern before it was banned and now here in Legacy is access to these pitch cards. And you almost certainly want to upgrade your pitch cards in the form of Pyrokinesis to pick off goblins. And like you said, the Namesticker Goblin being instant speed over something like Fury, a big deal that could come up as well.
By the way, something I want to highlight that Mike apparently did, that's everybody who's playing stickers does. Just note the number of walls on the card. You know how, like on the stickers, I think he's got a 4 drawn on there, and like is that a 2? I don't know exactly what it is, but I think it makes it a lot easier for everybody involved to just like have the number of walls written on the card, so you don't have to start counting.
Yeah, counting that would be that would just slow the game down so much. And yeah, marking them on the card makes a lot of sense to me. And of course, I believe you shuffle these up between every game. They do not persist between the across the match. So you need to
every game even.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, you heard about that, right? Wizards a couple of weeks ago, they did a stream. They talked about how they're unhappy about how the sticker mechanic works in paper, because right now there are a couple of decks, for example, in Legacy, where you bring Phyrexian Metamorph, and there's sometimes a chance that you copy your opponent's sticker goblin, and then if you didn't bring any stickers, you don't get to like add mana. So they addressed that specifically, and they said, okay, we want to change the way stickers work in paper, so people don't have to always bring stickers to basically maximize their value. And I'm all for that. I'm curious how they're gonna like find a solution to that, but they should be able to come up with something.
I would prefer they're just not legal in Legacy. I think that solves
okay. No, if you're talking about,
that's
I would also like
I want to go.
Just getting
I would change the way they work by making sure they don't. But we'll see exactly what other. Yeah, I'm sure. Whatever. Yeah, I have no stake in selling cards or anything like that. I just want all the goofiness to kind of go away. But that is not reality. That's not the world we live in now. And stickers is what we're going to work with. And very powerful are these stickers. Although, from my understanding, there's been calculations. I can't confirm this, but there's been calculations, and like the Namesticker Goblin implementation on Magic Online is, I mean, it works differently than how it works in paper. We saw that when the card was brought up on the screen. Now, my understanding is it's actually weaker in paper too than it is in Magic Online.
See, this is interesting. I think also, I believe the way it works on Magic Online, just by feeling, it's a little bit better. But now here's the thing. In paper, you know exactly how much mana it's gonna add. So, because you have the stickers already available. Whereas on Magic Online, sometimes you feel like, dude, if I can get a 5 or a 6 on this, my turn is gonna be insane. But if I got a 4 on this, I'd rather not play it and play something else instead. In paper, you already know, right? So
it works completely differently too. He's sick. Well, these players are well underway. Getting a turn 1 Ancient Tomb with no play wastelanded by the team of Rhinos deck and just about and pass. Yeah, that's nuts. I did not know it had a different implementation like that too. That's horrible. Yeah, just get this out of here. Ban this thing. I don't know. Do what you need to do. Get it out. Horrible.
Yeah. I'm very much with you on that.
I'm offended. I'm like angry. I'm flustered. That's terrible. That is so bad.
Okay, now look at that forest. Look at that beautiful basic forest. Maybe it's gonna help you come down. Dude, I love that artwork so much, especially if it's the Arena League promo.
Green, shade of green. Yeah,
I think this one's the beta one or alpha one, or Forum Black Border, who knows? But yeah, love that one so much.
There's Goblin Matron.
Goblin Matron, dude. Here's another awesome stat for you. If we exclude all the creatures that have been printed in the last 5 years, so if you look at like quote unquote old creatures, Goblin Matron is the 3rd most played old creature in Legacy. Which, like, if you had told me that a couple of years ago, I would think like you're crazy.
What is old? What is the qualifier for
like basically
old?
if we exclude everything that has been printed in the last 5 years?
Last 5 years?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
The previous 25 of Magic? Yeah, that's absurd.
Yeah. I think number 1 was Delver, number 2 I don't remember, and number 3 was Goblin and Lucky. Goblin Matron.
Old creature now? Julian, I'm so old. I was there when that was printed. I was there. I was playing Magic. People were losing their minds. They're like, wow, this thing is so broken. It's so good. As here comes an attack with Goblin Matron. Second Wasteland going to pick off the City of Traders and stop Mike Jarvis from deploying the name sticker Goblin that he searched for with the third most played old creature in Legacy, Goblin Matron, as this Crashing Footfalls ticks down, hard suspended from the Team of Rhinos deck. Surprised when it ever got off suspend this way in Modern. Going to be real shocked if it happens in Legacy, as we found a second land and a Simian Spirit Guide for name sticker Goblin.
Somebody mentioned that earlier. Like, Goblins has become a show and tell deck, and this very much feels like it.
All right, so this is our show and tell. We're gonna make 4 red mana here.
Red mana is not that exciting. Like, whenever I play against it, it's easily 6 mana.
Easily 6 mana. Well, it's only 4 here, and we
that's
got a Fire Ice coming after the Battlecry Goblin. That was the follow up.
Usually, the way it goes is that you go after the name sticker Goblin, so Mike wouldn't be able to get any kind of mana in the first place. But Michael was like, nope, this is how I want to do it. I want to leave you with the vanilla creature, basically.
I guess it got an activation off too. Yeah, because it's 4 mana. So 2 mana for the Goblin, 2 mana to activate. So it was able to give the Namesticker Goblin haste, as well as the +1/+0 to both creatures, and get a pretty big attack in. Get a look at Battlecry Goblin there. That one's a 2 mana 2/2. It's a bear, and doesn't actually have the mechanic Battlecry on it. So take that and I guess take it somewhere else. And it costs 1 in a red to give things +1/+0 and haste until end of turn. And it has some pack tactics that if you attack with creatures total power 6 or more, you get a 1/1 that is tapped and attacking, as well as Broadside Bombardiers off of another Simian Spirit Guide added to the mix as well. And it's going to be Simian Spirit Guide 2 mana, and Endurance is going to come in.
I don't know. I'm not going to lie to you. This is a little bit too much for me. This is what the wars of the future are gonna look like. Laser cannons everywhere, attacking for 20 damage on your first upkeep or something. This is...
Yeah, I mean, this is crazy. We're cannoning down something. So I believe we blocked the name sticker Goblin. That one got cannoned at Michael Bearmon's face using the Boast ability. So that's 5 damage to the dome, and then 2 + 1 more comes through, and that gets Michael Bearmon down to 5. But I think here we have a Crashing Footfalls coming off suspend. Blocking gonna be possible, but on board right now, this Broadside Bombardiers untaps. It's gonna be able to boast and then cannon that matron into Michael Bearmon's face.
Oh my god, dude! Seriously,
is here is Sharpness Agent. Wow, sparks flying back and forth, both players as we cascade deep into the deck. Permanents and cards forming a circle around the entire battlefield as we look for a copy of Crashing Footfalls. We found it.
Thing is, in these situations, I always ask myself, in this format, do I want to be the player casting Stoneforge Mystic?
It's just... Oh yeah, I mean, Stoneforge Mystic, a card once heralded as too strong and all these kinds of things, looking perhaps outpowered by today's standards.
At least when we see these two decks going up against each other, this is obscene kind of magic. This is not my kind of magic, I want to say. But on the other hand, I love watching these guys going to town with their completely busted decks.
And no attacks with Rhinos is Michael Bearmon. Has all these blockers. He says, yeah, whatever. I'm just going to attack with my Bombardiers, cannon this matron at your face, and to game 3 we go. So 1-1 game apiece for this little Mike battle off we have here between Goblins and Rhinos. 2 different creature types. Maybe one very classic for Magic. You know, the Goblin King no longer featured in the deck, but once, you know, iconic part of the Goblins kin, and now Rhinos, relative newcomers. We take a look at the sideboard and see if there's any adjustments we want to make for game number 3. We called out Pyrokinesis. Didn't see any that game, but did, I believe, see one where we cascaded past. Would have been an important piece of the puzzle for stopping the Bombardiers that has been a big part of Mike's game plan.
Yeah, Pyrokinesis would have been crucial here. Would have allowed Mike to actually win the game. Unfortunately, didn't have it there. So I guess, fortunately for us, we actually get to see a third game. And that one's going to be, I guess we're not going to have Goblins on the play. So there's going to be a little bit more hope for the Temur Rhinos deck. It's just, I don't know about you or anybody watching, but it took me like a month of becoming comfortable with Goblins being able to have these kinds of explosive starts. Because for decades, it was like basically hammered home. Dude, don't think of it as an aggressive deck. It has like real grind potential, and a lot of people call it a control deck, which I'm not subscribing to, but I see what they're coming from. Now you really have to take all these like 20 years of thinking one way into like, no, this is not how it works anymore. This is not only an aggressive deck, this is a combo deck. This is completely going to combo you out as soon as turn 1. And not too much Michael can really do about that, especially like if we get a Kevin of Souls going on here. But I just want to see the bombs come down as early as possible.
It's funny you call it a combo deck, because a combo deck where Force Negation doesn't work. Like Mike Bearmon had those in his sideboard, probably doesn't even want them, because as you mentioned, it's like if it's show and tell with this name sticker goblin, then you can't Force Negation any of these pieces. They're all creatures. And so the Pyrokinesis is really the only tools for Mike Bearmon. We'll have another look here at Mike Jarvis's sideboard, access to the same cards that we looked at before. When he has his own 3 copies of Pyrokinesis, maybe speaking to the prevalence of this Goblins deck, especially in the paper metagame here. Not really interested in too much else. We talked about this before. As far as your matchups go, you kind of just try to blow the doors off these other decks. Just try to be faster than them, and so far has done a reasonable job of keeping up at the very least, if not staying ahead, as he reveals 3 sticker sheets. Unclear right now what his highest count is. Looks like multiple 4s. Can't get a great look at the handwriting from here. There might be a 5 there. I think we might have a 5.
Yeah, 5 would be quite something. By the way, speaking of Pyrokinesis, I was at my shop the other day for a tournament. They were sold out of Pyrokinesis. Just saying.
Sold out. I mean, it's like a Eternal Masters dollar rare or whatever.
Like maybe they also didn't stock it because it was like so cheap. But yeah, a lot of people wanted it. Nobody had them anymore.
MTG finance going on here, buying some Pyrokinesis.
Not for those cheap cards, I would guess. Unless you're moving like insane numbers.
I was just, I want to speculate. I was just kind of seeing, where you stand on the whole. I mean, look, there's already one of the cycle that's pretty expensive in Force of Will. Maybe it's Pyrokinesis this time.
You know the other cards in the cycle of Force of Will?
Ooh, they covered it. So, I watch a little bit of content by some, I'll say our predecessors, Patrick and Sullivan. They did, Patrick Sullivan and Cedric Phillips. They do a little bit on YouTube recovering old sets. And they went over alliances, and I actually learned what the green one was for the first time. I had no idea what that was. I didn't know Contagion. Contagion saw play in
that's like a vintage
Dredge and various formats. That one's pretty strong. And actually was in the Vintage Cube recently.
So the green one should be Bounty of the Hunt.
Bounty of the Hunt. Yeah, there's Contagion. This card actually legacy playable at one point, maybe not now, as the 1 toughest creatures have more or less evaporated, but used to be pretty good in Dredge. No longer really played as much. And now here's Bounty of the Hunt. Here we go. Remove a green card from
actually used to be a legacy card for a hot moment.
Until end of turn, target creature gets +1/+1, target creature gets +1, target creature gets +1. This is horrible templating. It's just like, can you target the same creature or no? Can you?
I believe you can, because if I remember correctly, some people try to play it in like very early versions of like 8-land Stompy.
All right, and hit me. What's the white one? I have no idea. No idea what the white one is.
The white one, I think it like prevents damage and does something like Scars of the Veteran or something.
Oh, Scars the Veteran. That sounds right. Scars the Veteran, the white card.
I don't know the details about that one, but I think it has some kind of damage prevention thingy going on.
Always does. Here's what in Foothills and Pass. There we go. Scars the Veteran on the screen. As Mike Jarvis starts out with Mountain and Chalice the Void. That one very important for stopping all the crashing footfalls shenanigans that has allowed Mike Bearmon to be able to keep up with the explosive starts that Mike Jarvis has prevented. Now, not so much with Chalice coming in unchecked. And his name sticker goblin right now on turn 2. Does he have any follow-up? There's a lot of red mana coming. No Force of Will for Chalice probably means no Force of Will for this name sticker goblin. What's the follow-up? It's Goblin Rabblemaster and Broadside Bombardiers. He had to have made 5 mana, I guess. 6 mana?
Oh, the
blowout.
What
is Pyrokinesis?
It is Pyrokinesis. Like, we already saw there's no Force of Will, so if Michael wants to hang, he needs Pyrokinesis. And he's making...
And he sure
like,
has
this is the best use of the card you can probably have.
Yeah, and then we did go ahead, and now we're going to go ahead and island cycle the Lorraine revealed to find an island of some kind. So Chalice of the Void stops all the crashing footfall stuff, but the win very much out of the sails for Mike Jarvis. Only 2 cards left, and kind of did the Goblins explosive thing you were talking about with Namesticker Goblin into 2 very powerful Goblins, made 6 mana, and was stopped by the Pyrokinesis. Chose not to stop the Namesticker Goblin, but to actually stop the payoffs. And it looks like that's going to work out for him here. As he, like I said, he traded 2 for 2 there.
That's always going to be a decision to be made, whether you want to fight over the name sticker goblin. I think most people would fight over the name sticker goblin because then there's the potential that Mike has something else that is like a devastating comes to playability, most importantly, like Maxis or even like Goblin Ringleader. But he chose correctly this time. But now we're entering the phase where Mike can't really do all that much. I guess 3 mana is still decent. And Michael also like starts card casting elves and stuff. And
how about Elvish Spirit Guide? The beatdown
fly,
mode.
by the way.
The split card. It actually, so it normally makes mana. Here we go. It's also a 3 mana 2/2 with wings that doesn't fly. So that make sense.
I lost a top 8 at a very important event because I looked at a creature my opponent played that had wings, and I was like, okay, I can't block, and conceded, and they looked at me and like, what? I go, oh, nothing. And then later on I realized, oh my god. I think it was like Thing in the Eyes. Thing in the Eyes, and I had like 20 elves to block and strike back for lethal, and I was like, oh, there's rings. No, GG.
So here's Shardless Agent. This is going into a Crashing Footfalls that if Michael Bearmon, now remember, he can choose not to cast it. If he chooses to cast it in Chalice check, it will just be countered. But it does make a 2/2. And based on what we're at with hard casting Elvish Spirit Guide, it looks like vanilla 2/2s are actually just where Michael Bearmon wants to be. Yeah, it gets countered. That's fine. Whatever. I just need blockers. Here's 3 mana coming for Simian Spirit Guide on Mike Jarvis's side. This is ridiculous. We're just casting the Spirit Guides.
Air Wars.
You mentioned these decks being explosive and broken, and this is just the F- draws here, the scrappy part of the game where we're casting Spirit Guides.
Reminds me so much of like when you had like old vintage decks go against old vintage stretch decks go up against each other when they had the main deck ley lines, and everybody was like, okay, I guess I'm gonna start like hard casting my Stinky Dump.
Oh yeah, powerful 1/2 pseudo Death Touch. Got some Dredge 5 on it. And okay, so here we go. Now we're going to get a real Goblins thing started with Goblin Matron. That's a real card. Goes and finds Goblin Ringleader, but Michael Bearmon has also found a real piece of cardboard in the form of Endurance.
Endurance is basically the Tarmogoyf on this board. Like in this game, the 3/4 is the Tarmogoyf. Bigger than anything.
And it's Wasteland for the City of Traders.
Yeah.
And a Shardless Agent follow-up to add more power to the board. Yeah, here's my Crashing Footfalls. That's countered by the Chalice of the Void. So here is the beatdowns from the Tarmogoyf, as you call it. Just kidding, it's Endurance. And back over to Mike Jarvis we go. Does have a Cavern of Souls, but very far from casting the Ringleader he just found. Also has an Ancient Tomb. So now that one catches him up pretty quickly. Life total might start to become a factor.
He's got another Cavern of Souls in hand. He's got a Blood Moon, but he definitely doesn't want to cast the Blood Moon because that's going to cut him off from the extra mana he needs.
Mike Bearmon throwing Shardless Agent at Mike Jarvis, an attempt to get him dead faster, and Goblin Matron getting into the block mode as Shardless Agent's going to get in there, and another Shardless Agent added to the mix, cascading into Crashing Footfalls, which would be, of course, a bad draw. So we're getting those out of the deck by casting them and getting them countered by the Chalice.
They're also getting close to the point where you really have to properly shuffle those as they go in the bottom of the library. They become the library, actually.
I have never seen so many Gray Ogres cast in a game of Legacy in my entire life. Both sides content with their vanilla 2/2s for 2. Or for 3. Sorry. That's how much it cost. No Grizzly Bears here. That's too strong. No.
Honestly, like, whom do you like here? Who do you think is actually gonna take it? Because, like, I want to say Goblin Ringleader could reveal something, but on the other hand, you're already like taking a ton of damage next turn again.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the Ringleader needs to be on blocking duty. At the end of the day, I'm still going to favor the Ringleader player now. If we keep flipping like this, maybe not. Oh, no. Oh, no. A complete miss. And Mike Bearmon looks thrilled with that. Well, immediately, I now feel a lot better for Michael Bearmon's spot as no cards found off Goblin Ringleader. A Goblin's deck you are not, as here comes an attack for 5. And this is a 3-turn clock for Mike Jarvis.
So I wonder, is this like where you want to draw another sticker goblin and then deploy your entire hand? But the thing is, like, you already have one card in hand that you don't really want. I guess at this point, Blood Moon kind of fixes your mana because you don't lose life. Oh, and we go for the not for the hard cast.
Pitching the Blood Moon. That'll solve the endurance problem. Now, Shardless Agent going to take 4 turns in order to get the job done from 8. And hopefully, I mean, if you're a Mike Jarvis fan who has a Mountain in hand as his only card, he needs to find a creature at all to block this generic vanilla 2/2 on Mike Bearmon's side of the field. And we'll see. Is there what direct damage options do we have? We have 4 copies of Fire Ice to speed up the clock. Violent Outburst. That one can add.
Oh, you mean from the Cascade side? Yeah. Yeah, Violent Outburst to push across 1 more point of damage. That would be something. I want to see that.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably not strong, but hey, it might be where we're at. As Mike Jarvis takes another draw step down to 6, plays a land, no play And that sacrificed City of Traders back over to Mike Bearmon we go, who on Instep has found Brazen Borrower. Got a petty theft, the Chalice of the Void. Cast Brazen Borrower. That's 5 points. Violent Outburst is lethal if he can find it. Attack for 5. Mike Jarvis to 1. Ancient Tomb turned off. And big draw step here.
I don't think
Chalice,
that's really all that much
redeploy.
that he can find.
Cavern of Souls. 2 mana. Battlecry Goblin. That can't block Brazen Borrower. Gonna
That's gonna
attack
need a lot
against
more
the
mana to be
damages.
lethal.
And that's it. Mike Bearmon with his scrappy beatdown plan going to win this game and match over Mike Jarvis 2-1 in what was a wild show of the range Legacy presents.
Yeah. If I was to do this every single round in a tournament, I don't know how I'd feel about that. But seeing this once, these kind of like Juggernaut decks going up against each other, that's quite something. I don't know what to compare it to, but this is what some Legacy is like these days. And I think a lot of people like these really sick plays.
Scrappy games are always fun. It's certainly fun to watch. So that was really exciting to see. A bunch of Grey Ogres kind of get the job done. Hardcast Spirit Guides on both sides of the fields always is going to make for an interesting game, I'd say. But that game also went pretty quick, which means I believe we have a backup going. We'll see if we're going to start in live. It looks like we are live. As here is Jaden versus Kevin. We have Mystic Forge combo on the left, Mono Black Helm on the right. Julian, this is so different from what we've been seeing all day. Walk me through what is going on here.
Okay, so I want to say like the Mystic Forge combo deck is like the combo deck du jour, but it's even more than that. It's been around for like, I want to say a couple of months. And it's also another one of those super explosive decks that have found their way into Legacy. This one is going to run out a bunch of stuff and then abuse the mechanic behind like using the One Ring and all these untap effects like Voltaic Key, or I think in this case also Manifold Key, just to draw a bunch of turns and get around the restriction of using Ring only once a turn otherwise. And as soon as you get, and speak of the devil, we have Paradox Engine down.
Paradox Engine.
That one's going to allow us to basically draw almost our entire deck at some point. Once you get enough counters on the One Ring, you basically play everything you got. You untap the ring, you untap your mana sources, you untap your Manifold Keys and stuff. And sometimes it's
just a spell untap all non-land permanents. That's going to happen right now. In response to the trigger, we're going to draw a card with the One Ring as we're casting card the Great Creator. That's going to trigger the Paradox Engine, which is going to look to untap Grim Monolith, Basalt Monolith, Voltaic Key, as you mentioned, the One Ring, as you mentioned, and these massive creatures. Is this just over?
Yeah, as soon as you find Karn the Great Creator, you can just minus for Walking Ballista, and you're probably going to have, I mean, you already have Karn, it looks like. We can just find Walking Ballista and shoot the opponent. I think there's no way to win in the main deck other than Urza Saga, so I think that's going to be the way that Jaden is going to take this game.
Whoa. I mean, we came in here live, and Jaden already up a game, presumably done something similar in game number 1. And there is a Bowmasters in play alongside this One Ring. So every time we tap this One Ring to draw cards, that is something you need to keep in mind with Jaden at 9. Now, the question is, can Karn the Great Creator just solve the problem anyway, as it looks like? So 3, 6 plus 1 to untap. That nets 2 more, right? So we're going to go to 8 mana and then spend 6 of it for Ugin the Ineffable. That solves the problem.
Sounds good, right? I mean, you also don't need this Karn to actually provide the win condition. If this Karn just like, as we mentioned, takes out the Bowmaster, then we can just like keep digging deeper and eventually find another Karn to find the win condition. So
there's Ugin Ineffable on the screen. Does have a static ability, as is common with the World of Spark Planeswalkers. Color spells cost 2 less to cast. And then we saw the -3 there to pick off the Bowmasters. Destroy target permanent that's 1 or more colors. And of course, the +1 kind of more or less does a manifest impression. You more or less manifest the top card of your library to start making some blockers. Powerful Planeswalker. Doesn't see as much play these days, but very powerful inside a combo deck looking to play a bunch of colorless spells.
Yeah, this card is super broken. Honestly, like, I think, I don't know if the ring actually came into play this turn. If it did, then we probably even had protection from the Bowmaster. So that's another way to just like outright ignore the Bowmaster if you go off on the turn that you run out the ring. Okay, and this basically seals the game. This is Mickersent Letters. This makes it so that Kevin cannot tap his lands for mana. Can't really do anything. Like, one of the few ways to get out of this is like using once again any of the pitch spells, like for example Pyrokinesis, which of course Kevin doesn't have, to get rid of the Karn. So you can start tapping your lands at the very least again. But right now, or like if you already have like some creative creatures, right, to take on the Karn, that's what some decks do. But I don't think that's how it's gonna work out here. Kevin is basically a dead man walking, and I think he already saw the writing on the wall. As Jaden just like goes deeper the deck, adding more mana. Is that like a mana? Oh yeah,
Yeah, I
He's
believe
counting the
that
mana on
waste
his
is
land.
how much mana he is making with this Grim Monolith, Basalt Monolith, Voltaic Key combination here. I believe that's a Manifold Key added to the mix, untapping everything with Paradox Engine. Is there a fail rate here at all? There's probably
No.
not, right? With
At
one
this
ring,
point,
there's just
at this
nothing.
point, no. I think even if you stacked all of the lands on top, I don't think there's only 11 lands and everything else is a spell. Actually, there's 4 more Ursa Sagas. Okay, let's say there's 17 lands, but it would be like
17 lands. We're at 17 lands on top of the library territory, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Nice. Okay. Fair enough. And even then, I mean, it's not like Kevin can cast anything, right? There's Mycos and Lattice in play. Can't even crew this Sky Sovereign with this Orcish army. Orcish Bowmaster's off the table. I mean, realistically, even if he had to pass the turn, being able to just plus these Planeswalkers into Oblivion would more or less in the game in that way. I think this is it for Kevin Sames and Jaden Walcher is what I'm going to go with. Looks like he has this one all rolled up, going through the motions as he moves a pile of dice around, finding more Manifold Keys and tapping that pile of artifacts you see at the top of the screen, making a bunch of mana and drawing cards with the One Ring each time. You mentioned some tricks with the One Ring where you can untap it, draw more cards. Not even interested in that. We're just making mana because he has Retrofitter Foundry. We have all these various mana outlets we could use. Might as well just make more mana. We'll draw cards. Got all the cards we need.
And it's something that's interesting to me. A lot of times when people like go this deep into a combo and they basically got it sealed up, the opponents will concede. This deck, there's something, I don't know, fascinating about it. It's almost like it pulls you into some kind of trance state where you just sit there and you watch it because it's so beautiful. And like, look at Kevin. He's like being snake charmed by Jaden. Jaden is like, oh, look at this, I'm going to do this, I do this. And Kevin's just like, yeah, keep going, I want to see more.
Jaden plays the pipe of the Mystic Forge combo, and Kevin Sames is hypnotized by that. I mean, this is extremely powerful. So what is the actual win condition? You mentioned Walking Ballista. So we're just looking for another card in the Great Creator, making a pile of mana, as we've seen Jaden do with the Voltaic Keys every single iteration, and he's just going to be making a large Walking Ballista? Or is it, okay, no, we're making creatures with Retrofitter Foundry right now. So maybe instead of choosing to go that direction, we're going to just put lethal in play, which of course grows these constructs that I believe are in play as well, and not actually correctly updated with the correct power toughness. These are constructs, right? So they have power toughness equal to the number of artifacts in play, and every time we're untapping and tapping this Retrofitter Foundry, we're actually just making another artifact, and so they're all getting bigger.
I just really appreciate the stoic like patience of Kevin just sitting there, being like, okay, resolves, works, yes, here we go.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Again, like I said, I don't think there's any outs from here. And once we pass the turn with Mycos and Lattice in play, not a lot of options going to exist for Kevin Sames, and attacking for lethal should be as easy as attacking for a couple turns, assuming, of course, that nothing accidental happens with Jaden's One Ring dealing too much damage to him. But it looks like Jaden's done a good job not going too hard on that particular avenue, and instead just going the Retrofitter Foundry way, leaving it at 3 counters, and, just pass the turn from there. As there is Mox Opal untapping everything.
The way I would imagine it, I'm not sure if Jaden is ever going to pass the turn, but maybe he's just going to do it for convenience. Like technically, you could just like win with Walking Ballista if you have like a bunch of like mana producing artifacts in play. And he's like, okay, so I have 12 mana again, make that 14.
And we're going to activate Retrofitter Foundry again. Look, we're not done. We got more Retrofitter to activate. We're not done. We're having so much fun.
Is he scared of like decking out or something?
I mean, you just got to be safe. You never know. You never know what your opponent can have.
Okay.
It's servo galore being made here, as Jaden has plenty of cards left to work with. Yeah, it looks like we got these constructs. Let's just go and get the dice off that. These are just ridiculous size at this point. And we can do that calculation come time for them to actually connect with the opponent here. Okay, now we're tapping the One Ring. 4 cards coming for Jaden Walcher. And Kevin Sames moving the deck box out of the way there as we await a win condition and an actual kill. Again, we talk a lot about, you mentioned chess, just making your opponents play it out. You mentioned Reed Duke, just kind of making sure your opponent doesn't make any mistakes. And like I said, there's a mishap, maybe some kind of potential with the One Ring that could happen, but from here, it looks pretty trivial.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it. And also Jaden looks like he already knows what he wants to do. What is that? Is that defense grid? Are we playing it uber safe?
Yeah, just make sure you couldn't cast spells anyway, thanks to Microsoft Lattice. But just in case.
Defense. That's how you do it in America, right? Defense.
Yeah. I didn't know you were proficient in the true football, not
Oh yeah, dude. The thing is, I've been to one game of the NBA. It was in 2017. No, 2014.
The NBA or the NFL.
No, I'm talking about the NBA. That's where they showed defense, right?
Oh, I don't know. The NBA is basketball. Do you chant defense at basketball? I've never been to a basketball game, I don't think.
Like, there's no chanting at NFL games, right?
Sure. They definitely chant it. I mean, they chant it probably in all the games, realistically. You play defense in all these games. I'm showing my improficiency with anything other than American football. I don't know anything else. I don't know anything about soccer. I don't know anything about basketball. I watched Alabama lose in the, I believe, Elite Eight is where they lost.
Elite Eight, isn't that from Pokemon?
Yeah, it is from Pokemon. It's the final people you play.
That's Alabama.
Let's do the March Madness bracket. Come on, Julian. You're going to talk to me about basketball? You didn't even make a March Madness bracket?
Isn't that the tournament organized by Warren Buffett or something? I've heard about that.
Yeah, all right. You're on top of it all. This is ridiculous. We need to look. I can't work with these Germans, man. I can't do it. Too much. Look, need some American sports. All I know is the Crimson Tide.
Wait, let's and speaking of sports, we are in Minneapolis. Of course, we are in Minneapolis. This city has the most golf players per capita of the entire US. It is. I looked it up. Whenever we are somewhere, I try to find interesting facts about the city, and then you have to go through all the relevant facts. All my golf players in chat.
That's incredible.
Like,
you're just Googling interesting facts about Minneapolis, and you come up with most golf players per capita. My God.
This is proper professional commentary preparation. That's how you do it. That's what they teach you at commentary school.
In commentary school, I missed the class. I was
obviously
watching football at home, shouting roll tide at the top of my lungs. Meanwhile, you're just counting the golfers in Minneapolis. We've passed the turn. Kevin Sames is taking a draw step. Can't take any game actions. The man has floated away.
He can play a land if he wants to.
Sure, that is a game action. You can move the discards if that's part of the equation. Back to Jaden Walcher we go. Don't forget to take your damage. I think we played another ring. We have 2 defense grids. Why not? One's not good enough. Got to make sure it's covered.
And now we attack for, I think, 10,000 damage.
I don't know what the math is, but God help me if I have to do the math. And a fist bump from these players, both, kind of trying to do their own versions of rather oppressive combos, they say, like prison elements more prevalent, maybe the Mono Black Helm deck than the Mystic Forge combo deck. But certainly both decks looking to execute something tangential to oppressive in that match, and good sport from both of them as Jaden is going to win over Kevin Sames.
But yeah, I think with that, it's going to be it from us tonight. I think there's going to be like 3 more rounds of Swiss, followed by the top 8. So 6 more rounds of Legacy coming up. Drake, was my pleasure doing commentary with you. Always love you. And by the way, everybody, check out, does it work? The Everyday Eternal Podcast. Hey, that's the podcast where I sometimes talk about Legacy. Yeah, I gotta do. I also gotta plug Kenya. Sick. I guess if you want to book a safari for Kenya, Norm, I haven't forgotten you. We will talk about that safari at some point.
A safari with Norm.
Yeah, we should organize. I've been talking to Legacy players about organizing, and you are allowed to join as well, everybody, doing what we call a blue safari, which I guess would be on the sea, but it's basically for blue players and their friends. Where we go to Kenya with 20 people, and then we go on safari, because
Julian has lost his mind. He needs a nap. That is gonna
I do need a nap, and I might have lost my mind.
That's going to do it for round number 5 of our Legacy trial here. All that combo has gone to his head. And, of course, there will be 3 more rounds of Swiss. There's going to be round 6, 7, and 8. And then the finals, all the way through the finals, will happen today. This is the final day of the Legacy event. So lots more Legacy action coming to you for the rest of the rounds. Again, this is NRG Minneapolis. This is the Legacy 5K trial brought to you by the NRG Series and sponsored by Ultimate Guard. If you enjoy this content, please make sure to follow us here on Twitch. That does help support us, help support our channel, grow our channel, and support Paper Magic Magic coverage. And as always, if you want to remove ads, get some cool extra benefits like emotes and other stuff, please consider subscribing as well. And, this is the whole Amazon Prime thing where you get it for free and all that. The streamers, if you watch them do that, all that spiel, it's not as much my spiel. Thank you very much for sticking out with us. They will have some commentators coming up. I believe it is going to be Mason Clark and maybe also Devin O'Donnell. I don't want to get it wrong. You got 2 more commentators coming up to you very shortly. This is our last round with us. And with that will conclude our time here. Thank you. Don't go anywhere. Round number 6 will be coming at you very shortly after this small break.
Thank you, everybody. See you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Legacy 5K trial here at the NRG. It is Mason Clark and Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake, coming in to take over the booth for us today. Thank you so much for Drake and Julian for starting the early rounds. But Devin, it's time for us to talk about some Legacy, and we're getting into some win-and-in situations here.
Absolutely. I have not paid too much attention to the Legacy format over maybe the past couple of months when we had some sticker sheets and some Warhammer 40K cards, but there's been some amazing action. We were kind of just discussing some sticker sheets during the intermission there. And there's been some amazing matches. Very, very excited to see who we have at the top tables.
Well, before we jump into that, let's take a look at our overall leaderboard for the year so far to see how our players are doing. You're going to see Dominic, Harvey, who won our 10K yesterday in Modern, finished out this morning playing Amulet Titan. He is number 1 and in to our end of the year event. So, Dom was going to be involved in champs no matter what, was going to be behind the, booth in front of the mic. We weren't sure, but he's going to be there playing, and he's our number 1 right now. Maybe he'll make a player of the year run. Tim Hatcher's number 1 not qualified player. Sean Gallagher making a deep run today as well. He's already qualified along with Matthew Hoey, who I believe is also doing pretty well today. And we have a lot of people still at large here. Roger Solomon made a top 8 yesterday. Connor Mullaly is undefeated right now. He is playing a win-and-in for the top 8. And so we might get a chance to see him later today as well. So it's going to be an exciting day here on the series. But we have our feature match for you this round. We have Nikachu himself back. He is undefeated, Devin, with Merfolk. And so Jonathon, Zach, better known as Nikachu on your right, with Nathan on your left playing Temur Delver, as this is a win-and-in situation.
Yeah, you love to see it. I mean, this is the definition of people getting rewarded for playing decks that they've been playing their entire life. And Nikachu is a Merfolk main in multiple different formats. Mostly, a lot of people probably know him for his prowess in Modern, but definitely is able to sling some Force of Wills and Wastelands alongside those fish.
Yeah, he when he plays Modern, he's got to play his Force Negations. He gets a little bit of an upgrade now, can kind of handle whatever he wants. And, I think it makes sense that Merfolk is pretty well-ish positioned, overall just a fast clock plus some disruption has been proven historically to be pretty good in Legacy, and this deck just kind of consistently does that.
Yeah, and on the other side of your screen, we have Nathan on Temur Delver. I mean, this is as classic as it gets. This is, when I think of Legacy, Mason, I think of Temur Delver. This is basically the first deck that has ever existed. This is probably the oldest deck that people still play, and a lot of the cards in this deck were the same cards that people played way back then. Delver of Secrets, Force of Will, Daze, Lightning Bolt, and we'll have to see how this matchup plays out. I'm not entirely sure. There is a plethora of removal here. We have some like I said, bolts, heats, and then a fast clock backed up by Delver. So seems like there's a lot of play draw here, and have to see. Nikachu does have some important cards like Cavern of Souls, which can help blank the Force of Wills and Dazes out of the Temur Delver side. So that seems like a pretty important one.
Yeah, when I talk about historically, fast clock plus disruption is good, I'm talking about Temur Delver. That is what we were discussing. So, in a lot of ways, I think both these players have, picked pretty good decks. And one of the cool innovations in Temur Delver recently is, Orcish Bowmaster came in and really knocked the doors down and came to Legacy, sort of redefined sort of what you can and can't be doing in a lot of ways. And, getting Questing Druid becoming a staple of these decks as a way to draw cards and also be a threat has been really cool to see, as we do see Nathan lead off here on Volcanic Island into a
What
Ponder.
Is that?
It's Ponder.
Okay. Well, it doesn't. I don't register.
It has a turtle on it. Turtles ponder things.
I mean, I do like the turtle aspect of it, but anyways, yeah. Ponder for Nathan. We'll have to see if there's, Nikachu, I guess, would probably rather see a Ponder than something like a Delver of Secrets, especially if that can flip pretty quickly. Because, when there's a little bit less pressure, you have more time to develop and get those lords into play. And it looks like we're starting off with a Rishadan Dockhand. This is the fixed Rishadan port.
Mm-hmm. Modern Horizons 2 All-Star.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. From what I remember, this is probably, I'm dating myself when I say this, but I feel like the Merfolk decks used to play Rashad Port similar to the Goblin decks, and
Mhm.
now we have Rashad Port on a stick.
Yep. We're going to see a Wasteland taking down that Cavern of Souls into a Ponder here from Nathan. Looks
Yeah,
like we have some
Wasteland.
days.
Wasteland on Cavern of Souls is massive here for Nathan, especially if there's, a Force of Will or a Daze or anything like that, and really wants to make sure he can keep that Cavern off the table for as long as possible, because, if that Cavern sticks in play, Nikachu gets to just resolve every single creature, and at some point it's just going to get to like a snowball type of thing as Nikachu taking a peek at that beautiful Wasteland.
Yep. And speaking of beautiful, if you're a Nathan fan, Nikachu was just showing us his hand. No lands in there. We got a lot of 2-mana Merfolk in hand and a Force of Will. So we are really hoping that this top of our deck is an old basic island. At
Force
least.
of Will Wasteland.
That's true. Bam.
just throw it in the red zone. Get in there. Rashad and Dockhand. Rashad and Dockhand's not bad, but when you don't have mana, it still can at least attack. And Nikachu's going to do that. Does not deploy a second land here. Do we have a threat? We have a channeler here from Nathan. That's going to get the party started.
Mm-hmm. We're going to see a fetch the Polluted Delta. Grabs another Volcanic Island.
Yeah, I want to take a look at Nathan's deck. I know that I think I've seen some of the Delver decks play one Surveilland. There are no copies of Surveillands in Nathan's deck list, so kind of makes sense. You just want to be able to curve out and don't really ever want to have the downside of ever drawing a tap land, as we see Nikachu pick up a second Force of Will. That's not a land.
Offering the trade with the Dockhand. Nathan decides, you know what? I'm not about it, as we untap. And it looks like we did flip the Delver with a Brainstorm. And we are one card type away from Delirium here.
Is that's not the secret layer, like the
No.
really fancy Brainstorm, is it?
No, that's not the 100K Brainstorm.
Okay.
Yeah. It does kind of look like it. That is the like game day promo one or whatever. Like the game day ones have weirdly had legacy and vintage cards recently. I don't know if you saw, but like Vengevine and Hollowed One are like the current game day promos. Yeah. It's just like, yeah, vintage players, get them out there. Sack for one here from Nikachu. Did draw a beautiful island.
That's how they get the vintage players to play standard.
Yeah. So we are going to see a Tidecaller.
Yeah, Tide Shaper hitting the battlefield. We'll see if Nathan even cares about that. Looks like we do. That's going to be a Daze. Get a little surveil action here, potentially. Trying to fuel that Dragon's Rage Channeler. From my point of view, I think I see just land sorcery, 2 ponders, 2 lands. That Daze will be a third type.
We do have a surveil. Yeah, but a questing druid in the yard.
That's the 4th type. So 2 3-power flyers with Jonathon at 16. That is going to be a 3-turn clock. So we went float mana Daze and then cast Questing Druid. Nikachu is going to go ahead and Force of Will that. It's going to put Nikachu down to 15. So 15 facing 6. It's still, roughly the same math. But, with Nikachu not really having any sort of creature interaction or any ways to block flyers, like looking at the deck list, there's just not much here. There's 2 Merfolk Trickster, which I guess can tap 1 for a turn, but everything else is just stuff on the ground and none of it flies. And there's 2 Dismembers too, but that one's going to cost you a lot of life after you've already taken a couple of hits.
Yeah, this might just be a situation where we're going through the motions here. We've seen another attack with the Dockhand. Bam.
That Dockhand's doing work.
15 turns to go, Nathan. Best start counting. As we see a second Dockhand. Double the clock. Wrap it up.
Love it.
Nathan,
now the game's over.
Yep. We have the Trickster in hand. If we had hit the land, we could have tapped down one of these flyers. Looks like Nathan just making sure he's like, well, got a bit of a win-in situation here.
Looks like we have a bolt here for Nathan. Nikachu is going to pack them up. Really unfortunate start here for Nikachu as we see him fall to Temur Delver. That 1 land hand meeting the Wasteland from Nathan, that was a tough way to go about it.
Yep. Let's take a look over here at Nikachu's sideboard. We have 2 Merfolk Trickster, 2 Force Negation, 2 Dismember, 2 Surgical Extraction, 2 Chalice of the Void, 2 Null Rod, 1 Blue Elemental Blast, 1 Wasteland, and 1 Hydro Blast. Devin, what do you like and why?
A lot of 2-ofs. As far as Nikachu's side of things, so you could maybe go towards something like Merfolk Trickster to maybe buy a turn from one of the flyers. Force of Negation is a little bit awkward because a lot of times if you're fighting over Dazes and Force of Wills, then you can't use that to fight over their counter spells on your turn if you're fighting over a creature. Dismember, pretty good to take care of the early creatures. Chalice of the Void, that one seems like a slam dunk here for Nikachu because has some one mana cards like Aether Vial, but the 1 mana creatures can play through Cavern, which plays through Chalice. So I like those. And then potentially the Blue Blast, Hydro Blast to take care of Channeler and Bolt, although those are a little bit more narrow.
All right. Meanwhile, over for Nathan, we have 2 Pyro and 2 Hydro Blast, 2 Force Negation, 2 Grafdigger's Cage, 2 Torpor Orb, 1 Red Elemental Blast, 1 Blue Elemental Blast, 1 Surgical, 1 Meltdown, 1 Counterbalance. Devin, what do you like over here for the Temur Delver side and why?
Well, considering that Nikachu's deck is mono blue, I think I like the card Pyroblast because it says destroy a blue permanent. So, my expert analysis says that one's pretty good. Past that, not a ton. There's also the Red Blast. So there's 3 blasts total. I guess 3 of each, 2 Pyro, 1 Reb. But yeah, after that, maybe not a lot else. Potentially the Counterbalance, although that one doesn't play through Cavern, so it's a little bit awkward. Torpor Orb against Tishana's Tidebinder and Merfolk Trickster, but that one's pretty narrow, so probably not that one.
That makes sense to me. If you will be playing one of these events, we are going all around this year. We have some upcoming events. I believe our first one's in Indianapolis after this weekend. Let's see if I was right. I was, Devin. Let's go.
Every time.
May 11th and 12th. We have a modern 10K showdown. You come, you win one of those, you're going to go to our end of the year championship event. It's going to be super awesome. Over $20,000 on the line and a Pro Tour invite. You can play against people like Dominic, Harvey if you win one of those. And then Sunday, Devin, we're giving away 3 more spots with a team showdown. Standard, Modern, Pioneer. You and 2 of your friends can qualify for that event, play together for those high-stake actions. And I believe that's all the events we've announced so far. Let's figure out. I was wrong. St. Louis is coming up June 22nd through the 23rd. That is going to be a 10K Pioneer Showdown on Saturday. That means you win one of those. Once again, you're in. And then Sunday, we're having a 5K Modern Trial. And Devin, of note, this is a week after the release of Modern Horizons 3. That Modern event is going to be so exciting. I cannot wait to cover that event coming up here in just a couple weeks at St. Louis.
Oh yeah, and the 10K Pioneer Showdown is that one's going to be after, I think it's 3 weeks after the RC, so the metagame maybe looks a little bit different after the oh no, sorry, I'm thinking of RSQ season. The RC is standard. Never mind, forget what I just said. Anyways, yeah, that event's going to be awesome. I'm very, very excited to see what MH3 has to offer.
It's going to be very cool. Hopefully you like it, Devin.
I can't make any promises, all right?
I can think of a card I think you like. So, we'll see.
All right, Nikachu is going to be on the play here. Let's see if we can maybe find more than 1 land this game, or potentially just not get wastelanded forehead. That's that's the goal there.
Yep.
But like I said, I imagine play draw has to matter quite a bit in this matchup if Nikachu is able to kind of get under the Delver player, because the Merfolk deck can sort of go pound for pound when it comes to like actual threats that can race, especially when you kind of put those lords into the mix, where if Nikachu has 1 or 2 mediocre creatures in the battlefield and suddenly maybe vials in a lord, plays a lord off a cavern, all of a sudden 2 power turns into 6, and you're dead in 2 turns as opposed to dead in 10 turns. Looks like Nikachu is going to take a mulligan, and Nathan looking at a 7, maybe thinking about it. Looks like Nathan is good to go on that 7.
Yeah, this matchup is really weird, right? Like, both players don't really block each other. There's a lot of flying and a lot of island walk and a lot of islands going around. So this one is a spot where I agree beyond the place matter 10, especially if Nikachu can get down something like that Aether Vial.
Yeah, almost like the kind of the classic, like what we used to see with Goblins, where they went Aether Vial and then Vial in a 1-drop while porting. You can kind of mimic that a little bit with the Vial plus Dockhand stuff, where you just Vial, they'll play a Dockhand, Vial in some stuff, Dockhand to tap lands. Now, the interesting thing about Dockhand is there is a pretty hefty amount of instant speed interaction, the bolts and the unholy heats, and then afterboard the pyros and the reb. So there's a good chance that Nathan can just float some mana and then have a removal spell or use his mana in some other fashion, maybe for like a brainstorm or something.
And it looks like Nathan was actually taking a long think there and decided to mulligan with Jonathon. So both these players going down to 6 cards here.
Yep. Yeah, and Aether Vial is an extremely powerful card, but every single time you take a mulligan, that card can lose a little bit of luster where, you want to have a whole bunch of stuff in hand to be able to vial in, and, the mulligans get a little bit more damaging when you have an Aether Vial in your opening hand, even though it is still probably one of the most powerful cards, if not the most powerful card in Nikachu's deck.
Yep. Yeah, he's almost weirdly wanting to have less lands, right? Like if he's gonna have a Vial start, he's kind of like, well, I kind of hope I have like a land, maybe a wasteland, to help knock off Nathan's mana a bit, and then the Vial to sort of make up for the fact that I have down cards. Does this look like we have a double island start with a couple lords here? I'm no Merfolk master, but that looks about as good as it's gonna get on a 6. Who knows though? Nikachu might have some specific plans he likes in this matchup. So this looks like he's eyeballing one of them. Nathan very quickly put a card down. He's like, I don't think I want this one ever.
Yeah, I think Nikachu's hand was 3 lords, 2 islands, a trickster, and then a card that I cannot quite discern what the last one is. And it looks like Nikachu considering putting back one of the maybe a Force of Will, actually. Yeah, so it looks like the last card's Force. So yeah, lords, 2-drop, couple lands, Force of Will, can't complain about that. And it looks like Nikachu considering putting back one of those lords, that Hex Catcher. And the other one was I think that was the Trickster that went back instead of the Hex Catcher.
Yeah, I think it was Trickster. I actually think he has the Tide Shaper and just 3 lords. I think Nikachu's just planning to attack for a bunch.
Tide Shaper, also known as Merfolk of the Pearl Trident. Plan B. Flooded Strand here for Nathan. Definitely does not really care about killing that 1-mana 1/1. Would rather just save the removal for the Lords. So likely going to deploy either a Channeler, a Delver, or perhaps a Cantrip here.
Yeah. We will have to see.
It's good to see Temur Delver. I feel like at least from the legacy that I've watched over the past year or so, it's been a lot of Grixis, a lot of blue black, and Temur in the boomer inside of me is very very happy to see Temur Delver.
Yeah, it is nice to sort of see it persevere. One of the things I really like about these older formats is, they've been getting a lot of shaked up recently, like some really strong cards from like Universe Beyond sets, like Fallout's Pip-Boy. But players do iterate and learn and figure out how to overcome stuff, right? Like it seemed like you had to be Grixis because of Bowmaster, and now they figured out ways to sort of get there. As well, their Hexcatcher is going to come in with the flash, bam, push an extra point of damage,
bang.
And
and the funny thing about no copies of Orcish Bowmaster in Nathan's deck is Nikachu doesn't have to worry about that stuff. Vidalian Hexcatcher, powerful lord, but unlike Lord of Atlantis and Master of the Pearl Trident, is a 1/1. So it does get swallowed up by Bowmasters, but fortunately, that's not something that Nikachu has to worry about here.
We are going to see a lightning bolt on the Hexcatcher. You're just going to sacrifice a counter unless
you pay the 1.
Nathan thinks about it, decides, I shall not.
I will elect to not pay the 1. Thought about it for a second.
Speaking of 1, Nathan attacking in for 1 and a pass of the turn to Nikachu. I think we have a Red Elemental Blast in there in hand for Nathan.
Yeah, and I think Odawara 3 lords left over? Yeah, I think it's 3 lords. So we're going to start the train. Lord number 1, get in there for 2.
Okay. Does Nikachu have beta Lords of Atlantis?
No, those are time shifted.
Those time shifted? Oh, okay. I thought those were betas for a second. I was like, dang. It makes sense. I mean, he loves the Merfolk because we're going to see a bolt on that Lord of Atlantis surveilling a DRC to the graveyard.
Does that count as not passing the Triumph check?
That's tough. I feel like it's so hard to know the difference from the booth.
Okay.
But I'll let the chat decide. As we are going to see a Wasteland for turn, fetching up. We're going to use this Wasteland maybe for the secret pay for a daze mode. Instead of mana denial, it's days and now, as Volcanic Island is the pick.
Second Volcanic, so not favoring a green source here, so perhaps doesn't have something like a Questing Druid in hand. That's actually, now looking at the deck list, that is Nathan's only green card is Questing Druid. So this is essentially just a blue-red with some Questing Druids. No Tarmogoyfs, no we used to see Nimble Mongoose, some of that one's probably been power crept for quite a while sometime.
Yeah. Yeah, you knew it wasn't good enough when it was an MH1, right? They were like, it's fine. It's fine for Modern. I'm so surprised Pick Your Poison hasn't seen play. That was one I kind of expected. As we are going to see a Brainstorm here get cast, as Nathan figured out. But Pick Your Poison is one I kind of thought I might see some of today, but it looks like players are not really needing that right now, which is fair. Maybe it just doesn't line up with what's going on.
Yeah, that's one of the most powerful sideboard cards and sometimes even main deck cards in Modern and Pioneer, and it's just, phenomenal card. So like you said, yeah, a little surprised to not see it, more copies in a lot of these decks. But, it is, maybe it doesn't line up the best against something like Beanstalk where, they get their card out of the Beanstalk. So even if you pick the poison, you're still down a card in the exchange, and it can be a little bit awkward sometimes.
Yeah. I like this from Nathan. He was thinking about, do I want to just blow up this Odawara, and decides rather hold it for something like a Cavern of Souls. We are going to see Merfolk of the Poltron come down.
Yeah, shaking the head for Nathan. And this is all Nikachu's deck. I think there's a second Odawara in hand. So considering just maybe Lotus pedaling the first one, and going into casting a second Lord, but that lines up a little bit awkwardly against Days. So potentially don't want to run into that. As you want to play around Days as much as you have the ability to.
We are going to see a red elemental blast on the Master of the Pearl Trident, knocking it down. We're going to bend that Ponder draw. Maybe Nathan will go for the Odawara now as we've drawn the other one. Oh, he wants it so bad.
He's thinking about it.
Yeah. Kind of a big tell Nathan doesn't have Days in his hand, right? Like if he had Days, he would just, go for the Odawara and put you on 2 mana.
Yeah. That's a good point. And I think Nikachu picked up an Ether Vial. That one, not the best on turn 5 or 6.
Blast you. As Nathan takes it down once again. And this is sort of the common experience that I feel like I have when I play against Merfolk, where I just killed their lords one after another, and they never stop playing them. And sometimes that's good enough for them, and sometimes it's not. So we're going to see an Aether Vial stick the battlefield.
Yeah, as powerful as the Merfolk deck has the ability to be, it doesn't really have any kind of inherent card advantage. Like there's no brainstorms, no ponders, no ways to gather additional cards. Even in the Goblins deck, you see something like Goblin Ringleader and things of that nature. And the Merfolk deck is, at the end of the day, just all stats, right? It's just all power in the battlefield. Now, that being said, Nikachu does have 4 copies of True Name Nemesis in his deck. And with Nathan at 7 life, if Nikachu can find one of those as a Murktide hits the battlefield, so maybe not anymore, but that True Name potentially had the ability to race.
Yeah, I mean, this Merfolk is a 2/2, and it doesn't have Island Walk, but if we draw like an Island Walk Lord into Island Walk Lord, as we do hit a Lord of Atlantis.
Okay, step 1. I think, Force Blue card is the leftovers here for Nathan, so that's going to be tough.
That is tough. Trying to get a Surveil going on.
Yeah, and with that 7/7 Murktide in play, I believe the Channeler is still Delirious. It's hard to tell a little bit from here, but I'm going to guess it is, and with Nikachu falling to 2, I don't really think there's any outs at this point.
Yeah, I think we are outless. Even with this Cavern of Souls to Odawara back the Murktide, we're just not going to be able to win the race. If any of our lords had stuck for just a single more turn, we would have got there, but
yeah, potentially if Nikachu had 1 more mana with the ability to Odawara the Murktide last turn, then we might have seen a different start. But that is going to do it. Nathan taking the game and match 2-0 over Nikachu, and congratulations to Nathan.
Yeah, congratulations, Nathan. But we are not done with the Magic just yet, Devin. We have a backup feature match for you. Zoe Reederman is playing Lands, and she is undefeated. So let's head on over there and see how she's doing in the Lands Mirror. The opponent is playing much more of like a turbo-y one, if I remember correctly, from before the round started. But it is a lot of Lands action going on here.
Lands on lands on lands.
All right, I'm going to catch the players up, Devin. Get ready. So we got 2 Mox Diamonds, a Maze of Ith, Thespian Stage. Another Thespian Stage seems to be copying something for Zoe, an Exploration, Soul Guide Lantern, and Endurance for her, against Ross Krueger's 2 Construct Tokens, an Elvish Reclaimer, which does seem to be missing 1 land, Ancient Tomb Stage, Maze of Ith, and a Cradle and Exploration of his own there.
Yeah, so this is such an interesting mirror match where, both players having access to the Thespian Stage Dark Depths combo, but neither player really ever wanting to deploy the Dark Depths because they're at risk of their opponent just having their own copy of Thespian Stage. So you get into this really weird, staring contest where neither player really wants to do that much. And, even something like Urza Saga, if your opponent has a Stage and you play a Saga, they can all of a sudden have their own Saga. So Stage, protecting Stage with Wasteland and having that set up seems like a very, very important part of this matchup.
Agreed. Does look like Zoe's passing the turn.
Yeah, and interesting to note, just, it looks like Ross has the Reclaimers in the main deck. These decks are very, very similar. Ross has the Reclaimers in the main, and Zoe has hers in her sideboard. So there's a little bit of a difference there, but, looks like she wants to go towards those in this matchup, which does make sense because, again, having more access to those powerful lands like Wasteland and Thespian Stage does make a lot of sense.
You're going to see a draw for turn here. We're going to see.
So he's got a Wasteland. So I guess the question is, how do we advance the board state, right? So, Ross has a couple of constructs. There are currently only 2/2s, and they're being held off by a 3/4. Both players with a Maze of Ith in play. I think Zoe might even have 2 Maze of Iths. And then again, she has a stage and a Wasteland still left over. So, it's like, where exactly do we go from here? So I was going to copy a Wasteland. Interesting.
I like this. I think Zoe's maybe setting up double Wasteland so that if Ross tries to Elvish Reclaimer into a Wasteland to stop the combo, she can interact with that. Because she can Reclaimer here for a land and turn this forest or any of the land she wants into something.
Yeah, I guess Zoe can eventually set up... The stage is kind of awkward, though. So Zoe could say Reclaimer for... I guess you can Wasteland Ross's stage, then go get the depths, and then, I don't know, it's kind of weird. Then you have to, untap and... I don't know.
It is weird. We actually have Rodney Bedell behind Zoe Riedemann. Rodney is one, I believe, 2 of our events with the Selesnya Lands deck. Someone who's very experienced with it. So... looks like we're going to get Urza Saga. That makes sense to maybe just try to make the battlefield a bit better in her favor and try and go for the combo. Looks like she's decided, nah. Yeah, we're back at the Saga. Final answer.
We're going to crop rotation. You would imagine, it looks like Ross is going to fire off a Wasteland before Zoe can untap and make some constructs, which I think that makes sense because, Ross is aware of the situation where, Zoe also has 2 Mox Diamonds. So her constructs would be a little bit bigger than Ross's.
Yeah, it makes sense. Also, just one less thing Zoe has to work through now. Looks like she's activating pretty quickly here with her Mox Diamonds. Okay, she's going to use the Thespian Stage for mana and turn it into something.
Okay. Stage going to the graveyard. What are we doing here for Zoe? So we can Dark Depths now. No, we're just going to go for Saga. Ooh, are we doing this in the upkeep, Mason?
I think we are.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think Zoe had 1 card in her hand. And last time we just didn't play anything. So I think she is going to the upkeep here in order to make some. If so, that's going to be really effective.
Yeah, so for the folks who are not sure, if you upkeep the Reclaimer activation and the Saga comes into play before your main phase, then the Saga comes into play and then it'll get the Chapter 2 on your main phase.
Yeah, so what she actually did, Devin, very similar. She draw stepped it.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think she was looking to see if she's just going to draw a Saga, and she's like, well, if I'm not, I'm going to get a Saga. I'm Saga. As we are going to see a Wasteland on the Maze of Ith, I believe, was the target. We are going to see a Thespian Stage copying the Maze of Ith.
This is such a complex game. There's a lot going on here.
There's a ton. As Zoe is now going to attack with her Endurance.
Okay, so that's why we fought over the Maze of Ith, so we can start getting in there with Endurance. Now, if you're on Ross's side of things, 3/4 versus 2/2/2s seems like a relatively good block. I wonder if Zoe has something like a copy of Swords to Plowshares in her hand.
Well, if he does this, they both die because the state-based actions afterwards is the problem.
True.
So I think Zoe's just trying to basically say, I think she felt a little behind, and she's just like, hey, when it comes to lands positioning, and so now she's trying to push before Ross has time to do more stuff. I think this all started back when Ross was holding her card in hand. Now it looks like Zoe's very far ahead, and Ross only on 8 life is, kind of needs to now find something to do. Does have a Horizon Canopy for a redraw.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Zoe just kind of wants to clear the board before she starts making those construct tokens. Because like I said, her construct tokens are going to be bigger than Ross's. So maybe she's worried about Ross maybe drawing his own copy of Urza Saga, and then his constructs can outsize hers, and so on and so forth. Now, Ross did have the ability, if I'm not mistaken, to Thespian stage to copy the Urza Saga, maybe in Ross's own upkeep, but is maybe waiting to do it until now. Not sure what we're saving the stage for.
I'm unsure as well, but it looks like Zoe took some time, and Ross and Zoe both took time to think about it. So there's clearly something they're thinking about and playing around. We're also jumping in mid-game, so there might have been some stuff that happened earlier in the game that, like, play pattern-wise, where the players are showing something. Zoe is holding up a Seiju in hand as well. That's going to give her a lot of edge if people try to go for the combo, which feels like, the more we talk about it, it's so hard to ever Dark Depths. I wonder if players trim down on that post board. It would make a little bit of sense to me, but I am not an expert. So we are just going to see a floating of the Urza Saga. No contract activation.
Yeah, it does. Like you said, it seems pretty almost nearly impossible to set up the Dark Depth stuff, because not only do you have to worry about your opponent's Thespian stages, you have to worry about their Wastelands, their Maze of Iths, and then also on top of all of that, the Swords to Plowshares that are in both players' sideboards. So it seems very, very difficult to kind of ever get into a position where you can actually go for that Mirror Age.
Yeah, and Zoe actually gets to start attacking with her Elvish Reclaimer here because she has the Soul Guide Lantern, which will shrink Ross's Elvish Reclaimer if he takes the block.
Little beatdowns. And
Chapow.
so is going to do that. Graveyard, get out of here. All right, so Ross is going to pay 2, go to 6. Those Ancient Tombs are a pretty sizable liability with Ross already at 6 life. We'll see what Ross wants to get here. I'm not sure. Potentially something like an Urza Saga, but Bajuka Bug. Oh, okay. So we're kind of just bouncing off each other now. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, I wonder if Zoe was supposed to maybe let damage happen, and it's possible they just did, and it's just shortcutted, you know. But had damage occurred, we would have actually finished off.
Yeah, both of them would have died.
Yep. All right, but second Reclaimer doesn't super matter. We're just going to push.
Yeah, and it does seem like, because neither player seems to really be going for that Mirror Age combo, it's all about positioning with the Reclaimers and the Urza Sagas, and Zoe has been able to do a pretty good job of maintaining, you know, kind of like that sort of that positioning, right, where she has multiple Reclaimers, you know, had the Endurance versus Ross's 2/2s, and it seems like Zoe has kind of navigated and maneuvered this game state to a pretty good position for her.
Yeah. Well, she's got...
But we can't attack. Not yet, at least.
Yeah, it looks like Zoe might also just be able to end a turn this stuff into things. Does look like Ross's last card in hand is a crop rotation as well. And Ross has taken like 12 damage from his land since we got here. it has been one of the things giving Zoe, I think, a bit of a lead here is Thespian Stage is going to be activated.
Yeah, just all Ancient Tombs and Horizon Canopies. You know, Ross was probably doing fine when because when we just came into the game, Ross had that Yavimaya in play, but you know, ended up sacrificing the Yavimaya to the first crop rotation, and that has cost him a lot of life.
Agreed. Zoe has gotten a lush Portico. So much value about to be had. There's another Lands Master Dom Harvey in the background. All the Lands players, they find each other and they just watch their games. It's a wild place to be, as we are going to see a draw for turn here after a quick bidding of the scrub land. Well, the Savannah, excuse me, misspoke.
Is that the same thing as Amulet players?
Well, in the case of Dom, yes. Looks like Zoe's figuring out if she wants to attack or not. It looks like the players are also joking around with each other, having a good time, realizing they're in such a bizarre board state. As we are going to see this Thespian Stage copy something. It's a little unclear to me as well. It might be Zoe's Maze of Ith or the Horizon Canopy.
Horizon Canopy. He did stack it up with the other canopy, so maybe just wants access to more green mana.
Well, they got another Thespian Stage, so if Ross really wants green, we can mean it.
Yeah, I guess if Ross wanted painless, like if it was just specifically for green mana, you could have copied the Portico instead. So potentially maybe is looking to sacrifice the Thespian Stage. Not exactly sure. So he's going to fire off a Reclaimer.
Yeah, it might also be that Ross did copy the Portico, or whatever it's called, the surreal land, and it's just putting it with the other green-white land so we remember. Like it's hard to know with these sort of things, especially cards like Thespian Sage that are changing up every minute. By the way, I've been paying attention. It looks like Zoe does have one copy of Dark Depths in her deck as she's searching. So she does have the ability to sort of oopsie-poopsie backdoor the combo if she wants it. As she has picked up on the Mouse Coast.
It does kind of make sense to keep it in some fashion. Like, you probably don't want that to be a part of every single game, but you want to have the ability, because you have so many tutors, right, with reclaimers and crop rotations and ways to find those lands, that it's probably, the upside of keeping one in that just, okay, I got you kind of situation does make a lot of sense. And, looking at Ross's mana base, Ross has, Stage, which we presume is copying a green-white land, Horizon Canopy, and 2 more stages. But see, here's the thing. So with Ross at 5, right, say Zoe decides to go for, like, the end of turn. I guess if you go for end of turn Merit Lage, Ross can just tap the Bog, the Canopy, go to 4, copy Merit Lage, then you both have Merit Lage, and that's probably not where you want to be. So you probably still have to wait a little bit on that.
It looks like Ross is popping the Canopy, has drawn an Exploration. Think about activating this Ancient Tomb. Might just... All right, it's going to use the green version of the Thespian Sage. We'll find out in a second what land it was originally.
Crop rotation. So, trying to think if there's some sort of setup here where Ross can go, say, crop rotation for... Wasteland, the Thespian Stage, Reclaimer, get Dark Depths, but that still doesn't beat Zoe's Maze of Ith, so yeah, this is such a weird spot. I
think you're 5-heading it. I think Ross is like, get 20/20, also make Reclaimer 3/3. Because now Zoe can't crop rotate for a Bajuka Bog to shrink those Reclaimers, which I think was maybe her plan before. Now she does have the Boseiju.
Yep. Yeah, and I wonder if Ross is getting the Dark Depths without the intention of activating it, right? Because what can happen here is if Zoe goes to copy the Dark Depths, Ross can respond, copy his own Dark Depths, Legend Rule, get rid of the Dark Depths. So it's kind of like whoever acts first type of thing. If Zoe has the endurance to shrink Ross's Reclaimers, that's kind of a beating.
That is huge. Devin, if you and I ever play, never offer me a 3-card random pile or cut. I refuse. Anyone watching, I'm going to assume you watch this great coverage today over here on NRG. Never do it. Our lives are fleeting. We do not have time.
What if it's 4 cards? What's your limit?
Anything under the cards in my hand, 5 or 6 even. I don't want it. As we do see a Dark Depths trying to get sacrificed here to the Reclaimer. I believe it looks like we're maybe figuring out how we want to do it. There is a Yavimai's Cradle in place, so those Ancient Tombs don't have to deal us damage.
Okay, so we're keeping the Dark Depths available. So this is kind of interesting, Mason. Zoe only has a Yavimaya and a Maze of Ith untapped. There's no Wastelands, no stages. If Ross just goes, get a Wasteland off this, Ancient Tomb, copy my Dark Depths, untap Wasteland or Maze of Ith, Zoe's at 20. That 20 minus 20 is 0.
Yeah, I think that might be what Ross is thinking. We know Zoe does have the Boseiju in hand, but
he's probably in a position where he's so far behind that maybe he can't play around it, but looks like we're going to go for Yavimaya instead.
All right. Everyone's in the cradle.
We are going to copy, looks like something. Nope. Okay, we're activating Reclaimer again.
Is this all in the draw step? I am confused as to what
I have no idea.
Yeah, I think Ross has that 1 card in hand still. So so we're just making...
Oh, is this still in combat? It might still be in combat because remember Ross blocked and Zoe went for the endurance and then Ross said, okay, resolve. Now I'm going to put 3 lands in my graveyard to keep my Reclaimers big.
Okay, yeah, that might be what's happening because I think he did start with maybe a crop rotation or something. And so because I thought he'd start with a Reclaimer because I remember there being tutoring, but you're right. This might be just what happened here is we just got this all so we can make our Reclaimers not die, which is honestly so sick. Really cool and heads up stuff. This is the stuff I'd love to see from Legacy. It does look like we have 2 lands in hand for... Oh, wait, then there's a Life in the Loam. It's a little hard to see, but...
This is maybe the single most complicated game that I've ever seen in my life, but I'm here for it.
It's great. I love it. Lambs was the deck I always wanted to play in Legacy, but it was just always out of my price range, and I'll just see other people do it. As we do see a Life in the Loam targeting these 3.
Yeah, and Ross does have the exploration, so that loam is going to be able to go pretty crazy here. Ross is going to be able to play maybe a stage and a Pachuca Bog. And I believe Zoe has already gone through her bog. I'm not sure though.
I'm not sure either. I'm curious to see how Ross wants to play, as we are going to see the Pachuca Bog. A nasty boggy, as the kids would say.
Well, it's nasty because it's whiteboarded, right?
Yeah, true. I'm of the belief that if you're going to play a hate card, you should play the whiteboarder version. Just let them know.
Well, Mason, there is no whiteboarded version of Pachuca Bog.
That's self-made?
Yeah.
Ross, the man who gets it done.
See, at least, I was hoping that if you're going to whiteboarder a card, at least whiteboarder the best version. So like the retro frame Pachuca Bog, whiteboarder that one.
That's fair. That's fair. Maybe Ross is busy learning these complicated lines. Doesn't have time to do it.
True.
After this one, though, in the future match, I'm sure Ross will go back and fix that. So it does look like Zoe is trying to figure out exactly how to navigate, and I do not blame either of these players taking a little bit of time to figure it out, because it is a complicated spot. So it does look like Zoe is going to crash in with it. Well, just
turning something sideways. Yeah, like I said, I wonder if Zoe still has the Pachuca Bog. We came into the game a little late, so we're not sure if it got exiled to Ross's Pachuca Bog or something like that. But if she does have access to Bog in her deck, you would imagine she wants to get that to get rid of that loam, because if Ross starts dredging that loam with the exploration, we're going to get, I feel like we would maybe get to a position where Ross can just overwhelm. And, we had kind of talked about that setup where you go to copy Dark Depths and your opponent Wastelands or stages. And if Ross just has enough mana in play, then maybe he can just kind of overwhelm that.
Yep. Desmond stage where there's just tapping of something. I assume
he pointed to Mazabeth.
That would make sense.
Especially if Zoe has demonstrated that she wants to start attacking at some point. Making a Mazabeth kind of makes sense.
And so well played from both players. We saw Ross definitely getting a bit of a hairy situation as clawed his way out of it, and Zoe doing the best she can to sort of take her advantage and sort of try to run away with the game, and has been keeping up despite Ross putting that here a bit. And it looks like Zoe's gonna Reclaimer. Oh, is he trying to copy the maze? Maybe she's sacking the maze.
Okay. Zoe's like, you know what? How about neither of us have Mazabeth? How about that? Or maybe she just goes and fetches another one.
She does have the bog. Okay. Yeah, look at that old border too. Bam.
Yep.
Respect for the game.
So the bog is going to take care of that life from the loam. That's going to stunt a lot of Ross's, development with the exploration and whatnot. So, both players sort of just at even footing. They both have 2 reclaimers. So we just have the endurance. A little bit, I guess. Ross is slightly ahead on mana. This is such. That's a Crucible of Worlds. That would have been a little good if we had a land in the graveyard.
Yeah.
Because we have a Windswept Teeth that we can go to 1-4 and then replay that.
Sure. It feels like we can just play the Crucible and then later we're going to end up doing some weird Reclaimer stuff and eventually make a land drop. But Ross might also just need the mana right now for the Reclaimer weird stuff.
Yeah, you could go like Super 5-head, Thespian Stage, copy your own Yavimaya, Legend Rule, replay Thespian Stage. I don't really know where that gets you, but...
I don't know, but you got a lot of camera time if you do that one, as we just see a Winter Foothills for turn. Looks like Zoe's going to... she's not looking under the camera. Understandable. She is figuring out what is in her exile, though. Figuring out how she wants to play this game. Has had this Boseiju for about 10 turns with a lot of discipline and holding it. Really like that. Always leaving the mana up for it. Looks like she is going to start... even the Haywire might slamming. I like this.
So Ross is at 2, and he's only got 2 blockers. So that math checks out, right? So, you're going to go... Ross is going to activate, target this thing. Zoe maybe can make her own copy of Dark Depths in response.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Zoe can make Dark Depths and then Boseiju the Dark Depths. Looks like she's doing it the other way, just in case Ross has some way to keep it around. I like that. Makes a ton of sense.
This is probably the safest way to do it, because if you let's say you use your own Thespian Stage and then Boseiju, you're maybe a little bit lower on mana, so maybe that matters. And this Boseiju is going to resolve, so Ross is going to go search up a land here. Now, again, Zoe has 4 attackers. Ross has 2 blockers at 2 life. I don't know if Ross has any sort of crop rotation or anything in hand. And as the battlefield sits, I believe. Well, okay, let's think about this. Oh, we have another stage. Okay, right, we have a second stage.
Zoe has a crop rotate, so maybe this was her plan, was to get Ross to tap down, then crop rotate for a wasteland.
Or she can just crop rotate for Caracas.
Oh, yep, that would also get the job done.
Looks like maybe we are letting the Merit Lage resolve. That's smart because that gives Ross access to a lot more lands. So I'll have to see if Zoe does go for that Caracas here.
Looks like she's triple checking.
Probably I just wanted to make sure that the Caracas didn't get milled over or something. Oh, we're going to blocks. Interesting.
Maybe Zoe has one of those new Outlaw Thunder Junction ping lands in her deck.
No, I'm looking at the deck list and I do not see one.
But maybe they should consider one of those ping lands from OTJ, which you can pick up at NRG.com.
Okay, so Zoe's going to fetch, get a Savannah. We're looking through the deck. I wonder if maybe there was, maybe Zoe thought she had. I'm not sure what we're doing here. Okay, now we're going to cast the crop rotation, I think.
I have too much respect for Zoe to not know that she thought this was going to happen. So there's something up. It might be that she's in a position where she sideboarded out some cards and she has to Hail Mary. Basically be like, hey, I'm going to kill your stuff. And then, okay.
There's the Caracas.
There it is. Interesting.
So we're going to Caracas the Merit Lage. After blocks, Ross is going to fall to 1, I presume.
Yeah.
All right, Merit Lage gone. Reclaimers bounce off of each other because there are 3 lands in both players' graveyards.
Oh, yeah, maybe Zoe did it like this because there's some way that she could get got by like the Reclaimers searching. So she just wanted to push 1 damage for sure. And then just basically be like, the same is true last turn is true of this turn.
Yeah, just wanted to make sure there was no way she could get punked out by like perhaps a crop rotation for a second Dark Depths or something along those lines.
Yeah, so she just, or like the Sajiri step or whatever too. So she's like, I'll guarantee the 1, get the Caracas, you know. Looks like we're going to see Horizon Canopy popped. Got an Elvish Reclaimer.
All right, so now we have 3 blockers versus 4 attackers. Ross still 1 blocker short.
Yeah.
This would be a wild way for this game to win. Just, you know, no Merit Lages, just attacking with some random creatures.
Oh my goodness. And I think we still have some time left in the round. Production will let us know. These players do, guys, there's 6 minutes left in the round. They are on a slightly different timer because they need to move over and, you know, get ready for our future matches. So we're super appreciative of that. But what a wild game. I cannot wait to see what's going to happen in game number 3. Once again, there's about 6 minutes left in the round. And let's be honest, there's probably about 5 by the time the players present and are ready to play. So, Devin, what do you think the plan of attack is going into game number 3 here?
I don't really know. It's like we talked about during the games. It seems very, very difficult for either player to really kind of have that fast Dark Depth start because there's just so many ways to break it up. The Wastelands, the Maze of Abyss, opposing Thespian stages, crop rotations, Elvish Reclaimers. There's just a million different ways of things. So it seems like the way to kind of the best way to win the matchup is just kind of board presence, where you have like Exploration Loam to get ahead on mana, Urza Saga to make construct tokens. So it seems like that might be the plan that both players are looking for. And, you know, as you talked about, it looked like Zoe had been had trimmed down a lot of the Dark Depths to make sure that plan worked.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's head on back real quick. Maybe we can pull up their decks or something. It looks like the players are ready. I was going to say that. I imagine
they're going fast.
Quickly. Yeah, we got to play quickly here. And I wonder if this led to anyone bringing back in maybe more Dark Depths or whatever. You know, like we mentioned, we have a ton of tutoring, right? And there's a bunch of ways to stop it. But I wonder if the players maybe brought in like a second one to maybe try to do it a little quicker.
Yeah, I worry about that though, because if you have Dark Depths in your opener and your opponent, like, you know what I mean? If you have Dark Depths and they have a stage or something, you could kind of run into this awkward situation. But I guess if you can play Dark Depths with a crop rotation to prevent them from going for their own Thespian stage, then maybe that could be fine. It looks like, I believe Ross is keeping, and with that die, it looks like Zoe potentially going down to 6 cards.
Yep. Saw Mazavith, and that's about all I saw.
I see some whiteboarded cards in Ross's hand.
Yeah, again, Exploration and Ancient Tomb.
Ross's hand looks really good. Exploration plus Loam. Like, you can't ask for a lot more than that in the opening hand.
Yeah. Zoe
So
going to
go
5?
5.
Yeah, maybe just looking for the best way to win on a small amount of time. I mean, this might be a situation where Zoe had hands that are normally, if you have 30, 40 minutes left in the round, they're not great, but you maybe keep them because they play a long, protracted game. And you think your build's a little favored. Can't really do that when you're on 5 minutes on the clock. Sometimes you got to make mulligan decisions that are a little out of the norm for your deck.
Yeah, I wonder if, the way that Zoe might be aggressively mulliganing towards something like an Urza Saga, which I did see as she kind of thumbed through those cards. So maybe she has finally found what she's looking for.
Does look like she's putting to the bottom, and we're gonna get started with a Thespian Stage into a Mox Diamond. Gonna discard the Bognazi, get the Exploration into play.
Oh,
with the Ancient Tomb.
Oh,
Oof.
and a turn 1 Loam. Okay, interesting. We're not going to cast the Loam.
So well, I don't think we have the green.
Oh, right, because we played Ancient Tomb. Correct. Okay, my bad.
Yeah, you're all good.
I thought we had a second green source. Okay, so Ross is going to be able to cast the Loam next turn.
Oh.
And Ross gets the copy Zoe Saga. What a turn here for Ross.
Yeah, that is pretty good. That Saga is going to tick up to 2.
No,
no, it starts at 0. That's
1.
right.
Yeah.
It's so weird, but yes, it does start at 0. And we're going to see Force of Vigor in the upkeep, getting rid of Life from the Loam, blowing up Zoe's 2 lands. You see a smile from her as she does have more lands and spells to play, but we're going to see an Urza Saga again.
Another Saga. Okay, and that kind of makes sense as to why Ross didn't cast a Loam that turn, because Ross just has the Wasteland too. My goodness, Ross, just stop. She's already dead.
Zoe says third time's the charm. Yeah. All right, we have the Soul Guide Lantern. We can get rid of that Wasteland. Ross is going to get to tutor here in a second. They're going to have, I think, 5/5 constructs, which those kill pretty quickly.
Yep. It's going to make another token. I want us to take a look at Ross's deck list. Do we have the boots? Ross does not have the boots. Zoe also does not. I thought somebody had the boots.
We were looking at Dominic Harvey's list earlier, who did have the spur boots from OTJ.
Yeah, neither of these players have the boots. And you can imagine if Ross did have the boots here, that would put Zoe in a 2-turn clock. Ross would just go get the boots, equip the new construct, and then be able to attack with both. So no boots here for Ross, but is going to waste. All right, third Saga. You said third time's the charm, but apparently not. Ross has decided otherwise, and Zoe's going to extend the hand.
Yeah, so the writing is on the wall there. Congratulations to Ross Krueger going on to 5-1 in a great position here with a few rounds left in our Swiss. So congratulations. We are going to take a quick break because the round is over for the normal players. They are in the time portion. So we're going to set up for our next feature match, but we'll be right back. So make sure, go grab some water, and we'll see you here for the rest of the day. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG. I am Mason Clark, joined by Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake, and we're here to bring you round 7 of the NRG Legacy 5K. But first, let's take a look at our end of the year championship players and see who is already qualified and sort of talk about that real quick along with our upcoming events. So far, we have Steven Dykman, our champion for 2023. We have Matthew Hoey, Sean Gallagher, and Dom Harvey, all players who won a showdown. 20 seats are remaining there at large bids for our 2 seasons. It's about the halfway point in the years when that will stop, and a bunch of showdown slots to get. And if you want to get one of those showdowns, we have some events coming up for you, including we're going to give away 4 seats at our championship here with $35,000 of prizes on the line and a Pro Tour invite. The first one of those weekends is going to be in Indianapolis, May 11th and 12th. We have a Saturday 10K Modern Showdown. And Devin, I believe this is the last big Modern tournament before Modern Horizons 3. So this will be the tournament where solidifies what was the best in Modern 2. Modern Horizons 2, excuse me. And then Sunday 10K Team Showdown. You and your 2 friends can win. If you win any of our showdown events, you will be part of that $35,000 Pro Tour Invite Championship event. It's going to be super fun. We'll see you all in Minneapolis. After that, we're going to be going to St. Louis on June 22nd and 23rd. 3rd. We're going to be having a Saturday 10K Pioneer Showdown, and then Sunday a 5K Modern Trial. So the Pioneer event will qualify for the end of the year. Sunday, still lots of prizes and points, which will get you to that end of the year championship via the at-large, as well as being, I believe, the first big Modern tournament post Modern Horizons 3. So we have the last big Modern Horizons 2, the first big Modern Horizons 3. Cannot wait to see what players have going on there as our main feature match area is shuffling up and getting ready. We want you to make sure to click that follow button. We've got some goals going on. We're 2 subscribers away from one of them. I don't want to spoil exactly what that is, but with 2 more subscribers, we're going to do some pretty cool stuff, and we need a couple more followers as well. So you might as well be clicking the follow button, right, Devin? I mean, we're going to be here all weekend. We're playing Magic. We got more Paper Magic coming up. You want to support Paper Magic. Followers is the best free way to support us, and we hope that we give you that little click.
Absolutely. Now, yeah, definitely should follow the stream. Doesn't cost you anything. Absolutely free. So go ahead and click that follow button. Would greatly appreciate that. And Norm might also appreciate that. Now, you mentioned that we had the qualified players for the current championship, and you mentioned we had Steven Dykman as well as Dominic Harvey. Well, Dominic Harvey might be trying to do his own Steven Dykman impression this weekend. Talk to me more about that.
Yeah, Dominic Harvey won our Modern 10K trial yesterday and is now X1 going into day 2 here of the Legacy event.
Speaking of Dom.
Dom is my king is a very funny thing to have in the middle there. Dom is a amazing player. As we're going to come back here, those players are shuffling up. We're going to have to give them a second before we get into the action. But that it was a little sneak peek into our feature match area. Dom is X1. We're going to try and cover him if he wins his next round of the win-in situation. And honestly, Devin, his breakers are so good. If an X2 makes it, it's going to be him. So we might be seeing Dom no matter what next round. We'll have to keep you more updated on that. But let's talk about this feature match. We have Connor Mullaly, our player of the year from 2022. He is hungry to get back to the championship here at NRG and is X1 going into round 7 playing the 5-color beans deck versus Sneak and Show, a classic of the Legacy format.
Yeah, Sneak and Show. This is, I talked about last round how there are certain decks in Legacy that I kind of associate the history of Legacy with, and Sneak and Show is definitely one of those decks. The powerful combination of Sneak Attack and Show and Tell, giving you, multiple different ways to cheat in a bunch of fatties. Specifically, looks like we're going for Atraxa with Daniel, and also has a couple of copies of the One Ring. And on the other side of things, Connor, like you mentioned, playing that 5-color beans deck. Just this deck, I don't really understand it. There's a million different one-ofs. There's a main deck Carpet, a main deck Hydroblast, a couple of Fable the Mirror Breakers. There's an Eagles of the North. Just all over the place with this decklist, Mason.
Yeah, this is one of those decks that really shows like, hey, there's a high quality, like the cards in Legacy are really strong. And I just kind of play a game where like I get to play Magic the whole time and I interact with you. Will that line up well? The answer is yeah, like there are some decks that you're a little cold to, like they're just too fast. Like Oops All Spells is probably a pretty bad matchup. 80 cards, not really ready. But if anyone's trying to play fair Magic against you, Devin, this deck dominates that. And it looks like Connor Mullaly has been doing this at 5-1 here. Let me try to Daniel Johnson. Looks like Connor's kept. I'm unsure if it's a 7 or a 6. Kind of get a feel for that. Looks like a 7.
Yeah, you talk about fair Magic, and Daniel Johnson is trying to do none of that. I would not associate Show and Tell and Sneak Attack with fair Magic as we're trying to cheat. Like I said, Attracts into play, cast the One Ring, has access to some fast mana. There is, let me look at 4 Lotus Petal, 1 Simian Spirit Guide, 3 City of Traders, and 3 copies of Ancient Tomb, along with the kind of permission spells to help back that up. The Force of Will, Spell Pierce, Flusterstorm, and then your cantrips and Ponder and Brainstorm. So very well-oiled machine here for Daniel. And, Connor maybe knows the matchup, maybe doesn't, but, the cards that Connor is really looking for, stuff like Force of Will, that's really the only kind of counter spells that Connor has in his main deck. There's, no copies of Dazes, no actual counter spells, none of that kind of stuff. And we're off to the races. We see Triome on turn 1. You love to see it.
It's so hard to believe that Xander's Lounge is a Legacy card. It is just so, I see it, and it's going good. It makes some sense. 5 colors, you need to make the Triumphs work. But, imagine telling people from a few years ago that in the Wasteland Days format, you're going to play Triumphs and be pretty happy about it. We're going to see a fetch from Floodstrand.
I want to see Connor fetch a Temple Garden here just because, he could be like, well, I just kind of forgot I accidentally shuffled my Modern mana base into my Legacy deck.
Yeah. Didn't matter, spells or graves. We are going to see a Savannah. Domain is online. It does look like Connor did have one of those Force of Wills in hand. So
80 cards.
80 cards.
Yeah, that's the card that Connor is really looking for, because you can imagine, Swords to Plowshares, fine at removing an Atraxa from the battlefield so you don't take an attack. But if there's say a sneak attack and that puts Atraxa into play, even if you Swords to Plowshares that thing, Daniel's still going to be up 5 or 6 cards. So it's, you definitely want to kind of counter it on the way down as opposed to answering it on the battlefield.
Well, when we were trying to present the deck to cut, Daniel accidentally flipped the forest. Turns out Connor has, I think, an APAC forest there. And Daniel's going to get a slight warning. We're going to put the forest back in the deck. It looks to be what the kids call an oopsie poopsie. And we'll just be moving on with our day. Luckily, it's just a forest, Connor was about to play an Up the Beanstalk. The jig was up that we have green in our deck. If Daniel's playing a bunch of Ghost Quarters, this could come up as pretty advantageous. Don't think Daniel is, but...
Our producer is now asking what kids say that. And to be fair, in Norm's defense, I don't really think I've ever heard of kids say that. So maybe it's the people that hang around Mason.
No, kids are saying that. I'm at the local mall. You go to the mall. Malls are pretty popping these days. Never heard of. Oh, we did it again. That's 2 warnings, Daniel. One more, you get a game loss, buddy. Watch out.
This is exactly how you just make sure you go to a tournament, you play new sleeves, and you just try to get your opponent. You know what I mean?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's obviously an accident here from Daniel. 80 cards, probably double sleeved. Let's be honest. It's Legacy. Cards ain't cheap. Oh my. Oh God, I can't. That's tough.
Oh.
That is tough.
Look, I mean, I cannot blame Daniel. It's really hard to shuffle 80 cards. Okay, yeah. I get it, especially new sleeves, double sleeve. Like, I get it. It's not the easiest thing, and honestly, part of the reason why Yorion was banned in Modern is the shuffling.
Yeah, it was dexterity error was a legit thing. Yeah, Connor's like, they're still on the table, man. We got to go back in my deck. This might be a situation we need to get the judge. And listen, it's all funny games here, Daniel. It is not the end of the world. These sort of mistakes do happen. In the words of Hannah Montana, everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has those days. We will live on our life. But these things do happen. Looks like, I imagine what's going to probably happen is we're just going to shuffle. And then maybe we'll get the judge to cut the deck. I'm actually unsure. Is there any way we can cut to our B match while we're here? This might be a second. Just a little filler time, Norm.
We cannot.
We cannot cut to the B match, I've been told. That's tough. Devin.
Actually shuffling in between games.
B match in game 2, Devin. They're shuffling.
Well, they're shuffling. They're shuffling, but Daniel is not shuffling in their game, so.
Yep. Devin, what's your favorite OTJ card that you can pick up at NRG?
Slick Shot Show Off. Love that card. That's
a banger card. It's pretty sweet. It has done really well in basically all the formats. I was curious if it would do well here in Legacy too. Obviously, like Burn isn't really a deck in Legacy anymore, but like the card's strong. It's not like it's weak, maybe there'd be something kind of crazy. I really like the Lost Jitty. That card's really cool. Does some awesome stuff. What's the other one I really like? Oh, Aven Interrupter. I love
that's
Aven
a banger.
Interrupter. Yeah, that card is so nice. I played a RCQ yesterday. Had it in my main deck of Amalia. Ooh. It was nice. Just a little one-up.
Yeah, I was thinking about kind of making like some sort of, I don't know, Zorius Flash deck with like Spell Queller and Aaron Giada, Aven Interrupter, that kind of stuff. But yeah, a lot of stuff to work on from the set, specifically for, Pioneer Modern. I can't recall if we've really seen any OTJ cards make an impact in Legacy yet. I want to say Satoru has been kind of on people's radar, but I don't know if people have kind of figured out the right shell for it.
Yeah, so true. And then we've seen the Lava Spur boots, like we talked about earlier. Dom Harvey, some of the land decks are playing that as a one of to trigger off the Earth Saga.
Over to B.
So we're going to switch over to B for a second, as the players are going to be talking about things for a second. And we have Matthew McGurry on your left with Jameer Death Shadow versus Corey Baldridge on Naya Depths. And it looks like we're going to get a mulligan here. Corey is up a game, and I'm going to take a guess that we put a 20/20 into play real quick, or Swords to the Plowshare 2-for-1 does, and Matthew picked up the cards. Believable in both situations, I think.
Yeah, just the classic Legacy archetype, Jameer Death Shadow. Yeah, so Corey up a game here with Naya Depths, as you mentioned. So Corey, man, I wanted to feature this deck because there was some really spicy cards in Corey's deck list, specifically one. Not sure if we can get this up on screen, but there, or maybe we should wait. Should we wait and see if there's cast?
We should show the
show it?
Amazon Prime hit TV show card.
All right. So there were 2 copies in Corey's deck of Lumbering Mega Sloth. I'm trying to pull it up on Melee, and I can't even see an image, so I'm not sure what set it's from. But it's a 12 mana big creature, and it costs 1 less for each counter among players and permanents. It's a big trample, enters the battlefield tap. So what's really cool is if you have a Dark Depths in play, Dark Depths has 10 counters on it, which means it discounts the Mega Sloth by 10. So just a 2 mana 8/8.
It's super nice. It's from Fallout, Devin. It's the Lumbering Mega Sloth. Did you not watch the hit show Fallout on Amazon?
I did not.
Do you have Amazon Prime that you do get a free subscription, which you can use on this channel? That way you don't get any ads. You can't miss any of the action going on here on the NRG series. So make sure to use that Twitch Prime.
I do have Amazon Prime.
Have you used it?
Yeah.
On who? Like your free sub.
I don't remember.
Was it me? Tell you that. Tell you that, Devin.
Wow, you're just going to call me out like that, huh?
It's fine. We could trade Prime for Prime if you want. No, I actually just refuse. If I'm in a friend's Twitch chat, I ask chat to give me a gifted sub, and I refuse to support them directly. But I will ask for a gifted sub a lot.
I see how it is.
No, it's true. I think it helps encourage, a community of giving, of want, of love.
That's true. That is true.
So,
All right, here we go. Matthew on the play, finding a 5-card hand that he likes, and we're going to go Grief, Pitch, Death Shadow. This is maybe a common play that you're used to in Modern, but it turns out that people still do this in Legacy. Now, they don't typically do it with a Not Dead after all. That's what you're used to in Modern. In Legacy, we get a slightly better version of that one, don't we, Mason?
We do. We get Reanimate, which not only just lets you not have to, commit with it on the boards or maybe get Sword of Plowshare, but also sometimes you just discard your opponent's Grizzlebrand or Atraxa and you reanimate that. Just a good value card that works. Not after all, sometimes you get some value, but it's a little hard, can be finicky. Not Reanimate. You just basically always get your value there.
Yeah, so the Grief is going to go ahead and take care of that Elvish Reclaimer, and we'll see if Matthew has the Reanimate. Does not look like he does, so Corey's going to go ahead and pick up a draw here, or take a draw step here for an Echoing Deeps. And taking a look at the grip, we saw the Swords to Plowshares, the Crop Rotation, and looks like there's a Wasteland as well. So Matthew, aware of the Wasteland, not going to go ahead and fetch immediately. And we'll have to see what transpires. I want to see if we can maybe get an update on what's happening on Match A. I'm guessing if the Match A, if that resolution had finished, then we'd probably go back there, but
still, judges are still trying to figure out what's going to happen, how it's going to play out.
So judges are still figuring out what's happening. And, I'm personally of the belief, and this is for the judges to figure out, that it was all a little accident. And I'm sure, the stuff's going to figure out the right way. But we do have to sort of do the due diligence investigation, as it were. As Matthew is going to Swamp Cycle for an Underground Sea. That's probably one that players aren't, if you haven't been keeping up with Legacy, this might be a bit of a surprise. But even here, it's great, especially when you combine it with the Reanimate we talked about earlier.
Absolutely. So there's that troll going to the graveyard.
A game loss, and they are now moving to sideboards.
All right, so we have an update in game number 1 of Connor versus Daniel. Unfortunately, Daniel did see too many cards, and it is going to end up being a game loss. It was a hidden card error multiple times, and so they are moving to game number 2 in sideboarding.
And you can talk
about
deck lists.
We're going to cut away from this match, I guess, and come back to the booth here. We're going to talk about that main feature match. Let's take a look over at the sideboards here, and we'll start with Daniel since he is down a game. He is playing Sneak and Show, and funny enough, Daniel might have an idea of what Connor is on between all the errors and the 80 cards. So if you saw a couple of those cards, Devin, what might your approach be? Because, honestly, you see Yorion, you kind of know what it is, right? It's a value pile. You don't play Yorion in your combo deck. So how might you approach this if you're a Daniel here?
Yeah, exactly. You kind of hit the nail on the head there. Once you see the Yorion, it especially, honestly, the dead giveaway might be the Xander's Lounge, because who in their right mind would put Xander's Lounge in their Legacy deck? But in any case, yeah, Daniel is going to want to look towards ways to kind of fight over the counter spells. So the thing is, there's not a lot of counter spells on Connor's side. So you could go to something like Defense Grid, but that's only fighting over Force of Will. Maybe you expect other counter spells on Connor's side of things. The Grafdigger's Cages, the Brotherhood's Ends, the Echoing Truce, and the Surgicals probably not going to come in. Pyroblast again to also fight over Force of Will. That could be of pretty good assistance here for Daniel. And then lastly, those Magus of the Moons. I mean, once you see Xander's Lounge, you know that Magus of the Moon is probably just knockout, game over against Connor.
Counterpoint, you saw a forest too, though. So I mean,
True.
you know there's
the basic.
Yeah, no, jokes aside, I do like the idea of that, and it's interesting in Defense Grid because it's weirdly in my mind going to be maybe better against like Leyline Binding to protect your Sneak and Show, right? Because you'll probably play it and then it kind of like forces a binding on Connor's turn so that he can then lead up his forces. Or if he goes for a binding, it has to be 1 billion mana. So we'll have to see how it goes. If those players are ready. Looks like we have presented each other the deck and we are drawing up for game number 2 here.
Yeah, very unfortunate here for Daniel. But, we got 2 more games, Daniel. And I do think Daniel is maybe favored in the matchup. Like we said, Connor just didn't, especially game 1, Connor doesn't have a lot of, ways to kind of fight on the stack. Has those Force of Wills, but really that's it. We didn't get a chance to take a look at Connor's sideboard, but just kind of rolling over it quickly here. We have 3 Surgical Extraction, 2 Carpet of Flowers, and then a whole bunch of 1-ofs. 1 Blue Blast, 1 Doorkeeper Thrill, 1 Force Negation, a Hydro Blast, a Meltdown, a Pyroblast, a Red Blast, a Terminus, a Veil Summer, and a Yorion. Say that 10 times fast. The cards that I like here for Connor, you have the blue. Well, that's if Connor knows what his opponent's even playing. He can see a lot of cards, right?
Well, let's go back to this is what Connor's got. We'll see what he brings in. I'd bring in a carpet, 80 cards. Why not? They're probably playing blue. It's Legacy. They're X and 1. By the way, that voice you can hear in the background to talking to us sometimes, that is Norm, who apparently y'all check in here. It's nice that Norm gets to join us in the booth. Just thought we'd give a name to the nameless voice you're hearing.
This is Norm's ploy. He wants people to hear him, so they're so we get the follower goal, so then he gets the punishment, which we haven't discussed yet. But
yes, yeah. Let's just say Norm might have some wild hair at the end of it all. As we are going to see a Surveil land for Connor. I just love seeing the meticulous archive next to the Xander's Lounge. Yeah. It's just so good. Fancy. It's probably good too. That's the crazy part. It's probably just actually right to play.
Yeah, Xander's Lounge, Meticulous Archive. I'm scanning to see if there's other tap lands. It looks like those are there's a Thundering Falls too. So 3 total tap lands in Connor's deck. And the reason they're all islands is because there's also a copy of Mystic Sanctuary.
Mystic Sanctuary is a nice card. That is one that, got banned in Modern, a short-ish time after its release. And it is very powerful there. And it is, as you can only imagine, incredibly powerful in Legacy, especially in fair games.
Yeah, and Daniel going for his own copy of Thundering Falls. Both players just, I thought we were watching Legacy, Mason, but apparently we're now playing Modern.
Yeah. I like the Thundering Falls from Daniel because so much of what the Sneak and Show deck does in the early turns, right, is like cast cantrips and sort of just sculpt. So this sort of lets you like wait and see a bit more of your opponent's stuff sometimes, see what they're up to, and then kind of sculpt with your fetch and then sculpt again and set up for that big turn 3.
Yep, we see a Ponder here for Daniel. Like you mentioned, really just want to try to find the A plus B. And what's nice about Daniel's deck is there's more A's. There's basically 8 copies of A and 8 copies of B. You have the 7 creatures in the form of 4 Attract and 3 Emrakul, and then the other half being the 4 Sneak Attack and the 4 Show and Tell. So, the 2 Omniscience as well. So I guess there's 9 and 8 in terms of the A plus B kind of thing.
Here's Connor's play. This play won in the game last time. It's an Up the Beanstalk. Let's see how it does here. As he is going to get to draw a card if it resolves. Daniel does have a Force of Will and Brainstorm in hand. Up the Beanstalk, another card that got banned in Modern. So powerful with cards like Leyline Binding and the Evoke Elementals and Force of Will here in Legacy. And it looks like, Daniel doesn't want to fight that fight. He is just going to take down this Beanstalk. And I kind of like this from Daniel, You talk about how Connor doesn't have a lot of cards that really matter in this sort of matchup.
Yeah, it's like, okay, so here's the thing. Daniel's thinking about if Connor has Force of Will, Connor's going to want to try to Force of Will my Show and Tell or my Sneak Attack or whatever. And you're kind of in a position where if you let the Beanstalk resolve, you're giving Connor back the card. And then if Connor does have the Force, you're giving Connor another card, which takes him more to those forces. And, from Daniel's side of things, he's like, okay, well, if I just have 2 big payoffs, I make Connor Force of Will the first one. He doesn't get the extra card, and that doesn't get him closer to the second Force of Will.
Mm-hmm. They're going to see a shuffle of Ponder. The normal outcome.
Yeah, Daniel going ahead and shuffling the deck. I couldn't quite get a good glimpse of what the leftovers are. I think I saw a red card. Might be a sneak attack. And, potentially looking for some fast mana, maybe like an Ancient Tomb to be able to deploy that sneak attack ahead of schedule. And there's
Well, how
that
about
Ancient
that?
Tomb. Ooh.
And that pedal playing
We're
around
just going.
days. Attack you.
Okay. So we're tapping out for sneak attack. Daniel has already made his land drop. Now, taking a look at Connor's deck list, do we have outs to the sneak attack? So looking at the mana base, no copies of Beseiju. Looking at the enchantments, we have
Binding.
4 copies of Leyline Binding. We'll have to see, and the see if Connor has. There was a Hydroblast on the board if that came in as well.
Yeah. Looks like Connor drawn 3 cards. Got another Brainstorm, so has another look.
Yeah, and made sure to leave on the white source on tap so that if you do find a fetch land, you can go fetch for Sanders Lounge and then 1 mana Binding.
Connor also has a Solitude in hand, so obviously, these things that enter the battlefield are incredibly powerful, but like Atraxa doesn't like do as much as like a Grizzlebrand would, right? Like it used to,
Right.
this deck would just Grizzlebrand you, but Daniel just playing a couple Emrakuls and a couple of Atraxas means that we might put Atraxa in and we might not actually find the thing. I'm not even sure if Daniel has a payoff in hand, to be honest.
Yeah, I think this is just, Daniel might have a cantrip left over and was going to say, okay, well, this is the turn that I want to try to resolve the sneak attack. I can now untap, have access to more mana, use my island to cast the cantrip, and then try to find a creature from there. And you see Connor fetching that Xander's Lounge. I think there might be a binding, and there is.
Yep. And that's pretty huge there for Connor Mullaly. It's going to remove all the pressure there from Daniel. He needs to have something like Show and Tell plus the big card in hand, but unfortunately, just as a Scolding Tarn, it's going to play it pretty quickly and pass the turn there. Connor taking some time to shuffle those 80 cards.
Yeah, Daniel only on 1 card left in hand. Not quite sure what it is. If the sneak attack, like you said, if the sneak attack was cast, potentially it could be a large creature, maybe something like an Atraxa or an Emrakul. But Daniel just kind of running out of gas here. Maybe needs to find something like a Brainstorm to help refuel the hand, gas back up a little bit. And Connor is just, doing some cantripping and sculpting his hand.
Yep. Daniel is representing hard cast Force of Will here with 5 mana up.
True.
But if that's the case, Connor's feeling pretty happy about what's going on, if we're being honest.
Yeah. Looks like Connor looking at a grip of Beanstalk, Solitude, second Brainstorm, and I think also second Leyline Binding. So Connor's hand is just stacked with interaction. Can maybe, fetch away 2 cards that he doesn't want off the Brainstorm, perhaps cast the second Brainstorm next turn, dig a little bit deeper. Connor has enough answers to the point where he can let the game go on for a relatively long time, doesn't really have to try to get the game over with quickly. And we're going to go ahead and Beanstalk. So like to one of the cards, because had the Misty Rainforest in hand, could have fetched away before the Beanstalk. So maybe wanted one of those cards. And Daniel does find a Brainstorm.
Yep. This powerful card is how you come back. That's honestly part of the reason I was so surprised to see Daniel slam the fetch so quickly. Is could have held it for the Brainstorm as a material to shuffle away. Where let Connor have a little bit less info, but. Looks like we do have a Force of Will in hand. That might have been in our hand last time. We just didn't want to hard cast over the bean. But one thing that I like about these control decks we've seen from like the modern era, like the 5-colory decks, is they kind of just do this a lot, where they run the opponent out of resources and they kind of just keep picking like one little fight over and over as they kill you. So Connor really just needs to work on the killing Daniel part. He has everything kind of locked up. He has the card advantage, but he just doesn't have a clock to put pressure on Daniel.
Yeah, I think one of Connor's best clocks is probably the Triumph of St. Catherine. Also has something like, Uro, Solitude, or Uro and Orcish Bowmasters, rather, that could help get the game over with quickly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's one of the cards he's looking for. And found the Tropical Island. Deck is 5 colors, but, predominantly Bant.
Now, Mason, while we have Connor take a little fetch here, I'm going to ask you a question. So I don't know if you've been in this position before. I know I have a couple of times, but when it comes to tournament magic, game losses, unfortunate, they do happen from time to time. How does that affect your mental state?
I mean, I don't know. I'm expected to lose stuff. It's on me. I typically tell people in coaching, and I bring up to you have the rest of your life to be mad. But you have about 45 minutes to undo your error, and just because you have a game loss doesn't mean you're going to lose the match, right? In this situation, Daniel's probably pretty favored in this matchup, at least in the early turns. And so while things might be slowly getting out of reach here, it's still something you can get out of, and you're just here to play the best Magic you can. You're going to make mistakes. Things are going to happen. I honestly believe Daniel really did make a dexterity error. It'd be more malicious if he did it twice. If he saw two cards, right? Like, that's actually more suspicious to me than what actually happened, which would just obviously get you a game loss. So I see Twitch chat won't let it go. Just think about it, guys, since we do see an Uro coming down here for Connor. That's my approach. I don't know about you, Devin.
No, yeah, you've kind of echoed my exact sentiment, where it's just one of those things where stuff happens, unfortunate. It's sort of out of your control. You are kind of at the mercy of the judges and what their decision is. And, it's one of those things that you just kind of have to shake it off. Like you said, there's always more tournaments, and there's always more turns as we see a sneak attack, and that's an Atraxa, Mason.
Yeah, well, if you're Connor, you're not happy about this sequence of events, but you're not unhappy, as it could have been an Emrakul, which would have probably been game over for Connor. He does have a Solitude in hand, though. We're going to see this Atraxa trigger go on the stack. Connor has a Solitude. He might want to fight over it now, because if he does, there can't be a Force of Will get off the top there from Daniel.
Yeah, I think the awkward part here for Connor is that he has Solitude Binding, but no additional white card. So he kind of has to either choose to Solitude or Binding, or potentially rip the white card off of the Beanstalk.
Love this from Connor. We have gone for the Leyline Binding on the sneak attack.
Yep.
That way, if Daniel hits the Emrakul, it might get show and tell on a later turn, but we at least have a little bit more time. And with our deck, if we get more time, we can get out of this. And one Atraxa hit is honestly not the end of the world, as it does look like we've seen an Emrakul as one of the cards and a show and tell. We got a City of Traders as well, another show and tell and a Brainstorm at the top. I imagine we're going to see that Emrakul go into hand unless there's something clever we can do with the Spirit Guide this turn. We do see the Emrakul grab pretty quickly. That Swollen Turn was in play before. A City of Traders picked up. Show and tell is picked up.
It's instant sorcery creature land, and we see the 2 copies of Brotherhood's End did come in here for Daniel. So I wonder if there's a specific card that he had in mind with those cards. And to see the Brainstorm, the Show and Tell, the City of Traders, and the Emrakul. I believe Daniel has already played his land for turn, ?
I believe he has not, because we had 5 men on the previous
turn.
Oh,
right. Okay.
Force.
Yep.
Yeah, so we can Traders into Show and Tell. Now, that will allow Connor to put in the Solitude, which I believe hits the Emrakul.
It does. Yep.
Yeah, so Connor kind of weirdly has it covered. Had Daniel picked up, Force of Will or something, another blue card of some kind, that would have been a problem. Like Omniscience had been revealed. Maybe, Daniel could scrape enough together over the course of multiple turns, but.
Yeah, and with Daniel fetching, it looks like he is going to potentially at least, lining up the fact that he's going to go for the show and tell here. And, we both know at home, and you all know at home, that it's not going to work out well for Daniel, because that Emrakul is going to get solituded. Now, there is still a Brainstorm left over if that does happen, so Daniel can maybe try to find some action next turn. And Daniel just giving it a little bit of a think here. So it looks like we are potentially lining up just an attack. Okay, not going to go for the show and tell. Pretty disciplined play here for Daniel. Or just going to do a post-combat. Okay.
I really like this, because it's not like it really matters when you do it, and maybe Connor gets anxious and solitudes the Atraxa,
Sure. Yep.
We are going to see the Solitude get put in. They're both in play. Get God Emrakul. Game 15, Daniel. And that's going to go to the graveyard, and we know Daniel just has a Brainstorm left in hand, and Connor Mullaly has the Solitude in play to start regaining life, and has Uro in the graveyard, which Uro, if you've ever played against it, wins games very, very quickly. That Cycle of Titans from Theros Beyond Death are very strong.
Yeah, Daniel, got a little bit of a life buffer from that Solitude, is at 35, but 35 going to 32 this turn. The Uro plus Solitude could potentially represent 9 damage, and Connor's going to go for a Fable instead here, leaving up some additional mana. And, like we said, Daniel doesn't have a lot left over, but Brainstorm is probably the single best card that he could have left over.
Yep. I like this from Connor, too. If you've got, some stuff that you might want to cast up, might as well just develop this Fable, get it onto the battlefield.
All right, here we go. Daniel's going to go digging. Do we find way to put creature into play plus creature? Preferably, Daniel looking for ideally sneak attack, because that one at least has the most immediate impact, can give it haste and whatnot. So we'll have to see if Daniel did find sneak attack plus perhaps an Emrakul.
Looks like we are tanking, which probably means we have something okay. It might be a situation where we have like a couple good cards in a ponder, and we're figuring out if we're supposed to like ponder this turn, so we're thinking through everything. This is one of the things about Legacy Chat is there's a lot of interesting and enticing gameplay, but a lot of it actually happens before it starts happening because there's a lot of planning and then executing.
Yeah, and then like you mentioned, there's so many different permutations and things that could happen with a card like Brainstorm that you just have to really think about not only what you're going to do this turn, but then also what you're going to do the next turn and the turn after and the turn after. There's a lot of things to think about with Brainstorm.
Yep. Well, Connor's going to untap. Looks like the top two cards. Put back there from Daniel, and we're going to see a tick up of Fable, the Mirror Breaker. That is Connor on the token there.
Oh, yeah.
He and his friends won the showdown. You get this by going to our events. Makes you wonder if Connor has two of those for that reason.
It's a nice flex, just like playing. And I wonder if Connor, because I think Fable the Mirror Breaker is not particularly common in these Legacy decks. And I wonder if Connor is like, I was going to play this 5-color deck, but I really want to play these Fables just so I can put my own token into play.
Yeah, I like that. It makes, it's a good card. How wrong can it even be?
Yeah.
As it does look like we're going to play a Bayou for turn.
What's our
there it goes. Yep. And if you're Daniel, something's up, right? Like last turn, Connor could have played this Uro, didn't, left up the exact same 2 lands. This turn, Connor does it again.
Yeah, and what could 2 lands even represent here? Because there's no copy of Counterspell, 1 mana for binding. There is a Doorkeeper throw in Connor's sideboard. I don't know, again, if he knew the matchup, but if he did know the matchup, that potentially could have come in to shut off the Atraxa ETB.
Yep. It's true. It might also just be a situation where Connor has, like you mentioned, just like binding plus something, like a Brainstorm, whatever, to look for a force. It's like an Echoing Truth on the Leyline bindings.
Oh, that's insane, because that's going to get him back the sneak attack. What was under it's just 2 sneak attacks,
It's just sneak attacks, yeah.
Okay.
And Connor does have the mana to fight over it. It's weird, though. I think Connor is just, as the kids would also say, Gucci about it.
Yeah, because he's going to draw 4 cards.
Yeah, Connor's going to draw a bunch of cards, but also Daniel can't really kill him, right? Like the Atraxas can just get bindinged. You can't double Emrakul. And what are you going to do? Sacrifice, like, I got this treasure token. I got these beanstalks, It's not perfect. You're not excited if you're Connor.
Yeah, and then and now Connor can even run back the same thing, right? With the Atraxa ETB on the stack, he can just go binding, sneak attack, and even if there's an Emrakul found, it looks like Connor's not going to do that. We're going to go ahead and just wait on the Atraxa reveal, see what is found off of this. So if that's the case, I wonder if Connor is thinking about saving the bindings for the creatures, like you mentioned.
Yeah. Some of them are off camera, but we can see an Emrakul right away, along with, I believe, an Omniscience as one of those cards. And a Lotus Petal. So I imagine Lotus Petal's going to go to hand, not a ton of artifacts, unless Daniel has a sideboard one. I imagine we're probably going to see this Emrakul go to hand. There is an Atraxa, though, so that could be something to pick. Yeah, they're going to push on the screen for us. Thank you so much for that. Show and Tell, another one of the cards.
Yeah, this is massive, because Daniel knows about those leyline bindings, and I think Daniel's best way around the binding is Show and Tell, Omniscience, Emrakul. So you can, and it looks like Daniel is selecting the Show and Tell and the Omniscience, because you can imagine there's a situation where Daniel goes Show and Tell, puts in Omniscience. Connor does not have a window to get the binding the Omniscience before it resolves.
He does. He puts in his binding off the Show and Tell.
And there's a trigger. Okay, good point.
So all Connor has to do is just not. He needs to hold 1 binding, and I think he kind of has it locked up. He's going to lose like 6 permanents. He's going to lose 15 life. It's not going to be pretty, but he is alive, I think.
Well, that's if Daniel decides to go for the Show and Tell. The other thing Daniel could do is just sneak attack in the Emrakul, but Connor's okay with that, because then you could just cast the binding on the Emrakul.
Exactly, yeah. Listen, this is not the MH3 Emrakul, all right? It can get affected by stuff.
We'll have to see how Daniel decides to go about this. I think with the information that Connor has the bindings, I think Daniel, well, I guess if you know the binding is face up, then you know your Show and Tell's not good, right? Because if you Show and Tell, Connor just puts in the binding and you don't have a window to cast the Emrakul. So he is going to go for sneak attack.
It also just occurred to me that maybe Legacy is going to play the new Emrakul. I had only been thinking about it in modern context, recently. But it would be really good here if you took control of all Connor's creatures. So we are going to see a Leyline binding, 2 beam triggers.
Yep. All right. 2 cards here for Connor. We have to imagine the binding is going after the Emrakul, which it is. Now, Daniel does have a window to activate Sneak Attack again if there is a second Emrakul. We know there's an Atraxa, but the Atraxa would not be able to find another Emrakul because there's only one additional red source left. So if you activate the Sneak Attack, you then don't have Colored Mana to activate the Sneak Attack again, even if an Emrakul is found.
Yeah. And then Atraxa's going to hit for 7. Connor's going to fall 16. Daniel going to go up to 34. Connor, though, with Solitude and Uro, is just going to basically be back to where we started next turn. We also have this Fable the Mirror Breaker, which is about to flip, and then we'll be 1 turn away from just being able to make a Solitude every turn. So the door is really closing on Daniel.
Yeah, now that that's actually a good point. I didn't think about the Fable Solitude, but that might be close to a hard luck against Daniel. Like, I'm not really sure, there's not really much in the way of removal. Although now that I say that, we did see those Brotherhood's Ends come in, and maybe that's why Daniel brought them in for this exact situation, right? If Connor flips the Fable the Mirror Breaker, Daniel rips a Brotherhood's End off the top, that clears the Fable and the Solitude.
Looks like Connor has a smoked sleeve Fable. You hate to see it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about you, Mason, but I don't love the smoke inners.
I don't love the smoke dinners. The great people at Ultimate Guard there in the bottom right, proud sponsor of the stream, they got sleeves where you can't see through the back of them. Might as well just use those katanas for that. As we are going to see an attack here for 11 from Connor, gaining 6 life between lifelink and the Uro trigger. Is also going to net Connor another card. And you were talking about how, Daniel's running out of threats. I took a look over here. We have 2 more Atraxas and 1 more Emrakul than the Simian Spirit Guide, and then we're out of ways to hit, which means Daniel, if Connor can just Solitude the last Emrakul, he won't die to Atraxa. It can't be hard cast in this position.
Right. Yeah. There's only 3 copies of Emrakul in Daniel's deck, and one of them is under the binding. One of them has been exiled already to Solitude. And I believe, so I guess the way around that would be there are 2 Echoing Truths, but you're not really ever going to get Connor in a position where he's going to tap out and you go end step Echoing Truth, gotcha, untap attack with Emrakul. So, that's kind of off the table.
Connor's just spending 5 on something.
Is
that Triumph of St. Catherine?
It is. Also, Trigger Beanstalk, by the way.
Trigger Beanstalk. Pull up Triumph of St. Catherine for me coverage so we can talk about this one. This is from old Warhammer 40K. It's a banger and recently hit Magic Online. It's 5 mana for a 5/5 lifelink, and when it basically when this thing dies, it goes 7 from the top, and then you can miracle it.
Well, you shuffle in, right?
It's no, you exile. Yeah, sorry, you exile it in the top 6. Yeah, and then it's always 7th for me, Devin. I've never had it on the next turn. I would never even.
Yeah, no, this card is really sick because it being a 2 mana. So what's really nice about it is somewhat hard to kill, right? Especially against Delver, where all their removal is Unholy Heat and Bolt. So against that particular deck, they really can't ever kill it because if they kill it, it goes back. And it's also sick with Brainstorm because you can just Brainstorm, put it on top, next turn, cast it for 2 mana off of the Miracle, and then that still also triggers your Beanstalk, and just a way to close the game out, gain some life back against the aggressive matchups. Just a phenomenal card.
We are going to see a ponder here from Daniel. And Connor Mullaly dangerously close from locking this game up. We talked about before that Fable the Mirror Breaker is on the next turn going to be able to activate, creating copies of things like Solitude, making it pretty hard for Daniel to ever really push through.
Yeah, I was gonna say Daniel needs to find a copy of the Brotherhood's Ends, but even at that point, there's still the Uro and the Triumph of St. Catherine, so not out of the woods. Even if we do find a copy of Brotherhood's End, but yeah, that show and tell is hitting the stack here. See if Connor wants to respond, but as we mentioned, there's only 1 copy of Emrakul left in Daniel's deck because there's only 3 total. So it's a situation of for casting show and tell we already have the sneak attacks in place, so you have to imagine we're going for an Omniscience, and Connor is going to fight over that show and tell.
Yeah, we're going to see that force negation. We also know Connor has one Leyline Binding in hand, so the Omniscience won't even get to cast the spell. If we went for like a double show and tell line, which is maybe the line we went for here. Looks like we're tapping some mana for something. Looks like it is a sneak attack to put in the third Atraxa. Give it up for third Atraxa.
So, okay, refresh my memory. So the Emrakul's one under binding, one in exile. Where are the other two Atraxas? Are they in the graveyard from sneak attack?
I believe both are in the graveyard from some sneak attacks. As it looks like Magus of the Moon was put into Daniel's deck. We talked about that about sideboarding. That might do something. Force Connor to activate his Fable on the Magus.
The Magus, yeah, I mean, like you said, the Magus is a decent find, but Connor does have the Fable plus Solitude already lined up. So not really going to be good enough here for Daniel. Needed to find that Brotherhood's End to clean up the Fable and the Solitude. But we do find, there's the Brotherhood's End. Okay, we did find it.
Yeah, and if Connor can't answer, that could be a problem. On the other side, Connor is drawing as many cards as Daniel is every turn. And
True.
Dealing about as much damage as Daniel is too. So it's really going to be the first one running out of steam.
Is Triumph of St. Catherine, is that legendary? I don't think it is. Let me look it up again.
I believe not.
Because it's not legendary, so you can copy that with Fable. You probably wouldn't want to here, but you could.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're going to fetch for Daniel now. Does not have the requisite red sources to be able to cast Brotherhood's End this turn, but maybe is going to lead on Magus. I almost like holding the Magus because you know about the Fable Solitude, and next turn you can just go Brotherhood's End and then Magus before, you know what I mean? So you can kill the Solitude before the Magus hits the battlefield. So we'll see what Daniel wants to do.
Yep. We did lose our City of Traders to do this, so also even cost us there.
We're going to sneak attack, so potentially another Atraxa here.
I mean, if you're Connor, it just doesn't really matter. You have these two treasures still. Like, if he goes to attack, you just binding the Atraxa. Even if he has Annihilate 6, what's it going to do? Make you sack some stuff?
Yeah, Connor could just sacrifice 6 lands at this point. It wouldn't even matter. Like, we get 2 treasures. We got the Fable token making treasures. Like, who cares?
Yeah. Sack the Triumph of St. Catherine. You don't even really need it. You really just need Uro. Like, Uro, maybe one of the Beanstalks. Ooh, Sunflower Plains.
This is a cool interaction. So Connor knew about the Magus, and Daniel activated sneak attack, and Connor was like, I'm going to respond and fetch my basic just in case you want to sneak attack in that Magus. Love that play.
Yep, very tight play there from Connor. It is funny. If the Magus had hit play 2, Connor would have exactly enough mana to cast Binding because he'd have a mountain and a plains. So he would have 2. I guess he has the island. So his Binding would cost 3 mana. But yeah, it's very funny. So we are going to see a Leyline Binding come down here. I imagine this is beginning of combat.
Yeah, and that is the last Emrakul. So we have 1 in exile from Solitude, and then 2. So yeah, Daniel does have to fight over this because Daniel knows that is the last copy of Emrakul. So we'll see if Connor has a Forcible to help fight. And Veil of Summer, that'll do the job.
Yep, and it looks like this is all in response to the Beam Trigger. So we're going to draw a card from the Veil of Summer, then draw 2 cards from the Up the Beanstalk trigger. Now we're going to take that Emrakul. Smart of Connor to bring in Veil of Summer and Legacy. Opponent's doing well. They might be on a blue or a black deck.
True.
Heads up play.
Yeah, we talked over that a little bit, but we didn't bring it up a ton. But these players maybe didn't know exactly what their opponents were playing because of that awkward situation game 1. So Daniel bringing in Brotherhood's End, which maybe he wouldn't want to against like a 5-color Beans deck, and then Connor may be a little unsure as well.
Connor's tapping 8 mana. I have no clue what it costs this much.
Oh, mana. 4th.
A 4th Aerolingus.
Yeah, it's got to be.
That is a game.
For 6? So 6, 12. That's 12, 17, 23, 25, 28, 30. I count 30 damage.
I think it could be less than lethal, and Connor would still win, as we are going to see Daniel extend the hand there. So congratulations to Connor Mullaly. Again, moving on to 6-1 with One more round left in the Swiss. We're going to see if Connor's going to play it out or if he'll be able to draw in. We'll find out more there, but he is wanting to get back to our Players' Championship this year. Off to a strong start so far, so good to see him there. We're going to be taking a quick 2-minute, we're taking a quick couple-minute break, excuse me. There's a minute left in the round going on today, so we're going to finish up that round and be right back with some more Legacy action. Make sure to click that follow button. That way you don't miss any of the upcoming events. And we're going to be finishing out, by the way, the entire tournament today, me and Devin with you. So we have one more round of Swiss and the entirety of the top 8. Stay tuned. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG Legacy 5K. I'm Mason Clark, joined by my co-host Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake, and we are here to cover the last round of the Swiss. We have a win-and-in situation. Our top 3 tables drew. Connor Mullaly, who we saw last round, has drawn in, and we believe is going to make it, barring tiebreakers not doing anything too crazy. But, Devin, our main feature match today is Dom Harvey.
We had to do it.
We had to do it. He won yesterday. 3 rounds ago, you and I joined coverage. I go, look, Dom won a Legacy match. He always does. He's going to just win the next 2. Don't feature him. He's going to have a win in it. We don't need to worry about it. He was playing in Storm, unwinnable, wins like 5 minutes later. How does he? Who knows? We're going to watch him this round play a win and in for top 8 as he goes for the back-to-back and what might trick Dom into a Player of the Year run. We'll have to see how it goes. So we are going to cut down to that feature match here. Is Dominic Harvey on your left versus Noah Wilson, playing the sort of stock best deck of the format as of 6 or 7 months ago, Grixis Delver.
Yeah, and I mean, you have to imagine that Dom has specifically chosen this lands deck because he really likes his Delver matchup, and this has kind of historically been the case over the course of Legacy. Lands, the strategy of the lands deck, just trying to attack mana with Wasteland. You have ways to prevent creature combat with Maze of Ith, and just all of these things, and it's very, very difficult for the Grixis Delver deck to kind of establish a clock and fight through all of this kind of land-based interaction. There's just your lightning bolts and fatal pushes don't really do anything here.
We are going to see Noah Wilson force a will down that Mox Diamond. Dom is going to lead on a Wasteland into the
boots with the fur.
Yeah, pull up the Lava Spur boots. Long story short, it gives haste and ward 1 for an equip of 1. But this is a new card from OTJ that has been pretty popular with people with Urza Saga. It's just having a real plan with your constructs and being able to beat down by attacking a turn sooner is massive. So we see it Dom here, and it's really nice too, Devin, because it lets you main phase your Dark Depths and attack in for lethal.
Yeah, and getting a slight glimpse at Dom's hand, I think, Mason, that Dom's only colored source of mana was that Mox Diamond, and now that it's been Force of Willed, I might be mistaken, but Dom does not have access to green mana as far as I can tell currently, and I might be mistaken here, but yeah, that is a massive. If that is the case, that is a massive Force of Will here for Noah, just stunting the development in a massive way here for Dom.
Noah Wilson responds to the Wasteland with a Brainstorm. I don't think Noah has any fetch lands, though, so it might be Brainstorm locked as we are going to see an Urza Saga for Dom and passing the turn here. We did have a Wasteland, though, for Noah, so there goes that Urza Saga. It's hard to believe, but turn 3 is starting here, as we are going to see Dom cast an Ancient too.
Yeah, and we saw Noah run out. So Dom, interesting thing happened there. Dom played the Wasteland on turn 1 with the boots, then Noah ran out the land, even though he knew about the Wasteland face up. Maybe either signaling that he had more lands. And here is a Thespian stage, Mason. That's a 2020.
Ooh, Dom Harvey 2020. We had another mana. If we got a Mox Diamond from hand, the game is over. It might just be over anyways, as Grixis Delver typically only has Brazen Bar as a way to get out of this at this point in the game. And we've seen Noah pick them up. And this is why Dominic Harvey's lands deck is so powerful. It can play a fair game, but also produce things like that you mentioned, so hard to interact with. And what's Noah going to do? Not Wasteland the Urza Saga? It's going to win the game if he doesn't. Let's check out Noah's sideboard and see what he has available for him in this game number 2 with Dominic Harvey. As we have 2 Pyros, 2 Hydro Blast, 2 Force Negation, 2 Grafdigger's Cage, 2 Torpor Orb, a Red and a Beb. That's red and blue. I'm going to watch those at home. Surgical Extraction, Meltdown, and Counterbalance. Sorry, I looked up the wrong player's sideboard. Excuse me. I was reading it. Yeah, here you go, Devin. You can read it for the players.
I got you. 3 Power Blast, 2 Counterbalance, 2 Hydro Blast, 2 Meltdown, 2 Force, 2 Surgical, a Price of Progress, and a Grafdigger's Cage. Pretty similar cards than the what you were reading off. But as far as what you mentioned, the mount spells for Merit Age, sometimes you see Brazen Borrower, Echoing Truth, and looking at Noah's deck list, there are none of those. So if Merit Age hits the battlefield, that is here to stay. Now, that doesn't mean that Noah doesn't have tools. It does have copies of Meltdown, which can help fight over Construct tokens, Lava Spur boots, Mox Diamonds. So that card is extremely powerful in this matchup. Surgical Extraction, also very good at removing life from the loam from the graveyard. And, if there's like a weird situation where, say, Dom tries to maybe mills over a Thespian stage or a Dark Depths, or goes for the combo and gets base landed, then, you can surgical the Dark Depths or stage, and then the copy of Price of Progress. That's pretty good against a deck that's playing a lot of lands.
Let's check out Dom's sideboards. We have 4 Sword of the Plowshares, 2 Torpor Orb, 2 Sylvan Library, 2 Force of Vigor, a Pithing Needle, a Haywire Mite, a Dismember, a Surgical Extraction, and a Caracas. What do you like here?
So for Dom, some interesting choices. Swords to Plowshares seems like a kind of a slam dunk here. You want to be able to just stymie that early pressure to be able to kill Delvers and Channelers and whatnot. Also Murktide Regen. Along with the Dismember. So the cheap removal seems good. Sylvan Library can help fight over or just generally be good if the game goes a little bit longer. Maybe resources get traded a little bit more. Could see something like that. Dom might also want to go towards something like a Pithing Needle that you can tutor for off of Urza Saga to be able to shut off Wasteland. Now, keep in mind that does shut off your own Wasteland, so that could be a little awkward, but maybe something you want to go towards. Past that, don't think you want to change too much else, but the cheap removal and the Sylvans and the Pithing Needle.
Yep. So our players are shuffling it for game 3 here. So I'm sorry, for game 2, excuse me. We'll go down to the feature match area. And, if you follow Dom on Twitter, you'll see every other weekend or so there's some Canadian Legacy tournament, because Dom is Canadian. He flew down here for our NRG and is then flying over to the Pro Tour in Seattle happening next weekend. And Dom just basically posts finals where won every Legacy thing he seemingly plays. Just every time playing this Lance deck. And so that's why I talked about it earlier. He really is Dom is known as being an Amuletide master. And I would be hard pressed to pick someone to, play for my life with the Lance deck over Dom in Legacy. I'm sure there's some killer Magic Online grinder whose name I don't know, but I would gladly take Dom in the dark over anybody.
Yeah, the man just doesn't lose. I don't know what else to say. I mean, he's just an absolute machine when it comes to these kind of lands style strategies. And, also worth noting, he is sporting the 61st card today. I wonder if you had to guess, Mason, if you look at Dom's deck list, what do you think was the 61st card? I'm going to say the Lava Spur Boots.
I think it's the Lava Spur Boots. I'm sure there was something else before, but I'm sure that flex card just got swapped with Lava Spur Boots.
No, he was playing 60. He just, I want to play this Boots, but I can't cut anything.
Sure, yeah. Honestly, this is why we let Dom commentate so much, Devin, because if we don't, he just comes down to the events and wins them. So we have to keep him wrangled in.
Everybody's just playing for second place.
Yeah. Dom, an absolute killer. I know I keep saying it. Noah Wilson doing great here as well at 6-1. Clearly knows what's up with this deck. Very quickly, forced a will and kind of knew what seems to be going on here. Just had a situation where, got last game. We'll see if he can pull it up here. He's going to get a draw there with his Mishra's Bauble. Drew a Meltdown. Dom has a Crop Rotate and some cards in hand. Looks like a Dark Depths is one of those.
Yeah, can't quite see if there's maybe an Exploration in Dom's hand. See a stage at Dark Depths. Like you mentioned, the Crop Rotation. See how Dom wants to sequence this. We're going to lead on Thespian stage. Perhaps wants to deploy that first in case there's a Daze in the Mox Diamond, and there is the Mox Diamond, so heads up play here for Dom. Wants to make sure that one resolves. We'll see. Noah did fight over the Mox with Force of Will in game 1, but it looks like that is not the case for game 2.
Dom pitching to the trigger for the Mox Diamond. Going to get rid of the Caracas. We know that Noah can play the Meltdown next turn if we have the red man to clean up this Mox. If he doesn't, and Dom has, something like an Exploration here, could be facing another 2020.
Meltdown is such a beating in this matchup too, because it just kind of undoes all of the work that Urza Saga does, not only killing the constructs, but also killing whatever the Urza Saga gets. So, Dom has to be aware. I'm sure Dom is aware of that, and Noah's just going to fire it off now. Just get that Mox out of here.
Yeah, I really like this from Noah. We saw Dom clearly has a green spell, right? There's some colored spell. We assume it's green because Dom's deck is mostly green. And clearly he was tanking pretty hard on what landed his card. So just fire this off now and just get your Stone Rain in. You know, just a 1 mana blow it up. As we are going to see a crop rotate on the Thespian stage. Noah does have a Surgical in hand as well.
We're going to force this crop rotation.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it looks like Noah may have had the forcible to try to fire over the Mox, but because we had the meltdown, he was like, okay, well, I'm just going to let it resolve and blow it up. And now Dom just has nothing. You lost the Mox Diamond, you lost the land. Get it all out of here.
Yeah, and Noah has Surgical too, so next turn we might see a Surgical in the draw step on like this Thespian stage to turn off that angle of the Dark Depths. We'll have to see how Noah wants to play it. Might have bigger plans in mind. Might just have the Dark Depths covered a different way. Drew a Murktide for turn. That's pretty big.
Yeah, if Noah has a land, it looks like there is a fetch land. You could say maybe crack the fetch, get a land, play the Surgical Extraction, and then Surgical Extraction force Meltdown to make it a 6/6 Murktide. And it looks like Noah is lining that play up, yeah.
Yeah, I really like this. If you take the Dark Depths, I'm sure there's some way I'm forgetting. Like, there used to be Vampire Hexmage type stuff, but there isn't any currently. It looks like we have double Swords to Plowshare, Exploration, and Elvish Reclaimer here for Dom Harvey.
Yeah, now that Murktide Regent looking not the best, looking a little bit worse, although no colored mana here for Dom, just a bunch of colored spells in a Dark Depth. So, you know, Noah might be in a position where he's like, okay, I'm just going to cast this Murktide. If you draw the white source, you draw the white source. If not, you are dead.
Yep. Noah taking a second here. Make sure Dom doesn't have the 5th stage in hand and deck. I give him a game win. Be pretty big. But also looking to see what Dom brought in so he's ready for game number 3 and the rest of this game as well. And if you're Noah, do you think you just slam the Murktide and just force him to have it?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. Yeah, Noah is going to jam it. I like this because, like I said, you know that Dom doesn't have the white source. If there is a lot of lands in Dom's deck that either produce colorless mana or, well,
oh,
found a white source when it goes to the play tapped.
The Surveil land with the Lush Portico. Gonna get it going on. Gonna leave that card on top. If Noah can draw a Wasteland, though.
That would be hilarious. Wasteland or perhaps even a Daze, because there's 2 lands in play. But he does draw the Wasteland! Oh my god.
Oh, Dom had the Wasteland on top and left it there. I think thinking he maybe needed to fight over a different battle, and understandable as the Delver of Secrets off the top as well. Dom's getting knocked down by this Murktide.
Oh, that Lush Portico, just the, you know, everything that Dom never wanted to see, that ETB tap land for the white source. And, you know, now I don't think we have life totals updated, obviously, but Dom is in a world of hurt here. I think after taking 2 hits off the Murktide, should be down to about 8, and that's going to do it.
Yeah, I was going to say, if Dom could dodge the Delver, he would have won, but the Reclaimer was not the white source he needed. And then we're going to move on to game number 3 here, as Dom kept a hand with pretty powerful stuff going on, but Noah with the answer to that green source. Oof. Made it look pretty easy.
Yeah, and that was just such an awkward situation for Dom with the 2 Swords to Plowshares drawing the 1 Lush Portico. Basically, every other land that produces white mana, which is either a fetch land or a Savannah. And I guess that's really it at that point, right? There's 1 Savannah, 1 Heath, 1 Misty, 1 Catacombs, and the 1 Portico. Past that, not a ton of white sources. So it already didn't really have, you know, a ton of outs there to be able to find that white source, but just very unfortunate. Now, going back into game 3, did we change anything? Play, draw? I think probably not. You know, Dom's going to want the removal spells, whether he's in the play or the draw. So I don't think a ton is going to change here for Dom.
Yeah, I can't imagine anything massive changing. Maybe Dom saw some card he wasn't expecting, you know, but it looked like everything was pretty stock from where I was sitting. So I can't imagine anything too big there. When it comes to Noah Wilson on Grixis Delver, I imagine we're in a pretty similar spot. But what you can't expect is for us to be in Indianapolis on May 11th and 12th. We have a modern 10K showdown on Saturday. You win one of those showdowns, you could play against Dominic, Harvey, and, you know, Stephen Dykeman, Matthew Hoey, Sean Gallagher, all at our championship. Sunday, have another chance to win it with your friends as a team 10K showdown, standard, modern, and pioneer for those seats. It's going to be pretty exciting to see all of that happen. And then we're going to St. Louis after that on June 22nd and the 23rd. Saturday, we have a 10K Pioneer Showdown. That will get you to the $35,000 Invitational we're talking about a second ago. And that Invitational also gets you the Pro Tour. This is a small little shout out to that. Sunday, 5K Modern Trial. A lot of Magic to be played. Speaking of which, let's head back to the feature match here, as I'm sure our players are about ready to game as they're finishing up their mulligans here.
Yeah, and speaking of our next events, don't forget, we are trying to hit a follower goal. So if you are new to the stream and just joining us, we just got a raid from XJ Cloud. Big shout out to the raid. Thanks again for that. But if you are new to the stream, do us a big favor and go ahead and hit that follow button. If you're going to be at one of our future events and you want to see our lovely director Norm and potentially some different hair color, you have the power to unlock that particular avenue. So please give us a follow if you're enjoying the content.
That's true. Maybe we can get something that the people, maybe we can have like, maybe we can up the ante, you know, because like Norm getting the hair color, it's like, it's not on camera. Not like Devin.
Wait,
maybe we should
Norm?
get Devin to dye
Mason,
his
I
hair.
don't have hair, okay?
You have some hair. I can see it, buddy.
You have more hair than I do.
Yeah, but my hair's like already orange. Like,
True.
like it doesn't really, so like we match.
Maybe I'll shave my head. Do the opposite.
I feel like, no offense, man, of the two things I pitched involving hair, yours is the one that's way less radical than mine. Like, imagine if you have the orange sideburns. At least that does, you know what I mean? But it's just like, anyways, we do see Dom and Noah tanking. Looks like Dom is maybe kept. Noah gonna go down to at least 6. I'm unsure. We were doing the slides here. I couldn't see it. The players had already, taken them all out. It looks like they hadn't, since Dom wasn't putting anything back.
Yeah, and then for Dom's side of things, kind of trying to think of what specific cards we're looking for in the opening hand. Dom's deck is a lot more explosive when he has those those kind of mana acceleration elements, I should say, stuff like Exploration and Mox Diamond. So maybe looking for those in the opening hand. And there's also one thing we didn't kind of touch on was the Sphere of Resistances, much more powerful on the play than on the draw, especially if you have that Mox Diamond in the opener to deploy it on turn 1. So it is possible that Dom maybe wanted to go away from those in the draw, but perhaps they're back in the deck for game 3 when Dom's in the play.
Mm-hmm. We'll have to see. Noah's going to need, this is one of the things about this deck is you kind of need the right tools, right? Like Wasteland's up thing you're looking for. Force Will as well in order to stop those fast early starts. Force Negation does a very similar role.
Looks like a whole lot of lands here for Noah. I think I saw 2 Volcanics, 2 Fetches, and I believe a Force Negation, a Force of Will, and 1 card I could not quite get a good look of. Channeler, okay.
Yeah, I think I think it's just Force Negation, Ponder, Channeler, 3 lands. I think Noah's just all in.
Okay, I think I saw the retro card and I thought it was a Force of Will, but yeah, you're right. I think it's a Ponder. So Ponder, Channeler, Force, 3 lands. And Dom does not have one of those mana accelerants in the form of Exploration or Mox Diamond. We'll see what we have on the second turn. Looks like a Stage, and there's the Exploration. Okay, so perhaps did... I guess I was going to say maybe I had it on turn 1 and wanted to wait a minute, but if you had it, you probably would have played it.
Looks like maybe a dexterity error there. I'm not really sure. Players seem to know what's up. Might be a situation where Dom goes, tap my cradle. Then he looks down and he's like, oh, that wasn't the cradle, Oops.
Yeah.
And Noah's like, yeah, man, we all know what you're trying to do. Mox Diamond is going to get played. If you are Noah, like you mentioned, you probably know what the draw for turn was. Had to be that Exploration almost assuredly. Force going to the graveyard. Dom playing Dark Depths. And boom! 20!
And Mason, as we talked about, we know that Noah does not have any removal spells, and Noah just picked up a copy of Molten Collapse. Unfortunately for Noah, there is a specific line of text on Merit Lage that prevents that one from working.
Indestructible means we will not be destroying it. More news at 11 as we are going to Ponder, Surveil the Surgical to Graveyard. We have Force and 2 more. And you do have to wonder if Noah had just, forced that Exploration, what could have been. Obviously, this would have came down a lot slower, but, we gave Noah some time.
Yeah, I think specifically because it was Force of Negation and not Force of Will, he was trying to hold it for a life from the loam because that exiles the loam. If it was Force of Will instead of Negation, he might have fought over that Exploration, but kind of maybe just got punked out by his own card, as it were.
Yeah, and sometimes when you're on the mulligan, you kind of keep a hand like that. You have to hope it kind of lines up with the way you want it to, right? Or it's just like, I can't beat this anyways, but if you have a loam hand, I've got an out if cheesing you.
Yeah, and I guess maybe Noah's playing towards chump blocking for a turn with the channelers, maybe announce going to combat, then second main phase, cracking a fetch, casting a cantrip. But, again, we know, and Dom doesn't know this, but we know that Noah does not have any bounce spells, right? There's no borrowers, no echoing truce, none of that stuff. So we know that Noah is basically drawing dead, but, in Dom's position, he's like, well, maybe I'm just trying to get a chump blocker and then trying to find a bounce spell next turn.
Yeah, I was looking at the players there. Noah looked through his deck after fetching, I think trying to think about what he could actually draw into. And it looked like he kind of said something, and Dom kind of shrugged. Yeah, and I think he was saying, I don't look have any outs, and we didn't have one there. So congratulations to Dominic Harvey. He is going to be in our top 8, looking for that back-to-back. And you can probably expect to see more Dom as the the day continues. But we do have a backup match, Devin. So let's go down there and check out some High Tide.
At this point, Mason, everybody's just playing for seconds. So we get to look at our backup feature match and see which one of these players has the best chance at getting second place here. We have James Robertson on the left with High Tide, kind of a blast from the past here, and Anders Larson on Rakdos Aggro. Initially when I saw this deck list, I thought it was going to be a painter deck, but it turns out that's not even close to what it is, Mason.
Yeah, it's kind of just cards that look like painter, but also kind of look like other decks, and you're just playing good cards. It looks like Fable is like, it doesn't know how to describe it. Fable is in hand here.
No, you're right.
Like Anders Larson is maybe just going to slam a Fable, which, you know what? Might as well. What are you going to do? Play around days?
The deck list here for Anders is Broadside Bombardiers, which is a card that we've seen a little bit on camera in the Goblins deck a little bit earlier. Bowmasters, Goblin Engineers, Goblin Welders, and then the cards that we're kind of tutoring and searching for at that point are stuff like Phyrexian Devourer, Chaos Defiler, Phyrexian Dragon Engine. Got some Soul Cauldrons, some Lotus Petals, Fast Mana Fables, Urza Sagas. So kind of a bit of an interesting deck. And then for James, we have the classic High Tide. For people who have not seen this deck, it's trying to generate a ton of mana with things like High Tide, the aforementioned, kind of the namesake of the deck, along with Sapphire Medallion, and then a bunch of ways to untap lands, right? You have Snap, you have Cloud of Fairies, things like that, and then eventually go to Time Spiral, which also untaps your lands, and then the win condition eventually at some point, once you've generated a trillion mana, is Fae of Wishes for, I believe we are going for Brain Freeze. So yeah, Fae of Wishes for Brain Freeze.
Can't beat show and tell. Just dead.
Well, you actually can. So we have that covered. You can Fae of Wishes for Brain Freeze yourself, and then Fae of Wishes for Jace Wielder of Mysteries.
Oh, every angle.
We got it covered.
Every angle of the Buffalo there. So we're going to see a Fable Dimir Breaker get played there after a second. James Robertson going to start the turn off. Looks like we have
And just a quick note for the folks watching at home, this is a win-it-in. The record's on screen. I believe these players are 5-1-1. But we, as we talked about, there were the first 3 tables drew. This is table 6. Right? Yeah, the first 3. No, this is table 5. Sorry. So the first 3 tables drew. Table 4 we just watched. This is table 5. So this is a win-it-in for either of these players. So we'll have to see which one gets in the top 8.
Yep. And, from James, it's a pretty interesting perspective because you are trying to get as many islands as you can in play before you start going, because your High Tide is so much better with the more islands you have. And Anders is clearly up to something, right? Like, you're seeing a lot of fast mana, you're seeing a lot of red cards. You might assume it's something like Welder, but, not a ton of pressure. So we might see James sort of try and take things a little slower, get a couple of land drops before really having to go for it.
Yeah, and I wonder if we can get Phyrexian Devourer on screen. This is such a weird card. And this is the card that Anders is looking to kind of tutor for, or maybe put into the graveyard. And I believe there's some sort of combo with this where you have this under Agatha Soul Cauldron. The text of it says you can remove the top card of your library from the game to put X counters on the creature, where X is into remove cards converted mana cost. So if you have the Devourer and the Ballista both under Soul Cauldron, you can just exile your whole deck, put a bunch of counters, and then just kind of one-shot people. So I think that's eventually what Anders is trying to set up with those kind of engineers and welders to tutor for that stuff.
Yeah, seeing this card on screen, I remember seeing this card, Devin, was our good friend Dominic Harvey winning some Canadian Legacy tournament with this combo in his deck.
Probably, yeah.
So, I think it's a pretty powerful combination. And it's weird, right? Like Legacy is in such a unique place right now. It feels like the format is so like, I don't want to say solved, but you kind of know what the big threats are. But there's all this like, introduction of these new and powerful cards that are really complicated. You have to figure out how best to use them, right? Like Agatha Soul Cauldron.
Yeah, exactly. So here is a high tide for James. See if we can perhaps get a little storm combo going in for folks at home who have not seen high tide. This deck takes a lot of game actions. Basically all of them.
I have to go to play-by-play mode soon. Uh-oh. High tide.
All right, second high tide.
Yeah.
There's the card on your screen for folks who have maybe not seen this card before. It until end of turn, whenever a player taps an island for mana, you get an additional blue. And the most important thing about high tide is they stack. So if you cast the first high tide, and then if you've cast 2 high tides, your island's now tapped for 3. And funny enough, what ends up happening with Time Spiral is even if you've cast 4 high tides, you shuffle all of them back in, and you can just get the turns where your islands are tapping for 7 or 8 mana, which it's kind of wild.
Yep. Cloud of Fairies there in this battlefield untaps 2 islands. That's going to be +4 mana. So we do see an Orcish Bowmaster, and this is the card you're afraid of. And Force of Will. We've got that one covered.
Yeah, that was about to be a blowout because the snap was targeting the Cloud of Fairies. And if the Bowmaster resolved, the Cloud of Fairies would have died and the snap would not have resolved, which meant that James would not have untapped the lands.
True. And now we're going to see the snap here is a great way to sort of generate more mana. Doesn't really cost you anything. The Cloud of Fairies goes back to hand with the blue mana, untap the lands, get more mana. And we're going to see James here, he's sort of keeping track of the mana on pen and paper, which is the correct way to do it. We sometimes do it with dice and they like land here on coverage, make it easier for y'all. But technically in paper, you should do it this way. Cloud of Fairies coming back down. Really, Devin, right now, if you've ever played Hidden Strings in Pioneer and you're watching Legacy, we're basically stringsing some Lotus Fields right now.
Basically, yeah. I mean, there's 2 high tides. All of our islands are Lotus
Fields. Oh,
now.
my God. We had it. The last card in hand is Time Spiral. We're going to remove it from the game. Each player's going to shuffle their decks and their graveyards in together and then draw 7 new cards. And it's going to be pretty tough for Anders to win from here, but it is not deterministically dead. James could fizzle. And this is why the high tide deck sometimes doesn't see plays. It does very powerful stuff, but is not a deterministic kill.
Yeah. So James is going to have a whole bunch of mana floating with access to those islands that, remember, do currently tap for 3 because we've cast 2 high tides. And James is going to get a look at 7 more cards. And, as we talked about, Orcish Bowmaster, extremely good against James's deck because drawing a lot of cards. But, Anders does not have the requisite mana to be able to cast it, only has that Lotus Petal. So even if he is able to find something like an Orcish Bowmaster's, not going to be able to cast it this turn. And presumably if James doesn't, totally just completely brick off, you would imagine that James probably has the tools to be able to close this game out.
Yep. Mind's Desire being unbanned the last 6 months was a huge get for this deck. Really allows it to have another card that can kind of hit. And then even if that's like the only thing you get, right now we would see 5 brand new cards, for example. Sorry, more than 5 new cards, for example. And it's just so hard to sort of miss on like draw 7, draw 10, like you will eventually get out of there. As Brainstorm is going to be the play here with some of our floating blue mana.
Yeah, it looks like the storm count is now 9 with 13 blue mana floating. That's those are both very large numbers. If you're a high tide fan, probably good news for you. And as we mentioned, the high tide stack. So if James finds more of them, those islands are going to tap for even more mana. And then as we talked about, James's ultimate win condition here is eventually go Fae of Wishes for Brain Freeze. And if for some reason the Brain Freeze is not good enough, if your opponent has Eldrazi, you can Fae of Wishes for Brain Freeze, target yourself, and then the Fae of Wishes again, because you can just pick it up with its own ability. The second Fae of Wishes gets Jason Wielder of Mysteries, that targets you. There you go. Game over.
We're going to see here. James.
We got the table spotter keeping track of stuff now. That's awesome. You love to see that.
I super love it because it means the pace of play continues at a good rate. James has the 4th high tide. I'm sorry, the 5th high tide here. So now all our lands tap for 5 blue mana.
Is it the 5th or the 4th?
This is the 4th high tide. Sorry, it's the 4th high tide, but we're making 5 mana. Excuse me.
Right.
Sorry, I was trying to keep track of just how much mana we were making. That's foolish of me, and I will do better. Speaking of doing better, Twitch chat should do better and follow us on Twitch so they don't miss any of the action. That one was weak. That was weak by my standards. You got to call yourself out when the time comes.
Tried to set yourself up.
Yeah, I fell down.
Well, here's good news, Mason. Fae of Wishes has hit the stack, and I think there might be enough Storm to just brain freeze Anders out. Not exactly. I believe that's 2 dice. We're just going to go for the Jace. Okay.
Yeah, it might be a situation where we're just going to mill ourselves out because we know there's no weird stuff happening. Anders helping him out. Be like, yep, 5 blue left or whatever. Who cares? You got 15 mana in your lands over there. James is going to tap some 10 blue. Why not?
Tap 2 islands for 10 blue mana. What are we going here for James? It's going to be a Cloud of Fairies. So I believe Storm count 13, and then you go pick up the Fae of Wishes, recast, Storm count 14, Brain Freeze, Storm count 15, and I'm pretty sure James probably has less than 45 cards in his own deck at this point.
Well, we can count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So we're actually one short.
All right, we're going to go for Time Spiral. Draw 7 again.
Yeah.
So nice. Let's do it twice. And by twice, I mean a third time.
I don't... James is looking at someone and talking, and I have no clue what's going on with that regard. Is James just chit-chatting with Dom over there? Because this is a rewinded match. We recorded for you, so we can make sure to get you all the win in action. I wonder if he's just, chit-chatting.
Just having a conversation.
Yeah. He's got the dub. It's just at this point, it is really just a matter of going through, because now with the Fae of Wishes, right, like we talked about, you can pick that up and tutor over and over from your sideboard. So, even if we just end up getting something like, the brain freeze, replay it, discard, it's so hard to fizzle from here.
And the Jace is already in play. So we only have to cast it once to get the brain freeze to target ourselves. So, James, at this point, James probably has this game locked up. I'm looking at James's sideboard, and I'm now reading a card for the very first time that I've never seen in my life before. And maybe you might be looking at the same card. It's called Teferi's Realm, which apparently is a 3-mana enchant world. So we maybe need to get some world enchantment rulings. It says at the beginning of each player's upkeep, that player chooses artifacts, creatures, lands, or global enchantments. All cards of that type phase out. Get some phasing on there.
Okay. James, 5th High Tide, 6 mana.
Mason, talk to me about the difference between enchant world and global enchantments. Any ideas?
That's before my time, Devin.
Okay.
Listen, I worked on the game, but I didn't work on the game. All right, I did a little stint. I got some Modern Horizons, did a little Assassin's Creed. I'm out. I'm out of there. I don't know about this enchant stuff. We do see a ponder happening. I think James showed Anders that he has a Mind's Desire in hand, and was saying, "I kind of got this." And Anders is like, "Well, you got to make sure you actually hit." So I think James is maybe just actually going through actions just to make sure Anders doesn't have some weird free spell that causes something to happen, which we know from looking at the deck doesn't exist.
Yeah. I wonder if James is kind of just knows he has it locked up, just making sure that he's not missing anything. Because as we talked about, the Fae of Wishes can just go get the brain freeze. So, he's playing around something. Not exactly sure what it is, but he's doing his thing, just getting some camera time, casting some high tides. There's the Mind's Desire for approximately 10 trillion.
Yeah, 17 looks to be the storm count. It's pretty good. It's gonna be a lot of cards.
It's a lot. It's like half your deck. Okay, the question is, are they going to go exile card, shuffle, exile card, shuffle? Please tell me that's not the case.
Well, the card says...
Mason, please.
Devin, really, it's this reminds me a lot of Nexus of Fate, where players would just be dead, and they just would continuously play.
Oh, thank God.
Okay, all right. Tournament shortcut.
Thank you, James. I appreciate it.
Well, you can respond and cast something in the middle, right?
Technically, yes.
So yeah, I guess James maybe wants to brainstorm something back to hit, but I'm sure you can just be like, "Hey, I'm holding priority here," or whatever.
Yeah.
Anyways, here's the medallion. They cost cheap. Medallion. Things cost less. These cards are cool. EDH love them. Third one, boom.
Medallions.
Anders thinking about what am I going to get out of my sideboard for game 2 and 3.
That is a good question. So let me look at Anders. Well, I don't know if we're going to do sideboards yet, but
Yeah,
there's a couple of things.
Anders is thinking. We'll talk about it soon enough.
Yeah.
We got some cards. Rakdos colors, you got some good stuff. Artifacts are pretty good at fighting over stuff against Snap. Looks like we're snapping the Fae back, but bam.
Anders maybe thinking about what they're going to go get for dinner tonight.
Mm-hmm. Could be chicken.
Perhaps. All right, Anders has given up. Just wanted to see the win condition. That is going to do it for game number 1. James Robertson on high tide, defeating Rakdos aggro in the hands of Anders Larson. So what do we got in the sideboard? Mason, what do we got here for Anders?
Yeah, in Anders' sideboard, we have 4 Magus of the Moon, 4 Leyline of the Void, 3 Pyroblast, 2 Fury, a Thorn of Amethyst, and a Haywire Might. What do you like, Devin?
So I did mention there's a couple of cards here, mostly the 3 copies of Pyroblast. Anders didn't really have a ton of meaningful interaction in the first game, and now has 3 1-mana counterspells, so those are pretty good. Give me the Thorn of Amethyst as well. You could consider the Haywire Might to be able to blow up the medallions. Not sure if you want those. And then Leyline of the Void, I don't think that does anything. I guess if you have enough dead cards, Leyline could exile High Tides so they can't get shuffled back in off of Time Spiral, but that seems kind of narrow.
Mm-hmm. Let's check out James Robertson's sideboard. We saw a little bit of it last game via the Fae Wishes. We have 4 Flusterstorm, 3 Defense Grid, 2 Surgical Extraction, 2 Teferi's Whelm, 1 Hercules Recall, 1 Echoing Truth, 1 Jace Wheel of Mystery, and a Brain Freeze. What do you like, Devin, and why?
So the one-ofs are going to stay here. The Jace, the Brain Freeze, the Echoing Truth, and the Recall. I kind of assume those are all Fae of Wishes targets. Maybe you could consider bringing in one of the bounce spells and keeping one in the sideboard. Past that, the Flusterstorms, if you expect the Rebs out of the sideboard of Anders, you could potentially bring those in. And I don't know, Defense Grid is weird, right? Because you could consider it, because normally it's only good against the blue control decks, but Anders has not only Pyroblast, but also Orcish Bowmasters, which Anders maybe doesn't want to cast main phase. But I guess if there's a defense grid, then you could just Bowmasters main phase, so maybe he doesn't want to go towards those. But probably the Flusterstorms, maybe the grids, maybe the Teferi's Realms.
I have to see how the players want to approach it as they are finishing up sideboarding here. And while they're doing that, we're going to tell y'all to click that follow button. That way you don't miss any of the future energies coming up over the next couple of weeks, and throughout the rest of the year this year. We are going all over, and we're going to be announcing more of those dates as we get closer to them, so keep an ear out for that. And we'll be streaming all the events. And we'll check out what the players are playing for today really quick. Let's pull up those prices. The NRG Series 5K events have $1,200 for first and 30 points. Second place has $600 and 25 points. Third and fourth are 400 and 200 points. 58th get 400, and then 58th get 200 with 15 points. Those points are our leaderboard. If we want to pull up that really quick, Healy, here. We have 2 seasons, Devin. That means during the first season, our top 3 players are going to make it to our end of the year championship. The names in orange are already qualified. So Dominic, Harvey, Sean Gallagher, Matthew Hoey, those 3 players have punched their ticket to the NRG championship end of the year. $35,000 prize pool, Devin, with a Pro Tour invite on the line as well. It's an incredibly juicy spot there. We see a lot of names here this weekend on this leaderboard doing pretty well. We saw Roger Suleiman top 8 yesterday. Connor Mullaly shook hands today. So the race is going to be incredibly tight as the year goes on. Zoe Reederman putting up a good finish as well. But our players should be ready, and we can figure out who we're going to be seeing in our top 8.
Yeah, and shout out to Joey DiGiacomo, too, who lost in the finals today, and I believe was putting up a performance today. I think maybe he was going X2 going into the last round, and X2 going into the last round, you're dead for top 8, but every single one of those points matters, especially when you're they're this early on in the season, getting those leaderboard points and trying to make that push towards the Player of the Year.
Yeah, getting the points matters a lot for a lot of players. We saw Connor Mullaly be our Player of the Year back in 2022, won by 1 point against Jesse Ropkin. And so, if you're making that kind of run, that matters. And it happens all the time, too, where these at-large bids where there's one person who's fairly safe going to the last weekend and the other two are sweating it, They're kind of like, well, these couple people could jump me. What can I do? And, making sure that you get every single finish matters. That's something that Connor did in 2022. Played a lot of tournaments out where he was playing just for that one extra point, but played them, got that point, and it mattered. Looks like Anders is going to text somebody back. Enhance. Let's see what we got.
Screen freeze. Enhance.
Yeah.
Enhance. Anyways, players looks like we're drawing our opening hands. Anders going to be on the play for game number 2. And, this matchup does not seem like the best for Anders. There are some cards, but it seems like maybe the combo is a bit too slow to set up and doesn't have a ton of meaningful interaction. No discard spells, no Force of Wills, anything like that. It does have the Pyroblasts, which can help a little bit, but it seems like James's deck is not only faster, but also Anders does not have the proper interaction.
Yep. We're going to see a land and a passing of the turn here from Anders.
Mason, quick hits. What land is that?
Devin, I'll keep it $1. I have no clue. I think it's Ancient Tomb, but I'm not sure.
It is a Great Furnace.
It's a Great Furnace?
The greatest of furnaces. Don't ask me why I know that. Well, the reason I know that is because I'm looking at Anders' deck list, and I look at these lands, and I know for a fact, I know what all the other lands look like, so that by process of elimination, it was Great Furnace.
I don't even see Great Furnace in his lands.
Yeah,
it's in the artifacts. Oh, my goodness. Oh, Brad, fix melee! As we see an engineer come down.
Mason, if you think that's good, take a look at the enchantments.
Oh my gosh, Urza Saga. Gosh bless. Is that because it's first in the type line? It's got to be it.
I think so, yeah.
Oh my god. I was looking at I was to the point where I was like, did we have a deck reg error? Do we need to get a judge involved? Nope. I just had to assume it was Ancient Tomb.
Okay, that I have no idea what that is.
That's Ancient Tomb. I know that's Ancient Tomb.
Well, it can't be because we searched off of Goblin Engineer.
I know. I just said it really confidently. I just
okay.
wanted to be right. I shouldn't have lied to you like that. I don't know why I did. I was just getting a little feisty. It's going to be a long 3 hours.
I'm looking at the deck list and I have what could that even be?
It's probably a one-of card. It might be a Shadow Spear.
I can't imagine you would tutor for a Shadow Spear against the High Tide deck, though.
Gotta get your attacks in. I mean, James isn't pulling any cards out. It has to be a one-of situation.
Okay, so let's look at one-ofs in Anderson's
Could it be a
deck.
Thorn of Amethyst? Oh, it is. It's the Shard of Narsil from Lord of the Rings.
How did I not know that?
Obviously, I should have known about the Shard of Narsil.
Wow. How could we not know about the Shard of Narsil?
I still stand by the Shadow Spear line. You just get the beats on.
Norm's got to get us out of here if we don't know the Shards of Narsil.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. I'm washed. Oh, sorry. That's not the card. We're looking for Shards of Narsil.
Yeah, that is not the card.
You can buy Shards of Narsil over at NRG. We have them in the booth.
All right, we get a nice little Ponderosa here from James Robertson. See what we can find off of that. Looking for some combo pieces. Wants to start and set up like a High Tide with a couple of cantrips and ways to untap lands and get into a Time Spiral or potentially a Mind's Desire. You did point out Mind's Desire recently unbanned. I feel like it hasn't. I want to say that people were pretty excited when it did get unbanned, but I don't really think it's done that much. And maybe this might be the best home for it.
Yeah, that's my understanding is that, the first couple of weeks we saw some players do some stuff, right? Brute force, but the consensus has sort of been, there's just better things to be doing, Like the Scaminator deck has been one that has been absolutely dominating the events. We saw it even top 8 the showcase earlier today on Magic Online. And, it's just such a powerful deck that doesn't seem to have ported over to the NRG here today, or if it did, the players just didn't perform very well with it. But, there's just been some better stuff as we see Agathos Soul Cauldron hit the graveyard. And that card, allows for some combos, but also some graveyard hate. Maybe will, throw off some of James's plays.
Yeah, if you get the Cauldron in play, you could, like we talked about with Leyline of the Void, could potentially like Leyline exile one of the high tides to make it less likely that James can search or like draw it again off of a time spiral, but it seems like it's maybe a little bit too narrow. But we are going to go ahead and fetch that cauldron. Now, we're not just fetching the cauldron because it's graveyard hate. Remember, this Rakdos, it's labeled as Rakdos aggro, but it is really a combo deck. And Anders is trying to assemble Agatha Soul Cauldron plus Phyrexian Devourer and Walking Ballista. So Anders is maybe trying to get the party started here with that cauldron. But yeah, it seems like maybe the combo takes a little bit too long to set up, especially in a matchup like this.
Yep. See Lorian reveal here, the cycle for James. Honestly, that card might be better for the deck than Mind's Desire was. Just another fetch land that you can just cast pretty easily as a draw 3, like I'm sure Mind's Desire is great for this deck, but this card's like actually so powerful as we've seen in all the other formats. So we are going to see a draw for the turn here from James. He can figure out what he wants to do. Last turn we saw him go off on turn 3. Not much pressure right now. We could see another setup turn. Looks like we're going to see the medallion in the pass. So all our blue spells are going to cost, an Echoing Truth here.
Oh, okay. Echoing Truth is going to bounce the Goblin Engineers. One of them is able to be activated this turn, though. The only one of them has Summoning Sickness. So we are going to put that Cauldron into play. I don't know why the Engineer's in the graveyard. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, it looks like a little dexterity error. It happens.
And I think that might be a Pyroblast.
I think so too. Let's see that Echoing Truth going.
Yeah, Anders going to fight over the Echoing Truth with the Pyroblast, keep the Engineers in play. And, we mentioned the combo. We're trying to set up the Phyrexian Devourer plus Walking Ballista. Now, the question is, do we have the means to do so this turn? And the answer is, well, we got the third Goblin Engineer. There's half of it.
Yep. Oh, he has it in hand. It looks like he's showing that maybe he can win.
Oh, the Devourer is in hand. Okay.
So here is the Dragon Engine.
So how's this work? Okay. So from my understanding, you would need... Oh, well...
So the Phyrexian Dragon Engine, when it enters the battlefield, you may discard your hand if you draw 3 cards if it entered from the graveyard. So we're going to sack the pedal to get the Dragon Engine, which is going to discard our hand, which is going to put the Phyrexian Devourer into the graveyard, which is then going to let us draw 3 cards and maybe hope to get there.
Well, the awkward part is here, if you sacrifice the Lotus Petal, that's your mana. You'd also have to sacrifice the Cauldron. And I think we have to keep the Cauldron in play in order to set up the combo. So I'm wondering... So, let me look up Phyrexian Devourer again. It's such an odd card, so I want to make sure... Yeah, okay, it's 6 mana, 1/1, and then remove the top card of your library from the game to put X counters on it. So the goal is you either, like if you have a Walking Ballista in play and a Devourer exiled with Cauldron or vice versa, then you can set up the combo that way. So it looks like we are just going to sack the Cauldron, and Anders did find the Walking Ballista too.
Yeah. And... looks like we're going to sack the Furnace.
Okay.
Which gets back the Cauldron.
And he has Ballista in hand, but we need to be able to play the Ballista for X = 1 because we don't have the means to exile both the Ballista and the Cauldron this turn since we only get 1 Cauldron activation.
Yeah, this might be a spot where Anders just needs to pass and hope James doesn't have it.
Unless I'm missing something, I'm pretty sure we have to wait 1 more turn for Anders. Or if he had like something like an Ancient Tomb, could go tap Ancient Tomb, cast a Ballista for 1, eat the Devourer with the Cauldron, and then that would be the kill from there.
I have to see how this goes. It looks like Anders double checking in. Let's see if James can do it.
Yeah, unfortunately for Anders, just a little bit short there. Has the combo, but not quite enough mana to assemble it. And James untapping with 3 lands and a medallion and potentially a grip full of cards. We'll have to see and see if James can find the kill this turn.
Yeah, if James has something like a High Tide into a draw spell, we might be able to, get this going. But we only have 3 cards in hand. So it is not, like when we went in the first game, we had like 5. It looks like we have a Mystic Sanctuary. I put something on top.
Yeah, that could put a cantrip on top. Perhaps could even put something like an Echoing Truth, I guess. Echoing Truth. Yeah, that's actually, if James knows what's going on here, Echoing Truth could sort of break up the combo where if the Cauldron eats the Devourer and then Echoing Truth bounces the Cauldron, there's only one Devourer in Anders' deck list.
We put a Lorien Revealed on top, and this makes me feel like we're high tiding. High tiding.
Confirmed high tiding.
It's like Hot Pockets, you know? Make 2 blue.
See, this is where if we had the ability to fast forward, you know, just saying. Yeah.
It's like when Marvel Snap, when they have like a billion things going on. He goes like,
yep.
We're going to see a snap on the creature, untaps 2 lands, and those lands are making a lot of mana. And we only had to tap 1. We only had to use 1 of our mana, thanks to the medallion. Okay.
Making some mana. Let's see if we get a payoff. It's a payoff. It's not guaranteed, though. It's only 4 storms, so.
Yeah, this might not be good enough.
James recognizing that, you know, the very likely dead next turn with the Cauldron and the Devourer, so is definitely aware of what Anders is up to, and we'll have to see if James gets a little lucky off these 4 cards here.
Yeah, best hit's probably like a Mind's Desire into some draw spells.
Yeah, usually Desire, you just want to keep hitting Desires. You know, if you Desire into Desire, that's the best. Well, there's... Okay, well, that's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
That's not bad.
So we Mind's Desired into the 3rd medallion. We get a Surgical Extraction and the Spiral. So we're probably going to end up using the Surgical at some point during this before we cast the next Mind's Desire. But we're going to start with that. Maybe force the Cauldron to activate. Obviously, the Cauldron can eat the creature if they go for that. But you might see something else get targeted.
So there's actually an interesting line here where James, I think, maybe didn't see this. But if James had cast the Time Spiral, Anders had to respond with the Cauldron targeting the Devourer, and then James could have responded in Surgical the Devourer.
That would have been very sick. But looks like we do have it underneath now, but it's okay. We're going to Spiral. That is going to make Anders lose the Walking Bliss.
Yeah, that Thorn should not be shuffled. Yeah, I mean, it's time shifted anyways, but we'll see if they catch it.
Yeah,
they
there
do.
we go.
There we go.
Looks like the Mind's Desire, you know, once again, is going to get cast later for free.
Yeah.
Once this is all said and done. Yeah, it looks like Anders is...
Okay, there we go. There's the Thorn.
Time. Yeah.
What was it? It's not Thorn. What was it called again? The Shard?
Oh. I'm sorry, do you not know the name of it off the top of your head after we had a learning moment together?
No, and you're buying time because you're just trying to search for it.
It's Shards of Narsil. I don't need to buy time, Devin. I'm a professional. Fine. Shards of Narsil. It's part of the Shards of Narsil from the Lord there.
Clearly.
Obviously. I know about the Nazgul too.
I do know about the Nazgul.
Yeah, I learned about them because there's like 9 of them, which showed me in design they were down to do extra copies of cards in the set. But then with the One Ring, they didn't do the one of thing. Makes you wonder. Makes you wonder.
It does make you wonder. Makes me wonder about High Tide. That's what it makes me wonder about. We see 7 cards coming off the top here for James. 3 medallions. I lost track of how many High Tides cast. I think it was just 1.
I think so too.
Plenty of mana because, you know, basically every spell in James's deck costs 1 mana at this point with those 3 medallions.
Yep. The Mind's Desire is still going to
How about 4?
That's good. And the Storm count goes up there as well. Anders is tapped out.
We got a Brainstorm. Still has that Desire too, but James wants to kind of just utilize all of the cards in his hand to get maximum value out of that Desire. Just to basically do everything that we need to, everything that we can before we cast that Desire to try and make sure we hit the maximum number of cards off of it. You know, you can imagine, like I said, like you said, there is a fail rate with this High Tide deck, but it just seems like realistically, what's the fail rate? Like 0.001%, you know?
Yeah, at this point, right? Like when we did the first Mind's Desire, that was when the fail rate was as high. It was like, okay, well, we could hit like lands and some medallions and pass. But here, we're just every spell is netting us mana for the most part. We're sculpting a little bit and we're just storming. Theoretically, once again, we could Mind's Desire for 11 and hit, all our lands and our bounce effects, whatever. But with this Fae of Wishes, that should lock it up because we're going to go get, probably Jace Wielder of Mystery once again, put that onto the battlefield. Might get Brain Freeze first, depends on kind of how we want to do things. Looks like James is going to get the Jace first. Hey, Twitch chat, by the way, can I get a 1 in chat if you knew about Thorn of Amethyst's name, which is what again, Devin?
I don't know. You're going to look it up, though.
I don't have to look it up. It's Shards of Narsil. We said it a billion times, and it's in Twitch chat. I can see them talking about it.
Well, I see Shards of Nostrils, but
I'm dyslexic. Want to bring it up? Want to try to push me down? Let's chat. All right, chat's being honest. I respect them for that. As we are going to see a ponder happening here. Fae of Wishes is on the battlefield. It can be bounced to your hand by discarding 2 cards. It's going to be a situation where James just needs to make sure he can't lose via some nonsense.
All right. 4 Sapphire Medallions, Jace Wielder of Mysteries, a Trillion Storm, Mind's Desire still able to be cast for free. Anders was very close to winning this game, right? It felt like Anders was just 1 mana short or 1 card in graveyard short, like with the drew the combo, had the Devourer, Ballista, and Cauldron, but was just a little bit short of setting that up. So we presume that James is going to take this game. We see a Mind's Desire for X equals 16. So you mentioned there is a possibility of bricking. I guess you could hit 16 lands.
The problem is if you hit 16 lands, the one from before has 17 looks, and there's not 30 lands.
Right.
So yeah, I think we have hit the actual deterministic. And I'll say it: if you're trying to punish the combo player, you got to scoop your cards up. They like doing this. True. You're not punishing them. This is just fun. As we are going to see.
What's that whiteboard card? I saw a whiteboard card in there.
I thought it was a Hercules recall, but I could be
mistaken. It's a Hercules. Okay.
Yeah.
Just in case. We thought there was a chance that Anders might have had it out. Now the Devourer has been exiled, and now Anders can't even combo kill at this point. There's only 1 Devourer, so
might want to search up that Shadow Spear. Get the welder going.
We also can't get the Shards of Narsil.
That's true. It's exiled. We could use an Eldrazi Strangler. Eldrazi Strangler. Process it back to the graveyard.
Ooh.
Then
we're cooking.
If High Tide continues to be a big force in the metagame, you might want to consider that, Anders, as you come back to watch your future match.
Who let this man cook?
James, friend. Let's brain freeze. Let's do it.
Yeah. Can we show him the brain freeze in the sideboard? It's got to be there.
Yeah, this might also be a situation where James might be able to actually just Mind's Desire the deck away and not actually brain freeze it away.
Manual mode, yeah. All right, there's the Fae of Wishes with a more than lethal storm count, and James just going to go ahead and show Anders the brain freeze, we presume.
I presume that everyone should make sure to follow NRG Series here on Twitch so they don't miss any of the action of the upcoming events. As we are going to see Brain Freeze get grabbed. Anders is going to extend the hand. And congratulations to James Robertson. Should be making our top 8. We will get those final standings here in just a few minutes. But wow, that was so close, like you said there, for Anders, but didn't quite get there.
Yeah, Anders had the means to set up the combo, had the Ballista, the Soul Cauldron, and the Phyrexian Devourer, but just came up just a little bit short. And again, we believe that was a win-in, so I don't want to say congratulations, but if you're in top 8, definitely good showing, James.
Yep. Hey, no matter what, top 16 guaranteed there, and that is a great finish. So final standings are getting finished up right now. The round is ending. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes with our rest of our top 8 today. So we'll see y'all in just a bit. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG Legacy 5K. We are in the top 8. I'm your host, Mr. Troy, by my co-host, Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake, and we are here to talk you through the last 3 matches and see who's going to be our Paper Legacy champion. Let's pull up that top 8 bracket, Devin, and talk about it, and we're going to cover the matches we're going to watch today last. So that means we're going to start with Michael Bearmon versus Nathan Marhefke, I believe. It's going to be Temur Rhinos versus Temur Delver. We're not going to be seeing this one, unfortunately. Who do you think's favored here and why?
Probably Delver, because the combination of Daze plus Force of Will, the Rhinos deck is trying to tap out for a 3-mana card, a little bit more susceptible to Daze. There is the presence of Spirit Guides, so that can help pay for it, but I would have to imagine, I think I like the Delver side of things.
All right, on the other side, we have Sean Gallagher versus Ross Krueger. Sean won our last showdown with Standard. Who do you think's favored here? And is it Delver versus Lands?
Well, unfortunately for our previous showdown winner, Sean Gallagher, this is probably the nightmare matchup. Now, it's possible that Sean has played against Lands before, and maybe he knows how to navigate the matchup, but this is the one matchup you do not want to see if you're a Delver player.
Let's hope he has Price of Progress for his sake. Meanwhile, in our backup feature match, we're going to have Tim Hatch versus 2022 Player of the Year, Connor Mullaly. Temur Delver versus 5-color Control. Devin, who do you like and why?
This one seems to be suited to be another blowout. I would imagine Connor Mullaly has just been beating up Delver all day. This is kind of part of the reason to play the 5-color Control deck. It's very, very good at playing a long game, a lot of removal spells, and I think Connor has a pretty hefty favorable matchup against Delver.
And in our main feature match, to start off the top 8, we have Dominic Harvey, our champion from yesterday, looking to get the back-to-back, as he called it, pulling the Dykeman, versus Corey Baldridge in the Lands versus Naya Depths matchup. Who do you like here and why?
So this one is probably the one that I have the least amount of experience with, because we did see a Lands Mirror briefly on camera earlier, where it was in the hands of Zori Riedemann, and that was a very, very interesting matchup where there's a lot of different things going on, and maybe the games are not necessarily fought over the cards that you would normally associate the Lands deck with. Like, there's a lot more about Urza Saga tokens and board presence. Now, if the games are about that, I think I like Corey's side of things, because Corey has stuff like Knight of the Reliquary and additional threats, whereas Dom is more of like your traditional loam exploration lands kind of thing. So, and Corey has main deck Swords to Plowshares. So I think I like Corey's side of things, but I mean, Dom is a master at his craft, so it's going to be an uphill battle.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Corey's favored in decks, but it's hard for me to pick, against Dom with anybody in the room, so let alone in this top 8. So yeah, we're going to have to see how that plays out there. But if you want to come out and play, we are coming to some cities near you soon. So let's talk about our first one, where we're going to be in Indianapolis, May 11th and 12th, just around the corner, a little Mother's Day. NRG. We got Saturday, the 10K Showdown, and then Sunday is a Team 10K Showdown Standard Modern Pioneer. Showdowns are the events that qualify for our end of the year championship. $35,000 on the line there in prizes and an invite to the following Pro Tour. After that, we're going to be going to St. Louis, June 22nd and 23rd. We have a Saturday 10K Pioneer Showdown, which is going to be exciting. And Sunday, we have a 5K Modern Trial. This will be the first big event after Modern Horizons 3 is released. I'm excited to see how this is going to shake that up. And I believe our players should be getting ready here to start our top 8 match. So we're going to cut to them in a second. But Devin, what do you think about Legacy right now? Because from what we're seeing, Lands has dominated our event today with 3 players in the top 8.
Yeah, and I mean, it kind of makes sense. A lot of people, associate Legacy with the Delver kind of being the boogeyman of the format. And it does make sense that, if Delver is the most played deck, the deck that has the best matchup against Delver seems to be rising to the top. And, we see 2 lands adjacent strategies here in top 8. They're, funny enough, they are a little bit different. Like Corey's deck list, like I said, is playing Knight of the Reliquary, Green Sun Zenith, main deck Plowshares, and Dom is like the more traditional lands deck. But they both still beat up on Delver just about the same.
That's fair. Yeah, and both those players playing 61 cards. You have to wonder if maybe Corey saw a Dom list and got it. But here we are. The players have actually started. Looks like they started a little bit before camera there. Looks like we had turn 1. We had a Lush Portico, which maybe milled this Life in the Loam and we dredged.
Oh,
that might have been what's happening.
Turn 1, Lush Portico, Surveil Loam into the graveyard. Like, it just doesn't get any better than that.
Well, how about if we loam back these 3 lands as well? Dom now going to be able to play a Thespian Stage and passing the turn. Once upon a time for Corey. Going to do this in Dom's end step, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like Corey lining that up in the end phase. I want to see. Yeah, Corey does have a Lush Portico, so potentially wants to see what is off of the once upon a time before surveilling to get the most amount of information as to what we are looking for off of the surveil. So see what Corey goes ahead and takes here. It's going to be another reliquary. 2016, maybe 15 modern staple. Love to see it.
Staple is such a word.
It is one of the words.
It is one of the words. Yeah, it was good back then. I actually played that deck back then for fun. Back before Mason actually played Magic.
Yeah, that was like right around when the Retreat came out, right? The Blue Retreat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was around that time.
Yeah. That was back when I used to just play like, local little, Wednesday night Magic, Tuesday night Standard, or whatever it was back in the good old days. Lush Portico, going to put a Windswept Heath in the graveyard. Draw a card.
See what Corey's got in the grip. I see a Savannah, a Swords to Plowshares, the Knight of the Reliquary that we know about. And I maybe see a full art card in here that that's a Gaddock Teeg is turn 2 here for Corey. Now, Gaddock Teeg, reasonably powerful in a lot of matchups. Lands is probably the one matchup where it has literally no text. If you look at Dom's deck list, it's Elvish Reclaimer, Sphere Resistance, Mox Diamond, Exploration, Loam, Crop Rotation, and so we got a Grizzly Bear in play.
Yeah, and discard it to either, so it sort of is what it is here. As it looks like Dom is playing his Cradle and passing. Decided not to dredge with Loam there.
Interesting.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if Dom doesn't want to expose himself to like some sort of Bajuka Bog stuff and maybe his mana was tied up. But neither Reliquary is going to come down for Corey.
Yeah, and if Dom has a Crop Rotation, we are done here. Crop Rotation, sacrifice the Portico, go get Dark Depths, make it 2020, easy peasy. So Dom's thinking here.
Yeah, and you see Dom,
there's the rotation.
And honestly, I really like this from Corey. He had the Swords to Plowshares, but he seems so unfavored, especially in this situation. Just tap out, try to get there, didn't get there. Could have played a slower approach, but was in a pretty bad spot. So Dom's going to move up one game incredibly quickly here in top 8. That's why I don't bet against Dom Harvey. Listen,
I talked about how I thought that Corey maybe had a slight edge in the deck construction, and Dom said, "You know what? Hold my beer. Here's a 2020."
Yeah, and the play really helping out there as well. So Dom really getting him quickly. Let's take a look over at Corey's sideboard and see what he might be bringing in against Dom in this matchup. In Corey's sideboard, we have 3 Doorkeeper Thralls, 2 Force of Vigors, 2 Deafening Silence, 2 Red Elemental Blast, 2 Endurance, 1 Mawloc, a Collector Oof, Gaddock Teeg number 2, and a Fairy Macabre.
Well, first and foremost, before I give my expert analysis, I'm going to have to read Mawloc real quick here. This is the thing that fights, right? 2/2, ATB fights. Okay, so I don't know if we want that one in this particular matchup, but as far as what we do want, Doorkeeper Thrall does not really have a ton of text here. Gaddock Teeg, as we said, Gaddock Teeg is a blank. Endurance could be interesting to help fight over Life from the Loam, right? If you expect the game to be about that kind of stuff. Same thing with Fairy Macabre. That could be interesting at fighting over that. And the Force of Vigors are pretty good because there's the presence of, Mox Diamond, Exploration, and Urza Saga in Dom's deck.
Yep. Along with some cards like Lava Spur Boots, which maybe we'll see in game number 2. Let's check out Dom's sideboard real quick and see what he's up to. Dom has 4 Swords to Plowshares, 2 Torpor Orbs, 2 Sylvan Libraries, 2 Force of Vigors, 1 Pith Needle, 1 Haywire Might, 1 Dismember, 1 Surgical Extraction, 1 Caracas.
Yeah, so we mentioned Corey. I think, the reason that I thought Corey was favored in game 1 is because Corey has the Knight of the Reliquaries. If he's able to untap with those, can kind of, get a little bit of cooking going on. But now that Dom has access to 4 copies of Swords to Plowshares and 1 Dismember, I think maybe like in the post-board games, I think Dom improves a little bit more than Corey does. Definitely wants those removal spells. You could consider your own Force of Vigors to help fight over Corey's Moxes, but there, I believe, are no copies of Urza Sagas in Corey. Corey's deck. Yeah, so no sagas, which means it's really only fighting over Mox. Not sure if you want to go that route. Haywire Might as a tutor target for Saga to kill Mox could be interesting. And Pithing Needle is weird, right? Because both players have Dark Depths, both players have Wasteland, both players, you know what I mean? So I don't know if you want to go towards Needle, but that could be something. And give me the Caracas as well.
Yeah, it might be a situation where Dom maybe wants to have a needle for like neither reliquary, and if he's behind, he can name something, like the stage. But we'll have to sort of see how he wants to do it. This tournament is open decklist for the top 8 only. When we do coverage for these events, we do allow open decklist. Otherwise, it gets a little weird. But that means these players are looking over the deck list right now. I can see them sort of sideboarding, and it's going to be really interesting. And like you mentioned, it feels like Dom got away with a little bit because so many of the cards that are good in the mirror were like stop the opponent from going for it are just in Dom's sideboard. It seems like he's sort of being like, yeah, game 1, it kind of just a race anyways. I'll just try to go fast. And then game 2 and 3, I hope to short up a bit. And just sort of got there in game 1, which is sort of, like how you succeed. He picked the matchups he wanted to beat in the tournament, lost a little edge in the mirror, and just sort of, got like in the spot to get lucky being on the play.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely got away with one there, at least, like we said, in terms of the deck lists. Now, there's a couple of interesting cards in Corey's deck list. We saw Corey briefly on camera for a moment, and maybe there's some cards that we haven't seen. Stuff like Lumbering Megasloth, Mawlock. There's a Minskin Boo in Corey's deck, so just kind of has a little bit more additional threats, and that's kind of why I thought that maybe Corey would have an edge, where if the game is about, we talked about this earlier when Zoe played that mirror match. It was a lot of neither player can really ever go for Dark Depths, because if the other player has a single mana open, that can represent crop rotation for Wasteland. Or you could just have your own Thespian stage and you can respond and copy their depth. So it's kind of this weird back and forth. And Corey having access to those threats, in a game 1 situation, now that Dom has more answers for those threats, I think Dom is, I really like Dom's position post board.
Yep. Honestly, I really think cards like Lumbering Megasloth might be a big part of Corey's way to win, because we saw how the games can get kind of weird where you're stalemating each other. Sort of like, I have a bunch of Wastelands, so do you. I would besage you for your thing. Being able to play something like Lumbering Megasloth just gives you the biggest thing on the battlefield. So if Corey can position that, this could be the key to success here against Dom.
Exactly. Looks like I think Dom maybe has kept 7. Corey potentially on a mulligan to 6 here. Have to see if we can find a hand that he likes. Another card that was very interesting in Corey's deck list, one that we really haven't seen today, is Legolas's Quick Reflexes. Not sure if we can get that one pulled up on screen, but because players, both have access to open deck lists. Normally, Legolas's Quick Reflex is maybe not something that you would want in a mashup like lands, but this card being able to protect your creature from those 4 copies of Swords to Plowshares, especially because how much we talked about the Knight of the Reliquaries and those additional threats really, really matter in this matchup. Quick Reflexes could be something that, if it's able to counter a timely Swords to Plowshares, that could be very, very good for Corey.
Yep. We are going to see a Forces to take off once upon a time here. Once upon a time, Dom's having a weekend like that right now with the back-to-back top 8 before flying out to Seattle to play the Pro Tour next week. We're going to see the Force for turn for Corey into the Mox Diamond. Going to discard Dryad Arbor. Has a Force of Vigor in hand as one of the other cards. And it looks like we have Green Sun Zenith.
For 1. That's going to either get a Elvish Reclaimer or a Dryad Arbor. Presumably, we're getting the Elvish Reclaimer, yes. So that is going to hit the battlefield. And Dom's going to go ahead and see if maybe Dom has some explosive mana generation as well. Could be Exploration, could be Mox Diamond. We'll have to see. And there is a copy of his a Reclaimer of his own.
Yep. Dom is looking pretty safe from any sort of 2020 shenanigans happening right now. But Corey definitely has the advantage when it comes to the board being developed. And I feel like Corey's deck is a little bit better at this fair game plan than Dom says.
Right, yeah, because of the presence of those Knight of the Reliquaries, the Mega Sloths, the Minskin Boo, even the Green Sun Zenith, right? Green Sun Zenith can just go ahead and find a threat. Now, I guess the trade-off here is Corey, as we said, does not have any copies of Urza Saga. So Dom is able to generate multiple bodies with Saga, and Corey really doesn't have the ability to do that. So maybe if the game is more about a fair style of thing, where it's just kind of like creatures and battlefield presence, Dom can maybe make some giant constructs, but Corey's threats can sort of outpace those constructs.
That's a GRE step. I think of protection.
Not
Oh,
Flagstones.
Excuse me, as a Flagstone. It looks like Sajir. So that makes more sense. I thought I was like, well, that might be a lethal line that I don't see.
Turn 2 lethal.
Guys, go get a planes. Looks like Dom is. So Dom is pointing out like which one.
Oh, right.
You have to surveil.
Yep. If you Flagstones for the Portico, you have to surveil before you resolve the Reclaimer. I think, right?
Yeah,
No.
because there'd be 2 effects on the stack, right? Like the sacrifice trigger and that. And I think what's happening here is Corey is saying, I'm just grabbing this one because I know it'll be my second one. And we're just sort of,
Yeah, shortcutting.
I'm just shortcutting.
So,
yeah, Reclaimer, you can flip to the front. Who cares?
Yeah. Flagstones gets the planes, and then Reclaimer gets the Portico.
So we're going to get a surveil here for Corey. Unclear what's happening. Well, maybe what happened is Corey did just mess up the surveil. Yeah, maybe. Definitely could just be possible.
Possible, yeah, because you saw the players kind of hand motioning and stuff, and Dom was like, Corey was put the surveil. Corey pointed to the Portico, and then Dom was like, or there's some mentioning. So yeah, most likely Corey probably, I'm assuming, must have just Flagstones for the Portico, and because of that, lost that surveil because you would surveil and then finish resolving the Reclaimer after that.
Yeah, it makes you wonder if maybe we should have stopped. We probably should have just done the surveil and see if there's some card we wouldn't have been. But I guess we don't have the Loam in our deck, so it's not as likely as like Dom. Speaking of which, Dom not having much fast mana this game.
Yeah, just the second basic land here for Corey, representing holding up Elvish Reclaimer. And Dom got the boots with the spur.
Boots with the spur. Lava Spur Boots, one of the new cards from OTJ, gives haste and ward 1 for an equip of 1 and a cost of 1 mana.
Yeah, extremely potent with specifically Urza Saga. Because before, imagine a battlefield where there's just, one Urza Saga, maybe one artifact and nothing else. It's on chapter 2. And you would do the math and say, okay, well, my opponent can make a construct end step, untap, make a second construct, but I'm only getting attacked by 1. And now that you're being attacked by both of them, if the boots hits the battlefield, it makes the saga, the clock of Urza Saga that much more potent.
So we're going to say Dark Depths get chewed up here by Corey. Of note, Corey might just be using the Samson like a lumbering Mega Sloth onto the battlefield.
That would be nice. Any sloths? I would love to see a sloth here.
Land for turn. Honestly, I'll keep it a buck. I have no clue what that land is.
I was just going to ask you, Mason, what is that land? I'm taking a look at Corey's deck list. What could it be? So there's Wasteland.
That might be a weird thespian stage.
Yeah, I got nothing. Well, absolutely nothing. Maybe Caracas?
Yeah, Caracas makes sense. Who knows?
Corey knows. We don't know.
True. Hopefully Dom knows. Dom plays Wasteland.
I'm getting word from the official Twitch chat that it is Caracas, so.
Let's go to Twitch chat.
You'll love to see it.
We are going to see a potential activate their claim right into turn, sacrifice the forest.
And this is kind of exactly what we were talking about with these kind of lands adjacent mirrors before, where neither player really wants to kind of do anything, right? Because Corey has Stage Depths, Dom has Wasteland, Dom also has Reclaimer, which can go find another Wasteland. Dom, either player could have crop rotation. It's just like neither player really wants to commit to the Stage Depths bit.
Yep. Looks like Galvamire Cradle is going to be the pickup for Corey here. Let that Dark Depths produce some mana. Also turning on mana for Dom there with the Forest on the Wasteland. I gotta say, I feel like Legacy, like the green and the black cards over the last 2 years have really just shot up in power.
Oh, they're busted.
Yeah.
What green card are you referring to?
Just like they're not even like as strong as the black cards. Like Elvish Reclaimer has sort of seen like a real resurgence. Once Upon a Time is obviously really good, but just in general, like the green strategies have been sort of figured out, right? Like we see Minsk and Boo as like, it's like kind of a thing, but not really. It just feels like the green decks have like really been solved in a way and allowed like this new angle of attacks that the lands deck just couldn't play before. Before they were almost like prison-y control decks back in the old days. And now they're sort of like these mid-rangey combo decks.
And here I am. Thought you were referring to the one, the only Lumbering Mega Sloth.
I do love Lumbering Mega Sloth.
I hope we see it at some point. Now, we know that Dom has the Swords to Plowshares in his hands, so, it's probably not going to stay on the battlefield for very long, as we see an Urza Saga here for Dom. And this is kind of that situation where now it's like, it's so weird where Corey can, like, Reclaimer for a Wasteland to pop the Saga, but also Corey might just want to, get his own Saga where he just goes Reclaimer, sack something, go get my Thespian stage, copy your Saga, and it's this weird, like, just kind of jockeying for battlefield position where you would normally normally these decks are just race to make a 2020 as fast as possible, but because both these decks have so many ways to break that up, you can't really do that.
Yeah. Also, I feel like Corey's setting something up. He keeps activating the Reclaimer. I mean, maybe it's just his draw is changing his plan, but it feels like Dom is like moving with such like precision. And this is something too that like I feel like comes up a lot where, Legacy typically is a format where people who play a lot of Legacy do really well. They know all the interactions. They're very tight, but they're not as like strong as the average Pro Tour player, right? Like the average Pro Tour player is much stronger, but the Pro Tour players don't play Legacy. There's no reason to. Dom plays Legacy every weekend and is like, played Worlds last weekend, top for the Pro Tour, is playing the Pro Tour this coming week. Just someone who's clearly a master of the game. And we're seeing Green Sun Zenith be the cast here. Can't use the Dark Depths because we no longer have
the Yavimaya got destroyed. Well, this is awkward.
Yeah, I mean, we could get another Elvish Reclaimer. That Green Sun Zenith does go in our deck. I'm sure we'll catch that in a second.
Yeah, so Corey trying to cast the Green Sun for 2, or 3 rather, because that Dark Depths no longer produces mana, going to have to go for X equals 2 instead. Looks like thumbing a Sylvan Safekeeper, the Ole Rade special.
Yeah, and that card's very strong, so it's not even like Corey has burned his Green Sun Zenith. Definitely not the position he wants to be in.
You know what that card can protect, Mason?
Dark Depths.
Lumbering Mega Sloth. That's exactly what I thought you were going to say.
You knew I'd fail you.
Yep.
Oh, no. So we do see the activation of Elvish Reclaimer. Searching up the Portugal. It is so funny to me that the green-white Surveil land is the most popular Surveil land.
Yeah.
Just in like every format. It makes a little bit of sense too, right? Like green-white's the color that doesn't really have this. So it's like the first one for them is so good. But...
yeah, the one exception, I guess, would be Connor's deck, but Connor is also a psychopath and is playing 3-tap lands, so we're not going to use that as an example.
Yeah. Well, he's got the Triumph. If Friend 6 was in the format, it'll all make more sense to me, but it's not, thank goodness. As we do see a Surveil on top there for Dom. He likes what he's seeing. Take a draw that Ursaga takes up to 2.
Yeah, and now Dom can start just kind of deploying these Saga tokens. He even finds an Ancient Tomb, which is kind of nice because now you can Ancient Tomb to activate the Saga and still also hold up the Reclaimer activation. So just kind of has a lot of stuff going on here. And yeah, it's been very interesting to see this game play out where, I kind of thought that Corey was just going to be able to assemble these early threats and kind of, like I said, get a battlefield presence with them, but that really hasn't materialized. We haven't seen the Knight of the Reliquaries. We haven't seen a Mega Sloth or anything like that. And it's really just been Corey kind of spinning tires for a little bit. And when both players are spinning tires and, neither player has a lot of battlefield presence, Urza Saga does a lot of work in those games.
Yeah. I wonder if we're going to even see Dom do the old activate Saga, sack it to the Reclaimer trick, go search another Saga, and really just take Corey to Grindtown. That would be a lot of mana, but it's definitely something that he could do in this position.
Yeah, and it's possible I just kind of underestimated how broken Urza Saga was in this matchup. If neither player is going for the combo, if you've presumed that Dark Depths is sort of off the table, then what's the best way to generate threats? Well, Urza Saga does a really good job of that.
Yeah. And for what's worth, I kind of agreed like with your core concept about what Corey did. I think he maybe just didn't keep a hand that enabled it.
Yeah.
Like maybe we should have mulliganed a bit more. And we did have like a pretty strong start. So it's hard to mulligan that hand. That might have just been the spot where it's like, well, I don't want to have this hand, but am I really going to mulligan this like 8 out of 10? Probably not. What if Dom keeps a bad one? And we're going to see Pithy Needle. We'll get confirmation on what that's named in a second.
Mason, I think it's Boots time.
It might be Boots time. So we're going to see another Ancient Tomb come down. I mean, that construct's a 4/4. So, I mean, you attack for 8, put Corey down to 11.
9. Well, it would be 9 because of the +1/+0.
Oh, that's right. It gives +1/+0. Excuse me. I always forget that part.
So almost a 2-turn clock, and Dom has 5 lands in the graveyard, so you could even maybe get 1 or potentially both of those Reclaimers in. So we'll have to see how Dom wants to proceed here, but Dom can really turn up the pressure this turn if he wants to.
Yeah. It's interesting. I wonder if Dom will just attack with 1 of the constructs and then just sort of like hold up Reclaimer. If nothing bad happens, search up another Urza Saga, make another construct, and then still have lethal in 2. Or if he wants to go for it. Looks like we named Sylvan Safekeeper. That's going to prevent the protection from one of the creatures.
Ooh, okay.
Cool.
We got a little Force of Vigor here for Corey, potentially targeting both of the constructs. Or I couldn't quite see if there was a point to the Pithing Needle, but at least killing one of the constructs that the Boots is going after. And yeah, the Sylvan Safekeeper, like Pithing Needle naming Sylvan Safekeeper is pretty good information for Corey if he picks up on it, because the reason Dom would want to name that is if he had something like a Swords to Plowshares, which, to be fair, Corey is probably aware of the presence of that in Dom's deck, because players do have open deck lists.
Yeah, but it's a good sign that it might not be in his hand.
Yeah,
is in his hand. Excuse me. Also, this is sort of the turn for Corey to go for. Dom tapped down the Caracas, is only attacking for 2 with his construct. Yeah, Corey had a 3/4 Reclaimer, didn't he?
I can't quite tell how many lands are in Corey's graveyard. I would guess more than 3.
Yeah, he's searched every turn. I love it. Dom's just like confident. You're taking the attack, right? And Corey's like, yeah, I can't block. It's too big.
Love to see it. Dom with the bluff attack. And yeah, I mean, now that the Sylvan Safekeeper is back online because the Pithing Needle was destroyed by the Force of Vigor, so Corey getting a Thespian stage here, and like you said, maybe smells blood in the water. Has the Safekeeper to be able to protect multiple times against something like the Caracas that's available for Dom, as well as the Swords to Plowshares that we both know is in, or we know is in hand. The players do not, but Corey can kind of infer that from the Pithing Needle, and now might be the best time to go for it. Not this turn's, well, not on his main phase, but at some point during Dom's end phase.
Yeah, he kind of has to hope Dom goes for it. If he had Boots, this would have been a situation where he could have got the haste and won, but doesn't have the Lava Spore Boots like Dom does. And it looks like Dom's Ancient Tombing, activating Reclaimer, searching up something.
Yeah, Dom can pick up a Wasteland here to have a little bit more insulation against the Thespian stage stuff. But the weird part is if Dom gets a Wasteland tapped, then Corey can just say, okay, now I'll go for it. And funny enough, what's cool about the Safekeeper with the Mirror Leech token is if you sacrifice the Flagstones, normally it's a pretty hefty cost to sack a land to Safekeeper, but if you sack the Flagstones to protect, you actually get the land back and can do it again.
Yeah. We're going to see Dom just go for the other Urza Saga, and yeah, he looks like he's just going to try and chain constructs for a little bit here. Probably not going to see Dom tap out of his Swords plus Caracas combo again for a couple turns. Does feel like Dom has, a good amount of pressure here to kind of swing in for 5. I love it. Dom is just attacking his 2/2 into the 3/4. Stoneface.
Oh.
Dom knows he's getting away with murder, doesn't act at all.
No, I realized what's happening. So if Corey blocks with the Reclaimer, Dom can use his Reclaimer to get Bog.
Oh, sure. Is that even that bad for Corey? If it gets on the tap out? Maybe it is. I don't know.
You would lose the Reclaimer, so it is possible that maybe it's something that he doesn't want to do. But yeah, it looks like in any case, Corey is going to fire off that Dark Depths.
All right. Looks like Dom is specifically said, you target this. It is a Dark Depths now, and I am responding to it's about to become a Merit Lage.
Yeah, so the way that this works at home for people who are interested is, if you haven't seen this before, Thespian Stage becomes a copy of Dark Depths. You then have to choose which Dark Depths to keep, because of Legend Rule. Legend Rule, you keep the Thespian Stage copy of Dark Depths. Then a trigger goes on the stack, because Dark Depths says when it has no counters, then sacrifice it. So Legend Rule keeps stage, trigger on the stack. Then after that trigger resolves, then the stage would be sacrificed.
Okay. This might also just be a situation where there's some confusion among players on where we're at as well. Looks like we're talking to the judge to make sure everything is cool. There might also just be some double checking on how Dark Depths works.
Yeah, Dark Depths is a weird one.
Yeah. Obviously, when it was designed, they thought about Thespian Stage 15 years later.
Oh, yeah, you know that.
Yep.
You know
Yep. Future proofing. There might also just be some, like, Dom might just be, thought he had responded at the right time, but hasn't. Could be a situation where he learned it via Magic Online, and Magic Online doesn't have the quite right rulings. Typically, they are pretty good about that these days, but there are some weird corner cases that do pop up. Might also just be a situation where the judge has misunderstood exactly where we're at in the turn, which does occur sometimes. Judges are there to help, but humans make errors.
I wonder exactly what the players are talking about. Very, very curious. Maybe we can get Dark Depths pulled up on screen real quick, just so we can get the exact text on it, because it is like I said, a confusing card, and I think it has two different triggers. Go ahead.
I think I know what it is. I think the judge thinks it's a state-based thing on when it has no triggers, like it has no counters.
No,
and I do not think it is actually a state-based thing. Whereas, like, if this was a creature, for example, and we had like bolted the creature, where like Death Shadow would gain the life, it would just instantly die, and there wouldn't be a chance to respond. I think that it might be the communication thing here of like, this Dark Depths has like something, and it does put a trigger on the stack. So looks like the Thespian Stage here. Now we're there. Dom was like, okay, sorry, let me figure out exactly what I'm supposed to be doing here.
Yeah, so once again we have decided to keep the Thespian Stage copy of Dark Depths, which has no counters on it, and then it has an ability which says when it has no counters, then sacrifice it, and then it's an if you do, which means that if Dom wastelands that Thespian Stage copying Dark Depths before it gets sacrificed, no 2020.
Yep. Dom can do this multiple ways. There's crop rotation. There's various other things. There's the crop rotate. We floated the Ancient Tomb mana. That way we can maybe make a construct or activate our Elvish Reclaimer. And it looks like he is out loud saying, I'm going to wasteland it now. Which you do not get the 2020.
Yep. Because, again, it's sacrifice it, then if you do. So because you're not actually sacrificing it to its own ability, it's destroyed by the wasteland. There is no 2020 to be generated.
Yep.
And I mean, look at Corey's board now, right? Corey has two white sources, a Mox Diamond, the Elvish Reclaimer, and a Safekeeper, and Dom's just going to be churning out constructs. And even next turn, Dom can just do the same thing that we talked about with the boots, where he can go make the third construct, get whatever, some mana, play a mana source, equip the third construct, and then just put Corey on a 2-turn clock here. And it's really hard for Corey to like. The way out for Corey is set up the combo again, but it's really hard to do that on this low resources.
Yep.
Sajiri Step in hand, that's really not where you want that one, Mason.
Yeah. That is probably the worst place to have it.
Yeah. Well, the best place to have it would be in the sideboard, but
true, because then you can tutor it with Wish. I see where you're coming.
Well, I was just going to say it wouldn't be in my deck, but in any case,
gotcha.
We have in Urza Saga making another construct here, and then that can go ahead and fetch. So we've gotten the boots, we've gotten the needle. What else do we have to get here?
Not sure.
Could map for another one. Could get a Shadow Spear if those are still in the deck. Maybe a Haywire Mite to blow up. Ooh, Haywire Mite to blow up Corey's green source is nice.
Yeah, I like the Haywire Mite just as a thing, too, just to hold over the game,
Yeah.
It's like Dom's just double-checking Corey's graveyard, seeing what could go wrong for him.
Yeah, I guess the one kind of upside or the one good news if you're a Corey fan is we do have the Flagstones, which means that the Reclaimer can sack the Flagstones and go up on mana. And Dom is going to go ahead and grab that Shadow Spear. Oh, well, I don't know if it would come up, but Shadow Spear does have some flavor text, Mason.
No, it's true. Shadow Spear removes Hexproof and Indestructible. So that could make it so your Dark Depths wins the war. And I think between that and sort of like the way we've seen Dom play the game, it makes sense this in his deck. He's very much taking the I'm going to sit here and just sort of kill you plan, slowly and steadily. Sort of, taking this like I will never act first role.
And so this is kind of very interesting, Mason, where remember how we talked about in the beginning where we thought Corey was ahead because he was like the more aggressive deck, right?
Mhm.
But it's almost as if Dom has taken a control role, right? You wouldn't normally associate lands with, a deck that can generate a 20/20 in the third turn of the game as a control deck, but Dom with those 4 Swords to Plowshares has almost transformed his deck to where if Corey's going to play the aggressive role, then Dom is just going to say, okay, I'm just going to kill all of your stuff and sit back on these construct tokens.
Yeah, we're going to see Corey move to a chump block potentially here with this Lone Savekeeper. Corey is getting attacked for lethal. Yeah, lands of old used to, be a control deck, and we're seeing it now sort of play this role. And I think that's one of the big strengths of this deck, right? Is it gets to play lots of different roles. Sometimes you kill, sometimes you sit there. Especially the Tabernacle of Pendril Vale days, those were the times. And we're going to activate Remember.
It's just hard for me to associate a deck that can turn 1 or turn 2 a 20/20 with a control deck, but it does have the ability to do that, and we're seeing that on full display here in this game.
I would say Lands is not a linear deck and can just do lots of things.
That's true.
So it gets to have multiple shapes. As we are going to see Maze of Ith pull up. Yeah, and this is sort of what I meant earlier too, right? Like we're talking about here a little bit of chat, a little bit here about how lands like used to be kind of be a control deck, but now it kind of gets to be everything. And sort of like as time and new cards have come out, the deck has really evolved to be more than that. And before it could always 20/20 on turn 1, turn 2, but now that's like much more a realistic plan instead of playing cards like Grove and Punishing Fire and hoping to one your opponent to death essentially.
Right.
It's just interesting to see some of the evolution of time and like players' understandings, and the format shifts, obviously. So the incentives change, but
yeah, and it feels like with the printing of Elvish Reclaimer, you kind of have the added redundancy on finding the 20/20 when you want to, but also finding your control pieces when you want to, right? So you have the ability to play a much more you have the ability to do either thing. As we see, Corey's going to pack it up, and that is going to be Dom Harvey advancing to the semifinals.
Yeah, what can we say? Dom is on his war path for the W. Dom doesn't lose. He doesn't lose in Legacy. He just doesn't lose. You've never seen Dom do it. You follow him on Twitter, you're going to see this happen. But let's go check out our backup feature matches. Connor Mullaly is trying to get a W himself and take Dom down. Playing the 5-color control deck, and he was against, I believe, Temur Delver. It might have been Grixis. It's been about an hour-ish now since I last checked, but
I think it was Temur.
That sounds right.
Yeah, Connor, this was the 8-1 seed. Connor was the 8 seed, and Tim Hatch is his opponent on the 1 seed. And we are going into game number 2 with Tim, believe it or not, Mason, winning game number 1.
Wow, that is impressive. This feels like a spot where, Temur Delver can obviously win anything, but if the game goes long, and it feels like it has been, we're just now coming to this, we're live. It's impressive to see that sort of come out there. But, Tim has been putting up a great run at our events. We saw him lose to another person in the top 8, Sean Gallagher, in the finals of our standard open with Esper. So Tim has been on a great run and, showing his prowess.
Yeah, so the 5-color control deck here for Connor. We saw this on camera not too many rounds ago. This is the Xander's Lounge special, and then for Tim, just pretty classic Temur Delver. This is what you would expect to see out of a Delver deck at this point: the Delvers, the Channelers, all the removal spells, bolts, brainstorms, Force of Wills, dazes. And we definitely said that Connor was a heavy favorite in this matchup. But, Delver sometimes does the Delver thing where it's just play a threat on turn 1, daze your first spell, wasteland you, and sometimes you just don't get to play Magic against this deck.
Looks like Tim's going to force a will, pitching force a will on this up the beanstalk. Going to surveil. Connor's going to let that trigger happen before he lets you know if he's going to counter back. Good tactical play there. Looks like Connor's got some lands and some fire blast. Tim left the card on top, like what he was seeing.
Yeah, and we see, the beanstalk is something that you definitely want to fight over, especially the Delver deck does want to win the game as quickly as possible, but it can play a bit of a longer game, stuff like Brainstorm and things of that nature. So you want to make sure that that beanstalk is not providing Connor this overwhelming, insurmountable amount of card advantages. We see Wasteland going after the Tropical Island.
Yep. Connor's going to untap.
Any specific choice on which one you would target there? My guess is you want to either prevent another beanstalk or potentially a carpet of flowers.
Yeah, that would be my thought too. Is I would assume Connor and the deck lists are open, right? So Tim is going to know sort of which colors Connor is leaning on. But I think the idea being that if carpet or beanstalk comes out, you might be in big trouble. So let's try to fight over those.
Yep. We see Dragon's Rage Channeler getting in there. Not quite delirious, only 2/4 of the way there. That's a half. I'm good at math. And a gorgeous, gorgeous Tropical Island here played for Tim.
Yeah. We're going to see Connor tanking. It looks like a little end of turn Brainstorm. The rare end of turn Brainstorm.
Yeah, it does have the fetch land available. See if Tim wants to fight over this. We got, I believe it's a Spell Pierce.
Yep. We're binning Delver.
What's that card, Mason?
I already said it was Delver.
How do you know it's Delver?
Because I'm a professional. As we do see Connor tanking if he wants to fetch here. Now it looks like he's going to take the draw step.
What if that was a Lava Glide pathway?
No, it has the thing on the top left.
All right. Yeah, true. Never mind.
Yep.
We see Connor going fetching here. We're going to get the Triome. Oh, we untapped. Never mind. Okay. This is Connor's turn. We're going to get a Savannah. See what Connor wants to deploy here. A lot of good 3-drops here. Could potentially have a Fable the Mirror Breaker, perhaps something like an Uro. I guess that's really it. But yeah, Connor is just trying to, make sure that doesn't take too much damage. And we're on instant creature land, so still not quite delirious here for Tim.
Looks like it's a life from the loam for Connor.
That one's pretty good against Wasteland.
Yeah, I know it's good against it as Force and Negation. That's going to exile that life from the loam.
Yeah, normally counterspelling a life from the loam, not the best, but Force and Negation, specifically the fact that it exiles, is massive here for Tim. We're going to keep the card on top as well. That's going to be, I believe, a Lightning Bolt. So Tim's just saying, or Chain Lightning rather. So Tim is just saying, you know what? Let's just get you dead. And that is, I believe, the 4th type for Delirium as well. So Connor's going to go ahead and take 3 from the chain, 3 from the Channeler, fall to 11. And I think I might have spotted another red card in Tim's hand. Potentially has another bolt as well.
Yeah, I couldn't make it out if it was a bolt or a blast, but it's definitely one of those. And this is a real clock here from Tim. As Leyline Binding is going to come down for 2 mana. It's going to answer that DRC. And Connor was under the gun, but Tim needs to find some new pressure. And this is sort of about where Connor wants to be. He wishes he had probably one more land or something else in play, but we're on low resources now. Battlefield's empty. Let's just kind of figure out some way to take control of the game and move forward. As Tim brainstorms, puts back a Daze, another card.
Yeah, and I think Tim is correctly identified that he does not want to, if he can avoid it, does not want to try and extend the game. Wants to try and get the game over with as quickly as possible, and had a pretty good start there to do so with the Channeler and the Chain Landing. But Connor able to resolve that Leyline Binding, and Tim is going to be desperately looking for another threat here.
Ponder, shuffle, normal mode,
a little shuffle here and then.
Yep.
So Tim, I'm pretty sure it's a red card. I think it might be a bolt as Tim's last card. To try and find something like a Murktide Regent would be a pretty good threat to be able to slam here.
Picked up a Daze off the Ponder. Connor's got a Force of Will, Polluted Delta, Bolt going to pick up a Yorion and play the Delta for turn.
Oh, it's Big Bird time.
Del with a draw from Tim.
Okay, not too bad. That's the sort of the pressure that Tim was potentially looking for. And we both know that Connor has an answer lined up to that in the form of the Blast. I believe a Force of Will as well in Connor's hand.
Yeah, I imagine we'll see Connor fetch something like the Triumph or the Surveil land here. This is a pretty good spot to just do that, untap, play your Blast. No reason to walk into a daze.
It just I don't know, Mason. Every time I see the Triumph, it brings me joy.
It's really funny. It's funny because I think it's probably good too. You see Tim smiling. He's like, the Triumph made its way into Legacy. I'm gonna wasteland that one.
Yeah, players definitely having a conversation about the Triumph.
Yeah.
That's you can probably assume that every single time Connor fetched that Triumph, his opponent just gave him like a raised eyebrow,
Yeah.
You sure about that one, Connor?
Well, imagine when he cycled at the end of their turn. That's the one that really got the eyebrow.
Oh my god, and the Life from the Loam too? Oh no.
A little infinite.
Say it ain't so.
5 beta, draw a card. Say less.
Say less. Pick up two pick up 2 fetch lands while you're at it. Don't try to sell it short.
That's true. Speaking of selling short, Connor's got Witherbloom command from his from his Greasefang deck and Pioneer, ready to go after it. I like this from Connor. Just Witherbloom, and I think buy back a lands the mode he wants.
It seems like Connor has what I'm looking at when I'm looking at this deck list. It seems like Connor has shuffled his modern deck, his Pioneer deck, and his Commander deck together and just chosen 80 random cards.
Looks like Connor decided to gain 2 life. I actually really like this. He was on the verge of getting, the one more iteration of getting attacked by a Delver or a DRC. So going up to 12 is the same for those, but now he can fetch and it not be a problem, where before he would have lost 1 turn on the clock.
All right, see a Dragon's Rage Channeler here for Tim.
What about a Meticulous Archive for Connor? Get a little Surveil going on.
Love it. Gotta love it.
Yeah, you can tell Connor's thinking, if I go for this Yorion, am I going to get dazed? Am I going to get forced? How can I beat that? Because if he just plays the Yorion, he does have the DRC checked.
So we are going to get that Meticulous Archive. I'm getting word from our producer that this is the last game. So as soon as we if we potentially go to a game 3, we will have that live for you in just a moment.
Yep. And we'll have the rest of the top 8. So make sure, buckle in. We're going to have more Magic right away. So we are finishing out our top 8 today. Connor surveilling. Looks like he's taking a big think on this one. It's going to bin Uro.
That's a pretty good one to put into the graveyard.
Tim gave him the nod like, yep, I'm dead. That's a problem one. And if you're a Connor Mullaly fan, you've got to be feeling pretty good about that one, because now Connor has the Uro, drew the Swords to Plowshares. That is going to eat up that DRC. And now Connor just gets to pass the turn.
Yeah, Swords to Plowshares takes care of the DRC, and now Tim's got no pressure. Connor had a very, very healthy 11 life. Tim's going to really need to try and find a threat. And it just seems very, very difficult here. Connor does, I guess, only have 1 green source here, so is not able to flash back that Uro quite yet. But as soon as he finds a second green source, probably going to see him slam that.
Yep. Looks like a Delver secret was found. Connor can blast that one if he wants to as well. You see him untap.
Yeah, Connor still has the blast available. Trying to find a green source here to be able to get back that Uro, and hey, that's a green source.
Yeah, get that forest. Get that Uro back into the battlefield. We have the Elemental Blaster protecting the force. We got an extra mana, even if we do that, to fight through a daze. And I don't know if Connor has cards that check Delirium, but it looks like he is making sure he has Delirium.
Yeah,
So,
looking at Connor's deck list, I don't see anything specific. Not that I can tell. So,
yeah, might as well be double checking.
but there is a Mystic Sanctuary, so maybe he wants to keep the spells in the graveyard.
Yeah, that part makes sense. Gonna get an Uro trigger, and that Uro is just going to race this Delver incredibly well. We are too low. I'm sorry, we are not low enough for Tim to reach us here at 14 for Connor. The blast on top.
Yeah, Blast is not too bad here for Tim. That can take care of the Uro, at least for before it's able to attack. And Connor's going to have to wait until we get enough to escape it again. As we see a Delver get into the red zone, that is going to meet the blast from Connor. And yeah, it seems really Tim. Like I said, Tim's just gonna. Connor is very able to answer almost every single threat that Tim plays. So, it's very hard for Tim to keep something in play.
Yeah, Croxa and Uro just do such a good job too of like chugging through resources, right? Like Uro draws cards, can't really die. Same with Croxa, except it's discarding. And so Tim is going to have to blast this here, but Connor's already one spell away from that matter, and it looks like he's just going to wasteland down the volcanic island and bring back the Uro. And this is what we're talking about. Tim's forced to do that play, but Connor just gets to do this again. And even if it gets forced, who cares? Connor will do it again in like 4 or 5 turns and be in a fine spot.
All right, I have located Tim's out. There is in Tim's sideboard, we have one singular copy of Price of Progress. Now, Tim's keeping his hand pretty close to him, so I don't know if that's in hand right now, but if we can find a red source, that potentially could be enough because that, Connor is aware of that too. That's why we wastelanded that red source.
Yeah, also, I just saw Connor, he drew the tropical and counted his lands. Remember, Connor is at 14 right now, not actually 11. We haven't got that updated for you quite yet. And so he was like, hey, if I get, Price of Progress, what happens here? Goes to 2, keeps attacking.
Yeah, it's really hard for me to tell Tim's hand, but Chad is saying that there might be a Price of Progress in there. It's Tim's doing a very good job of keeping his hand close to his chest, but yeah.
Yeah, Connor has his Force of Will plus Gorgon that he's just been sandbagging for the entire game, trying to set up a spot for it to matter.
And
yeah,
that does not make red mana.
Doesn't make red mana. Doesn't make the plan any better either, as we see Connor gain 3 more life, go up. And Connor, honestly, is kind of incentivized to hold lands, right? He has Brainstorm in his deck, has more mana to, he knows what to do with.
Yep. Yeah, so we see the life total updated Connor now at 20. So, definitely not in the range of that Price of Progress anymore, as we see a Triumph of St. Catherine, and if that Uro was not enough to put him out of range, the Triumph is, and we're going to go to game number 3 here.
Yes, that's very well played by both those players. We're going to head into game 3. Devin, who you thinking? Who you want?
I mean, I still do like Connor's position in the matchup. I know Tim is going to be on the play for game number 3, but you have to imagine that Connor is a pretty sizable favorite here, is able to just kill basically everything that Tim plays. The one thing that Connor has to keep in mind is that one copy of Price of Progress, but, like you said, you saw Connor counting the lands, wastelanding the red sources. He is aware of that's how he's going to lose this game.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if we can keep that good play up. I think, Tim being on the play for game number 3 is a huge help. If Tim had been on the draw going into this last game, I think it'd be massively favoring Connor. But Tim being on the play, he at least can maybe do something like Delver, daze you, wasteland your land, and just put Connor in the Stone Age. Connor does need mana for a lot of his spells, and they're not as efficient as Tim's. But to see as a DRC off of Volcanic Island is to start to then Connor just wastelands Tim immediately. And Tim's like, nope, had another land. Connor's like, hey, gotta try.
It's pretty funny to see like the aggressive Delver deck on the play. That's the deck that usually wants to wasteland people. And then, the 5-color control deck that's trying to play 10,000 turns. And Connor's just like, yeah, get it out of here.
Yep.
Love it.
Polluted Delta, going to be the fetch. Might this be the Meticulous Archive? It's probably going to be a land to respond and kill the DRC. Yeah, give it the Xander. Yeah, it feels like we're probably responding to kill the DRC, but it would be funny if we just were like, got to get it in so I don't get stifled or something like that. Looks like going to be a Hydro Blast on the DRC off basic island.
Yeah, playing around Wasteland. Connor very aware that is one of Tim's path to victory here. Is just, and we didn't get to see game number 1, but Tim did win game number 1, and Tim was our 1 seed, I believe. Yeah, Tim was the 1 seed. So it is entirely possible that Tim on the play just did the Delver thing, right, where you just go 1 drop, daze your spell, wasteland you, and then game's over. So Connor, fetching the basic lands because he does not want that to happen.
Yep. But you see, Tim thought about forcing there, but decided to hold it for a card like Up the Beanstalk. If you let Up the Beanstalk go on the battlefield, it's going to be pretty tough for your Delver deck to actually keep up. Even if you have the answers, all their cards just replace themselves.
Yeah, and Tim with a Thundering Falls here. There is the Wasteland, and here's another copy of Dragon's Rage Channeler. Keep the threats flowing here for Tim. See if Connor has a Beanstalk, and definitely does. And we saw Tim fight over it in game 2. You would presume that Tim's going to fight over it as well here.
Yep. We're going to see a Force of Will pitching a Brazen Borrower. Connor's going to let that Surveil happen before he lets him know if the Force is going to happen. Connor's nonverbal looks like it is going to be the way. As he puts the Sorcerer in the graveyard. That should be Delirium between DRC, Chain Lightning.
Sorcery land, instant creature, yeah. So that's an attack for 3. And Tim's going to be able to wasteland that drop. See if we have a second threat here for Tim. This is the big question. Does not have a second threat. Okay.
Yeah, it needs to have a protection spell. Now, if we're just holding on to cantrips, we're going to be in trouble. Looks like a Carpet of Flowers has come down, and that is a lot of mana generation for Connor. Even though Tim has these wastelands, which might have been a way to steal things, Connor's going to be getting 1 mana for every island Tim has.
Yeah, and Carpet of Flowers is very good at fighting against Wasteland because, Wasteland is obviously good at mana denial, but Carpet kind of gives you that mana back. And you see Tim doesn't have a land in hand, but even if he did, he probably wouldn't want to play it here. And I see a couple of red cards in Tim's hand. So, potentially if Connor goes low enough, that maybe could be a possibility here.
Tim's got to start wastelanding himself, deny Connor. As we do see a Bull putting a Sylvan Library into the graveyard off the Surveil, putting Connor down to 9. Yeah, and you're right. I mean, Tim is about to get Connor. Connor's at 6. This is dangerously low. We talked about Price of Progress. Connor can't play around Price of Progress at this point in the game. He's going to have to play his non-basics if he's going to want to, stay in this game, even with the Carpet of Flowers. He just needs to get lands on the battlefield to cast cards.
Yeah, we see a Polluted Delta here, and so there is a red card in Tim's hand. I can't quite get a good glimpse of what it was as he picked up a Force of Negation, but if this attack puts Connor to 3, and you have to imagine Tim just has a Force of Negation and a Force of Will in hand, Connor's going down to 2 life. I'm not really sure, what the context of Connor's hand is, but this is looking very, very good for Tim here.
Yeah, Connor's going to need to draw something like Brainstorm into an answer plus a way to protect it, and it needs to be something like a Solitude, like a Leyline Binding that the Reb can't fight over, because Tim does have the Force pair like you talked about.
Yeah, perhaps I was going to say a Miracle Triumph of St. Catherine, but that one could just get Force of Willed, so we kind of have that one covered.
Yep. Oh.
Got a Miracle, maybe?
Oh, no, it was
the Surveil. Okay.
It was the Archive. Yeah. Sorry, I forgot too. I was like, that doesn't do anything, but I respect
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't really see what's in Connor's hand at all. There's a Mystic Sanctuary. We are putting a Hydro on top. That makes sense. That one deals with Channeler. And we have Yorion. Okay.
Yeah,
Yorion. That one is going to get Force of Will, and that's going to do it. Tim taking the match over Connor. You see the Delver, we definitely said that Connor had a pretty big edge in the matchup, but Tim was the 1 seed, and that's what happens when you're the 1 seed.
Yeah, like we said, right? Tim had the ability to go Delver, do the disruption thing, put Connor on the back foot, and congratulations, Tim Hatch, doing that there. Moving on to our semifinals. We're going to take a quick break, let those players get a second, and we're going to be right back here in a minute with our semifinals, so don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG Legacy 5K. We're here in the semifinals. I'm Mason Clark. I'm talking about my co-host, Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake. And the players are already ready. Let's jump to the feature match area. They've drawn their opening hands. We have Dom Harvey in the semifinals versus Sean Gallagher. Dom won our Modern 10K yesterday. Sean won our Standard 10K before for the showdown. So you're going to see this matchup probably again at the end of the year, the champs, but you're also going to see it right now as it looks like Sean is going on a mulligan as Dom has kept a hand. I'm unsure if he kept a 7, but we'll find out in a second.
Yeah, and this is the matchup we've kind of been talking about all day. You know, Dom has been just feasting on these Delver players, basically what seems like every round at this point. And this is part of the reason to play Delver. This matchup is, or part of the reason to play Lands, excuse me, is the Delver matchup. But Sean Gallagher, no slouch. Let me take a look at seeds here. I just want to take a look at the standings real quick to confirm what seeds we have here. So Dom is the 2 seed and Sean is the 3 seed.
Not the first, I'll tell you
not
that.
the 1 seed.
That's Tim Hatch. And, you know, Sean does have something pretty exciting in the sideboard. I don't want to get too far ahead of it, but we do have 2 Price of Progress in our sideboard. So it looks like Sean is on a mulligan to 5. Post-board, we're going to have some real heaters. Sean tweeted earlier, you know, my deck's pretty medium, but the vibes are immaculate.
It's all about the vibes, Mason. It's all about the vibes. All right, so we see a Mox Diamond here for Dom, and that we're going to fight over that for Sean Gallagher. Force Pitch Brainstorm.
yeah, Dom laughing on your mold of 3. All right. Well, he has Ancient Tomb Sphere Resistance, and that is tough.
That's game, Mason. That's game.
I love Sean. Sean's like, all right, I got this Wasteland. What are you going to do, play lands, Dom? You think you're tough? Dom's like, yep.
I will say, Sphere of Resistance is reciprocal. You know, it does affect both players. So I'm just throwing that out there.
That's true. It does cost both players. Luckily, Dom masterfully built his deck with 1 mana spells and lands.
True.
So he's
a lot
almost
of lands.
almost out from underneath it.
Maybe the 61st card was that extra land.
Honestly, I did that recently. You know, I'm part of the 61 school. I didn't want to bring it up, but
second spear? No, we don't need that.
Sign Dom doesn't have Ancient Tomb in hand if you're Gallagher.
I mean,
we get into that one.
Sean already can't cast spells, you know? You don't need to make it so he can't cast spells more.
Yeah. Well, we're going to see a Flooded Strand, and we have a Mishra's Bauble, so it's castable. That's what we're going to hold. Does Sean have a Thundering Falls? Let's take a little peek-ski-poo. He does.
Sean does have the falls, so get a little bit of surveil action going on there. Mm-hmm. But you could even see if Sean. What's funny is if Sean goes for the Thundering Falls and Dom has a crop in hand. Said, you know what? I didn't need the second because I already had the third rolled up.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Also, you see Dom smiling over there. It looks like the 2 players having fun together, and Dom also knows what's he gonna do. What's the plan?
I mean, I guess if you're Sean, you can go Force of Will, pitch, pay 1, but then you just have no cards in hand left over, and this is rough here for Sean.
Yep.
Okay.
Days?
Okay. Days. That's not bad.
Yeah.
That's a way to trade for it without trading 2 cards. So was able to get rid of the sphere and not, down an extra resource there. So that is pretty good. But even then, it's like Sean is setting himself back essentially a whole turn with that sphere in play. So it's even more devastating.
Yeah. Looks like Sean maybe busted a sleeve during the cut there. Such is life. I love the face up. I got lands in my deck. We know it. They're not in play.
Well, players do have open deck lists, so.
Yeah. No, just more, like you wouldn't want to show, you don't want to reveal, but it's just so obvious Sean didn't have lands, right?
You know what's funny is that Unholy Heat that Sean revealed is a one of. So there's a copy of that in Sean's deck. So Dom now knows that it's not in hand.
Yeah. Yeah. Sean with another Days in hand as well. But Dom, probably not ecstatic to get Days there, but worst comes to worst, he's bought another turn where he gets to sort of activate this Urza Saga and set up.
Honestly, I think Dom's kind of fine with it. It's almost like dazing there almost feels like a self-wasteland, right? Because you're setting yourself back a whole turn with that sphere in play. And you see Sean had to pay 1 mana for a bauble. Like, come on. That's tough.
Oh, Dom with the Bajuka Bog, making sure he doesn't get Murktided in a couple turns. Looks like a Ponder for Sean. Does have the second land in the Scalding Tarn.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, now that you mention it, Murktide, and I'm pretty sure, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure you can pay the sphere tax with an extra card in the graveyard for Murktide. So that would have been that would have been maybe one of Sean's kind of best ways out of this was if there was a Murktide in hand, draw second land, have the extra card in the graveyard to pay for it.
Yeah. We see Dom sort of fiddling with some tokens. He's going to be on one after his win earlier today, looking to back-to-back. And I wonder if he's going to do the Meteorite token. We'll have to see.
I mean, after showing like the amount of times that he cast Roxanne and it was just so like it was just insane. I feel like it should be a Meteorite.
Yeah,
Or
Dom
maybe a
loves a good
construct.
meme. Let's see a ponder here. Going to shuffle.
Wait, I got a good idea. What about a Summoner's Pact token to remember to pay for the pact?
Ooh, that is pretty good.
2-mana Ponder we see here for Sean. And passing back of the turn. The hand, I believe, is Questing Druid Days, Force of Will, Flooded Strand for Sean. Not the best hand. And yeah, it's probably time for these constructs to just take over the game.
Yeah, and looks like Dom's double checking. He's like, yep, do you want to make this? Probably going to get the Lava Spur boots with how we've been seeing Dom play the games today. Could be something like a Shadow Spear, though. That'd be a good way to erase something like a Murktide if it did come down to that. Maybe gets a, Mox Diamond or something.
Yep. It does go for the Mox here. The boots would have been super interesting because the boots can just go, that's the 4th artifact, equip the new construct. That's a 2-turn clock already. And, it's possible that Dom has a route to victory or a route to that 2-turn clock regardless. And I think it's a Shadow Spear.
Yeah, it looks like he's played the Shadow Spear and attacking for 4 or 5, excuse me.
That's going to put Sean down to 12 and then 5 artifacts in play. So any additional artifact will threaten a lethal attack next turn. Even if there's not an artifact, you can just go equip Shadow Spear, put Sean to 1. And, assuming we have life totals correct, then there's really not a way out at that point anyways.
Yep. Yeah, I believe Sean is at 17. We forced turn 1. We fetched twice. Nice to see Sean Gallagher not playing control as we're going to move on to game number 2.
Like you said, Sean said that the vibes were immaculate with Delver, but how do you think about the vibes against turn 1 Sphere Resistance?
Depends on who you ask. I bet Dom loved them, but Sean not the biggest fan. Let's check out the Sean sideboard and see what he has over there that might help against Dom. We talked a little bit about it earlier, but to go over fully, Gallagher has 3 Pyroblast, 2 Hydroblast, 2 Force Negations, 2 Counterbalance, 2 Price of Progress, 2 Meltdown, and 1 Soul Guide Lantern, 1 Grafdigger's Cage. Devin, what do you like and why?
So the Meltdowns, we've seen that a couple of times from Delver players. Very, very good at cleaning up Urza Saga tokens, Mox Diamonds, things of that nature. So that one's definitely coming in. 2 copies of Price of Progress. A lot of the Delver decks we've seen only have 1 of those. So an additional copy for Sean. Phenomenal card. Dom's putting a lot of lands into play. Love it. Force of Negation is something you could go to, but so Force is weird because it lines up well against Life from the Loam. That's the card that you really want to exile with it, but it's a little awkward against Crop Rotation because Dom can, if Dom is aware of the presence of Force of Negation, Dom can Crop Rotation on Sean's turn to get around that, you can't pitch it on my turn kind of thing. So that one's a little awkward, but maybe good enough against Loam. And then for the same reason, probably the Soul Guide Lantern.
All right, let's check out Dom Harvey's side where we talked about it a couple times today because he's been on a tear. We have 4 Swords to Plowshare, 2 Torpor, 2 Sylvan Library, 2 Force Negation, then a bunch of 1-ups and 50 Needle, Haywire Might, Dismember, Surgical Extraction, and that Caracas. Devin, what do you like here and why?
So, we've talked about this a couple of times. We've seen Dom just kind of clean up Delver players before, and it's all thanks to those 4 Swords to Plowshare. So those are coming in along with the Dismember. Past that, you could go towards something like Pithing Needle against Wasteland, Sylvan Library if you expect the games to go a little bit longer. But past that, I think that's pretty much it here for Dom.
All righty then. Well, let's head back down to the feature match area as the players are shuffling up and get ready for some exciting magic. Make sure to click the follow button here on the channel. That way you don't miss any of the action. We are going to a couple different places later in the coming months, and you can head out there to see it or stay right here at home if you're not close by to watch. We'll be in Indianapolis May 11th and 12th for a modern 10K and then a team 10K. Should be fun.
Oh, yeah.
Devin, are you playing when you staying home?
I really want to go out to. I want to go. I want to go out to one of these events, but it is a little bit far for me. I live in the middle of nowhere on the East Coast, so as much as I would like to, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to. But I will certainly see if my schedule permits it.
That's fair. Yeah, this Indy one's pretty close for me. It's like 3 hours, but
it's not bad.
It's not bad at all. The Sirens call the booth, though.
I think Indy as a drive for me it's like 12, 13, so a little bit different.
A little afternoon?
Yeah, a little afternoon. Maybe a day.
Yeah. Day has 24 hours in it, Devin. 13.
That is
Sounds
true.
like half a day to me.
Yeah, that is true.
Put on some tunes, backpack stream it, talk to chat, talk about that bad driver in front of you. What's he doing? Yeah, big time.
Just yell at all the trucks.
Yeah. She pulled over. The cops not going to pog chat. As it looks like they're keeping.
Officer, if I have everybody in chat pog, will you let me go?
Yeah. So we do see a volcanic island into a ponder. Looks like Sean didn't have a turn 1 threat, and that is what he's sort of looking for. Does have a meltdown, though. We saw how powerful that was against Dom and his winning against Delver.
Yeah. Meltdown, very, very good, but I'm not sure if it's good with Sean's current hand. Like you said, no threats. Got a Brainstorm, a couple of Force of Wills, and I can't quite tell what the last card is. It might be a Thundering Falls, potentially, but is going to keep the Meltdown.
Mm-hmm. Also, I think Dom is looking at it's an all Delver top 4 except him. And I believe Dom has played Delver the last 3 rounds. So if Dom wins, he will have 5-0 to league, essentially, of all Delver players. Which honestly, it sounds like the league that Lance player wants to do as Mr. Rainforest is going to be the fetch here, grabbing a basic forest.
So you're saying that Dom's the 3 rounds before top 8 were also all Delver?
I believe, yeah, he went Storm into Delver, and then now Delver, if he were to make the in the top 8. Like,
honestly, I was looking at Dom's history earlier, and I saw that he beat Storm, and I said to myself, as soon as I saw that Lands beat Storm, I knew that we were just, just give Dom the trophy at this point,
Yeah. Looks like a Pithy Needle. Not sure what Dom named. I'm sure we'll get confirmation on that in a second.
Yeah.
Maybe the fetch.
The normal, I would guess the go-to is Wasteland, but it's possible that, so it looks like Wasteland was the name here for Dom.
Dom should have saw Sean's hand like we did and saw he had 3 polluted deltas. It would have been a good name. Wasteland makes a bit more sense, though.
Well, 2 of those deltas are about to go back, so. We play a delta here. Still no threat here for Sean. Does have, the Meltdown, the Force of Wills, and I believe another copy of Brainstorm. We see an Exploration here. Is this a one that we want to fight over for Sean? Looks like potentially thinking about it, giving a little think, chooses to not fight over it. How about a Reclaimer?
Looks like Sean is going to fetch at least in response to that one.
Yeah, I wonder if this one maybe you're potentially thinking about fighting over. Especially if I'm not sure how much, red removal that Sean kept in versus, the bolts and stuff like that. So if you don't have a lot of that, you might want to consider forcing this. We'll see. Sean is going to fetch maybe in response, or maybe we're just doing an end phase. Not exactly sure what is, if that Reclaimer is still on the stack. We are going to fire off. Okay, if we're brainstorming here, I would assume it's in response to the Reclaimer. And I think the reason for this, if that is the case, is Sean wants to see if he finds a bolt before he decides if he wants to force this or not.
Yeah. Looks like Sean taking a big think. And we talked about this earlier. A lot of Legacy, there's a lot of intricate action, but sometimes it happens a lot of pre-planning because there's so much going on beforehand. And with a card like Brainstorm, you want to make sure you're doing it right. Looks like we decided to put those 2 back. Looks like we are going to force pitching Force of Will.
Yeah, so Reclaimer down. But all of this said, Sean still does not have a threat here. I don't think we picked one up off of that last Brainstorm. I'm going to go ahead and fetch a Scalding Tarn here for Sean. I think I saw we know about the Meltdown, and I think there was also a Mishra's Bauble, but I think it might just be a couple of lands left over here for Sean alongside those 2 cards.
Mm-hmm. Looks like getting the Thundering Falls.
Ooh,
a little surveil action.
There. I gotta say, Mason, I'm very surprised. I kind of had a feeling that the surveil lands would have a pretty big impact in Modern, but I'm a little surprised to see them here in Legacy. How about you?
Yeah, I am not surprised to see like one in the Yorion deck. Like a single one, your Uro deck, that makes sense. And like, is it Delver and stuff? That is where it's a bit more confusing. Not confusing is the right word, but surprising is probably better. Like Dom's deck playing the Lush Portico. Makes sense, right? We talked about green-white doesn't get a lot of card selection. You have access to all these lands. That's reasonable. You get some selections pretty appreciated. But it's been, interesting to see just how ubiquitous they've been. Just how much better than temples they are.
It seems like almost every single deck that we've seen has at least one in their deck. And like you said, specifically the aggressive decks like Delver and Shadow and all these kinds of things being able to play one. What makes it different in the Delver decks is because you have a lot of Delirium stuff with like Channeler and Murktide, and you really want to fill up the graveyard. So that could certainly be a consideration as well.
That makes a ton of sense to me. Does this look like Dom is Porticoing and Bobble draws a card. The Kraken sits at the graveyard. Dom's thinking about what exactly he wants to do. Is he's having a much slower game this game than we saw in some of our earlier matches. And so we just see Dark Depths.
Sure about that?
Sure about that? It is interesting to not see Dom just go for it. I guess he has Pithing Needle on the Wasteland. Excuse me. I forgot about the Pithing Needle named Wasteland there. Yeah, Sean does have
Spell Pierce. I think we're done here, Mason.
Yeah, Sean has Price of Progress. You can let Dom know who's boss.
Take 8.
Pop.
Take 8, then concede.
Yep. Yeah, if you're Dom, the Surgical Extraction plus a bounce spell could go kind of wrong here, but also you could just 20 him.
Even if Sean had both Price of Progresses, it still wouldn't be enough, right? That's only 16. Mm-hmm. So
yeah. Well, also, yeah, if you get Price of Progress, I imagine that forces Dom hand on going for the combo, right?
Well, I'm saying if Dom goes for the combo, then Sean can respond.
Sure. Excuse me. I see what you're saying. Yes.
But it wouldn't be enough anyways. See a Mirror Lage, and deckless are face up. We both know. I don't think there's any outs. So yep, there you go. That's going to be the handshake, and Dom is going to make it to the finals.
Yeah. The real question is less if Dom is going to make it to the finals, but more if he can make it to his flight on time, as he cannot be stopped this weekend or in Legacy. Congratulations, Dom, making the finals. Let's go check out our backup feature matchup. We know they've already started playing as well, and see which Delver player is going to be battling Dom in the finals to have a hope of taking him down.
All right, let's see if we can get the deck lists up here. All right, here we go. Nathan on the left, Temur Delver. Tim on the right, Temur Delver. The classic Temur Delver mirror match. This is game number 2. Tim is up a game, and so Tim is the 1 seed, which means Tim has had the play throughout the entire top 8. I guess that's if you're a Delver fan and you're maybe looking for the looking for the light at the end of the tunnel versus the land's menace in the finals. If Tim wins this game, Tim will be on the play versus Dom. So,
and that is huge.
Yes, because Dom has been on the play in both of his other top 8 matchups because Dom was the 2 seed. So we'll have to see if Tim can get that down. But what are we looking at here? We're looking at nothing in play as far as non-land permanents are concerned. A lot of cards in the graveyard. I see some cantrips, a channeler, a bolt in Nathan's graveyard, and most of the same here for Tim. So just a good old-fashioned. How the heck are both players still at 19? I want to know that.
Yeah, it looks like there's a bunch of playing our threats and them just getting bolted by the other side, and a lot of cantripping.
Yeah, no damage being dealt.
No. Tim popping his seemingly first fetch since turn 1. Gonna get that Thundering Falls surreal action going.
We got a rare Nikachu spotted in the chat saying both of these Delver players beat him. Unfortunate. Well, Nikachu, it was a good run nonetheless.
It's true.
I'm just looking at a fistful of burn over here. You got, it's 2 pyros, sorry. So it looks like a chain, mismatching pyros, I think a couple of brainstorms, and I can't quite get a good look at what the last card is. And looks like Nathan is consulting with the judge here, potentially. Not sure what that's all about.
I'm not sure either. Maybe he, did he? I think Nathan cut. I don't know. I see a Connor and Dom circling in the background, like sharks.
Scouting.
Yeah.
Get the scouting report.
Honestly, Dom, just sit down next to him. Creature Match here is pretty close.
Yeah.
Hang out. Just sit there.
Have a good time. Pop
Yeah.
a squat.
You're going to be there.
Yep.
Looks like we're figuring something out.
Yeah, not
Maybe we'll get
exactly
word.
sure. Yeah, not exactly sure what is going on here. Maybe we can get word from production on what they're discussing. But yeah, this is, again, Dom Harvey has advanced to the finals. Dom is waiting on opponent here, waiting on this Temur Delver mirror match, trying to see which one of these people can try to take down the medicine. Like you said, Dom has just been feasting on these Delver players. He's, 4-0 in his last 4 matches against it. So, can one of these players take him down?
We'll have to see. And if you want to see more events, make sure to click follow here on the Twitch channel. That way you don't miss any of our going live. Let's also pull up our next 2 events while they're talking to the judge real quick here. Our next event is going to be in Indianapolis, May 11th and 12th. We're going to be playing Modern on Saturday with a 10K showdown. The winner of that will go to our 35K tryout. We can play against Dominic, Harvey, and Sean Gallagher, the 2 players we just saw. They're both already qualified, punched their ticket. You can play against them. Sunday, another showdown. Team 10K, excuse me. Got a little tongue-tied there. It's going to be Standard, Modern, and Pioneer. If you ever see us have the word showdown with an NRG event, that means it qualifies you straight for an end-of-the-year championship event. So both of these events are going to be crowning people going straight to that with a lot of leaderboard points on the line, along with a lot of nice prizes. Looks like we're back here. It's all been resolved. Questing Druid, Unleash the Beast is on the stack as a Hydro Blast is going for that. This is a red card.
Trying to seek the beast over here. We're finally getting a fight. So Tim, as we mentioned, Tim does have 2 copies of Pyroblast in hand. So Tim is ready to fight. I cannot quite get a good look at Nathan's hand. I see a Murktide at the top, but I can't get a good glimpse of what the rest of it is. But looks like Tim is well prepared to try and fight over this Questing Druid with those Pyroblasts.
Mm-hmm. Get a little blasting back. Then I started blasting.
Blast on. I'm
Dazing.
glad you said it.
Yeah.
Then I started
Yeah.
dazing.
I started dazing.
All right, so the days. Okay, so this is my favorite part about the Delver mirror or the Delver matchups, where you just have these insane stacks where it's just like 17 spells on the stack, and it's not clear which counter spell is targeting which other counter spell. But I think Nathan pointed to the looks like we're gonna double daze the Questing Druid. All right,
Tim's like, you got it.
Tim's like, all right, fine, you got me.
Well, let the record show Tim did counter the Hydro Blast with the Pyro, so he won that one.
Yes.
W's. Nice guy Nathan reminding Tim that he was mid-fetch.
Nathan could have. Nathan could.
I would have.
I guess you failed to find. Yeah.
Yeah, it's my turn.
I forget what I was watching. I think it might have been an episode of one of the like the old school receivables, the podcast that said it Cedric and Patrick do, and they were discussing. I think there was a rule back in the day where player would like put a fetch land. They would like on the draw, player would put a fetch land in the graveyard, and then the other person was like, "Oh, so you're going to your discard step."
I've heard the wild mongrel. Once you ask a color thing,
yeah. What color is your mongrel?
Yeah, what color is your mongrel? Just unreal. How it used to be back in the day. As we're gonna
different times.
Yep,
different times.
Volcanic and Pyro. Tim with a pile of bolts in hand.
That's a lot of damage.
Nathan doesn't know it, but he's halfway dead.
We're halfway there. All right, Nathan has picked up an alternate art card. Can't quite see what it is. I'm going to go ahead and break a fetch land here.
Looks like we're going to grab this tropical island. Get our green mana online.
Let me just look at the deck lists here. I think they're very, very similar. I don't think there's a ton of differences here. Looks like Tim has one less copy of Questing Druid and an additional copy of Chain Lightning, and I think that might be the only difference between these 2 deck lists. Yeah, very, very, very similar deck lists. What is that?
That's
Mason, I'm going to ask you. That's a Delver?
Yeah, you can see the little coat thing around his neck.
What is that from? I've never seen that before.
Secret Lair. Secret Lair. I'm a Delver. It's the name of the Secret Lair.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I actually don't know which one it's from, but it is Delver.
we see a chain lightning here going after Questing Druid. That is going to resolve. And Tim's hand just flush with, what do we got? 2 red spells, 2 brainstorms, and a Force of Will. I think one might be a bolt, one might be a pyro.
Yeah, it looks like Tim's deciding just to maybe cast a brainstorm now that this bolt resolves. Unsure if he wants to fight over the Delver now. Sometimes you'll see players fight over it after the opponents revealed their top cards. They have a bit of information, but that does give Nathan more mana to work with. So we're going to have to see how Tim wants to play this. It looks like Tim might just be double Delvering because that's what he found off the brainstorm.
Yeah, these Delver mirrors usually get really, really grindy because both decks are very, very efficient and very good at answering the cheap creatures 1-for-1. The big issue, or kind of the deciding point of the game, is when you start fighting over the Murktides, right? If you go, that's where one player can really take over a game if they win a fight over their Murktide. And I did think, I'm pretty sure I saw a copy of Murktide in Nathan's hands. So maybe waiting to see if we can find some way to fight over that because you don't want to just run it out there.
Yeah. I see Dom got to look at Tim's hand, walk on the other side, see what Nathan's up to. Didn't
scouting report.
Yeah. He's like, ooh, which of these Delver players do I get to play? Dom probably really wants to play against Nathan since Dom will be on the play. Murktide coming down.
All right, here we go. Nathan's going to just go ahead and jam. I don't think there was a way to protect the Murktide, anything like a blast or a Force of Will in Nathan's hand. So this, as far as, again, if I get my, if I was looking at the hand correctly, I believe this might just be, I guess the kids call it a naked Murktide to see if there's anything in Tim's hand. And Tim is almost certainly going to have to fight over this. Now, Tim does have multiple ways to do so. Again, the Force of Will and the Pyroblast in hand for Tim.
Yeah, I imagine we'll see Tim just untap and pyro it. That way he can't get dazed on his force or anything like that. But Nathan,
that would be a beating if Nathan did have the daze for the Force of Will. And yeah, Tim knew that bolt was there from the brainstorm. So we're going to flip these 2 Delvers. And then likely, like you said, untap. Here we go. Pyroblast and the Delver. I'm going to assume there's Delirium. There's a lot of cards in hand for Nathan.
Yeah, this might also be a spot too where Tim maybe attacks, and offers the bolt on the Murktide. I guess with Delirium, that makes that a little less likely, as the Murktide seemingly, as we know, is going to go down here. And it's like, yep, Tim's going to bolt the DRC and attack for 6.
Yeah, and Tim smells blood here, Tim just getting in there, was able to deal with Nathan's the Murktide and had the bolt for the Delver, and Tim's leftover is just force blue cards. So Nathan really needs to try to flip this Delver here to be able just to trade for Tim's Delver, and I don't think we're doing so.
Yeah, Nathan has a Murktide, but like you said, it's going to get forced. Tim's going to be pretty much forced to pull the trigger on that play, and Tim knows that Nathan doesn't have a counterspell last turn, didn't draw one this turn, or the sickest play of all time, where we didn't reveal, our mystical dispute or whatever. But we are going to delve 5 here. Going to be, 2 to make it a 5/5, and that Force of Will, and Nathan's going to get hit for 6. He's not quite dead yet. He could still flip his Delver or something like a bolt and do some trades.
Yeah, so Nathan's best outcome is hope Tim bricks, untap, flip Delver with a bolt one, block the other one, and then that sort of stabilizes. But yeah, if Nathan does not flip Delver, we are just done here. So
we talked about Sean Gallagher in our last match there, played against Dom. Sean won the last open. He beat Tim here in the finals. So Tim is back to backing Sunday events for us. Let's see if he can maybe close the door here, but he does have to beat Nathan first. Did a little double.
Oh, right. Tim was playing Esper the last one. Yep. Okay. Yep. I remember that now.
Yeah.
I knew Tim looked familiar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Tim's been playing a bunch of our events and doing pretty well here at the start of the year. Probably making a run for the end of the year champion. Is in a good position to do so. He's got double lands from Nathan. Congratulations to Nathan on a good finish. And we're going to have our finals. Tim Hatch versus Dominic Harvey. It is going to be an all-out slugfest coming to you here very soon. But first, we're going to take a quick break. That way those players can get in position. We can get everything set up. So we'll be back in just about 2 minutes. So don't leave. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Legacy 5K Finals. I am your host, Mr. My co-host, Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake, and we are here to commentate the finals match. We have Dominic Harvey, won yesterday on the Modern 10K, has been in our feature match area ever since, sort of the winning for this round at all of top 8, playing against Delver, and is going to continue that train with more Delver coming. So Tim Hatch lost the finals to Sean Gallagher in our last standard event, about 2 months ago. Let's see if he can, do a little bit better this time against Dom.
Yeah, Tim definitely no slouch. Like you mentioned, Tim did make the finals of our previous standard open, losing to Sean. And Tim is our 1 seed. So that is something that we really haven't seen, right? Dom is the 2 seed. He's been on the play for this entire top 8, except for when he plays the 1 seed in the finals. So maybe that is what Tim needs to kind of cross over that finish line. And, the matchup is definitely still an uphill battle for Tim, but I would say Tim is, much more capable of winning a game against Lance when he's on the play.
Looks like Dom's promoting the event for us on Twitter. Thank you, Dom. And it looks like Dom's also on a mulligan to 5. I'm assuming these players have finished their mulligans because Dom's hand is down. We have 5 cards here, but that's going to be a tough spot, but this deck can produce hands that can do that. Tim looks to be on 7 cards on the play, like you said.
Yeah, really just wants to see the classic Delver start here, right? Turn 1 creature, daze your first spell, untap, wasteland you, and maybe Tim can just kind of run away with the game before it even starts, as we see a turn 1 preordain here. So no threat here for Tim. That's if you're a Dom fan, you got to breathe a sigh of relief. And I have some news for you, Mason. It looks like Dom has 7 cards.
There were just he had it kind of fanned out. It looked like 5, so I guess there was some hiding there. Dom just playing with our hearts there. This looks like him going on there. Probably a sign if you're Dom that maybe something like a Wasteland is in hand for Tim. He has something that he kept his hand. The open deck list, both players know what they're on. Tim knows he needs to kill Dom. So we're going to get a Bobble Trigger in the upkeep.
Yeah, and looking at Tim's hand, I think I saw a Force, 2 Bolts, and a Ponder, and I can't get a good look at the last 2 cards, but there are 2 Bolts in Tim's hand, and I think I'm pretty sure I saw a Force too. So we'll have to see if maybe Tim can untap and deploy one of those threats. Perhaps there is maybe even a daze here for Dom's first play. Could be, an exploration or something along those lines. But Dom can also there's also some, additional fight back here for Dom against daze, because Dom can say play the land first and then play something like a Mox Diamond and then deploy that 1 mana card. Dom went to play that Yavimaya, but now he's thinking a little bit.
Yeah, Dom has a Wasteland, so I think he's trying to figure out, am I supposed to Wasteland this Volk? And a lot of people, just wasteland the Volk, but Dom might be thinking, do I need to use this Wasteland on a different turn? If he had something like a Diamond, I imagine, Wasteland the Volk and then try and slam his Diamond, but we'll have to see. This is a tough spot.
Yeah, it's really difficult because, the Delver deck can operate on so few lands anyways, because basically almost every card in the deck costs 1 mana, and it looks like Dom is going to play the Wasteland here and then deploy the Mox Diamond, heads up play against Daze, and definitely, likely because we're playing that Mox Diamond, I would imagine we're going to fire it off, and we're just going to jam a Sphere. Love it.
And it's going to get Force of Will, pitching Ponder. Yeah, so I guess what was happening there is Dom was figuring out, do I want to Wasteland to make it so that we can't get a daze, or am I going to play into the daze via this? And that makes sense as to why there was so much deliberation.
Yeah, that, it almost seems like looking at it from the outside, it does kind of seem like maybe perhaps a risky play, because if there is a daze, it's a little rough. But Dom has risk assessment, has chosen to go ahead and do that, and it paid off for him a lot because Tim had to force it instead of having something like a daze.
Yeah, it might also be a situation where Dom's okay with the daze.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be great, but if Tim dazes, then maybe spins his wheels a little more. He didn't have a threat last turn, right? And Dom, wastelands him while developing his own mana. Could be good. So we do see a Thespian Stage and the Elvish Reclaimer. And I saw Dark Depths in Dom hand, so he is going to next turn produce that 2020 if Tim doesn't have a wasteland. And it looks like Dom has another
Sphere.
Yeah. I'm really surprised. I mean, he didn't have a daze last turn. You would imagine he daze over Force Will for sure. So Dom for just calling the bluff on that and saying, I value having the Reclaimer more than I like having the Sphere.
And I kind of like Dom holding the Wasteland here because he knows, like, deck lists are open. There is 1 copy of Brazen Barber. That is something that Dom has to consider. But he knows that Tim's main avenue to fighting against Merit Lage, well, the Thespian stage Dark Depth specifically is Wasteland, right? So if Dom saves the Wasteland for Tim's Wasteland, maybe Tim just says play Wasteland pass, then Dom can set up a turn where he goes for the Merit Lage, and then if or Wasteland first, right? Wasteland, Tim's Wasteland, and then Tim goes to Wasteland, then Dom goes for Merit Lage in response. So looks like Dom is potentially saving those Wastelands for Tim's Wastelands.
Yeah, and it looks like Tim does have a Wasteland in hand. He's gonna bend the days.
Yeah, and this is something where Tim maybe is aware of that, and maybe Tim just wants to fire off the Wasteland on Dom's stage now, potentially.
Yeah. It's a hard play to make, because if Dom has something like a Life of the Loam, you're just so far behind. But it does sort of, put you in the clear for a little bit. We have to see how Tim wants to play this. He is going to tap 2 mana for a Chain Lightning. Going to knock out the Elvish Reclaimer.
Yeah, and if we're gonna kill the Elvish Reclaimer, I almost think I like just killing it now. Yeah, Tim's just gonna get that stage out of there and not really give Dom the opportunity to either say, fight over, stage the depths in response, or perhaps even use the Mox Diamond to cast the crop rotation, sacrificing that Thespian stage.
Yeah. We know Dom does have a Dark Depths in hand, so no matter what, there's at least one land play if he wants to make it. He might not want to. Dom might also, maybe now that Wasteland has happened, maybe he wants to Wasteland Tim, keep him off spells with the Sphere in play. He drew a Mox Diamond.
Yeah, second Mox Diamond, a lot worse than the first one.
Yeah, as Dom's last card, a crop rotation, maybe it looked to be a little bit of a green card. Hard to tell exactly.
If that's the case, you can go tap 2 mana, crop rotation, sack the Wasteland, get another stage, play the Dark Depths, and then hope to peel a mana source next turn. Dom's giving it a think here.
Yep.
Could also just deploy the Dark Depths and pass and maybe try to bait Tim into casting a Wasteland. But Dom's also thinking about wanting to use the crop rotation now while Tim is tapped out because of that Sphere, right? So, Tim currently cannot fight if there's a Force of Will, and Dom realizes that. So if you say pass the turn with crop rotation up, and Tim has the mana available to then fight over the crop rotation.
Yeah. Dom also has access to cards like Bajuka Bog, which would help prevent something like a Murktide coming down, undo this Delirium on DRC, and really buy him a lot of time as well. A lot of plays available to Dom. Is a really difficult place to be.
Yeah, it's tough. If you go for the Bajuka Bog, you just kind of have, assuming that the card is crop rotation, if you go for a Bajuka Bog, your last card is Mox Diamond, so you almost have nothing left. But it looks like Dom is lining up 2 mana. Yep, it is a crop rotation, so we'll have to see what he chooses to get. You could also maybe talk me into getting something like Urza Saga and then hoping to draw a mana source next turn. And, I guess if you're going to do that, you might as well get staged because mana source lets you stage, so...
Yeah, I like this. Dom's at 17. The only really bad thing that can happen is Wasteland could come up and that'd be a problem. Or, a huge Murktide region could come down. But we're going to see a DRC attack for 3 down to 14. There's a Bolt in Tim's hand. So there's a little bit of reach. Delver Secrets coming down for Tim. The coast is clear for Dom the moment he passes that turn, and Dom knows it. Dom's going to move very quickly.
Yeah, and I guess the nice thing is for Dom knows that the only out in Tim's deck is that Brazen Barber. So it looks like Dom does not find a land. Does Tim flip the Delver? Does not. It looks like Tim found a land. What I was going to say is that Tim has been missing land drops, right? And the Brazen Borrower Petty Theft does cost 3 mana, and then even if Dom drew the land, Tim would need to draw land to be able to go for that Petty Theft. But looks like Tim picked up a Flood or Delta, and then is deploying a second copy of Delver. Do we find a land here for Dom?
Dom drew he's moving the Mox Diamond aside, so it makes me think he maybe has something to play. He drew a crop rotation last turn, and he has the Ava Maya Cradle now. So now the question becomes, does he go for it? One thing of note here, Tim Hatch has a Bolt in hand, so we know Dom's secretly at 7.
Yeah, so Tim is looking for a second Bolt. Second Bolt, flip the Delvers. Dom makes a 20/20, blocks 1, takes 6.
Well, the problem is you can't cast both because of the Sphere.
Oh, true. That's a good point.
Yeah. Dom now knows, all right, with this fetch here.
Yeah, he knows the Force of Will is not good. And the Merrill just face up, so Tim really just has to just get an untapped land and really hope to draw that one copy of Brazen Borrower.
Yeah, it's Brazen Borrower or bust, I think, here. Yeah, Dom, I was going to say, he needs to make this now because otherwise Wasteland becomes an out. So Dom, with the draw, before the draw, excuse me, Delver Trigger was on the stack there. He's going to make the 2020. Dom just wanted to get the information about if Delver was going to flip or not.
Tim does have a couple of turns, though, because he has 3. Well, I guess the Channeler is going to have to be thrown under the bus here, which kind of stinks for Tim, but does have the 2 Delvers to be able to chump block. So does have maybe a turn or 2 to try and find that Borrower. Obviously, would like to just draw it here.
I think Dom has a crop rotation for Shajiri step.
Oh, is that Dom's? Okay.
Yeah, because we believe. Oh, all right. We see an attack with both Dom. Like, what's up with that?
Yeah, this is a smart attack because the Channeler has to attack anyway, so you might as well get in the 3 damage while you can. So heads up attack for Tim. But yeah, if Dom's last card is crop rotation, that is going to do it. Because that will, like you said, just get the Sajiri step and we'll be done here.
Yep. And if you're Dom too, you get to, you don't have to make the attack until it's resolved. So it's not like, I attack and then do it and then get forced. Dom can just main phase that if he chooses to go for it. Dom also is in, he's clearly trying to think of what can Tim have. If he had the Brazen Borrower, you have to imagine he would have done it when Dom was tapped out.
Yeah.
And would have pushed all the damage. So it's not that. It's not, another DRC or whatever. You probably would have played that.
I couldn't quite get a good look of what Tim drew after he shuffled away the Force because we knew about the Bolt. Chat saying it's a Spell Pierce. Tim is holding it kind of close. It does look blue to me, but I can't quite tell what it is.
Yeah. If it is a Spell Pierce, then it's going to be interesting because Tim will pierce, but have to use 2 mana, so he will not be able to bolt, which means Dom then attacks with his 2020, and Tim will have to block, and then Dom will be at 4, essentially 4 life, right? So he won't be able to get the damage across. Right. Oh, you see Tim's tanking. He's trying to think of what's in the deck list. It's going to eventually come to Sajiri step. Looks like Twitch chat never wrong. Spell Pierce into the Surveil.
We always know that Twitch chat is never wrong. Tim keeping a card on top. Interesting. So, I mean, I don't know. I can't think of a card that Tim would keep on top besides the Barber. You see Dom picking up the token. Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say you would keep Murktide on top, right? That would chump block you for a turn and also win the game, essentially.
Okay, I guess the Murktide he kept the Ponder on top. Very interesting.
Yeah, I don't know what Ponder's doing.
But yeah, just a Murktide would be perfect because then you go attack with the Channeler, put down to 4, play Murktide, chump block the Mirrored Lage, untap, attack with Channeler, put down to 1, finish off with the Bolt. But yeah, looks like Tim has decided to keep a Ponder. I don't know if that gives us any outs, though, is the problem.
I don't think it does. It looks like the top card would have been Force of Will, so if Tim had bend it, he would have lost either way. One of the things I'm more curious about was, Dom decided to block the DRC over the Delver. I guess the idea being Delver could maybe block, but the Surveillance almost got away with it there. And Dom, speaking of got away with it, got away with a little robbery on the draw there, beat Tim Hatch, and is going to be up a game going into our game number 2.
Yeah, and that Sphere of Resistance was massive from Dom. You see, Dom Dom was very aware and very careful that Daze is and was a possibility in that first game when he decided to jam. But you know what? Said, hey, I'm going to make you have it, and Tim did not have it.
Yep. Well, let's take a look at these players' sideboard and see what they have for the post-board games. We'll start off with Tim Hatch here. Tim has 3 Pyroblast, 2 Meltdowns, 2 Force Negations, and a bunch of 1-ofs in Grafdigger's Cage, Soul Guide Lantern, Null Rod, Surgical Extraction, Price of Progress, Submerge, Sylvan Library, and Minsk and Boo, Timeless Hero. Devin, what do you like and why?
So very similar to what we had talked about in the last time we just watched Dom. The sideboards are very, very similar to Sean's. And looking at the sideboard, we got the 2 Meltdowns. Those are slam dunks. The Price of Progress, that is a slam dunk. Past that, Tim does have a card in his sideboard that I believe Sean did not, and that is Submerge. Now, Submerge is kind of a weird one, especially when Dom knows about it. There are ways to prevent Submerge from happening, right? Where if you go, say, Reclaimer, sacrifice my only forest, or same thing with crop rotation, you can turn off the Submerges. It's maybe not the easiest thing, but Dom is aware of that. But that is a way to answer Merit Lage. And then also potentially wants to go for the Surgical Extraction, the Lantern, and maybe the Force of Negations to help fight over Loam. But given that Tim has the Lantern and the Surgical, maybe that's a little bit of an overkill.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's check out what Dom has in his sideboard. Dom has 4 Swords of Plowshares, 2 Torpor Orbs, 2 Sylvan Libraries, 2 Force of Vigors, a Pithing Eater, a Haywire Mite, a Dismember, a Surgical Extraction, and a Caracas. Devin, what do you like and why?
I mean, for Dom, it's just business as usual, right? These 4 Swords to Plowshares and the Dismember, we've been talking about it every single time he's played Delver, and we're going to continue to bring those in. Past the 5 removal spells, you could consider something like Sylvan Library if you expect the games to go long, but I don't think Dom expects them. We've seen him board in the Pithing Needle before against Wasteland. I'm sure he's going to do that again, and that's pretty much it here for Dom.
Yep. One thing to notice as we're cut back to the feature match area is we can see the players while we're talking about this, right? We have a little camera in the corner. We get to see them. I watched Dom, took a look over Tim's deck really quick, grabbed his cards, took them out very quickly as if he's played the matchup, 5 or 6 times today or a million times in the past, and has been shuffling. Meanwhile, Tim was reading over, hemming and hawing a little bit, trying to figure out exactly to do, trying to figure out exactly how is he going to steal these games against steal these games against Dom. And Devin, if you were Tim, what are you hoping for in order to sort of beat this land stack?
I mean, you just got to have the Delver draw, right? We haven't seen that. We've seen Delver on camera multiple times, but we have not seen the turn 1 creature, daze your spell, untap Wasteland you, and that's really what Tim needs. Like, this matchup is so bad for the Delver side of things that Tim really just has to get under him. Get under Dom, and that's we haven't seen that yet. So Tim really looking for an aggressive start backed up by those mana denials.
Yep, we hope to see it. And honestly, the one game we've seen Dom lose against Delver, right? They sort of went 1-drop creature into Meltdown your Mox Diamond, which is essentially Wasteland you, right?
Yep.
So you do need to sort of stop this mana development despite them having 29 lands in their deck. They do, a lot of those are like spells, so fighting over them is good, but our players are getting ready here to play what could be the last game of our tournament today. See if Dom can do the back-to-back win. It would be very impressive, joining the likes of Steven Dykman, our player of the year last year.
Would you argue it's more impressive for Dom doing it because he played 61 cards in both events?
Ooh, that is tough.
We can have chat weighing on that.
Dom is cracked and got to play like the 2 formats that I would like want Dom to play. You know what I mean? Like if I was like in a team event and Dom's like, what do you want me to play? What seed? I'd be like, I don't know, one of these 2. Which one do you feel better about? And then he'd probably be like Titan, and I'd be like, cool, Titan it is, And then last second we let him play Legacy or whatever because someone else wants to play Modern. But
if you think about it, lands is basically just Amulet Titan in Legacy, right?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I think Dom just likes these like toolboxy agency decks that are green based. And also, I think that's probably why he plays 61 so much is he plays decks that play like 12s or 13 tutors, and he's like, yeah, having one more card is not the end of the world, and getting access to that one more option is actually pretty huge. As Brazen Borrows on the bottom of Tim's deck as we fetch, not a good place for it to be.
Exactly. So we see, Dom leading off on the best land, the best turn 1 land in his deck, Sajiri Step. You love to see it.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Whenever you want that. But yeah, so, and Tim can maybe gather a little bit of information. I know it's pretty subtle, but, Dom does have the 4 copies of Swords to Plowshares. And if Dom is willing, maybe just that's his only white source in hand. But I would kind of have a small read that maybe Dom has a plow if we're going to play that Sajiri Step on turn 1.
Yeah, also Dom, has been very methodical every single turn, right? Pretty quickly. I mean, he tanked for a second, but he pretty quickly played that. So it might mean that, he's kind of got stuff ready to go, and he just wants to get his swords, ready to go first. As DRC comes down, Scrolling Tarn is up for Tim. Tim has another Volcanic Island in hand with a Daze. Bosages will play for turn into Exploration. Tim's going to tank on that one.
Do we have a counter spell? We're getting word from our production that this is Dom's 22nd round this weekend. So a lot of magic here for Dom. And, he's still playing at the highest levels. We see a Force of Negation here taking care of the exploration. Kind of makes sense. We don't want to let Dom get that additional mana generation.
Yeah, I talked about this earlier, right? But we see a lot of Legacy is typically dominated by players who play Legacy a lot, right? Like they know the interactions, they know their stuff. And then we typically see, Pro Tour players, they do well in Legacy, right? Whenever they play, because their technical play is so good. They always play like Delvery stuff. Dom, Pro Tour player, top forward Lord of the Rings, played Worlds this last year, about to play Seattle next weekend. Also just plays Legacy and Vintage all the time, loves Magic. He's just, an very, very strong player that you do not want to see on the other side of the table from you at any format, let alone the ones he likes to play for fun, like this one.
Yeah, we see a brainstorm here for Tim. Currently 2 card types in graveyard, land and instant. Gonna go ahead and likes the card on top. It looks like Tim kept a second copy of Dragon's Rage Channeler, so up the pressure a little bit. But we're still only gonna have 2 types. So for Tim, if you're a Tim fan, you really want him to try and get to Delirium this turn, if at all possible.
Tim, yeah, that Force Negation is big, too, for Life in the Loam. It's going to turn that off as another DRC comes down. Obviously, we haven't seen that card yet, but having that one potentially covered could be huge. And Devin, this is close to what you're talking about. We didn't quite have like the Wasteland You Deju, but we had, a pretty good start. We countered one of the cards that matters. We have a good amount of pressure. We're a card type away, and it looks like Soul Guide Lantern's the play. That one is tough.
Yeah, so Lantern coming in here for Dom. Normally you would, its ideal function is to stop Tim from casting Murktide Regent, but even just being able to, get a little bit of the graveyard and make it so it's a little bit harder for Tim to achieve Delirium makes a lot of sense here. And that's a Maze of Ith as well, so that'll kind of stymie the pressure from one of those channelers.
Yep. Dom really, once again, showing that, this deck plays lots of different roles. Sometimes I turn to kill you. Sometimes I play a grindy game. Sometimes I'm a control deck. I do it all as, this Soul Guide Lantern plus Maze of Ith is going to make it really hard for Tim to actually get Dom. As, Tim's going to be attacking for 1, essentially, every turn until we get that Delirium going. And Tim doesn't want to lower the shields against Dom, who is just making these basically uncounterable spells in the form of these utility lands.
Yeah, it looks like Tim's hand, I think, is a Questing Druid, a Force of Negation, and 1 card that I cannot quite discern. But, and what's nice about that for Tim is that gets to hold up the Force of Negation, and then if Dom doesn't play into the Force of Negation, Tim can, cast the Questing Druid, get a couple of Surveils, draw a couple of cards, get a little bit closer to Delirium, and we'll see what Tim can find off of that.
Dom's like, bog you, and Tim's like,
Bog,
yeah. A naughty boggy, as we're going to get a double Surveil here.
Get
from
bogged.
the Secret Beast. Oh, it looks like we saw the Wasteland on top and decided to keep it, as the Wasteland and Bolt are the revealed cards.
Yeah, that makes sense. You want to keep the Wasteland because you really want to be able to get rid of that Maze of Ith. So Tim going to go ahead and pick up a card here. We're going to start off with the Wasteland. Presumably that is going to get rid of Maze of Ith. Now, for Dom, does have the potential to have a crop rotation here. So maybe I want to look at Dom's deck list. Is there more than 1 maze? There is 2 Maze of Ith, and presumably they would have both stayed in. So, Dom, if Dom does have a crop rotation, can maybe float the green mana from Boseiju and sack the Maze of Ith to get another Maze of Ith. So potentially, could be something here for Dom. But then if that happens, Tim could hardcast Force Negation on the crop rotation.
Well, I think Tim might be going for a cast the Questing Druid and then Bolt and Wasteland and just get a bunch of power on the board and basically just be like, hey, I've got this Force Negation in hand. I'm just going to try and push. And maybe we're just going to play the Questing Druid, and Bolt as a way to push and hold the Wasteland to stop the combo. But yeah, it does look like the Questing Druid's coming down. And Tim knows that he cannot play a super duper long game here. And once they get the value out of here, so we're going to get the Bolt with the Surveil. Trigger on the Questing Beast and get that +1/+1 counter. Surgical Extraction is going to hit the graveyard.
Yeah, a little late for that one. Not doing a lot here, along with the Volcanic Island. So still only 2 types, instant and land. I'm just going to take 3.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think if Tim could be attacking for 6 here, he definitely wastes on the maze. Now he's only attacking for 1 if he doesn't maze versus 2. probably makes it a much harder decision, which is probably bad news for Dom. Dom's probably pretty happy with the wastelanding the maze here, like you talked about, as we are going to get hit for 1.
Yeah, like you mentioned, if Tim was applying a lot more pressure, it would make more sense to use the maze. But because of that, wants to try and just hold up the wasteland for as long as possible if Dom goes for the Thespian stage plus Dark Depths. So definitely, a lot of decisions here for both players.
Yeah, and Dom's still holding up this, Soul Guide Lantern. And if we wasteland right now, Devin, we have the crop rotation to go get a stage and make a 2020. So if Tim goes for it and doesn't have a way to stop the crop rotation, it could be bad news.
Do we have enough mana? Oh, we can sack the maze. Okay, so sack the maze, get stage, use the bog and the step to activate the stage. Okay. Yep.
Yeah. Now this all involved, we know Tim has Force Negation in hand. We're going to see an attack. Dom's going to put the Druid out of combat, take 2, down to 12.
So yeah, looks like Tim has, I think, Brainstorm, Force Negation, Delver, Bolt is the hand. Not the worst hand in the world. So Tim could maybe say, play a Delver of Secrets, hold up the Force Negation and the Wasteland, and just try to get, Dom to commit more stuff. And I think that's what we're doing here for Tim.
Yeah, it looks like we're playing that Delver. Gonna get the trigger on the Questing Beast. Make it a 3/3, aka Mazavith for on that one for the rest of the time. Pass the turn. Dom immediately untaps. It's gonna hold his crop rotation for now.
Not even thinking about going for that crop rotation.
Yep. Dom maybe doesn't want to lose the mana, even if, the opponent might get to cast it for free. Now, Urza Saga is the play for turn. That's going to help Dom.
Yeah, I got a glimpse of a Loam in Dom's hand. Couldn't quite tell what else is going on over there.
Yeah, the Loam is interesting.
Not the best here, because you don't really have, there's nothing to pair with the Loam. I mean, you'd start dredging, but if you're slow dredging, you're probably getting, it's probably not fast enough against the 4 creatures that are in play here for Tim.
Murktide going to the graveyard. We're 1 card type away from Delirium, and it looks like Tim has something that he kind of wants to bin, kind of wants to leave on top.
You get a Thinker.
Yeah.
Probably just looking for a spell to flip the Delver.
Mm-hmm.
So you could even see something like, spell, flip Delver. See exactly. Oh,
Meltdown. Yep.
Spell.
That makes sense with what you said, right? Sort of a card that just flips Delver, but not one that Tim's very excited to actually have in his hand in this game.
Yeah, I guess you can Meltdown to force the Soul Guide Lantern pop, and then potentially, if you have a spell to follow that up, can maybe get towards Delirium this turn.
Yeah, I mean, if Tim is going to Wasteland.
All right, here we go. We're going to have the big fight now.
Yep.
So Tim Wastelands the maze. Dom casts crop rotation. Tim fights back with Force Negation. And we get some triggers here.
Yep. Yeah, and Dom's going to pick up. He knows he's dead because all of those are going to come through because he no longer has the maze of it. Wow. Well played by Tim. Wow. Dom there sort of, felt like he was slowly setting up, putting in a good spot, kind of like we've seen Dom do over and over again today, but wasn't able to close out there. And Tim, grasping for that title. He wants that W. He wants those leaderboard points. He's so close. Let's pull up real quick what these players are playing for right now. That way they can have an idea here. Dom has already punched his ticket to our championship at the end of the year via winning earlier today. But there's 30 points on the line and $1,200 for first place. 25 points for second and $600. That's what these 2 players are battling for. And for Tim, 30 points will really help cement him in that race for the championship. Dom, if wants to make a player of the year race, is going to need those 30 points for that because, he's in Canada. It's hard to grind all of them. But let's take a look at that leaderboard here. Yeah, Tim Hatch, as you see, in second place, right behind Dom with 37 points. He is our number 1 person who is not already qualified. If the name is orange, that means they're already into our championship. So, he's going to, no matter what, get 25 points, and that's going to put him solidly at the top of the pack here. And, if he can just maintain, a good, solid performance in the next couple of events in our part 1 of the season, then, he's going to be in a great place for the championship, as we do have 3 at-large bids that I believe get decided at the end of July after that event. So we'll see there. But the players are shuffling up for game 3. Devin, are you sticking with Dom for the finals? Are you taking Tim? Who do you want?
Well, I mean, we've kind of already been saying the entire time that we think Dom is favorite, even with Tim on the play. Now Dom gets to be in the play, and Dom definitely. I can't root against this person. He never loses. All right.
Yeah, I got in here, like you said earlier in the feature matches with round 6. I was like, we don't need to feature Dom. He's going to be playing a win-in. He was going to just win the tournament. He doesn't lose in Legacy. Here he is in the finals. I'm not going to vote against Dom. I roomed with Dom at Worlds. He loses in Worlds, doesn't make day 2, plays the 11 p.m. Legacy Challenge in the hotel room as I'm going to bed. The man doesn't stop gaming. He's a monster, and yeah, maybe he'll lose. Who knows? Magic happens. But I'm betting on Dom here going to the finals. And I'm excited to see this game because Tim is making Dom work for it. In all these games, I've been really impressed by Tim's play. He's not missing any little things. He's taking his time. He seems to be making really smart, reasonable plays. Saw that in Standard with the Esper Rafine deck as well. Sort of very methodical, but, at like a good pace and thinking through his turns and making logical plays. Doing it again here. We've seen him sort of, battling out against level players. So 2 really strong players. I'm excited to see who is going to take it down here as they are presenting their decks.
Yeah, at this point, you just can't bet against Dom. He's just been on an absolute tear this whole weekend. Like we said, he's played 22 rounds of Magic between yesterday and today. I believe I think this is the 23rd. I think the 22nd might have been the last one. I lost track at this point. Too many rounds, Mason. But here we go. Both players looking at their opening hands, see if we get some keeps. Dom's looking away from the table.
I don't know what Dom's on something right there. He's like, he also sees this 7-card hand. It's so good. Is that what's happening? He's like, is this real life? He does seem to have a Pithing Needle, a Swords to Plowshares, and I believe an Urza Saga as
he's like, hey Judge, can you take a picture of this hand so I can post it on Twitter later about how insane it was in the finals?
Yeah, Tim also seems to be having a tank moment. Definitely has a Daze, I believe a Wasteland over there, Brainstorm, and some other cards. So it's an interesting spot to be. Let's see if these players want to keep it as Dom. Yeah, maybe what was happening is he's just missing colored mana or something. I'm unsure. I'm sure, if he made that choice, it was a good one. Tim looks to be keeping his 7. Unclear if, he was really happy or one of those spots where he's like, oh, I love my hand, but I just have to wait for you to say your answer real quick. I don't know how many times it happens. Like in Pioneer, I feel like it happens all the time. I'm like, I'm going to for sure mulligan this no lander hand, but you're playing a Thoughtseize deck, and you should probably just mulligan. Don't keep it just because the Thoughtseize and I'm mulliganing. Like, let's do this here.
Yeah, and like I said, we've been hyping up Dom quite a bit over the course of this, of this event. He's just been on an absolute tear. Tim no slouch either. Tim, don't forget, Tim has lost in the finals of the most recent Standard Showdown to Sean Gallagher. So, Tim is second on our leaderboard. We got a showdown of first and second place. You don't see that very often.
You do not. And getting a better look at Tim's hand here, Tim actually has, it looks like Brainstorm, Delver, Wasteland in his hand, and the Price of Progress. So Tim basically has what he's looking at. I don't know what's going on there. Some laughs seem to be occurring. But looks like Dom is going to keep this hand. Got a Thespian stage is about all I can make out. It looks like we have a Windswept Heath and a Passing of the Terms. Could be a Lush Portico. As Forcible is a draw for Tim.
And do we have the Delver draw? The turn 1 creature, daze your play, untap, potentially wasteland you. Although I guess there's not really a lot of 2-drops in Dom's deck, with the exception of the spheres if those stayed in, which Dom is in the play, so they potentially did. But yeah, we'll have to see. Does Tim have the turn 1 creature? I couldn't quite get a good glimpse. You said there was a Price of Progress. I didn't see if there was a Delver or a Channeler though.
There's definitely, I saw a blacked out card, so I believe it was the Delver, since he has the flip card markers in his deck.
Yep, there it is.
Yeah, real question is, will he play it? I think it probably makes sense just to get on board, but there might be, some cantrip you want to be doing. Looks like we are going to get this Delver on board. Dom's going to fetch. I imagine this is a Lush Portico moment. Looks like we had a bobble. Okay. Sure.
The lushest of porticos.
I got a better look there of Tim's hand. Looks to be 2 lands, once a wasteland, Price of Progress, Force of Will, and Brainstorm. And the last card is Thundering Falls. So, Tim,
don't be too upset about that.
Yeah, I mean, if you told me I had that hand against Dom, in the dark or whatever, I'd be like, I'd keep, like, whatever.
I think I see a Bajuka Bog, a Thespian Stage, an Urza Saga, and among other cards in Dom's hand. Didn't quite get a good look to see if there was a plow. Kept the card
Yeah,
on top with Portico.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure Dom's plows are whiteboarded, so I don't think there's one in hand.
I think so too. I think he drew a crop rotation, but I could be mistaken. It's a little hard to tell.
It's not the worst one.
Yeah.
So the question is, Dom, do you want to deploy the Saga this turn? And it looks like the answer is yes. Now that's nice because maybe that baits out the Soul God Lantern 2. Could potentially be good at stopping a Murktide later down the road. But yeah, what's nice about the Urza Saga is it sort of potentially maybe baits Tim into using the Wasteland. Or I guess maybe Tim might Wasteland the Portico anyways, but yeah, Tim's going to keep the Delver, or keep the card on top rather, to flip the Delver. It's a Brainstorm.
Yep. Well, yeah, it flips and you draw from the bauble. That's right. Excuse me.
Right.
And,
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so what's really cool about that is you can stack the triggers. So if you say you see a spell on top, you can stack the trigger to flip the Delver first before drawing the bauble. Or if you don't see a spell, you can resolve the bauble trigger and then resolve the Delver trigger.
All right, it looks like a Wasteland on the Urza Saga. We're going to see a Force Negation after a crop rotation tries to save it. I'm sorry, Force of Will, excuse me. That's going to knock Tim down a life. He's going to lose that Brainstorm. Dom, though, back to just one land in play with a Delver facing him down. He is on the play. Spot where he would love to develop something like this, just like a Thespian stage, past the turn. In his upkeep, he's going to, Swords of Plowshare. Yeah, playing around the Force Negation. I like it.
Yeah, and I think that might have been the draw step too, because I don't remember seeing a Swords to Plowshares in Dom's hand last turn. So it's really good time on that Swords to Plowshares to make sure we can get this Delver out of here. And Tim says, yep, you got it. No more pressure here for Tim. Does have that Brainstorm that we know about and the Price of Progress. I think just picked up
the DRC. Yeah, that was a huge draw step. Tim needed that pressure. Thundering Falls is going to be the land for turn. Will this hit us the Surveil into the Delirium? Right?
Not quite. We got land, artifact, instant. Dom's going to cycle the Soul God Lantern. Okay. Digging a little deeper.
Yeah, this might be a turn where Dom just goes like, bog you, naughty boggy, get it out of there. Then and then set up for the Dark Depths on the next turn. Because now, Tim pretty far away from Delirium, and it seems like the card Dom is always the most afraid of is Murktide and Wasteland. Those are like the two things he's always trying to play around. So we do see a Chain Lightning. Get rid of that Scolding Tarn.
So let's think about this. Chain Lightning puts Dom to 13. The Channeler puts Dom to 12. Dom has non-basic land number 4. That's 8 damage off of the Price of Progress. Not quite enough here for Tim.
Yeah, I was going to say, if Tim can surveil, with the Brainstorm here, it might have been, with the thing, the Price of Progress might have been insane. But we are going to see Brainstorm surveil away the days.
Okay, so now we have instant sorcery land. If we can find a Mishra's Bauble, that gets us type number 4, and then Dom, we can go put Dom to 10, and then the Price of Progress is for 8. That puts Dom to 2. It's still just a little short.
A little short. We did draw a Surgical, so that could help us. We could fetch and then maybe try Surgical, something like Swords to Plowshares. Looks like we're going to hold it for now. Just attack Dom for 1.
So
reasonable.
The hand is then what? Surgical, Price of Progress, I think?
I believe those are the 2 cards in Tim's hand. Well, no, I'm sorry. I think it's a bolt in his hand that he's shuffling.
And maybe he put the Price of Progress on top.
Yeah, and he's just, I'll put that there for now. I don't think Dom has like Cabal Ritual or Cabal Therapy, excuse me, but maybe he's afraid of something like that. I definitely know that I've played tournaments where it's open deck list, and I've been like, sometimes people play cards like this, and I'm not sure, and I'm pretty sleepy, so I'm just going to do it. Now, here's the real question. Dom has the ability to make a 20/20, but it's walking to Brazen Borrower. It's going to play around the 1 Borrower with the 4 Wastelands, and it looks like Dom wants to play around the Borrower. Oh, he's going for the upkeep.
Well, remember, post board, there's also a Submerge too. And Submerge is turned on because the Portico is a forest.
That makes sense.
So something to keep in mind as well. Tim does have 2 answers post board. Now, Tim knows the top of his deck off of that Brainstorm. So, if the top of the deck does not contain an answer to this Merit Lage, you're likely going to see Tim crack a fetch here. Could even see Tim crack the fetch and then maybe bolt to surveil off the Channeler. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, if we did put the Price of Progress on top, it's gone now.
Yeah.
This is like our best way to get out of here.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I guess what Tim can do is we can fetch now, try and draw Submerge, and if not, we can main phase 2, maybe Bolt or something, and give the DRC flying to create a chump blocker.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that I believe Tim at 21 before that fetch?
Yeah, he was.
Okay, so now falls to 20. I was going to say you maybe could even just not crack the fetch, stay, but then if you know the top of your deck is not good enough, then that's a little sketchy. Weird spot here for Tim.
Yeah.
So now you probably cast the Bolt in the upkeep just to try to find either the Submerge or... Okay, we're going to Surgical first.
I like the Surgical because now you get to know what's in Dom's hand as well. So if there's some weird spot where you can play around a card, you'll know for the next Surveil.
Ooh.
Tim?
Tim keeping a card on top.
Yeah, okay. It might be a Ponder. It might be a Brazen Borrower. It looks like there was a Thespian Sage in Dom's hand. Great snipe there. So Dom has Yavimaya and Mox Diamond as his card, basically just on 2 lands.
Yeah,
Tim doesn't even look.
It wouldn't necessarily be like it's just because Tim is keeping a card doesn't necessarily mean it is specifically the Borrower or the Submerge. Could just be, like you said, a Ponder, Brainstorm, just more ways to dig and try to find that.
Yeah, you would snap, just keep one of the cantrips on top and just move to main phase 2.
Right,
so.
Yeah.
All right, Tim, like we said, it's been really methodical. Looks like he did pick up a Ponder.
Yep.
I imagine we're going to
get basically 5 more looks at one of those bounce spells.
Yep. I assume that there's been some, verbal action of I'll move to main phase 2. Dom's like, yeah, man, I got lands in my hand. As we see the Wasteland go to the graveyard.
We get a good look.
Ponder.
I see a Misty, a Wasteland, I think. I can't see what the middle card is. It might be a Questing Druid.
Oh, yeah, it might. Yeah, it looks to be a green card, which I think would be the Questing Druid. So maybe he's thinking, can I, chump or something,
Keep the Druid chump block. But yeah, Tim's going to go ahead and shuffle. Just knock the top. Do we find one of those bounce spells here for Tim?
Yeah, and even if he does, Dom is not 100% out of it yet. Dom could draw something like Swords to Plowshares to take down the DRC, and the game will continue for many turns to go. So Tim very live here. We can also draw something like another Ponder, Devin, another Brainstorm.
More sweats, yeah.
Yeah, we have lots of looks, and each of these looks is helping Tim out. Tim takes the draw. Ooh.
Was it not showing the camera?
Only Tim knows, and only Tim needs to know.
Yeah, true. Even Dom doesn't know.
Looks
Tap
like
2 mana. Is that a Borrower? It's a Murktide. Okay.
That is big.
Well, it's awkward though, because now you're losing Delirium, which means that the Channeler can't block, I presume. I don't think there's a way for us to Murktide and keep Delirium. Looks like no.
Yeah, but it does give us another draw step. We can find something like Submerge, like Brazen Borrower on the next turn just by, chump blocking here.
Did we not have Delirium? I just kind of assumed we did because we had so many cards in the graveyard.
No, we never had Delirium. That was the whole thing. That's why I was saying we moved to main phase 2 so we could maybe chump. Because if we had it beforehand, we'd have to attack into the Merit Mage and things would be awful.
Yep.
Dom here. Once again, those cards in the back row are his hand. He's just playing face up because Tim saw it via Surgical. A little nicety here. As it's now up to Dom to figure out what to do. Almost assuredly is going to attack this turn, whether it's for the win or a chump block on the Murktide. Unsure. It looks like there's some jokes going on. Love a little laughter. Everyone having fun here. Everyone's been gaming all weekend. Yep. Tim's like, don't want to lose the game. Chump block that Merit Mage. Dom, it's like, well, what do I do now?
So that does put a creature in the graveyard for Tim. So, right, we have creature, I believe it's creature instant land, I think.
I believe he has 2 lands. He has Scalding Tarn and a Misty, so there's only 3 types, which is actually, I think, why he tanked so much on his Delve there, because he was trying to make it so he would not be forced to attack, so he can maybe set up the main phase 2 chump block again. Because once again, Tim got rid of the Thespian stage, which means if he can if he can get rid of this Merit Mage, he can probably, beat Dom, because all have his Urza Saga.
All right, here's the bolt. Do we find Delirium for Tim?
Oh, it's a big look there.
We're keeping. I mean, I still only see creature instant land.
Maybe I Maybe I missaw something. Looks like the
Same.
players. Yeah, maybe that's
Oh.
a chain lightning.
It might be a chain lightning instead of the bolt. Okay. Yeah, it looks so similar to a bolt. Okay, so Tim did have delirium with the bolt and is keeping a card on top. We'll have to see what it is.
Yeah, I wonder why Dom is holding his land too. I guess price of progress is the thought. It's the only thing Dom would be super duper worried about. He could play something like an Urza Saga here if he drew it and probably be fine. I guess if you have the Urza Saga, you should just wait because you could get bolted plus price of progress, and that's like a good way to lose the game.
Yeah, so if you're Tim, what cards do you top here? Obviously the Borrower or the Submerge, but like you said, you'd probably still just top any cantrip here too, right?
Yeah, I'd top any cantrip, any answer spell, and any flyer. Because a flyer is just a redraw, right? Like if you have a DRC, you just get another turn. Or a Murktide, you get another turn. So looks like a ponder.
Yep.
All right. Tim holding a Wasteland as well.
That's the Submerge, Mason.
Oh, we have it.
Oh my goodness. I'm pretty sure it was Submerge. It looked like a blue card. It's been a while since I've seen that card.
It's a Brainstorm. It's a Brainstorm.
Was it?
Force
Okay,
negation.
never mind.
Yeah,
Never mind.
yeah.
It looked like a Submerge for a second, but apparently not. All right, never mind. Sorry, Chad. I jump scared you. My bad.
And if it was a Submerge, we're gonna lie to Chad and say it's Brainstorm so they don't roast him.
Well, they've been roasting us enough today, anyways, so it's fine.
Oh, they can't roast us. They can roast you. There's a difference. So we are going to see the ponder draw here for Tim. And Tim, it looks like it might be something that kind of chump blocks. He's kind of like, I don't know, I got another thing to play.
Oh, no, the cards, there's two cards there. It looks like they were stuck together.
Oh, sure. It looks like they're stuck together.
That's
yeah.
awkward.
Yeah, I mean, it's very obvious which card is which, but
right, they haven't changed the order.
Yeah. I mean,
he never actually touched his hand. He just kind of looked at the second card. I don't know.
Yeah, I think this is a hidden cards error, and if this is Tim's only hidden cards error, what we're going to do is we're going to shuffle and give Tim a new draw. The real question is Tim have the Brazen Bar with the Submerge right there, and Tim knows he just dexterity errored away a trophy, or does he get the redraw at the trophy? Yeah, so we're going to have to see here. Dom and the judge are talking and listening.
Yeah, we'll have to see exactly what's going on here. I can't get a good look at the cards, so, I mean, apparently I don't know the difference between a Submerge and a Brainstorm anyway, so I probably wouldn't be able to tell you what the card is, but I can't quite tell exactly what Tim is looking at. We'll have to see how the judge decides to rule this. This is, a pretty tense position. Like we said, Tim just needs to top deck an answer to that Mirrored Lage, cantrip to find another one, maybe a flyer or anything like that as a chump blocker.
Yeah, I can't help but think that there's probably a Brazen Bar or a Submerge on top, and that is why Tim is like, my cards were like this, I haven't moved. Maybe it's not the case. Maybe it's a situation of just the judges saying what exactly happened, and Tim saying this is what happened. Who knows? But we'll have to see. Dom and Tim. Dom's like, oh, I'm just here.
I'm just chilling.
I got a flight in like 3 hours. Yeah. Oh, it's a force negation. Okay. So I see what happened. So Tim's basically saying, I would get a redraw via the judge. I would have lost to you. I am conceding. Congratulations to Dom Harvey on your back-to-back win. Not a doubt in my mind from the start of sitting down and seeing Dom at X1, not even undefeated. Somehow he lost. Somebody slayed Dom this weekend in one game, but he won it all back-to-back. Congratulations. Joining that Pantheon of, I believe, just him, Matthew Hoey, and Steven Dykeman. Those are the 3 players that I know of who have back-to-back NRG. So congratulations to Dom for joining that. And we're going to have Dom in the booth in just 1 second for another players interview where I'm sure he'll talk about his sponsors and where you can find him on Twitter and his podcast and everything. But Devin, what do you have to say after that?
Absolutely phenomenal run by Dom. Like you said, he just cruised through all of those Delver decks on the way to the victory. I think as we mentioned, he played 3 in top 8 and 2 prior to top 8. So 5 Delver decks in a row, just crushed them all. And Tim did give him a pretty good fight. I will have to give it to Tim. Tim tried his best and then put up a very good fight. But congratulations to Dom. And it looks like we have him in the booth with just not 1 but 2 trophies.
Yeah, the double trophy. Dom been known to double fist it, and he continues to do so. Congratulations, Dominic Harvey, on your back-to-back win. How are you doing? Can you hear me, Dom?
It appears that Dom potentially
can't hear
cannot
me.
hear
Oh,
us.
now I can. Hello.
Now,
There we
congratulations,
go.
Dom, on the back-to-back. How are you feeling?
I'm back. I'm so back. I'm back to back. It's great.
Yeah. Well, after dominating the competition, what are your thoughts?
I don't know. I'm great. My decks are great. I think that really speaks for itself. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, Dom, I guess the question we're all thinking is, you crushed it in Modern with the deck, you crushed it in Legacy. And by the way, Devin and I the whole time were like, Dom's going to win this. It's why I didn't get a future match earlier. We were like, we know you're going to top 8 the Legacy event. It's really a question of, will you get unlucky in top 8? And so we had you there. But are you thinking about making a run for Player of the Year? Because you are #1 on our leaderboard by a bit now.
I'm already not. It's not making a run. As
No, for Player of the Year. I know you're locked to the championship.
No, Mason. That's what I mean.
Oh. I see. Well, I wouldn't bet against you, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, that was I don't even have words at this point. There were 5 Delver decks in a row, 2 before the top 8 and 3 in the top 8. And what I was saying to Mason earlier, as soon as you beat Storm, I think it was like round 2 or round 3, I was like, there's no way he's losing this tournament.
Yeah, that was one of those real like butterfly effect moments for me where your game 3 against Eric Hawkins on Storm, open up this 7, which it doesn't have a sphere, doesn't have any way to really interact with him, but it's got turn 3 going to attack you with Mullaly, so that's probably good enough, right? So turn 2, I just flop my cards and play. He thought he's me, see the turn before, sees the coast is clear, and I just have to pass the turn, hope for the best. He turns out he can go off on turn 2, and he does, but the card I drew was my 1 surgical extraction in my sideboard, which wins me the game, and from there it was just a clean sweep rest of the tournament.
Oh, God.
Oh my goodness. Well, Dom, you've dominated everything, and we know that you need to get going out to the Pro Tour so you can hopefully dominate that. But before we go, of course, we got to give you your chance to promote all of your stuff. Dom, if people want to find you and find content on your stuff, where can they go?
Yeah, so they can find me on Twitter at Dom and Harvey, posting a lot. I do have a problem. And you can find the link to my Amulet Bible in the pinned tweet there. Link to my coaching services, Patreon as well. Going to be releasing the guide to the Zaczek that I just won the tournament with, as well as the Amulet list as well. And so much more on top of that. So yeah, a lot coming up. This has been a very busy weekend, but really, really hard to complain, honestly. And yeah, even if the Pro Tour doesn't go according to plan, it can still count it as a pretty successful trip. But after this, celebration dinner, then nose to the grindstone for the rest of the week.
Well, good luck at the Pro Tour. I know I'll be rooting for you, and we'll see you in the NRG streets. As like you said, you solidify your Player of the Year status as the year goes on. Congratulations once again, Dom. We will talk to you later. Devin, I mean, I love it from Dom. He says it's already a lock, and honestly, I'll say it. Dom Harvey's my pick for the best player on the NRG series. If he's playing all the events, I take Dom in the dark versus everyone in the field. Clearly a dominant force, and putting his money where his mouth is. Getting 2 trophies and saying, guys, it's obvious. It's just the real question is who's going to lose to me in the race.
I mean, like Dom said, he couldn't have said any better. It's locked at this point. Any event that he shows up to, everybody else is fighting for second place. And if you two at home can fight for second place by going to one of our next coming events here. So
yes,
hell of a run.
We're going to Indianapolis May 11th with a modern 10K showdown where it sounds like you could expect Dom Harvey to be there on Amulet Titan, and then Sunday a 10K team showdown event, Standard Modern Pioneer. Once again, our showdown events directly qualify you for our championship. That is $35,000 on the line, a Pro Tour invite, and a chance to play against such great players like Dom Harvey, like Steven Dykman, and so many more. Tim Hatch at this rate, Tim is putting up a great run on the leaderboard. We have another event announced already. That's in St. Louis on June 22nd and 23rd. We have a 10K Pioneer Showdown on Saturday, and then the first big modern tournament after Modern Horizons releases on Sunday with the 5K Modern Trial on the 23rd. So make sure to click that follow button no matter what. That way you get to see all of this action. You can see these games live, and hopefully we can see Dom, defend his trash talk, or even more hopefully, I want to see someone else come for Dom. The Canadians can't just win every magic circuit. Every time there's a magic circuit in the States, the Canadians come down, they win them a bunch. They did it before COVID. They're trying to do it again. I need some red-blooded Americans to defend the line. But Devin, thank you so much for commentating with me this weekend over here on the NRG series. I want to give a shout out to everyone who makes these productions happen. Thank you to everyone behind the scenes. Thank you to all the staff, all the judges, all the players, all the viewers. Without y'all, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be able to do this, and we wouldn't be able to bring you paper competitive Magic. So thank you so much. Thank you to Norm as well for, believing in paper Magic and coverage. We love you all, and we will see you in Indianapolis on May 11th.